Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to trial day 18. Can you believe we've been doing this? Is the 18th day that we're doing this?
I can't believe it's only the 18th day that we're doing this.
We've been living here. We've been living here for years now. It feels like, but it's been such a marathon and a sprint at the same time. But it's worth it. It's worth it. I mean, it's been such a crazy experience, and I feel like I'm just so I feel like I'm just so grateful for the whole community that's really grown from here, you know, and just I don't know, just all the experiences that we've had together here. It's something that you can't really explain unless you've been through a trial together.
It does feel like we've been through a little something. Yeah, no. And we've had great conversations with the panel. We've had great conversations with the chat. You know, your channel has exploded and grown, which also means that the chat has exploded and grown. We're meeting new people every day and seeing different thoughts on what's happening in the trial. And to me, that's part of the fun of doing this.
Yes.
You know, building that community, having those conversations is one of my favorite pieces of, you know, being a content creator, working on YouTube and other media.
Yeah. 100%. So how's everybody doing in the chat? I know we've got a lot of people already super active.
Chat's excited about deposition testimony on video, I think.
More Rocky Pennington.
Yeah. What's funny about Rocky, right, is I was trying to figure out, she was like slumped over, and I think it's one of those like conference room speaker phones that she's just leaning her head into. Which I think I do sometimes in those conference room settings, but I'm also not on camera, broadcast to millions, doing it that way. So it does look weird when she's like slumped over. And
yeah,
even the easy questions, the really odd thing is, I don't know, it's like there's processing time. I was sitting here likening it to my computer running out of memory. Like it just takes so long. It's like, and where did you live? And then like just long. It's like, these are not the complicated questions yet.
My guess is she probably had counsel tell her, take your time before you respond.
Really think about it.
Because this is what I've done in defending depositions when it's my client who's being deposed, is telling them sometimes it's even helpful to count in your head to 3 before you respond.
Hey, that makes sense.
Speaking of threes, hey Mark, how's it going?
Hey y'all.
It's been a while. It's been a minute. Have you started your channel yet?
No, Mark's busy talking with me about movies on Twitter. Like we've just transitioned over into doing just pop culture discussions.
Was that a smooth enough like transition?
Yeah, I know.
Or is that more of a rug pull?
If you thought she was a pusher 3 weeks ago, Mark, she's much more powerful now.
Well, if you've been following our discussions and some of me and Rick's movie discussions on Twitter, they have definitely devolved into the fact that I have squatted a channel. So
we did.
I've made a logo. I've squatted a channel.
Okay,
it's a really good name, but I haven't done it yet.
Are you ready to talk about it yet? Can we start?
Yeah,
sharing
sure.
it
Why the
yet?
hell not?
Okay. Give us the link.
I did not. Was not prepared for this. No, I gotta find it. But I'll find the link. I'll post it when I have it.
Okay. Post it in the private chat, and then we'll totally talk about it, and I'll post it in the public chat so people can subscribe before you've got content on there.
Good morning, exactly. Iowa.
Good morning.
Oh man. T.N. Pinkerton, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
It's even earlier in Iowa.
No, it's exactly as early in Iowa as it is where I am. So,
It's
What's
early,
even earlier
early,
for
early.
you then?
Yeah,
You know, I'm on the noted East Coast state of Michigan. So
yeah,
I'm
fair.
on Johnny Depp time. I don't know what time I'm on.
That's fair. Yeah, you definitely are living on it's like, when you're in an airport, there is no time zone in an airport. Airports are just like all on their own time, like islands of time. That's where you are in Johnny Depp trial right now. That is you. You are just your own time zone.
I'm on the island of the Johnny Depp trial. Absolutely. And the rum is all gone. I'm just kidding.
Nice. That was good. Okay. You've been doing this for a little while, I see. Yeah.
a little bit. My puns have just been, you know what it is? It's like the more time that I spend on this, and I realize the less time I think about the words that I'm saying, and hopefully it's mostly good.
Sure.
Hopefully I don't get into trouble with that.
touch and go there in hour 11, but yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So let me get some of these super chats while
Absolutely.
we are. And just so you guys know, I've got the screen pulled up. Whoops. So I'll do it this way. So we are monitoring for when they do actually go live. And hello, Nurse Liz. How's it going? How's it going?
Oh, good. I was muting my other part where I was watching it. I was gonna hop on. I wasn't gonna hop on right now, but then I saw Hogue was here, and I thought he would like my shirt.
Oh,
you're darn right. I like your shirt.
Nice.
So Donald's
Go
like,
nice.
We got Wolverines. We got Texans. We got a throwdown coming soon.
Exactly. Yeah, especially with the crossways right now. I love it. Voodoo Child 59 says off subject, but if any, what's the panel's favorite closing argument from a movie? I have to say Matthew McConaughey in The Time to Kill, emotional and jaw-dropping. Love the channel and love to all of the sidebar of lawyers and analysts.
Can I cheat? Am I allowed to cheat? I mean, it's pretty early in the morning for me to cheat. But I would say it's not a movie, but my favorite legal argumentation is the end of a Star Trek The Next Generation episode called Measure of a Man, where Captain Picard establishes the humanity of Data. And that is one of my favorite moments. You always think about, people ask you how'd you get into law, and you pull things from various places. Oh, I saw 12 Angry Men, fantastic. That kind of thing. Measure of a Man is one of those where it's like, ooh, that is the definitive Picard legal speech. And I've always loved that.
Nice.
So this is something that I literally just spent a lot of time on. So I was recently on a podcast called Screen Drafts, which you should definitely check out. It's incredible. It's long form movies. If you like long form movies, basically each week 2 different guest hosts are brought on, and they kind of competitively collaborate to draft a best of list of a certain genre. So I was on, and me and Larry Zerner, entertainment attorney and corpse in Friday the 13th Part 3, or Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, my apologies. We drafted the best of courtroom films. So I have watched in the last 2 months probably about 150 courtroom films. So I know the answer to this. And by the way, the Matthew McConaughey Time to Kill one is great. The only thing but my problem with it is that I think the best scene in the movie is the scene before it, when Matthew McConaughey thinks the whole time he's a good guy, and he's in the jail with Sam Jackson, and Sam Jackson's like, no, I hired you because you're the bad guy. You're Whitey, and you can talk to the Whiteys. So I need you to talk like a Whitey to the Whiteys because I can't do it, is literally what Sam Jackson says. And Matthew McConaughey's light bulb goes off, and he's like, oh my God, I'm not the good guy, but I can be, I can try and pretend like I'm a good guy, basically. And then he goes and does that closing argument, which is incredible. I think Inherit the Wind has a good closing argument, not the best movie. But I think if I were to pick a best, Philadelphia is amazing because Jonathan Demme is directing. Jonathan Demme is so good at directing humans, and the way that he shot the courtroom stuff in Philadelphia is all the lawyers are delivering opening statements, delivering everything to the jury, and you're the perspective of the jury. It's like first person jury. They just sit the camera in the jury box, and like Denzel Washington is talking directly at you, you know, and that like feels so amazing. It really gives you that enveloping feeling. And so I really think that Demi in Philadelphia really kind of got the pathos in argumentation, in like those opening and closing arguments that are really the things that sway people. I mean, facts do too, but let's be honest, we all know.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Michael Gaunt.
Hey, Nate.
That's amazing.
Hey, now I can hear you because I plugged in all my equipment here. I'm like,
There you go.
I can't hear anything. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Nate. So Mark is our third panelist who now has a YouTube channel through this whole process.
Congratulations.
He's linked in the description below to everyone who wants to know. Go check him out. Check out everybody that is showing up on this channel. I will say it until I'm blue in the face. Everyone that is coming on here is graciously donating their time and their voice and their brain so that we can have really, really amazing commentary on this channel, talking about this trial, and so that we can all understand and learn from it from so many different perspectives, including Nurse Liz. She's been spending so much time with us too. And I love it. And I'm so thankful. And so now I love the fact that I can also hawk Mark's channel along with Rob's channel, along with Andrea Burkhardt's channel. And it's great. It's great. I'm so excited. So go and subscribe to Mark, and let's see how many subs we can get him before he puts any content on there.
And especially because I don't know if you all know how the YouTube rules work. I know you guys on the panel do, but I can't get my own like cool URL until I have 100 subscribers.
You're gonna have 100 by the time the link goes into the chat.
You'll have 100. Yeah.
So
But then it's also going to be like 30 days afterwards. Like you have to be in existence. That's something that like Rob is dealing with. He's got like
that's why we can't direct
subscribers that he can't.
Yeah, when you see our weird links to Rob.
Challenge.
I know.
Thank you, Nurse Liz. By the way, Nurse Liz, I don't know if you get enough props. You've been fantastic. I've been like watching when I can't be on it. You have just been kicking the ish out of everybody here. So you're the best.
Nurse Liz is awesome. And
amazing.
she took it on herself to try to make sure that Ian and Rob don't die.
Yeah, night shift. I have done some really strange things in my life after being awake for 35 hours. And I was like, I cannot let this happen to these people.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
We do know Ian got a wristband, by the way. He tweeted that out. So
good.
Yes.
Ian is heading to the courtroom.
I text him now, not trying to say that I'm a big deal, but
you are a big deal.
You're a big deal.
Got everybody's cell phone numbers, Nurse Liz, keeping us alive.
It's funny because when we're running the circuit, we call it now running the circuit, going like because we were on Joe's channel, and everybody's like, so Joe was like, there's a nurse over there that we always talk to, and everybody's like, Nurse Liz, or how could you not know Nurse Liz? And the chat blows up and all Nurse Liz. Like, okay, I think her name is Liz.
call me Liz.
Chat will correct you very quickly.
That was like, it's all Nurse Liz, you idiot.
Yeah.
I know. I felt bad. I was like spamming your channel, Nate, on your one live, trying to get the message out about the sign up thing.
Yeah.
We're like, Jesus, like calm down, lady.
It's so funny. So funny.
Love it.
Michael Gaunt says, good afternoon from the UK. And by the way, thank you very much for this very generous super chat. Good afternoon from the UK. No work today, so no interruptions. Might get to bed on time tonight. How much time do you think will be saved for rebuttal? And what do you expect on what we've seen so far? Rebuttal.
They buzzed right through Amber Heard, so I mean they got some plans for rebuttal. I think
they do.
Oh
yeah, they definitely saved some time on that one, and they used it so effectively. It was surgical precision on that.
She was less than a full trial day because she takes over at 3:30. She hands it back before 3:30, so it was less than a full trial day.
Yeah,
so much time.
Amazing. So how much time? I don't know exactly how many hours, but they definitely are saving some for sure.
It was a lot less than direct. But I think sometimes we don't ask the hard question, because the hard question is not, can Johnny win this case, right? At the beginning, that's what we always say, can Johnny win? And everybody was, now I think it's like, I think he can win. How the hell does Amber Heard win? Like I was thinking last night, if I'm her attorneys, what's the plan going forward? Because whatever we're doing now, it ain't working. Matter of fact, that last testimony Amber Heard was better for Johnny than it was for my team, right? Her direct cross is better for Johnny. Where the hell do we go from here?
Do you mean but I think there's a question in there. Is by win, do you mean literally get a verdict in her favor or not, not against her? Or do you mean public opinion come out of this trial?
I think public's over.
Being okay.
No, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just to be clear, I think the public thing is done, right? She's not winning that. What I'm saying is a win for Amber Heard in this trial is not is as a judgment not being issued against her, right?
Okay.
So in other words, for her, it's a tie. Tie is win. Whatever. One juror says she is not liable, she wins.
But to me, that's the key, Nate. One juror, right? We're talking about a lot of closed door stuff. We're talking about, we see what we see in terms of analyzing the witness testimony, but it only takes really one strong-willed juror to get in there and say, are we really going to dismiss everything that we saw her say because we think it might be incredible or exaggerative, because we can't tell the kernels of truth there. And if we can't tell, if you have a strong-willed juror, isn't the legal premise still muddy middle goes to Amber, even how it feels today? So I tend to agree with you. I think yesterday felt to me like as close as you can say in a jury context, Johnny Depp just won, but it's still a jury context. And we still have a few things coming from Amber. I'm still interested to see if Rocky's going to wind up saying she saw anything. So,
well, I don't know, as a strategy. And I know, the everybody hates Amber, but I'm saying I think it's just more interesting to figure out, like, what the hell would I go? And I'm just saying, for Amber's team, I think I would steer into the whole abuse. I would really steer into, even though I know she's been saying all this, my closing would probably pretty much accomplish this. In other words, my theme for my closing would be, Johnny didn't survive Amber, nor did Amber survive Johnny. They survived each other.
Yes,
they survived each other, and I would steer into
leaning into that,
because I would say, let's not even take the facts. Let's not even take exactly what she's saying, right? Because her testimony, I don't think her mother probably is not going to believe that. But I said, let's just take the facts, right? She had a bruise on her face. She went and a judge gave her restraining order, and when she came out, just like this thing says 2 years ago, she was the face of domestic violence. And here it is. Here's all the articles. Here's all that. That's how you steer into it. And you say, and at the end of the day, Johnny's admitted to pushing her. She's admitted, you hear the tip of her hitting her. They survived together. And that now, this is where we're at. I think that's an easier story to buy than I'm the angel and Johnny's the devil. I don't know why they're not doing that, but that's where I would steer into. And I think that would at least get me to even. It may not win, but it'll at least get me even.
And for what it's worth, I 100% agree with you. And I like to think that was, Nate, you've been prescient about this whole trial from the beginning, saying hitting these benchmarks. The one thing I think I did presciently, the rest of it was garbage, was that I think that the other side, or the way to see it in the case, say, non-pro Johnny perspective, is that they both were really bad to each other, it seems.
Yes. Yeah.
Regardless of whether Amber is a giant liar or not. And that is the most effective testimony or effective evidence from Amber's side, has just been these sort of tapes of Johnny just like screaming at her, and look, I haven't been in a perfect relationship. I wouldn't want my like yelling matches with my spouse to be aired in front of people, because it wouldn't look good either. But like, hadn't looked good, and so
I was just thinking, especially coming from an account like Mark feels attacked.
Right. No, I mean, but it is true. You listen to that and you're like, oh my God, like the whole world is judging this, and it's like, y'all would be judging me too if you were listening to my, and I really think, Nate, that you are right, that is the best tack, especially at this point, because we were all waiting before they put on their case in chief. We're like, oh, I wonder if it's going to be credible. Maybe it will. Maybe they can pull themselves out. And now we've really kind of seen that they're not. And the credibility. But I think
we have to note that that's a reversal of course, because I had expected that from Nate. From what Nate said, I'd expected them to come out with a version of the world that was similar, but included, a hit from Johnny that could establish, hey, it was mutual. It was all this bad stuff that happened. Then they put Hughes up, says mutual doesn't exist, and she has no emotionality issues whatsoever. Then they put Amber up and says, I'm an angel. Johnny's the tyrant king. And so to me, you've put the jury in a box a little bit. Yeah, you can reverse course in the closing statement. But if I'm looking at it, I'm saying, okay, well, your witness says mutual doesn't exist. Which world do I think more likely happened? I think Johnny's more likely happened give or take the way Johnny said.
Of course.
That's exactly what I was going to say, is that, you can, as the attorney, so I would expect the attorneys to make that argument in their closing, is to try to paint this picture of the muddy middle. But at the end of the day, they are also bound by the facts that have come out in evidence. And the jury is going to look at it and say, you know what? You can tell me all of this, but you're the lawyer. You're the hired gun here. Of course, you're going to spin it in whatever way is most beneficial to you. I had to sit with Amber Heard on the stand for however many days with her gaslighting me about these facts that she's telling me about the cuts on her arms, saying that they are not, that they're not like straight red lines that are
So they're not
parallel
straight.
to one another.
Yes.
When I can see the photo myself, like she's living in a completely different universe of facts. So I can also see the jury just like looking right at Amber's legal team in closing and saying, what are you even saying? What are you doing here?
And that, I think, is the trick. And that's why I said I stare into it. I don't deny it, right? So what I mean by when I'm saying closing for Amber, my closing for Amber would touch on exactly what you're saying. I want to take her credibility, and I'm essentially tossing it away, right? And I'm saying, okay, even if you don't believe anything she said, let's just believe the facts that we know that are here, right? Let's take, because again, Johnny's going to say what's best for him, Amber's going to say what's best for her. But what do the facts say? Well, the facts say here's a restraining order, here's a picture of a bruise, here's this, here's that, and just kind of walk that, and then you go into the whole, nobody's an angel. But I think it's the way you portray it. Don't get me wrong. I do not think this is going to work. I think Johnny's going to win. But what I'm saying is that just as a practitioner, if the easy win is Johnny, I'm just trying to figure out, if I was on that side going home tonight, going into this courtroom today, it's either we change course because what we're not doing is working, or we steer into the void and know we're going into a black hole of a loss.
Well,
and I think right now you got to start changing some course right now, or just give up the win. You might as well just say I'm liable, I did it, and just walk away. Why go through the whole song and dance? You got to have some type of strategy going into at least try to make something happen, right?
Yeah.
And
Well, let me jump in real quick, because I've got to get some of these. We've gotten some very generous super chats that I want to make sure we get in. Westy, it got pulled off the screen, but Westy, thank you so much for the very generous super chat that I was showing earlier, saying, I've been loving the stream, guys. I'd be lost with the trial if it wasn't for you guys explaining things. Keep up the good work from Australia. #Team Depp. Thank you. Rick Cormier, thank you so much. Another generous super chat from you. We see it. We see it every time from you. It says, all settlement talks should include full redaction of all SA claims, admission that they were both verbally abusive, admission that it would eventually get physical, especially when drugs were involved, full payment from EH to charities, and 1 million alpacas to JD. Love it. I love it.
No settlement, unfortunately.
Jiling Chen says, anyone else notice that the way Amber smiled to herself while listening to audio and UK deposition is the same smile she let out when the picture and story of the knife gift was first brought up a few weeks ago in this trial? Chilling psychopath.
Yeah, she's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, and all I was going to say about what Nate was saying is, to me, in terms of strategy, and I think this ship might have sailed as well. I would have attacked directly the mens rea here, right? So I would have said, okay, so she goes and gets a temporary restraining order. She uses a judicial process to get that. Now you're gonna try to say that the bruise is like makeup and faked, and that's fine, Johnny Depp. But she goes and gets that. She has a third party telling her she's at risk of domestic abuse. Whatever witnesses I can present for the next week and a half, maybe there's a makeup artist that says, hey, I think this looks funny here. Rocky Pennington is telling her to take pictures. That there's all these third party, regardless of whether it happened exactly as was in her head, that she was getting a lot of bounce back feedback that she was being domestically abused. And how, in that circumstance, can you say that her going and saying that is an intentional lie about what happened? And then really focus on Depp has to show that she's deliberately lying and hoaxing or whatever throughout all those. I think that ship has sailed when they went with no problems whatsoever and saint versus sinner. But I think that's where I would have aimed.
I think that's her ego. Her ego, I think, has killed her case, because if you have a reasonable client, you go in here and say, listen, ain't nobody going to believe most of the stuff that you're saying. Like sometimes you got to just have an honest conversation with your client and just say, yo, ain't nobody believing this. Ain't nobody believing he beat you up with all these rings. And then all of a sudden the next day you got you're not Wolverine, right? You're not Wolverine. So this story doesn't make sense to us. We can't sell it to a jury, but you might get some pushback, but then you're going to do we want to win or do you want to pay? Because that's where we're down to. And I think she's controlling this a little bit too much. You could tell with her questioning with Elaine, but at the end of the day, I think now it's like we got to figure something out, because if we're more than halfway through, and right now, I don't think you can put a poll in the chat. If there's anybody who believes Amber Heard's story, there's two things I can say to you. There's a bridge here in New York called the Brooklyn Bridge, and it's for sale, and it's $1 million, and I will sell it to you right
Only
now.
$1 million?
Yeah,
That's a
1
discount
million
for a bridge.
Yes,
That is a very low number for a bridge, Nate.
it is a low
Especially a
number.
historical
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Well, if you
James,
believe
thank so much.
Amber, then believe that because
Yeah.
that's what you'd have to believe.
Yeah.
Well, I
100%.
still think-
JH, thank you very much for your very generous super chat. Says, what kind of headphones and mics are you all rocking? Hashtag streamer tech. My headphones, people have asked. I can't see the name of it when I take them off. I have the box and the thing. I don't know which Mr. Bytes can tell me actually, but this is a Shure MV7. So this is probably more important than the headphones is the microphone. And it's fantastic. I love it. It was a gift from Mr.
fancy.
Bytes. Yes, it was a beautiful gift from Mr. Bytes.
Nice.
When I passed 10,000 subscribers, he was like, I'm getting you a real thing.
I'm gonna have to have a conversation with Mr. Nurse Liz.
Mr. Nurse Liz is a great name.
I love it.
I know what the lawyers are talking about. Still, like, did Amber just say she pledged our legal fees? She didn't
Yeah,
actually
she
give
did.
it to us. Oh my
Actually, she
god!
told us we were already paid.
Yes,
We're checking with our
Pledged.
invoicing folks.
This may be our
man.
last day, Elaine.
Would you guys
Yeah.
ever do at the end of the trial like your version of what you think closing arguments should be? Like,
I
what you
think
would do if
Alita's
you were
presenting
them?
closing arguments like every day.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
We need
yeah.
to like compile them. I want to see them all like in one
All
place,
together.
and- yes.
Alita and Emily Baker like to just randomly hit you with
We
paragraphs of
sometimes
proposed
sometimes
rules.
when the mood
These trial
strikes
lawyers,
and
man.
it's like
Yeah.
it's like the mood strikes and it's like it's just the inspiration just kind of flows through you, and so you have to just kind of go with it and talk about the
choice.
Milani makeup palette and say like hey, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Elaine Bredehoft held this thing in front of you and she said that this is the Milani makeup palette, but it's obviously not. And Amber tried to get away with it by calling it a bruised kitten, whatever.
Wait,
But
is somebody asking me to elaborate?
What's
Is someone
that?
asking me to elaborate on the plot of a Star Trek: The Next Generation episode on your channel? This
Yes,
is
that
Dangerous
is-
Game.
oh,
Super
no.
Oh,
Chat.
measure
I
up,
think
measure
so.
of a man.
Oh no.
Sharon
That-
Barton, thank you so much for the very generous super chats.
The
Would you
very
like to
short
elaborate on
answer-
and then what's the
The
backstory?
very short answer is there's an officer on the ship named Data who's an
Oh, wow.
android, and effectively Starfleet comes in and says he's just a thing. He's a toaster. We can take him apart to find out more about how he works, etc. And Captain Picard is forced to fight against his first officer, Riker, on whether or not this android is entitled to a human experience. And it's essentially a legal drama for 45 minutes and a philosophical drama. It's one of my favorite episodes of TV ever.
It probably is one of the best episodes, if not the best episode.
On that Screen Drafts best courtroom things, people were trying to get Measure of a Man on there. We're like,
It
not
should be.
eligible, but
Not eligible because it's not a movie,
yeah,
but I
right.
cheated because
But it
it's
should be,
Alita's
yeah.
channel and she let me.
Also, yeah, Mark, I saw your chat, your in the private chat. You asked about
Yeah.
Allie's super chat.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. Oh, here it is. Here.
Yeah. Okay.
Do y'all know how hard it is to study for the bar while the trial is on? Although it's great evidence review. Thanks, guys.
So, Allie, the reason I wanted your super chat to get up before the trial started is because guess what I'm doing right now in addition to this?
Oh,
Are you
I'm
studying for a bar?
for the Texas bar.
I'm studying
Texas
for the
bar?
Texas bar. So
Oh.
I am licensed in California, but I've recently moved to Texas, and the rule of reciprocity is you can kind of waive in if you've been practicing consistently for 7 years. Because I worked in-house in business legal and I was developing television reality shows for 3 years. Ethically, I could probably apply, but ethically, I don't think that I can say that I've been practicing for 7 years consistently. So I know, Rick, you're gonna say anyway.
that's
I'm
the
with you,
most
Allie, is all I'm
ethical
saying.
I've
I'm
ever
with you.
heard anybody talk about reciprocity. I think I would have given it to you, Mark.
Yeah, I would have given.
Can I
it to
just
you,
say
Mark.
my
Yeah.
mind is blown that you have to take
Do you have any
another
preliminary
test in a
matters
different
before the
state?
jury comes
Oh,
back?
this is
Okay.
this is
Alright, sure.
100% the legal industry.
Yes,
This is
sir.
how it is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well,
Oh,
Why do
yeah.
you think I started a YouTube channel after I married a military
It's a
man?
protectionist. We can talk about that sometime.
Oh,
Also,
that's like-
there were a couple super chats that came in before we could capture them on StreamYard, so I want to make sure that I address them before so they don't get lost into the ether. Christy Kimbrell 67 earlier said, question, don't you find it interesting that everybody says when they meet AH, we hit it off because we had the same interests, we had the same music, etc. Yeah, it seems like she's the kind of person that likes to socially be a social chameleon, right? It's very interesting. Don Hinton also says, question is anyone else concerned that AH might harm herself? I mean, she must be pretty low at this point, and I'd hate to have that on my conscience. Yes, I agree. I really, you know, as much as we have a lot of spicy commentary on this channel, and as much as, you know, we see things, we hear testimony, and we see the things that she's saying, we see the things that have happened, and generally speaking on this panel, you know, I know that we've been very Johnny Depp friendly, and you know, in some respects and in a lot of respects anti-Amber. I do want to make that point that, like, regardless of what happens in this case, regardless of, you know, what comes out of this case, all of the evidence and whatnot, I still genuinely hope that she comes out of this in the long run okay. I don't want anything bad to happen to her. I don't want her to be canceled. I don't want her to have any kind of self-harm. I don't want anyone else to harm her. I don't want anyone to harm her child. I hope that she does have, I mean, this is just me, like, this is my impression, is that, you know, Johnny Depp is not perfect. He has done things wrong as well. But, you know, at the same time, I do feel like he is the one that has been wronged here in this whole defamation case. And I hope that she has her time for contrition, like real serious contrition. And I hope she finds healing through everything. This is just like, I really want a very human, you know, comeback story to come out of this. And for her to have really learned.
You are such a nice person, because I'm going to say it. And this is not Alita or anybody else's fault. She deserves to be canceled. If what we're seeing is true, she deserves everything she gets. She doesn't deserve to work in Hollywood. You know what she deserves? She deserves exactly what she tried to put upon Johnny Depp. That's what I think would be justice in this case. You know what? You tried to cancel him. You get what you wanted him to get. That would be pure. And I think that justice is coming for her. And no matter what happens in this case, thank God that now the story is out, and now she can't go around pretending to be some innocent victim, because we all know the truth. And hey, if you make someone else's bed, then now hopefully she now has to lay on it. So I have no sympathy for it. Do I want her to be hurt? No, I don't want any of that. But now she has to live in a horror that she created for somebody else.
But that's why I say post contrition, though, because she has to go through a real genuine contrition in order for her to come out through the other side. Like I would love for her to read. Oh gosh, where's I have the book here somewhere. I guess it's not in the office, but there's a good I think it's a Dan Brooks book that's really all about like these things that various famous historical characters or historical people have gone through, where they've had to go through basically a valley of shadow in order to find themselves on another peak in their life. And it goes through like all of these different challenges that people have had, whether they were self-made or not self-made. And I really think that we could have a good conversation about what it means to get justice, what it means to have you know, to have a human being get what they deserve, but then also not just like, you know, cease to exist because of the mistakes.
And not to be cast into the fires of Mount Doom. Yeah, we've had this split before, Nate. But I don't know how you can listen to that tape with the "You're Killing Me" stuff and not see that, like, she did some bad things by all looks of it. But she's also gone through some stuff and clearly has things that she needs to address. And if she came around after all this and could identify those and acknowledge the problem and move forward, I would be the last person on earth to say, you know, you should never be seen again because of what you tried to do. I mean, it's a civil case, for God's sakes. We're not proving criminal action here.
Yeah. And I've worked with a lot of people that remind me of her. And I promise that she's tortured. Like, she's not happy on the inside. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So like, I think she's almost punished enough on her own. And I was thinking yesterday, I was like, who is she going home to? Like, after this horrible day? Like, she's got no friends. She has no family. Like, she is on her own. And I think sometimes that's like punishment enough. Yeah. Almost. Not punishment enough, but you know what I mean? Like, she's getting what's coming back to her already. And it's sad. But I might be too empathic towards it, because I was like, oh no. And then I was having
chat's going to yell at me, and chat's going to yell at me.
I think this is good. And I see the different sides.
I
agree.
and I might be a little jaded because I've had false allegations, and thank God there was a video camera. It was like, yeah, there's some, like
Sure.
I've had something like that happen to me before, and I know how it is to be like, what, that actually did not happen in any way that person. And and the person got off with the, okay, don't worry, just go ahead and live your life, right? Not understanding that he could have destroyed my life, but it was like, don't worry about it. Now we just don't do that again.
Good morning.
I don't think we're on team don't worry about it. We're not,
Yeah, that's kind of what happened.
We
It was
were in
kind
the
of
middle
like,
of a witness last evening,
ahead,
so we'll
live your life.
continue with her testimony. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go do preschool, but I'll be right back.
Did you see Miss Heard?
Yeah, I have a
shortly
meeting. I
after
gotta go to in a couple of minutes.
from
I'll be
Australia?
back.
Yes.
Am I?
How
All right.
soon after she arrived back from Australia did you see her?
Sorry, Mark. We'll continue the dialogue later.
I believe it was immediately upon her return.
I'm going to turn this down.
And she visited you in your apartment at the Eastern Columbia building. Is that right?
Yes.
You testified that you observed injuries on Miss Heard on this occasion. Is that right?
Yes.
What injuries did you observe?
She had these deep cuts on the backs of her forearms.
Alita, can you raise the captions?
And
Oh gosh, yes. Thank you. Okay. Thanks.
yeah, there were very, very
So-
deep, long cuts on the backs of her forearms.
Rick, can you unmute yourself so I'll adjust your mic?
Did you see her feet?
At first, when she came over, she had shoes on, and then she showed me her feet. Yeah.
What specifically do you recall seeing on Miss Heard's feet?
They were just they were cut. It was smaller cuts than the ones on her arms.
Were both feet cut?
I don't remember if it was both or one.
You testified that Miss Heard told you that she got these injuries from glass from broken bottles. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were not in Australia with Miss Heard when she allegedly sustained these injuries. Is that correct, Ms. Pennington?
I was not in Australia.
So your only understanding as to how Miss Heard sustained these injuries is what she told you, right?
That is my understanding.
You testified that you attended a Thanksgiving dinner with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard in November of 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this dinner was held in Penthouse 5 at the Eastern Columbia building, right?
Yes.
And just for clarification, Penthouse 5 was not Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's primary residence, correct?
All of the penthouses are connected.
Mr. Depp and Miss Heard lived in Penthouse 3. Is that correct?
Well, technically, they lived in all of them. They were all connected.
Where did they have their bedroom? In which penthouse?
Their bedroom was in 3.
Who attended this Thanksgiving dinner?
I think that, well, Josh, myself, Amber, Johnny. There were a couple of Johnny's friends. I think Amber's dad was there. Jack, Johnny's son. I don't remember anyone else specifically.
Do you recall what time you all sat down to eat dinner?
No.
Okay, but you testified at some point late in the meal, Amber went upstairs to look for Johnny and stayed up there for a long time, correct?
Yes.
And did Mr. Depp sit down to dinner with all of you?
I don't know if we all actually sat down at one point.
Did you see Mr. Depp at some point leave the dinner?
I don't remember him leaving. I remember noticing that he was gone.
Did you see where Mr. Depp left to, where he went?
I either upstairs or out the front door. I didn't see it happen, so I don't know.
Did you observe Ms. Heard consume any alcohol before she went to look for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What was she drinking?
Red wine.
Did she seem drunk when she went to look for Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you observe any injuries to Ms. Heard when she returned?
No.
Did you observe any injuries to Mr. Depp when he returned?
No.
Do you remember that when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard came downstairs, they were wearing different clothes?
I don't remember Johnny changing clothes. I do remember that Amber changed clothes.
Do you remember anyone that was still there when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard came back downstairs?
Believe Josh and myself. David Heard. And I don't remember anyone else specifically who was still there.
You also testified that when, quote, you went to look and found that a full bottle of wine had hit and broken a piece of art that Amber really loved above the bed, and that broken glass was scattered all over the bed.
Did I testify that?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that an accurate description of what you saw?
Yes.
And where did you see this? In what room?
In their bedroom of PH3.
How did you get to this penthouse from penthouse 5?
I went upstairs in penthouse 5, across the top story, which all 3 penthouses were connected, through to penthouse 3. The bedroom was also on the top story, and all the way through and around.
Do you recall seeing any spilled wine?
I think there was wine. Yeah, I think there was also spilled wine on the bed and on the ground.
Do you remember whether that bottle of wine was broken or not?
I don't remember that the bottle was broken, but there's also plenty of glasses around with wine in them that could have been part of that. There was glass everywhere.
So you specifically remember glass being everywhere upstairs. Is that fair?
On the bed, mostly.
What kind of wine bottle was it? Magnum? Red? Do you remember?
It would have been red.
Was it a Magnum bottle?
I don't think so.
What picture had been damaged?
I think it was one of Eleanor Finney, I believe.
Apologies, Ms. Pennington. What did it look like?
I don't remember which one.
You saw the aftermath?
The aftermath, fair.
So you don't know that Mr. Depp actually threw the bottle, right?
I don't know.
Ms. Heard could have thrown the bottle, true?
She could have.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Did you say she could have?
She could have.
And was the evening still happening after you returned from observing the bedroom?
Yes.
Do you recall any other issues happening, any further problems during the evening?
I don't recall any. No.
Do you remember providing deposition testimony about this Thanksgiving incident when you were deposed in the divorce proceeding?
If you have transcript of that original deposition, I could take a look at it and recall.
Do you have any independent recollection of testifying during the divorce proceeding about Thanksgiving?
Are you talking about the deposition or testifying?
I'm talking about your deposition during the divorce proceeding.
She's asking
Do you remember?
I remember the depo, but it was a very long depo and a lot of topics were covered.
So do you remember during the depo testifying that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard returned to dinner? Mr. Depp was, quote, acting like nothing had happened. Do you remember that testimony?
I don't remember the specifics of the testimony.
Okay. So can videographer, would you mind or tech pulling up Ms. Pennington's July 14, 2016 deposition transcript?
Stand by.
July 14, 2016 is volume 2.
Where am I looking in the document?
Yes, if you could please scroll down to page 238. Ms. Pennington, if you could look on page 238 of your deposition transcript from July 14, 2016, line 23, and if you could read to yourself through page 240, line 18.
Do you have control? You have control.
Yeah. Sorry, it's just I don't have like the scrolly things.
This is still recorded, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like we could have stepped to editing this out, right?
Yeah, yeah. They have overall gotten better about a lot of these in terms of wasting time. But yeah, it's still not perfect.
I'm guessing like the attorneys have to do it. That's more that the clients then have to agree for editing charges to video depositions, like just more money out of the client's pockets, I'm sure.
Well, on one side or the other could find value in showing that she's not quite sure of something.
Yeah, but I mean, yes, you're totally right. I'm just thinking her not being able to like scroll with the, like her like scrolling 230 pages.
What line am I reading down to?
Page 240, line 18.
And to answer the super chat, she can win and get a nominal amount. She could win $1 technically. So
Yeah, I don't think she made her case for 100 million.
No, not even close.
We can do evidentiary standards at a break.
Yeah. Mega pints of coffee for everyone. I have, and then I've got backups too.
You are a soldier.
Gotta make it work.
My wife brought me 2 giant caffeinated beverages.
Oh man, amazing.
And my daughter is sick today, so it's not daycare. So I'll have to be hopping off to help watch a movie at some point. No,
So you testified at your deposition that after Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard returned to dinner,
all the
Mr.
best
Depp
to
was, quote,
little
acting
baby
like
attacked.
nothing happened. Do you remember that?
Baby nuisance.
Baby nuisance, even better. Baby attractive nuisance. Baby
Yeah,
nuisance.
the
I
night
like it.
has faded in my memory, but as I read this, yeah.
Is that an accurate description of what you observed Mr. Depp that evening?
This description?
Yeah. Was it your observation the evening of Thanksgiving that you couldn't tell whether Mr. Depp was drunk or angry, that he just put on a facade?
I couldn't tell what he was feeling. I didn't know what was going on.
And you couldn't tell if he was drunk, correct?
I couldn't tell.
And you couldn't tell if he was angry that evening either?
Well, I can't say what anybody else's emotions are at any time.
You didn't perceive him being angry in front of you that evening?
At me, no.
At anyone?
Not that I recall.
So fair to say that Mr. Depp did not seem angry to you when he came downstairs after the Thanksgiving dinner, right?
He didn't seem any particular way to me.
So you testified that in December of 2015, Amber called you over to her apartment so that you could check her out. Is that a correct statement? You testified to that?
Yes.
Okay, my question was, after you arrived, you observed injuries to Ms. Heard, right?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that her head was bloody, where a chunk of hair had been ripped out of the back of her head?
Yeah. Yes.
Was her head actively bleeding when you saw her?
It wasn't like dripping down her head, but it was raw and red.
Was it actively bleeding, if you remember?
Define actively bleeding.
Was there blood?
Yes.
How could you tell hair had been ripped out of her head?
There was a bloody patch with hair missing.
Where was her face red?
Her whole face.
Could the redness have been from crying?
It could have been.
Where did her nose appear to be swollen?
It'd be like the upper bridge.
Did you observe that Ms. Heard had any black eyes?
Not that I recall.
Was there blood on her lips when you saw her?
It was cut open.
Was there blood coming out of that cut?
Sorry, you can answer. Sorry.
I don't remember if there was blood coming out of it at that point.
Was it on the top or bottom lip?
It was on the bottom.
Before we go there, have any independent recollection of seeing a laceration on Ms. Heard's forehead?
There were many times that I saw injuries on her if you would like to show me a photo or point me to another place where I can remember which injury was in which instance, then I can answer the question.
So you testified that Ms. Heard had a laceration on her forehead when you saw her, correct?
Yes.
If you remember, where on her forehead was this laceration?
Up by the hairline.
Was it on the right or left side?
I don't remember.
Was the laceration bleeding?
I don't think so.
Sitting here today, did you observe any other injuries to Ms. Heard that evening that you remember?
No.
If we can go back to Ms. Pennington's witness statement in the United Kingdom, that would be great.
Thank you. I needed
So
this.
in paragraph 20, Ms. Pennington, you testified that after you saw Ms. Heard, you, quote, called for assistance from a private nurse.
It's like manna from heaven.
Concierge medical service, which Johnny and Amber used. Is that correct?
I love it.
Yes.
Is Erin Barem the private nurse you're referring to here?
Mr. Bites is the real MVP.
Yeah.
Do you know approximately at what time you called Ms. Barem?
Evening.
Do you recall Ms. Barem coming over to the penthouses that night as well?
I'll save this one.
I don't know if she came over that night.
Do you recall Ms. Barem providing any advice or recommendation to you on the phone?
I think she said to maybe not let her go to sleep and to listen to her speech. Keep an eye on her.
And you did that?
Yes.
You testified in paragraph 20 that on December 15th, 2015, you took pictures of Ms. Heard's injuries on your phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you send these photographs?
I don't know if it was on my phone or her phone.
You see the third line down, you say with my phone.
Oh, then it was my phone.
Did you alter the photographs in any way, Ms. Pennington?
No.
Do you recall sending the photographs to anyone?
No.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes. Amber's face with swelling on her nose, bruising underneath her eyes.
And to confirm, you don't recognize whether you took this photograph or not, right?
I don't know if I took that one.
Okay. I'm going to show you a document that will be marked Pennington Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yeah. Yes.
Let's pull up Pennington Exhibit 6. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
What is this photograph depicting?
The part of her scalp where the hair was ripped out.
So that's what she described as like having a chunk missing in the redness.
Yeah, this is wild.
Her description doesn't seem right.
Big clump of hair on the floor, which is blonde in color
I was
and clearly
concerned for
belonged to
Johnny at
Amber.
first, based
Do
on
you
her
remember
description.
testifying to that?
Yes, I remember.
Where did you see this clump of hair?
It was in PH4 in the bedroom.
And just to confirm, PH4, is this where Ms. Heard used that penthouse as a closet?
No.
Which penthouse did Ms. Heard use as a closet?
Penthouse 5.
How did you know that the hair clearly belonged to Amber?
Hair had been ripped out of her scalp, and it was her color on the floor of her apartment.
But you didn't see the hair get ripped out of her head, right?
Correct.
And so your understanding that this was Ms. Heard's hair that was ripped out of her head was based on what Ms. Heard told you, right?
My understanding that it was Miss Heard's hair was what I saw on her body and on the floor.
Yeah, can we discuss how Mark has a whole like brand
And
already?
the fact that it had been, quote,
And a
ripped out of
logo.
her head,
I was like, oh,
that
yeah,
was based on what
Mark
Ms. Heard
goes
told you,
all in.
right?
that was massively
Yes,
impressive.
and common sense.
If we could pull up Pennington Exhibit 7, please. Pennington, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
This is a picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony.
Yes.
This is a picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony.
That's her attorney, I think,
Objection vague.
or an attorney.
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take it on your phone?
Yes.
And before you took this photograph, did you move the hair in any way?
No.
Okay, so this picture is the clump of hair exactly as you found it, right?
Correct.
And when did you take this photograph?
When I was taking the other photographs,
And you didn't alter this photo in any way, correct?
I did not alter this photo.
Do you recall taking a photograph of a wooden platform bed which had a partially broken bed frame?
I do.
And did you photograph the bed just as you found it?
Yes.
You didn't move anything off or onto the bed?
No.
Where was the bed broken, if you remember?
It was a platform bed, and the edge of the platform had like a long shard of wood off the corner, or like off the edge.
Where was the broken bed? In which penthouse?
4.
In which room?
The bedroom.
I'm going to show you a document that will be marked Pennington Exhibit 8. Bears a base number Pennington 5. Do you recognize this photograph, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
You see that on the left side of what I assume is the mattress and the comforter, there appears to be something on the bed.
Is it possible to zoom in?
Sure.
Oh yeah, that's the knife we used to break the bed. Thanks for pointing it out.
To shank off a piece.
You see in the picture there appears to be something on the bed.
Yes.
Is this something that was already there when you found the bed?
I don't remember seeing that before.
It's not something that you put on the bed, right?
No.
And you don't know what that is?
No.
So I believe you already testified that the next day Ms. Heard was going on James Corden's show, right?
That would be awesome. It's a real kid. I would
Uh,
that would really help.
Which testify? Which testification?
Today.
Oh, today. The next day, yes.
And you were with Ms. Heard when she was getting ready for the show at her apartment, true?
True.
And was this in Penthouse 3?
Hmm. Uh, 5.
Do you remember that Samantha, Melanie, and Adir were there assisting Ms. Heard getting ready?
Yes.
Who is Samantha?
Samantha is Johnny's stylist and was also doing styling for Amber.
And who is Melanie?
Amber's makeup artist.
This is Rocky
And
Pennington,
who is Adir?
Amber's friend.
Amber's hairstylist.
Do you recall anybody else being there?
They call her Rocky a lot in their
No.
testimonies.
Did you hear Ms. Heard tell anyone of these people about her injury?
I remember her showing the injuries.
Who did she show the injuries to?
She showed Melanie her lip and Adir the missing hair on her head.
Ms. Pennington, I want to talk to you about Ms. Heard's birthday in April of 2016. You remember that after Ms. Heard's birthday dinner, you and Ms. Heard and some other friends were scheduled to leave for
It
Coachella
sounded like she said you and
the
the
day
turd.
after?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Don't encourage that. Come on now. Come on.
So
now.
after the dinner,
I'm sorry. I'm just.
I brought it on. It was
I
me.
know you attended the dinner, but after the dinner the next day, when you arrived to the penthouse, you noticed shattered glass on Ms. Heard's bedroom floor.
Correct.
What kind of glass was it?
I don't know.
Did you tell where it come from?
I couldn't tell where it had come from.
Did you notice any other damage in the bedroom?
I believe there's a broken lamp.
Ms. Heard had 2 dogs at the time, correct?
At the time of this?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall where the dogs were when you were in the bedroom with Ms. Heard on April 22nd, 2016?
In the bed.
Were you concerned about the dogs injuring themselves on the glass?
Yes.
Did she look upset?
When I arrived?
Yes.
She was asleep.
When she woke up, did she look upset to you?
Yes.
What made you think that she was upset or looked upset?
She started crying.
Now let's turn to the events of May 21, 2016. Okay. At some point, did Ms. Heard tell you that Mr. Depp wanted to come to the penthouse to get some stuff on May 21st, 2016?
I don't remember what exact day she said that, but she said that.
I hope so. to answer
I'll
the
make
super
the
chat.
representation to you that we're talking about May 21st, 2016, when Ms. Heard alleged that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her. So, do you recall knowing that Mr. Depp was planning to come by the Eastern Columbia building on or about May 21st, 2016 to collect some stuff?
I remember that she told me that he wanted to come over.
Do you remember who was at the penthouse before Mr. Depp came over?
On which, when?
On May 21st, 2016. You were there, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Heard was there?
Yes.
Was Josh Drew there?
Yes.
Was Elizabeth Mars there?
Yes.
Were you preparing for a jewelry show the next day that you were doing, Ms. Pennington?
I was preparing.
Was anybody assisting you prepare for that show?
Taffy, thank you very much. We'll address it in a bit.
Yes.
And you were in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, preparing for that show?
We were in and out of Penthouse 5 and Penthouse 1.
At some point, Ms. Heard left Penthouse 1 and Penthouse 5. And she went to Penthouse 3, correct? At some point that evening?
Yes.
If you're having trouble staying awake during this very boring testimony, you can stretch your arm
Sometime
up
after Ms. Heard left to
and
go
allow
back
it to land on the like
you
button,
received a text message
and it
from
will
her,
wake you
correct?
up mildly.
And if you want to be waking up sharply,
yes.
smash the subscribe.
Do you remember where you were when you received
My
the
goodness.
message?
My goodness.
You guys are great.
What grifters.
PH1, Penthouse
We've
1.
learned from the best, Hogue.
Professionals.
I was gonna say you still can't beat Hogue for the Hogue
Where
for
was
the
Mr. Drew?
other people grift, not the self grift, but the other people grift. He's incredible. He's so
I'll
good.
self-gratify sometimes. It's okay.
With me in PH1.
Yes.
And I'll
Rob
read me
Where
to
was
myself.
Ms.
now.
Or Runkle,
Mars?
Runkle made it in today. I don't think Rob is going in today, is he?
She was either
think
with
it's just
us in PH1.
No, Rob
or
has legal
in
work to
PH5.
practice.
That's what I thought. Okay.
He said he was going to go in on the rebuttals.
Yes, that's what I thought. Okay.
And do you remember what you
But
were doing
Ian
when
is
you
in there.
received this message?
No.
What did you do after you received this message from Ms. Heard?
I went straight over to PH3.
Could you hear when you went straight over to page 3, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Sorry, will you repeat just the beginning of the question? You broke up a bit.
When you went to Penthouse 3, could you hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Yes.
Do you recall what they were saying to each other?
No.
Do you recall the door being locked to Penthouse 3 when you got there?
The door was always locked.
Did you have a key?
Yes.
Did you use the key to open the door?
Yes.
I believe you previously testified that the penthouses 3, 4, and 5 were all connected. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you can get from penthouse 5 to penthouse 3 without going out the main hallway. Is that right?
Correct.
When you entered penthouse 3, only Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were in the penthouse, right?
Yes.
Do you know where Mr. Depp was standing?
Yes.
Where was he?
In the living room.
What part of the living room?
The sort of like the entry, like the in between from the kitchen to the living room.
And where was Miss Heard?
On the other side of the living room.
Was she by the couch?
Yes.
And were they approximately how far apart?
8 feet, 10 feet.
And they were both standing when you first came in?
Yes.
What's the first thing you remember, Miss Pennington, when you entered the penthouse?
The first thing I remember was just hearing them. I don't remember what they were saying, but it was verbal argument, and then he continued to yell, and I went over to her and then stepped between him.
Where was Mr. Depp when you stepped between them?
The sofa is an L in the corner of the living room. The coffee table fit into the L shape. Amber was on the far side. Johnny was on the other side of the L, with the coffee table between them.
At some point, Mr. Depp's security team came in. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was Jerry Judge and Sean Beth?
Yes.
Where was Mr. Depp standing when they entered the apartment?
In the space between the living room and the kitchen.
And you were with Ms. Heard on the sofa?
Yes.
Mr. Depp eventually left penthouse 3 with his picture. Is that correct?
Eventually, yes.
And he left you and Ms. Heard in penthouse 3?
Yes.
From the moment you entered house 3 until Mr. Depp left, did you see Mr. Depp touch Ms. Heard?
I didn't see him touch her.
Did you see him throw anything at her?
I didn't see him throw anything at her.
What did you do after Mr. Depp left
Midge,
penthouse
you're right.
3?
If you're bored, the jury's also bored.
I was just gonna say you could like retitle this as like sleep ASMR, like whisper, storytelling.
Penthouse
Get a lot of
1.
market.
Yeah, for sure.
Hello and welcome to Sleepy Time with Legalbytes.
Is that where Mr. Drew and Miss Mars
Which I
were?
can't help
now
but think is part of the strategy.
We will drift
Early on, it
into
could be-
a
I
soft
don't know
slumber.
where they were
What were you
in
saying,
the
Mark?
beginning, it seemed like in the
specifically.
beginning, I think it seemed like fairly.
I don't know if
good,
they were in different
stoic. I know
places
people were
or
saying she
which
was on
apartment they were
drugs
in.
or whatever, but that even testimony
What
made it a
did
little
you
more
do
credible.
once you and
And
Miss
then
Heard got
it's
back
just
to
dragging
penthouse
out,
1?
and it just loses now. That even tone has now just become a bored tone for everybody else. You know,
We were
It's-
told,
it's a
Mark,
good
yesterday that this is a very long one. So get
Yeah.
excited.
Yeah, we definitely need more cowbell. Sorry.
She wanted her purse.
Sure, really where that came
So,
from. I feel like we need something.
I asked
There you go,
Josh
Andrew.
to go find her purse. in PH3.
you observe any property damage in any of the penthouses?
Yes.
What damage did you observe in penthouse 3?
He had smashed a bunch of on his way out. I saw this. On his way out, he had knocked over a bunch of items that were on the kitchen island, fruit baskets and bottles and things like that. That was the main damage in PH3.
What damage did you see in PH5?
In PH5, there were photos that had been smashed off the wall, items that I had been working on the table that had been thrown against the wall.
See, this doesn't work after we've seen the photos they've presented for this.
Agreed.
You
Hey,
also observed.
I gotta run for about an hour. I'll be back later today, guys.
See you, Mark.
All right. See you, Mark.
Yes.
What did you see?
Her cheek was red and swelling.
Do you recall when you noticed her cheek?
No.
But you didn't see how this occurred, right?
I didn't see.
At some point, 2 police officers arrived. Is that correct?
At 2 points, 2 police officers arrived.
Before the first set of police officers showed up, had you cleaned up any of the damage in penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't remember.
Where were you when the police officers arrived? The first set?
PH3.
Did you see Ms. Heard speak to the officer? The first set.
Yes.
Did you see the officers enter penthouse 3?
Yes.
They look around penthouse 3?
Yes.
Did they enter house 5, the first set of police officers?
I'm not sure.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Pennington, that the first set of police officers saw the damage you allege Mr. Depp caused in penthouse?
I don't know what they saw, but there was damage there.
And another set of 2 officers came later in that night. Is that correct?
Correct.
Between the first set of officers leaving and the second set of officers arriving, how much time had passed?
I just feel bad for Ian. Like he's sitting in there trying to stay awake after being up all night.
Yeah.
Watching this.
I don't remember exactly.
Do you have an approximation of how much time had passed? An hour, 2, less than that?
Less than 3.
3 hours? Less than 3 hours?
Less than 3.
In this time, do you recall cleaning up any of the damage to penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard speaking with either of the second set of officers?
They move around.
No, I don't remember. She did or not.
Did these officers, the second set, look around Penthouse 3?
I can't guess, so I don't know.
Ms. Pennington, have you ever personally witnessed Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard?
Yeah, can you be specific to physically attacked?
Did you ever witness Mr. strike Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
I never witnessed him throw anything at her, around her, yes.
The question is, did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
No.
Oops.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Who was supposed to get a red
Did you
bull
ever see Mr.
thrown at
Depp
them?
physically injure
Either-
or cause her an injury?
Either Debbie Lloyd
I didn't see
by
it.
Johnny or Johnny by Amber,
So that's
Okay,
a no, right?
thanks.
depending on who you ask.
I didn't see it.
Your Honor, at this point, I start asking Ms. Pennington some questions, so we'll play that, but maybe we just approach to just get straight on some exhibits, please.
Okay.
Okay, so like the
yeah.
language there wasn't great for Johnny, but it had the same believability issues as Amber.
Yep. Agreed. Let me see if I can get a question in here. Tails DM says, question of with Amber Heard having stormed out before the jury and judge yesterday, will the judge have talked to Amber Heard or her lawyers? Maybe the lawyers, probably not Amber. I don't know. She may have had a conversation with them on the side, but we don't know. It wasn't public if it was. What happened?
Amber and
what happens if
Elaine seemed more amicable this morning.
They did, and that could be just for show. They could have had a
for
row
sure.
yesterday
Oh, for sure.
and
Yeah.
gone through it, or maybe they just decided, hey, we're gonna make this look like we're friends. Yeah, but yeah, definitely noticed that. SMC says, what happens if Amber Heard loses in campaign? There's a decent chance that Johnny wins, but he ends up not collecting. It happens all the time. Kate says, question, how healing for everyone would it be if Amber got help for BPD diagnosis, worked, humbly admitted its very public effects on her life, and then became a spokesperson for people struggling with BPD? Redemption, please discuss. No, I completely agree. I think that honestly, like that's probably her best bet in getting the public praise that it seems like she so craves. But she would have to go through that valley first in order to even look at the peak. Kathleen says, when do you think they will bring back Dr. Curry after Amber's case in chief? So after she's finished putting all of her witnesses on. Drew Bradley says, looking at the moment when E ends redirect, she flips through her notes and says she's done. Do you think she had more or less given up? Or do you think not? It felt like that. It felt like who's winning? In my opinion, Johnny.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll get this one later.
Are we ready to start?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, I understand that you've testified a number of times about some of the events that we touched on yesterday,
That's
right?
from the original stream. That's not from me.
Costume change.
Has there ever been anything in any of those prior
She looks
sworn
good today.
statements
I'm
or
not gonna lie.
testimony
I wish she
given
looked
that
like
has
I wish she
prevented you
looked like
from
this
telling the truth?
the whole time. This is how I would have wanted her to look.
And is all of your prior sworn testimony, including the testimony you gave yesterday, true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Are you here today on behalf of one side or the other? And by that, I mean on behalf of Amber or on behalf of Johnny?
No.
Would you consider yourself adverse or hostile to either party?
Impactful to the
No.
jury. Yeah.
Any other time that you can remember?
Not specifically, no.
Was there a name
Don't know the chances
for
because it's up to the
what you
jury.
describe as Mr. Depp's different self?
Yes,
What was that name?
we called it the monster.
Who is we?
All of us, me, Johnny, Amber, and anyone else in the inner circle that was privy to the private things that would happen.
How do you know that Johnny called it the monster?
He named it that.
You heard him refer to this other version of himself as the monster directly?
Either heard or saw it written in a text.
Did you
She probably has
receive
been advised to take her
texts
time
from
by a lawyer.
Mr. Depp referring to this other version of himself as the monster?
I can't remember specifically any of them.
But you do recall hearing or reading Mr. Depp directly referring to himself as the monster.
Yes.
And why did you do that?
She asked for my help.
And over the course of your relationship, when Amber needed your help, you tried to be there for her, right?
Yes.
What do you mean by scary?
I was scared for Amber. I was sad for her. And I was also sad for Johnny.
There's a tweet from Ian Runkle from the
She is my
sidebar
friend, too.
when he stepped out. Jury is
I
bored.
really wanted
They're
them to
over
be
it.
able to
Everybody's trying to stay awake.
get it together.
This is rough.
Why were you scared for Amber?
It could be very unpredictable. And she didn't have a lot of self-preservation.
I'll do this on a break.
What specifically, what type of harm were you worried about for Amber?
In the beginning, I wasn't worried. Towards the end, when the physical abuse was more evident.
True. You can overdo those pauses.
I was worried. I was worried for her physical safety. I was worried that when he turned, he might accidentally do something that was worse than he ever intended.
When you say, talk about abuse, is this signs of abuse that you personally observed?
Can you explain what you mean specifically by that?
Did you observe physical effects on Amber of that abuse?
Yes.
You testified a little bit yesterday about an incident between Johnny and Amber that took place in Hicksville. You remember that?
Yes.
Tell me as best you can everything that you remember about that.
We were sitting around the campfire. I don't remember who the larger group was. And Amber and Kelly Sue were sitting on a chair together, hugging. And Johnny came up and said, "Get your hands off my woman." And it was surprising because it was a very benign two friends sitting on the same chair, hanging out. And it was also surprising because Johnny had been hanging out with everybody in a friendly way, and a switch flipped when that happened. And Amber got up, went to go comfort Johnny, and then they went back to their trailer.
How would you describe Johnny's tone when he said, "Get off my woman"?
At first, I thought it was a joke. I thought he was kidding because it was so unexpected from the way that the rest of the night had been going. And then at some point, I think Amber realized that it was not a joke and got up to diffuse the situation.
Did you perceive Kelly Sue to be acting inappropriately in any way toward Miss Heard?
No.
Had you seen when you said a switch flipped in Mr. Depp? That was your testimony, right?
Just now?
Yeah, just now.
Yeah.
Was it surprising to you to see?
No.
And why not?
He switched sometimes.
And what do you mean by that when you say he switched?
Johnny would be acting like his wonderful self for a certain portion of an occasion where people were hanging out, or sometimes just privately at home. And I never knew what caused it. The switch would happen to where he would either disappear or go somewhere off by himself, or
do they get paid to come in and do these depositions?
his mood would change to something
not lay witnesses,
darker.
only experts.
Oh no. Yeah, that's why you see the resentfulness in a lot of these people.
Got it. That's what I was wondering.
Taking their time.
Yeah.
Yeah, subpoena means under penalty. No care.
Emily D. Baker just hit 400,000.
What do you recall?
Awesome.
And we'll get to specific instances in a little bit. But when you say his mood would change to something darker, do you remember any specific examples of times that you witnessed when his mood changed to something darker?
I can't remember at this moment specific times when it would happen. Generally, he would go away from where the rest of the people were. Amber would follow to comfort. Sometimes they wouldn't come back, sometimes they would.
And tell us about the next morning at Hicksville, what you saw and observed.
No, she's hostile to Johnny. She is.
I went to the trailer to go knock on the door. I think they had already left, though. I went in and saw the disarray.
Describe the disarray as best you can.
This is not the same as the MMA
like I said
fighter.
yesterday,
Rocky
the
Pennington.
light
She's different.
fixtures had been knocked off. Things were strewn about the trailer, cushions off the couch bank.
Over the course of you've known Miss Heard since 2003, right?
Yes.
Have you ever known her to not pick light fixtures off a wall?
No.
Have you ever known her to throw pillows and cushions off couches?
No.
Have you ever known her to get in a rage and destroy property?
No.
Have you ever known her to threaten someone's life?
No.
What did Amber tell you? Did you ever have a conversation with Miss Heard about what happened in that trailer in Hicksville?
Yes.
I'd like to fast forward a little bit in time, Miss Pennington, to an episode that we talked about yesterday to some extent. Do you remember being with Amber after something that happened the day before she went on the James Corden show in December 2015?
Yes.
What do you remember? And I know this is painful and emotional, but give me your best recollection of what you recall from that time period.
From the night before?
Were you with Amber the night before the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And were you with her the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And did you observe Miss Heard and Miss Heard's residence the day before the James Corden appearance and the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
So with that, tell me everything that you can remember, starting with the day before. And I may interrupt you and ask you to clarify certain things, but that's everything you remember.
So she asked me to come over to her residence, PH3 or PH5. I don't remember which one I entered. And she was very upset. Her face was red, swollen. The hair had been ripped out of her head. I went through all of the penthouses. She didn't cancel. I don't think I even slept that night, watching her just to make sure she didn't.
Is that because you were worried she had a concussion?
Yes.
Why did you tell her that you were going to go take pictures throughout the penthouses?
Why wouldn't I?
He's in a better position than we would have thought at this point in the trial.
Ms. Pennington, I'm
Say that.
gonna you saw a few selected pictures yesterday. I'm gonna show you a number of pictures today that we need to go through, and I'll ask you some questions about them. Okay?
Are you able to see Exhibit 15?
Yeah, I can see it. Can you, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, does this picture truly and accurately depict Miss Heard's appearance on December 2015, during the night that you just discussed?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not you took this picture?
I do not.
Did you were with Miss Heard that evening after the incident?
There was.
What room was this taken in?
This is the bathroom of Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3.
What injuries, if any, do you observe on Miss Heard in this picture?
Her right eye has a mark and a bruise. Her nose is swollen. There's bruising on her left eye as well.
And Exhibit 16 is up.
She says there's bruising on the left eye in that picture.
What is this picture of Miss
Right
Pennington?
eye is what I would think
Yeah,
she should
The
be talking
picture
about.
of
She said
Amber's
both, though.
face with bruising and a mark on her right eye, swelling on her nose, bruising on the left eye.
See?
in the
Yeah.
same bathroom.
And when was this picture taken?
I assume the same night.
Is that the night in December 2015 that you've been testifying about for the last few minutes?
Yeah.
Do you see behind Miss Heard's left ear, there's a picture on the wall and then a writing, a note above the picture?
What?
Yes.
Okay.
What is that note signed? You can tell.
Steve.
To your understanding, who is Steve?
Johnny.
And what does it say right above that?
It says, "You're Steve."
What's the line above that say?
It's like an eye exam.
Yeah, it is.
Eternally.
I'll answer this later, Bryn.
Something, always, up, 3 exclamation points. Love you eternally, your Steve.
And Steve, in that note, refers to the same man that you understood to have inflicted these injuries on Miss Heard, correct?
Yes.
And does this picture truly and accurately reflect what you observed on Miss Heard in that night in December 2015?
Partially.
When you said partially, what do you mean by that?
You can't see the rest of the injuries.
This is Amber's attorney. He's more friendly to
What
her
other
side
injuries
of
are
the
you
facts.
referring to?
That's why.
The hair being pulled out.
Exhibit 17 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
Amber's face turned at a slight profile with a bruise on her eye, swelling on her nose.
And when was this picture taken?
Appears to be the same night, same moment of the previous 2 pictures.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night?
Yes.
Exhibit 18 is up.
She kind of had to testify.
What is this document, Miss Pennington?
She had to.
It's a photo of Amber's face
She's crying? Okay.
with 2 black eyes.
Are those black eyes?
Swollen bottom lip.
No.
No.
Did you take this photo?
That looks like someone who didn't sleep that night. She looks like
I don't
me.
remember.
That's me right now. That's
Yeah,
black eyes.
Said
I'm
swollen
over
nose.
a second. No.
Yes.
It's maybe the description of a black eye from someone who's read about them in books.
In movies.
Yeah, or watched on movies. Yeah.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015?
Yeah. Yes.
Wendy Pinkerton, thank you so much for the
Did you
very,
take pictures
very
of Miss
generous
Heard that
super chat.
night?
Holy cow.
Yes.
Wow.
You believe that you took this picture?
I don't know.
But in any event, it accurately reflects what Miss Heard's appearance from that evening.
Yes.
Exhibit 19 is up.
And I'm sorry
Thank
this
you.
is so hard, Miss Pennington.
Thank you so much for the very generous super chat.
We just need to get through as
Yeah.
the best we can. What is this picture?
This is Amber's face turned a profile, showing more of her bottom bloody lip and her right bruised eye.
And
That's what your lip looks like.
what
when you
night
bite
does
it.
this, or when does
Not like it's
this
punched?
show Amber?
It appears to be the same night and the same series of photos as before.
Where was this picture taken, if you know?
And, it's in the bedroom, facing she's sitting on the bed and it's facing the windows.
Was anyone with you and Amber that night after you came over?
I don't think so, no.
So is it fair to assume that either you or Amber took this picture?
Yes.
Does it look like Miss Heard took this picture?
No.
Do you recall taking this picture?
I took a lot of pictures. It would be, yes.
Michael Gaunt, thank you very much for the
Does
generous
Miss
super
Heard's
chat.
lower lip look like it's just chapped?
No, it does not.
Does it look like she just has a cold sore?
It does not look like a cold sore.
God, it looks like a cold sore to
You
me.
don't get cold sores there.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
This is a picture
Her
of
lip is a shearing injury, not
of Amber's hairline, a scratch injury on the hairline, and my thumb holding the hair back so that you can see it.
Does this picture depict marks that you saw on Amber on the night in December 2015 that we've been discussing?
Or the next morning.
One or the other?
Yes.
And Lucas, if you could just go back really quickly to the last picture, please, Pennington 19. I may have asked you this, Ms. Pennington, but I just want to make clear for the record, does this picture fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015 that we've been discussing?
Yes.
Exhibit 21 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a close-up picture of the side of Amber's nose and mouth. Did
you take? Go ahead.
She has a swelling and an injury on her bottom lip.
Are there any other injuries you observe in this picture?
And see, you could see at the top of the photo bruising on her eye and the small mark underneath her bottom eyelid.
Pimple and a dark circle.
Did Miss Heard, did she typically have that small mark underneath her eye or bruising around her eyes?
She did not.
Lynn, this is how
usually have that
jury
small
evaluates
mark
this stuff. It's how they decide.
or bruising underneath her eyes.
All right, this is ridiculous.
Did she
We have a real
typically have
important question
injuries
here.
to her lip?
Pink or purple? Chat.
Sometimes.
Pink.
And over the course of your friendship with Miss Heard during the time that she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you all communicate?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
During the time that Miss Heard was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you communicate with Miss Heard? Like every day?
Purple. There's a lot of opinions here.
When she was filming, less. When she was home, all the time.
And you just testified, I believe it wasn't the only incident in which you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other times that you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips?
Could be to answer the super chat, honestly.
Yes.
Exhibit 22 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
Picture is hair pulled back to show the abrasion on the scalp where hair has been removed.
Whose head is that?
That's Amber's head.
Nurse Liz, do you see the super chat?
It looks like he parted her hair. I don't even see a scratch.
Do you know when this picture was taken?
Agreed.
Either the night of the event or the next day.
If someone came in looking like
And
this to
by
my office,
event,
I would
you're
ask them why
referring
they're
to
anxious and
the
tired
event in
and not
December
sleeping, not how
2015
did they
that
get
we've
injured.
been talking about.
Yes.
Do you recall taking this picture, Miss Pennington, of Miss Heard's scalp?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict the top of Miss Heard's scalp during the day of or at the day after the December 2015 incident that you've been giving testimony about?
Yes.
Exhibit 23 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
There's a picture of a clump of Amber's hair on the black carpet in the bedroom of PH4 with my finger there to show the scale of the hair.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take this picture?
Either the night of the event, the December, the occurrence that we've been talking about.
In December of 2015?
Yes.
And how did you know that that was Amber's hair?
Hair had been ripped out of her head. This is the color of her hair. It's her home.
And this, you said, was in the bedroom of Penthouse 5?
4.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to pull out clumps of her own hair?
No.
Miss Heard ever paint on bruises or use makeup to make it appear as if she had a bruise when in fact she didn't, to your knowledge?
No, the opposite.
What do you mean when you say the opposite?
She often had to cover bruises and injuries on her face with makeup.
Did you see her cover bruises on her face with makeup?
Yes.
Can we pull up the document titled December 2015 ALH 28_B, please? What is this picture, Miss Pennington?
Is a picture of Amber. She has a small mark underneath her right eye. She's her coat and her shirt on. They're in the kitchen. She's in the kitchen of PH3.
Do you know when or approximately when this picture was taken?
At least she seems to have gone to the class where they teach you to
The
produce
day
tubes.
following the December
Nice.
event, or the day after, maybe. I don't know exactly when.
And did you take this picture?
I don't know.
Does it fairly and accurately depict Amber's appearance on the day you described?
On one of the days following, yes.
She doesn't know what day it is.
Exhibit
She doesn't know
25
who
is
took
on.
it.
It's always possible, but I mean, nothing that has happened here looks like it's.
Do you know what this is a
actual
picture of,
injury.
Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the nightstand on the right side of the bed in Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3.
We're going with both
It
colors. by the way.
has
you're
a
investigating.
lamp that's fallen down, a book of rolling papers, half a lemon, a plastic coffee
As one
mug
does.
of Infinitum Nihil, which is Johnny's production company, a bottle of Tums, a bottle of tea, broken glass, and a small blue book on the floor that I can't make out what that is.
Did you ever know Amber to break glass next to her bed?
No.
What's your knowledge about Mr. Depp's
Percy
tendency
and
to
Charles, thank you very much for
break
the very
things made
generous super
glass?
chat.
My knowledge is that I saw him do it once, and that I saw the aftermath of
It is a weird feeling.
him breaking glass many times.
And on that evening in December 2015, did you see
Answer this later.
that we've been discussing? Did you see broken glass around the residence?
Yes.
Let's go to the next picture, December 2015 ALH_509_B. You've seen this picture before. What's this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the platform bed in the bedroom of penthouse 4. The edge of the platform bed has a shard of wood that has broken off onto the floor.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take it?
Either the night of the event or the next day.
And when you say event, are you referring to, what are you referring to?
The December 15th event that we've been speaking about.
You said December 15th. You mean December 2015?
Yes, sorry, 2015.
And where is this bed in the residence?
This is in the penthouse 4. It's the middle penthouse between the main residence, PH3, Amber's closet, PH5. This is the one of the rooms that you walk through to get to go through the upper story of the homes.
Thank you, B. Marie, for the very, very generous.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy a bed frame?
No.
Have you ever known? Go ahead. Sorry.
No.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy furniture generally?
No.
Miss Pennington, in all the photos that you have taken of evidence or incidents or the aftermath of incidents between Amber and Johnny, have you ever done anything to alter those photos or, you know, make them appear to depict something that wasn't actually there or wasn't actually real?
No.
I want to talk about the day of
They
the
look like
Late
someone
Late
who's
Show.
tired,
When I
not
say
someone who
that,
got
do
hit
you
in the
understand I'm
face.
referring to
Yeah.
Amber's appearance on the James Corden show?
Yes.
The Late Late Show with James Corden. Were you with Amber when she got ready for her appearance on that show?
Yes.
Who else was present?
A dear that who's her hairstylist, Melanie, her makeup artist, and Samantha, her stylist.
Were you there when her hair and makeup was being styled or put on before her appearance on James Corden?
Yes.
Good point, Catherine.
Did you see anyone paint on a wound on her lip or put makeup on her face to make it appear that there was a wound on her lip?
Yeah.
Did you observe anyone ripping clumps of her hair out of her head?
No.
Miss Pennington, did you to the extent that it's alleged that Miss Heard had no injuries when she went on the James Corden show, what is your reaction to that?
My reaction is that that is a false assessment or statement.
And what's the basis for that testimony?
Because I saw injuries on her body from the time directly after they happened throughout the next night, the next day, and as they continued to heal.
In the time that you spent with Johnny, did he ever express a similar sentiment that he was screw up or fuck up, in his words?
Yes.
And what did you tell me what you can remember about the instances when he said that and what your understanding was of what he meant?
My understanding was that he was sorry and apologetic and
For what?
for his behavior.
When you say behavior, what are you referring to?
Verbal arguments, physical arguments.
And that was what he made clear to you in things that he said to you. Is that right?
What he made clear to me in our conversations was that he was very sorry and that he was working to get clean and get better, and that he was asking for forgiveness and trying to think that he was going to get better.
Did you ever see him get better?
Yeah.
When?
A lot of times.
But did you ever see him get better permanently?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, we start questioning Ms. Pennington about May 21st. We're happy to keep going, but if you wanted to take a break, I think we're about halfway through this volume.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Whew. So the words that she's saying on a transcript would read very damaging for Johnny. But when you put it next to the photos that we can all see with our own eyeballs, it feels very much like Amber Heard 2.0.
Okay?
Thank you,
All right,
Your Honor.
thank you.
Yep.
What do you guys think? I'm trying to I really was interested in hearing from Rocky because this is another person who, you know, was ostensibly there for at least one of the incidents. You know, the May 21st incident, she was there for a part of it at least. And she's saying, I mean, right, did I miss something? She said that she never saw Johnny hit or kick or hurt her in any way, right?
She did.
She never
100%.
went back on that at any point.
She hasn't said she's seen anything so far. So far, she said she's seen nothing from Johnny herself.
She's only testified to the injuries that she says that she saw.
Allegedly.
She did say she's seen some physical attacks, but there were no real details.
No, she didn't.
And then, yeah, she said, I've seen physical attacks right before the end of her first Depo day or whatever. But there was no details. It was kind of a question, have you ever seen any physical attacks? Yes. That's what I heard. Maybe I misheard.
I think because early in that deposition, she's asked directly, "Have you ever seen Johnny attack Amber?" And she says no.
Yeah, I think. Well, yeah, because I think that I did see some super chats from people as I was going through and flashing them on the screen. I think I did see some people saying like, "Okay, wait, but didn't she say that she saw no injuries? So what is she saying now?" Or not that she saw no injuries, but that she never saw him.
There was clearly no details.
They're saying it's physical effects, not physical attacks. So
it could be it could be similar to what Io was saying yesterday of like, yeah, I saw him get violent. Okay, what do you mean by violent? Oh, he threw a bottle in the room, which is
first
could
off,
be perceived as physical violence, but that's not the same thing as what we are thinking about when we've heard about the finger and the SA bottle testimony.
If she didn't see it directly, then this is just another version of Amber told me. I mean, all roads lead to Amber on that. And she believed it. I think she's sincere in her belief when she's saying that, like, I saw these things. She doesn't look like
I don't think she's sincere in her belief. I don't think she believes herself. I think she looks really uncomfortable.
She does look uncomfortable.
I think her emotion is not in line with her testimony at all. And she's, I mean, like, it's a fair point that you say that, but she looks like an uncomfortable witness who knows she's lying and is not comfortable with what she's saying.
I feel like her tears.
Sorry, Peter.
No, you're okay. I feel like her tears seem way more legitimate than anything Amber Heard did on the stand.
Yes.
I actually kind of believe her testimony, but what I think it is I think it's exactly what Hogue said. Amber's telling her, like, if your friend comes down and tells you and you see the red marks on her face or the black and blue, I think that it can be hard. And I think that, and I think jurors could disagree, obviously, Mike, where, one of them could say she's a total liar, like you're saying, and somebody could be like, I don't know, it seems like maybe she believes what Amber's telling her at least. But I think Amber had to have this kind of testimony from Whitney and Io, that, like, at least somebody's coming here and saying, yes, I saw these injuries on her. I saw the cuts. I saw the bruised face. She did a better job than Amber did about pointing out what injuries were actually on Amber's face, I thought. So at least Amber's side is getting some evidence to put before the jury for anybody that wants to believe Amber, and they have to have this corroborating evidence. I think it's important for Johnny's side to point out the bias. And yes, we heard from security guards for Johnny. We heard from drivers for Johnny. We've heard from doormen. We heard from, these people that were around Johnny in his life, but not Johnny's best friends, not Paul Bettany, not these people he was texting about her with. And, so I do think that there's much more of a bias when you're talking about your literal best friends that are going to believe anything you say versus law enforcement officers that don't know you from Adam that show up and say, I didn't see any injuries. But now we have Whitney here, or Raquel saying, I may have called her Whitney before, Rocky saying, I saw injuries. I don't know how the cops didn't see the damage, all this stuff, but at least Amber has something to corroborate what she's saying. So I do think it's important for her. But I think it's far from a slam dunk or hard proof that what she's saying is true. I think Hogue is probably right that this is all just Amber told me and I believe her.
Yeah.
I think you can see the source there.
Because you could, a jury could believe that Rocky comes across as sincerely believing what she's saying, but also be very mistaken about what she's saying.
Yes.
So, that's a legitimate possibility here.
I agree with you. That's subjective. I was giving you my gut reaction. Like, yes, it could be seen either way. My bullshit detector is pinned on 11. I am not buying this, but that's just me. I don't know that the jury's going that route. And of course I don't know. I wasn't there.
And I feel like we have a lot of evidence already to compare it with. It's not like we're just listening to Rocky here. We've heard a lot of other witnesses. So all the jurors are going to put that through their filter. And the biggest problem for them is just like the Rittenhouse case. You can tell me what happened, but when I have my own eyes and my own brain and I can actually watch it myself, that's going to be number one in my mind. And that's how jurors think. I've had cases where we put MRIs up there and have radiologists, board certified radiologists explain it. And the jurors think they can look at it better. They ask for the disc back there themselves so they can look to see if they think there's an injury there. They're going to believe their own eyes when they look at this picture of her face. And to have somebody say, yes, this is my right hand. It's like, I'm looking at it. It's your left hand. Like, that's your left. So for them to say that about some of these pictures, I do think is a hard sell, where she's like, that huge mark under her eye is not usually there.
Hard sell.
That she has two black eyes when she looks like
she's
she's got dark circles under her eyes.
That was the biggest reach of the day.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And this is why, like, we had a question earlier about like, putting together a quick closing argument. My number one theme, if I were Johnny Depp's team, my theme of closing would say, they want you to say, don't believe Johnny, believe Amber. Don't believe Isaac, believe Amber. Don't believe the cops, believe Amber. Don't believe your eyes, believe Amber. Don't believe your ears, believe Amber. That's exactly how I would just boom, 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 just go through each one of them saying, she's saying, don't believe them, believe Amber. Don't believe earlier Amber, believe Amber.
Well, remind them of how this feels, right? Because Amber sits there and says, that's not the text message. That's not what it says. You can read the darn thing. I see real problems with the scalp. You're looking at the thing. I see two black eyes. It's like the bags under my eyes are worse than that photo. I'm not going to zoom in for you all, but I guarantee you that they are.
Extreme close. No, just kidding.
We're being gaslit in court. Like, literally, we're being told what we should be experiencing and seeing in court. This is how Johnny felt, right? Put him in it's...
Well, and Rocky probably has her manipulated, we've kind of been able to see that Amber manipulates people, and Rocky might even believe that that's really what she saw.
Well, if you get Rocky and Io and Amber together on this, and in the penthouses with you, you can start to feel how rough that might feel if you are, Johnny Depp. So no, I'm not sure whether she believes it sincerely or not, Mike. I'm saying that one, we can identify that it can only come from Amber because she has testified to, I didn't see these things personally. With the exception of what Peter identified at the end, and I'd have to go back and look at it because I know she said no early on. But regardless, it still comes across as unbelievable. And also the edits in the deposition, you're getting weird half questions from Rottenborn, which is really weird. And then I also can't tell how distinct the timing is from when she goes from 0 to 60 on emotionality. Because if there are edits, that's one thing. I didn't see edits a couple of places. That looks really distracting and insincere when it's like this. And then when
especially since all that had probably occurred in the same day. They probably sat down and had a deposition. She was questioned by a bunch of people for 3-4 hours.
Yeah,
I can't tell if it's the same day or not. It's definitely the same office.
Yeah, and like Alita said,
they could have taken a break.
Yeah, for when you're thinking about closing and you go through each witness, and especially the other side's witness, you got to think from Johnny's side, what am I going to get out of this witness to bring back in closing? And one thing that keeps ringing in my head as we talk about bias, yes, these are, Amber's best friends, but so far, I think, and I could be wrong, and you all can correct me, but just about everybody in Amber's life that we've heard from is either a disgruntled ex-employee who comes and actually testifies for Johnny, is a best friend that's no longer her best friend. And one of her best friends actually testifies that Amber hit her in the face And so if I'm talking about closing, I might save it for rebuttal and talk about the bias on the front end about how they're all her best friends. And then on rebuttal say, but even her best friends aren't her best friends anymore because she hits him in the face. She lies to him just like she did to Johnny. Johnny, whatever the assistant's name was, Rocky, Io. I mean, I'm bringing that out and you're getting points off every one of these witnesses that even they don't show up to court and aren't Amber's friends anymore. You know, I mean, I think they're giving us that too. And so that's why the grain of salt thing is going to come in at some point with what they have to say.
Yeah, but I do think this, you were right when you came in and said this provides the hook. If somebody is on Team Amber in that jury, this does say, hey, we've got people saying these things, even if they're
yes.
hard to agree with.
Yes, if you're a true believer, here's corroboration for you.
Yeah, and moving forward, what happens if the lawyers have nothing to add, but they still have time?
When does that ever happen?
It's generally not going to happen, especially in a case like this where there's so many witnesses. I mean, you don't have to use all your time.
No,
but,
just ends, or you use it during closing.
Yeah.
Then you're done. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get some super chat questions here. Okay, On says, how many more witnesses are left for defense? I don't know, because there's a huge long list of witnesses that have been reserved, but those are not all going to be called. They're just reserved for witness or to be called. So
we're down to
know.
5 trial days after this, right? And that's Amber's end and rebuttal.
Yeah.
So not
many.
A ton of witnesses.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I also heard another report from Law and Crime or whoever was reporting that Johnny was going to testify, and now he's no longer on the list of witnesses they say she's going to call.
It was always a lie.
It was always,
the very first reaction I had to that was bullshit.
I think they were just trying to make him, more stressed or whatever it may be. But that sucks for Law and Crime to report that.
Yep.
I'm on the record when it goes out like 2 minutes later saying BS. So let's see it, Law and Crime.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about it. We were like, what could they have? Yeah. What could they ask him about it that they haven't already had an opportunity to
counterclaim stuff is really all they could ask him about.
But that they've brought that stuff in previously anyway. It's Burhan Rashid says, trial has inspired me to finally pull the trigger and try to go to law school. Is 31 too old to start and pursue a career in law as a career change? Absolutely not. One of my best friends, honestly, one of my best friends in law school had a previous career. She had 3 children and a husband, and they were like I'm not talking babies, like children, and she managed to do it, and she rocked it, and she has an amazing job. And shout out to my friend Sarah in case she's watching. She is wonderful and an absolute boss attorney.
So I have the same experience. One of my good buddies in my study group, second career, and he's a partner at Foley and Lardner in Tallahassee. His name's Nick, big time law firm, very successful. Yeah, second career, and he came in and crushed it. I almost think it's better because you know what it's like to have a full-time job. I was 22, graduating from Florida State, not going to class basically, and then boom, I'm thrown into law school. So
it is funny, and when you're in law school, you can definitely get a feel for the people that have been out there versus the ones that come straight through.
Oh, yeah,
all the best students in my class, the top 10, were all people who had a previous job. None of them were people who didn't. And the number 1 student actually had the most work experience. So.
Yeah. Also, a quick update from Ian tweeting from the courtroom, from outside the courtroom. He's not tweeting inside the courtroom. We don't want to get him in trouble for anything that he's not doing. He says, on a brief break, many jurors are very hard to read. Juror A clearly has a sore neck that is really bothering him and affecting his concentration. And what the heck? D wears glasses for only a couple minutes, but that was new. And then another tweet from him says, start of the day, Amber shares a hug and warm words with Elaine. Not sure how performative it is. Yeah, we noticed that too. Yep.
Ooh, I missed that. Hey, and by the way, on the jury, Rob of Law and Lumber and Ian last night did their first live stream. First 10 minutes of that or so, Rob put together an entire pictographic of how the jurors are sitting with all their information. So when you hear those letters from Ian, that's what they're using as their designations. You can check that out. Don't leave this stream. Like and subscribe to Alita. But you can check that out at the top of his live stream. I thought it was very, very useful for thinking about how the jury looks.
Absolutely. And also, guys, just another quick reminder that all of these lovely people that you see here on the panel with me today are volunteering their time. They all have channels except for the Muffin. The Muffin's just here. Muffin's just here for moral support. But So everyone that has shown up on this channel today is linked in the description below. Please go and check out their channels, subscribe to their channels, like their videos, share their videos, watch their videos, do all the great YouTube stuff, because that helps to really promote this whole community of folks that are getting together and giving their commentary for you guys, so that we can have like, you know, one of the best quality streams out there. This is way better than going to Law and Crime or Court TV or any of these other places that are giving boring, generic, corporate,
wrong. Let's not forget
sometimes wrong commentary
on what they leak.
Misinformation. You know, we're giving you guys our thoughts very raw. Sometimes people get mad at us and they yell at us in the chat, and that's fine. But at least you know you're getting our real thoughts.
It's a perfect state of being.
So please,
but, you know,
please do it. Please do
when
go.
You said YouTube stuff, I want you to know, Alita, I've been on this channel too much, because that's the end of your intro video. I found myself saying it once on my channel. It comes out wrong from me. I can't say you do all the YouTubey stuff. That's a pure Alita thing. So I try to pull it off. No, and thanks to everybody. Definitely like and subscribe here. Alita's putting in all this time and effort, but I do. You know, Alita, you asked for people to subscribe to my channel. A lot of people subscribed yesterday, and I really appreciate that.
Where are you at?
We're closing in on 88,000.
Let's get them to 90.
Yeah, no,
90 today. 90 today.
Okay, all right. I was saying thank you, Alita. This was not a grift. I just wanted to say thank you, because you know it's been a lot of fun being here, and obviously I'm going to be here for the next couple of weeks. But yeah, it means a lot to me. I hate to get emotional on this stuff. It means a lot to me. All these conversations, you especially, Alita, running this channel, and you know all the people that come in and drop in on Virtual Legality. It's nice. So that's not a grift. Don't go over there and subscribe. But
do it.
I appreciate it.
Do it.
No,
Let's get him to
I'm being
100K,
sincere,
guys.
damn it.
I know you are. I know it. I am too. Legal Mindset, where are you at in subs?
I just hit 40K today. This was like, you know,
Saturday
as a result
at 8
of you
o'clock in
guys
the morning,
and
he's got
down, so.
it was going
no,
on.
just hit 40K, which is really great. Shout out to everybody. Really, it's the last month has been really great for subscribers. I mean, I've had some great collaborations, and then this is looking great. So really happy to see that, and happy to see my fellow Florida brother down there, Peter, you know, making it into law too. You know, I was like, okay, let me see who I can introduce him to. Let me see if I can get him in. I'm very glad to see him here, despite the fact that he may have gone to that horrible university in Tallahassee instead of Gainesville.
Get out of here.
We forgive him for that. We forgive him
Get
for that.
outta
Like, we
here.
look past it. He has
Do you know how
good
many
commentary
college rivalries we
despite
talk
that.
about on this stuff? It's hilarious.
So let's see if we can get Legal Mindset to 45, 50K. Let's see. Let's see what we
50K
can
would
do,
be
guys.
great. If I can
check him
50K,
out.
that'd be amazing.
It's a big number.
I would love that. But thank you guys so much, and literally, Alita, thank you for putting this together and doing this. I think you know
This
you
has
were
been my
ahead
pleasure.
on this. You were thinking in 2050, and 3, 4, 5 2 months ago, and because of that, you've been able to put together a great set of panelists and put together great material. So
Amazing. Mike, where are you at in terms of subs?
I cleared 40 yesterday, thanks to you.
Oh,
Which is
amazing.
beautiful. So I
Let's
guess
do-
next step is 50, but we got
Yeah.
ways to go there.
Yeah, let's get them to 45, 50. Let's see how far we can go, guys. Link in the description. And Mr. Tragos, where are you at?
I think we're like at 80, almost 85, something like that.
Yes. Yes. Let's
yeah,
get
it's
Lawyer
been
You
fun.
Know to 85, 90.
It's
Let's
been
do
fun.
it.
One
also
of the
getting close to 100K. Come on.
one of the
silver
kind
play
of
buttons.
funny things that we've talked about on my channel a couple times is if we get to 100K before the end of the trial, I'm going to do a live stream dressed as Jack Sparrow. So that's something we can all look forward to.
Yes.
That I'm sure will be
I wanna
fun. I
see
just
it.
need to get the beard braids going and some eyeliner on. But so that's our goal here is if we get to 100K, that's what we're going to do for some fun. But no, this is awesome. I think you guys I think it's fun to add all the different kind of discussion points and topics and different practice areas or backgrounds and different locations. I mean, it's cool. It's just a great idea. And I streamed the cross on my channel and wanted to jump out of the window. So like to Alita and Nick and Emily and everybody that does the streams, it's incredibly hard. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of stress, a lot of pressure, a lot of time to get everything logistically working. It is so much harder than it looks. And I knew that going in, which is why I just did a snippet and we'll probably never do it again. So props to all you guys. And thank you for having me on. It's been fun.
Yeah, thank you. It definitely has been quite a ride for sure.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it. Honestly, it's too much.
I am very thankful to have a very great editor that's also helping me. I do know the Muffin Man, and he's very helpful.
Oh, that's always good. And Mr. Bites, of course. Just
and Mr.
having a
Bites.
Greek around just gives you the confidence you need.
Greek man to bring me my Cheez-Its.
It's nobody better.
Yeah. Lauren Rickman says, would you have approached AH's actions as mental illness? She has distorted reality versus everyone lying except Amber Heard. You know what? If she would have allowed it, I would have maybe leaned into it to have an explanation for it. But I don't think that she wants that. That's what it seems like to me. Hey, Mark, welcome back. Just in time for the break to basically end.
Get to listen to more.
Yeah, more gripping video testimony.
Continue with your witness.
Yes, we'll resume with the testimony of Raquel Pennington.
All right, thank you.
All right.
I want to talk about the events of May 21st, 2016. Do you remember that night, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Walk us through what you recall about the evening of May 21st, 2016.
So in PH5, I was getting things ready for a artist craft show that I had, and making jewelry, and my friend Liz was there, Josh was there, Amber was helping. We were set up in the downstairs living room of PH5. And
Liz Mars.
Liz Mars, yes.
Okay, and your fiance Joshua Drew, is that right?
Yes. And at some point, Amber got a message from Johnny that said that he wanted to come over and talk or pick something up. I don't remember what the exact message was. And I thought it was a really bad idea, but can't stop somebody from coming over to their own home. And so Amber went upstairs to get ready for him to come over. And eventually he showed up. I didn't see him show up. I didn't hear him show up. He went to PH3 and then at some point I got a text from her, or I might have checked in, or I got a text from her that said, come over. So I tried to come over there and the door was locked. Their front door was locked. So I went to go get my key. I had a master key to all of the apartments. And I came back, unlocked the door, and he was yelling, and I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And she was calling for help, and that had never happened before, saying, help me. I went and I cut through the space between the coffee table and the sofa. And I went up to him, and he was yelling and yelling. And I put my hands up on his chest, and I was like, stop, just stop. Just trying to calm him down. And he hit my hands away. And so I just went straight over to Amber. She sat down on the couch, she was crying, and I just put my body over her. And he came a little bit closer to us, and he was yelling at her to like get up, or I don't know, quit crying or get up or something. And it was really loud, and he was getting closer and closer. And I remember thinking there was this like big orange ceramic ashtray on the coffee table.
Random detail.
And I was thinking, if he gets any closer, I'm just gonna pick up that ashtray and like hit him with it, because he was so close over us. And
that's random.
And then at that point, Jerry and Sean came in from the front door of PH3 and came in, and they, you know, they were like, boss, you know, come on, let's get out of here. And Jerry always called him boss. He's like, boss, come on, boss, let's go. And then Johnny grabbed like his leather bag off the stool that was by the island, and he had a big Magnum bottle of wine, and he was just like smashing stuff off the island and yelling. I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And then they finally left, and I could hear out in the hall just like banging and smashing and clattering around. I was just holding Amber, sort of just waiting for it to pass and clear. Until a little bit later, and then I think Josh came in.
This is not an
Why
MMA
did
fighter.
you get between
That's a different Rocky
and put your
Pennington.
hands on Mr. Depp and get between him and Miss Heard?
I just thought I could calm him down.
And when he hit your hands away and then you went and laid on her, why did you do that?
It was the thing to do.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's mood?
Irate.
Were you afraid that Mr. Depp was going to hurt Miss Heard?
Yes.
And when he stood over you, you testified a little bit to it, but describe what he was yelling
Yeah, they can use
as he stood over the couch.
I don't remember everything that he said. The thing that sticks out the most is that he was just yelling at her to get up. To get the fuck up.
Ian made
Did
it
you let
inside.
her?
No.
And where were you, just to be clear, where were you when you received the message from Amber asking you to come over to Penthouse 3?
In either P5, PH5, or PH1.
You weren't already in Penthouse 3 when you got that text?
No.
To the extent that there are allegations that you were lying in wait in Penthouse 3 before Johnny walked into that penthouse, how do you respond to those?
That is not true.
I will also represent to you, Ms. Pennington, that Mr. Depp's lawyer has been quoted as saying, quote, Amber Heard and her friend Rocky Pennington staged the May 21 crime scene to prove the abuse allegation against Johnny Depp. Is that statement true?
No.
Did you stage anything about May 21st, 2016?
I wouldn't have asked these questions.
No.
To me, I'm just starting to think now, well, then maybe she does need to cry and lie to make sure she doesn't get in trouble for this.
I thought the same thing.
To your knowledge,
He
about May
just puts in front of the
21st,
jury
No.
Just changed
the
my mind.
reasons for her to be biased.
Describe
Well,
for
but isn't
us the
Cross gonna do
damage
that anyway?
that you observed
They
Mr.
didn't
Depp
on their first shot.
cause
Fair.
to the penthouses, to Penthouse 3.
Like this is
In
Amber's
three,
attorney in a deposition. I
stuff
wouldn't have
had been
gone over
knocked
these
off the
in a
kitchen
deposition
counter.
if I were them.
Stuff had been knocked off a bar cart.
Well, this is her countersuit, right? I mean,
By
so
who?
this is where you go get this info.
By Johnny. I saw this happen on his way out. He was smashing stuff
Yeah, but you don't
With
need to
what?
get
with a wine bottle.
What other damage
this is not
can you
even
remember
necessary
Mr.
for it
Depp
to get from
causing?
her.
In the hallway, there was wine splash spilled in the hallway. There was a dent on the outside of PH1's front door. And then in PH5, where we had been getting stuff ready for my craft fair, my jewelry and materials had been thrown against the wall, and everything that was on the table was like strewn off of the table, thrown down.
I'd like to go through with you some photographs of the incident that we talked about. So can you pull up May 21st, 2016, ALH 7051, please? And while he's pulling that up, Ms. Pennington, did you or either yourself or anyone else take photographs in the aftermath of this incident?
Yes.
Who took photographs?
Josh Drew. That's the only person that I can say for sure.
Were you with Mr. Drew when he was taking photographs?
I can't remember.
Did you go through the penthouses to see where the damage has been done?
Eventually.
Ms. Pennington, what is this a picture of, if you know?
This is a picture of the living room in PH5 with the back corner of the sofa. It has the beads that I had been working on and the stand that I used to display them thrown to the wall. Some of the beads are on the windowsill. The stand is broken.
And did you, does this fairly and accurately reflect damage that you saw to Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 30 is up.
What is this a picture of, if you know?
This is a picture of the Johnny and Amber's bedroom bed in PH3. It has several photos, framed photos, stacked on it.
And do those photos appear to be intact?
These do, yes.
In your experience, do those photos normally sit on the bed?
Intact?
No.
Does this, did you witness, well, was this part of the aftermath of what Mr. Depp did in Penthouse 3?
I didn't see him take these down, but they were not down before he came over.
Speculating.
Does it fairly
which?
and accurately depict what you witnessed the night of May 21st, 2016?
I didn't see this happen, but I did see this scenario.
You saw the pictures. That's my question. Does this fairly and accurately depict something that you personally saw on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
All right, let's pull up 7053, please. So my question, Ms. Pennington, will be, what is this a picture of?
Can the info thing move off to the side?
No, I don't, not in this version of the pictures. So I apologize for that. If you need it zoomed in or out.
It's the landing of one of the staircases.
And what do you see on the picture?
It's broken glass and something spilled on the landing of one of the staircases. I can't tell if it's P3 or P5.
Okay. Does this picture fairly and accurately depict something that you observed on the night of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Did you ever know Miss
There's
Heard
no
to
legal
smash
definition.
glasses on staircases?
No.
Did you find that question vague and ambiguous, Ms. Pennington?
No.
Exhibit 32 is up.
We'll talk about the order.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
These are stairs appearing the same staircase with broken glass on them.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict something that you personally observed the night of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
33 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the floor mat in front of the doors that would lead out to the balcony.
I still have trouble
of
believing that this is
PH3,
the
and it
photographic
has a
evidence of the
broken,
rampage.
Looks like top of a martini glass on it.
Okay. Did you see
Yeah, they can use a medical expert for sure.
this glass or material around this being broken on the evening of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
And who broke this glass?
Johnny did.
And does
Johnny's
this
team
photo
will
fairly and accurately
close
depict
first and then rebut afterwards.
something that you
So,
observed
both.
after Mr. Depp left Penthouse 3 on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 34 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
Nothing.
This is
Not
the
sure. Okay, not sure.
Space between the cabinets in the refrigerator and the kitchen islands. It has a rug on it, and it has a fruit basket and fruit on the ground.
And do you know who knocked that fruit on the ground?
Yes.
Who?
Johnny.
And does this fairly and accurately depict damage that you saw on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 35 is up.
Thank you. What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is the landing of PH5 that Amber's office was set up on. And this is her desk and her files. And boxes have been outturned, and there's papers all over the floor. And
Blair, yes,
and
they
is
can.
this how Ms. Heard normally kept her office area?
no.
Does this fairly and accurately depict damage that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
36 is up.
Is this that same office area?
Yes.
And is this an accurate depiction of what you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
37 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of two photos on the column, the staircase leading up to Amber's office. The top photo is a group photo of Savannah, Whitney, Io, myself, Amber, Aaron, Brittany, Morgan. We were in London. The glass is smashed. The bottom photo is a photo of Amber and me in France.
Does this photo fairly and accurately depict damage that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Elena, they only see the
38 is
photos
up.
that are admitted in evidence, no others.
What is this a picture of?
Picture of a large bottle of wine on the floor.
On May 21st, 2016?
In case anyone couldn't see Natalie's reaction to
Is
that
this the
wine bottle.
he was swinging?
Sorry, I'm kind of covering you up a
know.
little bit with these super chats.
I don't know.
We're gonna need a bigger muffin.
I know.
But
That's
it
a good one.
accurately
Good one.
depicts something you observed on May 21st, 2016.
Yes.
Did you notice you or misheard or anyone that you were with spilling wine in penthouses that night in order to stage damage?
No.
Did you notice anybody staging this?
And,
No,
and
I didn't.
by what is this a picture of? I meant
No, I didn't
the
notice
whole
myself
scene.
staging it.
Oh.
Could be.
I'm
could
increasingly
be a
coming
thing
around
she's
to Mike's
thinking.
position. I think she's just pot committed
Picture
on
on the
this.
floor.
Yeah.
Do you know what penthouse that is in?
Can you zoom out again, please? Three.
Do you know who knocked this picture on the floor?
I didn't see it knocked down.
Did other than Mr. Depp, did you see anyone causing any damage or knocking anything down?
Was it Johnny?
Penthouses
It's like, just
on May
say it, dude.
21st, 2016.
No.
And did you see Mr. Depp knocking things down?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately describe something that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe, did you see any injuries on Amber on May 21st, 2016?
Just a
Haven't heard it.
swollen, like red swollen cheek.
Let's pull up the May 21st, 2016 ALH 7077, please. And while he's doing that, did you, I know we talked about pictures of damage in the penthouses.
That's an
Did you
idea,
take
Smitty.
pictures of Miss Heard that evening?
I don't remember if it was me or Josh.
Were you present when pictures were taken of Miss Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately reflect observations you made of Miss Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
42 is up.
What is this picture, Miss Pennington?
This is Amber's face. It's red. The right cheek and eye is more red and swollen. Her right. My left.
Does this fairly and accurately depict Ms. Heard's condition that you observed that evening?
Yes.
Can you pull up 7083, please? What is
does
this
not
picture
require
of?
conservatorship. No.
This is Amber's face turned at a slight profile. Her eye is red
Only one way to
and
find out.
bruised. The side, the side brow, temple, and cheekbone.
Is this one of the photos that
Is this
Camille was
fairly and accurately
intimating was
depicts,
photoshopped yesterday?
Ms.
Yes.
Heard's condition that you
Oh,
witnessed on
no.
May 21st, 2016?
I don't think so. But it's very similar. It's so easy to get them confused.
And were you present when police arrived?
Yes.
Were there two sets of police officers?
Yes.
And what penthouse did they come in?
Penthouse 3 both times.
How close were you to the police officer?
In the same room.
Okay. Could you see damage that he had caused while you were standing there when the police officers were present?
Yes.
Did you
So
ever
the cops
hear
are
Ms.
literally
Heard
lying.
say
For no reason.
express any financial motivations for wanting to remain in this relationship with Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever express that if she went public against with what happened on May
It could
21st,
possibly,
2016,
I
that
guess.
she stood to gain financially from doing so?
No.
Could be Jude.
Now, at some point after
I'll
May
save this
21st,
one.
2016, Ms. Heard filed for divorce from Mr. Depp, right?
Correct.
And at some point she filed for a domestic violence restraining order against him. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm gonna come back to that line of questioning in a second, but before I forget, you mentioned Jerry and Sean Bett on the night of May 21st, right? Was there a space in the floor of the ECB where they would wait for Mr. Depp when he was in one of the penthouses?
Josh
Yes.
is 63. The answer is yes to the super chat.
And what was that space?
We called it the guard shack, and it was a vestibule separate from the penthouses, except that a door from the vestibule also connected to the door of the patio of PH5.
Was the okay, was it if someone were in the vestibule or the guard shack, as you called it, would they have seen you go into penthouse 3 when Amber requested that you do so?
No.
Did you see Jerry or Sean or any security guards when you entered penthouse 3 that evening?
No.
Okay. Going back to the domestic violence restraining order, did you accompany Ms. Heard to court when she got that order?
Yes.
I'd like you to pull up, please, May 2016, Court, Pennington, 1292, please. And while he's doing that,
To answer this one, no.
do you know if Ms. Heard wore any makeup that morning?
The answer to this is no.
It's not just no, it's I told her not to. That's what Amber said. Rocky stopped her from putting makeup on.
That is what
Right.
she said.
I don't remember seeing her put on any makeup.
That's inconsistent.
Is that rare for Ms. Heard not to wear makeup?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
This is Amber and Jody, her publicist, sitting on the bench in the hallway waiting room of the courthouse.
When?
The day that the restraining order was filed.
Do you see any injuries on Miss Heard?
I do.
Describe what you see.
On her cheekbone, right cheekbone is a bruise.
And how long after May 21st was this approximately?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Almost a week.
Matter of days, weeks.
Yes, they use all of these in closing.
Less than a week.
Did you ever see any makeup artist paint on this bruise? Put a fake bruise on Miss Heard's face?
No.
Can you please pull up Pennington 1295, please? And before we do, does this picture fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's condition the morning she, or the day she applied for the domestic violence restraining order?
Yes.
Do you know whether you took this picture?
To the best of my recollection, I took that.
And I'm going to ask you the same thing about this next picture, 1295.
To the best of my recollection, I took that.
And does that fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's condition on that morning?
Yes.
Save this one.
46 is up.
We will do a meme review at some point.
So many good memes out of this trial.
Yes, there will be a meme review. So I'm sorry, did Rocky say
What is
that
that a
Amber
picture of?
does regularly wear makeup or does not regularly wear makeup?
Does.
It is
It was
Amber,
rare for her not to.
slate profile in the same courthouse room. Her hair is behind her ear. You can see a picture of a bruise on her cheekbone. She looks like a skeleton.
Did you take this picture?
They never said Johnny starved her. What the fuck?
And she said she never
Based
had
on
an
your
eating disorder.
personal
even though
knowledge,
the
is
nurse
there
said
any
she did.
truth to the allegation that Amber did
Well,
this
she
because
said that
she's,
the stress
quote, a
caused
gold
her weight
digger?
loss.
No.
Ms. Pennington,
You knocked her
came to
bananas away from
understand
her.
At some point, at some point, did you learn that Mr. Depp had lost the tip of his finger in Australia?
Yes.
And what is that other way that you learned that Mr. Depp had cut the tip of his finger off?
He showed it to me.
No,
In
we've-
addition to
we've seen
showing
these
you,
photos
how
before,
did you
Melissa.
learn from
We've seen
Mr.
these.
Depp that he had cut off the tip of his own finger?
He told me.
What did he tell you?
Said, I don't remember
look good,
how he
Allison.
said he cut the tip of his finger off, but while the nurse was dressing it, I wanted to see it. I also had a very small injury on the tip of my finger. And I continued to see it throughout its healing process, but I don't remember how he told me how he cut it off.
But you remember that he told you that he cut it off.
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, I'll finish where we started, which is
No specifics.
You've given a number of you've testified a number of times about the events that we talked about today, and I really appreciate you you being here today and talking about these. I know it was tough and it was emotional at times. Is there anything that you would change about any of the testimony that you've given today or previously about any of these events?
Bolstering?
Very much so.
No.
And you've done your best every time you've testified about this to tell the full truth about
Same
everything
objection.
that you know, everything that you
You're a
saw,
good
everything
person,
that
aren't
you
you, Ms.
heard, everything
Pennington?
that you've observed.
You
right?
don't
You
lie.
would never
I
lie
have
about
done the
anything,
very
right?
best to tell the absolute truth. Exactly as I remember
Well,
it.
she's done the very
all of
best
the
to tell
points
the
in
absolute
time.
truth. That's not the same thing as saying
Yes, sir.
I
Your
told
next
the
witness?
absolute
Yes,
truth.
Your Honor, that concludes the testimony of Raquel Pennington. Ms. Hurd calls Joshua Drew as her next witness.
Ooh, Josh Drew.
And if
Josh
we may
Drew.
approach just to discuss a couple
Alright,
exhibits.
that's by
There wasn't
deposition, is
a
that correct?
It
there
is
wasn't
by
a return
deposition,
volley
yes, Your
from
Honor.
Depp's team on that Depo, huh?
Not much at all.
I can't believe that question got in where they characterize it. Do you remember Johnny Depp telling you he cut off his own finger? I mean, I'm sure the objection was made and ruled on, but I can't believe that that was allowed in because it presumes facts not in evidence.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for the most part, they would seem to be just going through an elaborate stipulation process on the deposition. So
yeah.
They've already agreed to what's going to come in on those depots.
I mean, if that was live, I would go nuts. I would say, this is not what's. I mean, just ask. Do you remember him telling you about his finger or something like that?
So who is Josh Drew again? Which one is he? I just remember people's
Her
roles.
boyfriend.
Yeah,
Rocky's
Rocky's boyfriend.
Yeah.
And another one of the many freeloaders.
Yeah. He was
Well-
the guy that on the body cam footage, he was the one that let them in
Right.
Yeah.
into the
Yeah, there's a lot of
penthouses.
Kato Kalins in this trial, you know.
And didn't tell the police that Amber had been assaulted.
And tried to keep them out, actually.
Right. And then took them on a tour of the penthouse where the police didn't see any evidence of a crime.
Well, since they're calling him, is he live?
No, they said by
video
deposition.
depo.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh, it's by deposition.
I was really hopeful for a second.
That would be nice, right? But if
Although
Rocky
these seem
and
a little
Io
shorter.
weren't going to. Yeah, that's true.
Well, look, I as I said while that was happening, I'm increasingly of Mike's position on Rocky. She seemed massively uncomfortable throughout, and I think especially when framed by Rottenborn about the 21st, you do realize that if it is a hoax, if there is anything that they've been working on, that effectively Rocky Pennington is pot committed. It is absolutely locked in at that point in time, which would certainly explain some of the emotional reactions. To me almost felt like just being tortured by the deposition process.
That's what I thought too. Just
they were
stressed
pretty
by
random.
being deposed.
Yeah, they were pretty random for what the actual substance was. Like she was getting very emotional about the photos of the apartment. And it's like, okay.
Well, also because I think we all agree, even Hurd's team, that her injuries are minimal, right, compared to the type of assault that she's supposed to have endured. So,
Yes.
Even when Amber testifies, she says, oh, you may not be able to see it, but this, it may be hard to see, but that, right? And so she didn't witness the assault. She was very clear on that, the alleged assault. Why those de minimis alleged injuries would cause such a strong emotional reaction just seemed kind of bizarre, especially where the beginning of her deposition and other points, she was completely without emotion. I mean, just no, almost robotic in nature. It's very strange. The only other excuse I could come up with is, she didn't see the assault. Amber is a great liar, and she really believed Amber. Like she truly believes her, which could be the truth and still not mean that Johnny Depp abused Amber. So,
Well, and I think it's a possibility it's both, right? Like you believe Amber in the
Yeah.
moment, you get committed to these stories. Maybe you don't believe her so much right now. You're not going to, you have the option of switching. You're not going to switch. And so you feel pulled. To me, some of the biggest emotional moments are when she has to say, this is what I see. Oh, it was Johnny that did this. And it's like, if you were to posit that somebody was that way and felt like they had to say this stuff, but wasn't 1,000% sure, I think that's how it would look.
Yeah. Couple questions
in
here.
a similar line, she got really overly emotional when she's saying that I don't believe that Johnny has recovered from his addiction, and she's really getting emotional about that. Meanwhile, she's there partaking in the drugs with him through the whole scene.
Yeah. Couple questions here. Terry L. Madison says, will the Corbin makeup artist testify? I don't know. Also, Peter, Mr. Bites wants to know, where in Greece is your family from? He says that his Greek side is from Thessaloniki.
I think part of mine is there.
Super pertinent to this case.
Yeah, I think part of mine is there, but I've got it all 4 grandparents. So we've got, and they all like to make me
It's
say
like all of Greece.
That's where we're from. I can't just pick one because they'll be disrespected. That's why I have 2 middle names, because both of my grandpa's names had to be in my name and my dad's. Those are my 3 names.
Johnny.
Even
my 2.
Even in his last name, Peter never settles.
Yeah, right. We settle all the time. I love settling.
Oh man.
Those checks always clear.
Oh man, but yeah, it definitely it increasingly felt like, and the thing is, it especially came up as soon as Rottenborn asked about the hoax claims. As soon as he said about conspiracy for hoax claims, then you remember, oh my God, that's right, Rocky, Io, Josh Drew, all of these people have been accused of conspiring to create this hoax. And so that could be a reason, a huge reason, even though she's no longer friends with Amber. That's a big reason for her to continue to maintain this stance that helps Amber.
Because for me, it's exactly what your brain does. It says, all right, well, let's pretend that they did hoax it. What does that sound like? And you say, oh, that actually matches up with what I'm hearing a little bit. So.
Mm-hmm. But the damage to the apartment, I'm sorry, I was a little bit distracted when she was talking about that part. Did she testify if she saw Johnny actually wrecking the place, or if she saw it afterwards?
She said she saw Johnny.
Okay. Some of it she
Except
saw.
Some of it. For the picture, she didn't see him knock over the picture.
Ready?
Okay. So just knocking things off the counter?
Which
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
This
Yeah,
is
she said she saw the
Ms. Heard
island
calls
stuff and the
Joshua
fruit stuff.
Drew, as I
Thank you.
mentioned.
Okay. Thank you.
I do live in Los Angeles. What is your occupation? I run my own hospitality development consulting firm. Are you also a chef?
Whatever that means.
What, if any, education have you had since high school?
Depo looks like it's from
I have my
1988.
associates of
To
science
me, they
in
look like they're from
culinary
full
arts.
motion
And from
video
what institution? Johnson and Wales
PC
University.
games in the 90s.
Did you receive a degree from there? I did.
Courtroom potato cam.
That would have been 2003. Who is Raquel Rose Pennington? My ex-wife.
Oh, they got married.
Because I want to be respectful, how should I refer to her? Ms. Pennington, Rocky, or Raquel? Rocky or Raquel is perfectly fine. Okay. You were married to Rocky, so there came a time when you began to date Rocky, correct? Correct. When did you start dating Rocky? That would have been June of 2014. And did there come a time when you became engaged to Rocky? Correct. When was that? That would have been in summer of 2015. Yeah, I believe. Do you recall when you were divorced from Rocky? Officially September 24th of last year. We separated officially October of the previous year. When did you first meet Amber Heard?
Not the longest.
Probably about 3 or 4 weeks after Raquel and I had started dating, very early on.
Who do you think
When
got
did you
Johnny's
first
penthouse
meet
in the
Johnny
divorce?
Shortly after I
think
met Amber, I want to say
he kept it and then he sold
memory
it.
serves about 5 or 6 weeks after Raquel and I started dating. Again, I understand it was a long time ago, but do you recall under what circumstances you met him? Funny enough, I actually do very clearly. I had come over under the auspice of what was called Family Movie Night, and it was Amber and Johnny and Jack. I honestly don't remember whether Lily Rose was there. She might have come later at a certain point. And it was just us in their apartment eating burgers and watching movies. Since that time, on how many occasions have you seen and interacted with Johnny Depp from that very first time on movie night? I couldn't even speculate the number of. It's not that it was infrequent so much as it was sporadic and honestly for a large portion of it fairly casual. Not the kind of thing where you would just count the number of times. It was regular interactions over various periods of time. Well, your counsel is not going to let you speculate, but I'm going to ask you to get a range. Is it more than 10 times? Yes. More than 50 times? Yes. From the time that you first met Mr. Depp on movie night until this very moment sitting here today, have you ever seen Mr. Depp strike Amber Heard?
No.
We haven't talked about it.
Have you ever seen him throw a telephone at her?
No.
Have you ever seen him hit her with a fist?
No.
Have you ever lived at a building located at 849 South Broadway in Los Angeles known as the Eastern Columbia Building?
Correct.
Did you live in the condo known as Penthouse 1?
Correct.
With whom did you live in Penthouse 1?
Raquel Pennington.
From when to when did you live in Penthouse 1 with Rocky Pennington?
Again, my memory is a little bit foggy of exact dates. Man, you'll have to bear with me a minute here. So while I was a frequent guest, I didn't actually live there until I want to say about
Kyle,
October
that
or
photo's not
November
illegal.
of 2015.
That's not an illegal photo.
That was like a hallway.
Was Rocky already living in Penthouse 1 when you started visiting and ultimately moved in there?
Yes.
Did Ms. Pennington move into Penthouse 1 in or about June of 2014?
I couldn't tell you with any specificity, but I believe it's around that time frame.
Who owned Penthouse 1 at the time?
Johnny Depp.
Sure,
While
they can all
you
get
and
discredited, of course. Yeah.
Rocky lived together in Penthouse 1. Did you or she have a key that allowed you access to all of the penthouses on that floor?
Everything except PH2, yes.
At the time, did Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard live together in PH3?
Sporadically, yes.
The key to which you and Rocky had access allowed either of you to enter PH3, correct?
Correct.
Who was in PH5 at the time?
Nobody. Nobody lived in PH5 for the entirety of our time there.
Did
So you gotta have an extra
or
penthouse.
Rocky ever pay Mr. Depp any rent to live in PH1?
Offered and refused.
Did you consider the refusal of your offer to be a generous gesture by Mr. Depp?
Exceedingly.
In your experience, is Mr. Depp generally generous to his friends?
Yes.
Is he generous to people generally?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp own Penthouse 5?
Yes.
Would your key have opened Penthouse 5?
Yes.
When you and Rocky were living here in Penthouse 1, did you ever notice that there were security personnel standing outside the door of Penthouse 3 when Mr. Depp was in Penthouse 3?
Not normally, no.
Did you ever see the security personnel standing outside of his door?
On very rare occasion. Normally they were in a storage room off to the side of PH5.
Moving aside from Mr.
Drew has
Depp
exactly
and
the
Mr.
opposite
Judge,
deposition strategy from Pennington in terms of speed.
while you stayed
He wants to get out of there as soon as
at
possible.
the
I
East
prefer
Columbia building, did you come to know any of the employees of the building?
Casually.
Who is Trinity Esparza?
She was one of the front desk people.
Did you have communications with her?
In the course of living there, yes.
Did you find her to be pleasant?
No.
How was she unpleasant?
She was not particularly polite or accommodating to me or Raquel or any of Amber's friends. I wasn't there specifically, but I heard similar things from Amber and her interactions with her as well throughout the course of our time there.
Yeah, the freeloaders.
While you lived in Penthouse 1, did you have the opportunity to interact often with Amber Heard?
Yes.
Did you and Rocky see Ms. Heard frequently?
Yes.
Did you ever see her drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Granted, because they're not available to
Did you
testify
ever
in
see her
court.
drink
That's why
to
they're using this.
excess?
Yes.
Did you observe Amber Heard during her wedding to Mr. Depp at the Bahamas?
Yes.
Was she intoxicated at any time during the wedding weekend?
Yes.
Yeah, folks, this sounds like Ben Shu. I think
As
this
were
is-
we
this
all.
is Johnny's team.
Did you ever hear at any time Amber Heard yell at Mr. Depp?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
I couldn't tell you the number of occasions.
Did you ever
Objectionable,
see
you're right.
her strike
They didn't
Mr.
see it.
Depp?
No.
It's very clear.
Did you and Rocky ever discuss the relationship between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp?
Yes.
She said he backhanded her.
Honestly, probably hundreds, if not thousands.
Mr. Drew, moving to April 21, 2016, do you recall that there was to have been a birthday celebration that night?
Yes.
Was that Amber Heard's birthday?
Yes.
Do you recall which birthday it was for her, how old she was?
It was her 30th. I catered it.
What do you recall about that evening?
Johnny
I
hired me to
recall
cater it.
It was held in PH5. Johnny was hours late. And Amber spent the better part of the evening making excuses for him. And he came very obviously intoxicated and put on a show for everybody. And when the party was over, or we left, cleaned up, and the next morning we heard about what had transpired after the fact.
So Johnny was supposed to have attended the dinner, correct?
Correct.
And at what time did the dinner begin?
I don't recall.
You and Rocky were guests at the dinner?
Correct.
Who else was invited to the dinner?
Again, you'll have to forgive me. It was quite some time ago. I remember Amber's friend Brandon being there, Amber's friend Iggy, a rabbi. I want to say that Whitney was there as well. To be very honest, I can't say with specificity whom else was there.
When you say Whitney, are you referring to Whitney Heard?
Correct.
Is Whitney Heard Amber's younger sister?
Correct.
Putting aside the state or condition in which Johnny arrived, do you recall sitting here today approximately when Johnny arrived for dinner?
I really couldn't tell you with any specificity, but I can say it was quite a few hours after the party had started.
Did he provide any excuse or explanation to the group as to why he was late?
No.
I've got to head out. I'll try to
Putting
come back in
aside
later.
Mr. Depp's
Thank
All
you.
right. Thanks, Peter. See ya.
intake of alcohol that evening, had Miss Heard been drinking before Mr. Depp arrived?
Yes.
Do you know how much?
Couldn't tell you.
Did she seem intoxicated at any time during the evening?
Yes.
Did you
They are
see
under oath.
Amber Heard the next morning, April 22nd?
Theoretically, they can get caught up
Believe so,
perjury.
yes.
It's hard. It's hard to
Did
prove.
you notice any marks on her face or elsewhere that morning?
I don't recall.
That morning, April 22nd,
Interesting.
did you and Ms. Pennington and Amber Heard drive together to Coachella?
They did. I did not.
Great pronunciation.
Are
buddy.
you still in
Coachella.
contact with Amber Heard?
It's cute.
It's like how they pronounce it on NPR.
Sporadically, yes.
Like literally, I remember hearing it in the mornings in Southern California during Coachella time. They would be like, "At Coachella." It's like, no, that's not how you say it. Stop.
And just to be clear, and I'm sorry to jump around, when you say strike that, are you say sporadically? How frequently you're in contact with her?
We didn't speak for about 2 years following my divorce, and
Inflatable
she
penguin.
reached
No,
out to me to
different
make
Rocky.
amends about, I want to say about 2 months ago, if memory serves.
Not her.
I'm going to come back to that. When you said you don't recall seeing marks on the morning of April 22nd, is that because you didn't see any marks on Miss Heard, or you didn't see her at all that morning?
I honestly don't recall the state of her the next morning. If memory serves, it was, but that the girls were hustling to get everything together to go out to Coachella. So it was a pretty frantic morning. I couldn't say with any specificity whether I interacted with her that morning before they departed.
And Mr. Drew, you said that Ms. Heard reached out to you. When did she reach out to you?
Sometime in the last 2 months.
What did she say when she reached out to you?
To paraphrase, it was something akin to letting me know that, you know, her and Raquel hadn't spoken in some time, and to tell me that she loved me and that she missed me, and she just wanted to make amends and, you know, reconnect.
Did you
Just
mention
before your
anything about
deposition?
this lawsuit?
Okay.
Not in the initial interaction.
That's
How
suspicious.
did you respond to her in this initial interaction when she said she wanted to make amends?
I didn't for some time. I think I waited about a week and a half before I responded, and before I could, I did get a note from her letting me know that she had tried to keep me out of it, but more than likely people were going to be contacting me either about being deposed or a statement of some kind. There was nothing explicit about whom it would be coming from, whether it was from Johnny's side or from her side, only that somebody would more than likely be reaching out to me.
That's
when you
weird.
had a glass
Okay.
of wine, again, only lawyers remember these things, but do you recall approximately when you had a glass of wine with her?
Probably about 5 or 6 weeks ago. Oh, I'm sorry, it would be longer than that. Probably about 2 months ago.
Mr.
Wendy,
Drew,
we'll
let's
talk about the
please
ordering of
change
depots
subjects
in a
and
bit.
move to the evening of May 21, 2016, which you had referenced previously.
All right.
Was Mr. Depp at the condo at the East Columbia building that day prior to
We
the
did
evening?
answer it.
Not to my
Robin.
knowledge.
Did you see him arriving at the condo that night?
No.
Did you see Mr. Bett and Mr. Judge that evening?
Yes.
Yes.
When did you
yes,
first
to answer
see
the
them?
super chat. Yes.
I saw them when he ordered them to open the door to PH5 following the incident.
When you say he, to whom are you referring?
Johnny.
Did you ever see them that night somewhere outside the door of PH3?
No.
Do you know whether she received a text from Amber Heard at 8:06 p.m.?
I can't certify the time, but the text message itself and the receipt, yes.
Were you with Rocky when she received that text?
Yes.
We'll answer this later.
Wasn't she already
Did
in
she try to make amends
Penthouse
with
3 as
Io
of
before
8:06
she
p.m.?
testified, or he testified too?
When she received the text, she was not in Penthouse
Sorry?
3. She was in Penthouse 5 with me. But
Did
again,
Amber try to make amends
I
with
can't recall
Io
with specificity
before
the exact
Io
time of
testified
these
as well?
events.
Any time, including that
I don't know
night,
if she tried. Maybe.
did you
My
ever
guess
see
is she would
Mr. Depp
try. She would have an interest in
strike
doing that, right?
Rocky Pennington?
No.
I thought Io might have.
That evening, did you
Okay.
see Mr. Depp smash bottles of wine?
No.
Did you see him break furniture?
No.
Did you see him kick a hole through a solid door?
No.
Do you recall when Mr. Depp, Mr. Bett, and Mr. Judge left the building that
I'm
night?
going to respond to this later.
If we're presuming that that text was received from Raquel at 8:06, they had left the building within 30 minutes, to my recollection.
So it would be approximately sometime around 8:30, 8:29.
Thereabouts, but I don't recall specifically.
What else do you remember about the events of the evening of May 21?
I mean, I can tell you contemporaneously from the start if there's something specific you'd like me to expound on.
Who is Officer Melissa Science?
My understanding, it was the name of the Latina officer that first responded with her partner.
Latina. The scene, if you recall.
Vaguely, I remember them arriving about 45 minutes to an hour after Johnny had left. But again, exact times I'm a little foggy.
Going back to the Latina officer, was there another officer with her?
Yes, there was a bald gentleman, white.
With which officer, if any, did you speak that night?
Both.
What did you say to them, if you recall?
When they arrived, I greeted them at the door. I walked them through PH3 to show them the damage, show them the broken glass. They had already walked through the hallway over the gigantic wine stain throughout the entire hallway. I took them through PH3, like I said, to show them the damage. I took them back out of the hallway, showed them the dent in the door shaped like the bottom of a wine bottle in PH1. Took them into PH5 to see broken picture frames, smashed glass, Raquel's jewelry and things like that strewn about the apartment. And then I brought them back to PH3, at which point they separated. The left officer pulled Amber aside specifically to speak to her one-on-one. The door was closed. I was outside with the other officer. So I can't say with any specificity what happened inside. I don't know whether anybody was in earshot. I don't know whether everybody else was around. They told me specifically it was one-on-one, and I was outside the door with the male officer, and specifically my
we don't know
communication
anything
with
about
him
this letter,
was
Jenny. Don't know anything about it.
asking what, if anything, could be done, because we were obviously upset. And his comment to me specifically was, there's damage in these apartments. Her face is red. If she wants to file a report, we have enough here to go pick him up.
But you've never seen Johnny hit Amber.
That's correct. And I've affirmed it to everybody that I've spoken to. I've been explicit about that.
And you've never seen Johnny hit any woman.
Correct.
Do you recall
Do we have anything like that from the
having a
officers saying that to
conversation
him?
with Rocky and Amber after Mr. Depp and his security personnel left the building, but before Officer Science and Officer Haddon arrived?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
You'll have to forgive me again. My memory of the exact sequence of events, that transpired after all this is a little foggy. If memory serves, Amber was damn near catatonic after all this. We had gotten her into PH1 so we could deadbolt the door and keep her safe until he left. A few minutes thereafter, I had gotten a little bit of a rundown from Raquel over what had transpired. Raquel got her to call her lawyer, Samantha Spector, to find out what to do. And if memory serves, Samantha's recommendation was that we immediately put together a contemporaneous, matter-of-fact statement together of what had transpired that night. And that ultimately was up to Amber as to what she wanted to do with the police or whatever it may be.
Are you aware that Amber Heard spoke to Officer Science and Officer Haddon that evening?
Yes.
Were you present when she was speaking to them?
No.
Did Amber file the complaint that night?
No.
Did the police arrest Mr. Depp?
No.
Did they issue a warrant for his arrest?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Drew, let's turn for the moment to May 22nd, 2016. Did you see Ms. Heard at all that day?
Yes.
When did you see her?
At various points throughout the day. If memory serves, Raquel had committed to a jewelry show somewhere, I want to say it was downtown, I might be mistaken, it might have been out in Venice, somewhere in Los Angeles. So she was out most of the day. So I cleared my schedule to be able to be there should Amber need anything. If memory serves, either her attorney or somebody in her group had a friend come over with a locksmith to change the locks just to be safe. And I was there to make sure that happened, and just, like I said, be there for Amber should she need anything, just so she wasn't alone.
When you saw Amber on May 22nd, you don't know whether it was the morning or the afternoon. Is that right?
It was sporadic throughout the day. I think it was some point late morning and throughout the afternoon.
When you first saw her, did you notice any marks on her face?
Yes.
Describe the marks, please.
To be very honest with you, I don't actually remember which side of her face it was, but I do distinctly remember there being a red mark and a small bruise on her cheekbone, and red marks just above her eyebrow and to the right side, or to the side of her eyebrow.
Did you see any swelling?
A little bit.
Can you remember anything else? Did you see marks anywhere else other than the ones you've described?
No.
Did you ever notice anyone visiting Amber Heard at night while Mr. Depp was away?
During the time that I was living there?
Yes.
Yes.
On how many occasions?
I wouldn't even be able to estimate.
Was it more than 10?
Yes.
Was it more than 20?
Yes.
Was it more than 30?
Yes.
Was it more than 50?
Again, I can't really speculate. I was there for quite some time.
When did that first occur?
I mean, I'm not privy to her comings and goings, and she had other friends than us that were coming to see her. So.
And again, to be specific, I'm just talking about visitors at night when Mr. Depp was away?
Again, I can't say with any specificity.
When did that first happen that you were aware of?
I mean, I would say pretty early on, but again, there's no context to it. The other consideration that I would say is that the hallway between all of these penthouses was public right of way going to the pool. So my understanding of people coming and going, it might have been the public, it might have been residents, or I'm sorry, not public, it might have been residents in the building. I can't really say with any specificity.
Who was Elon Musk?
Elon Musk was a gentleman that Amber dated intermittently following the restraining order.
He was some guy.
When did can you recognize Elon Musk?
Yes.
When did you first see Elon Musk at Penthouse 3?
I'm not quite clear exactly, but I want to say it was about 3 to 4 weeks after the restraining order was filed.
But while Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were still married, correct?
Yes.
After May 22nd, 2016, did you ever see any marks on Ms. Heard?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Would you please describe, as far as you can remember, what cleanup efforts were undertaken and by whom?
Okay, now I'm getting quartering
myself.
vibes.
In Penthouse 3, there was a number of pieces of broken glass and items strewn about the counters and the floor in the kitchen. Only in the kitchen, sort of around the kitchen
This is
island.
clearly angry Burt
In
Macklin.
the hallway outside of the penthouses was quite a bit of spilled wine. I don't believe we dealt with that at all. And then in PH5, all of Raquel's things had been strewn about pretty dramatically. So we did our best to sort of put that back together and pack everything back up. And there were things like piles of books and picture frames were broken, or piles of books were strewn about and picture frames were broken and things like that. We just picked the glass up off the floor so the dogs didn't get hurt. And I think we left everything else for the time being.
Did you actually see who strewn about? That's not the right word. But did you actually see the person who threw her clothes around?
I didn't witness firsthand any destruction of any kind.
Are you aware that Ms. Heard alleged that Mr. Depp hit her on or about December 15?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you know about that incident?
So my recollection of that is Raquel and I had come back to the penthouses from where I don't recall specifically, sometime, I want to say late afternoon, early evening. And Raquel was supposed to meet with Amber as soon as they came back. Amber had not been responding to her text messages for some time. So we let ourselves into PH3 together to go check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came in, the kitchen was completely, I wouldn't say it's trashed, but it was out of order enough for something to be off. And then when we turned the corner on the section of counter next to the kitchen sink, there was something written on the counter, and I don't know, I can't remember what material it was. And to be honest, I can't actually recall exactly what was written. It was something very, very weird, like all is such a fraud or something akin to that.
You never saw Mr. Depp strike Amber Heard on or about December 15, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Miss Heard that night?
Yes.
Did you notice any bruising or other signs of injury?
Yes, pretty significant.
What did you observe?
I noticed specifically she had pretty significant bruising on the inside of both eye sockets, kind of extending down the bridge of her nose, and her forehead was red.
But you have no first-hand knowledge of how that injury occurred.
That's correct.
Are you aware that she Amber Heard made a television appearance the next day?
Yes.
Do you ever see Mr. Depp take drugs, either prescription drugs or drugs that were not by prescription?
Yes.
How many times?
I can't speculate on the number of times, to be honest.
There was some questioning before where people were asking you about emphasizing how many times. Is it fair to say more than 10 times?
Yes.
Fair to say more than 20 times?
Yes. But to be very honest with you, he was also a very private person. And a lot of that behavior was done in private. I didn't witness a lot of it.
Did you ever hear Mr. Depp yell at Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me when you recall that and what happened?
I can't say with any specificity the number of times. There is one incident specifically that I do recall. Myself and Raquel were vacationing in France with the two of them, and we were staying separately, separate houses, and the two of them were having a very, very loud argument with one another, screaming at each other that we could hear through the walls.
How long do you recall approximately that yelling lasted for?
I want to say that I witnessed personally, maybe 30 minutes.
Did Mr. Depp often wear heavy rings that you noticed on his fingers?
Yes.
More than one?
Definitely be.
Yes.
And when they were large? Is that fair to say?
If memory serves, yes.
December 15, 2015, Los Angeles, California, which is the next page. And you'll see in paragraph 23, in case it refreshes your recollection, there's a specific reference to Rocky.
Jake, no need.
What knowledge do you have about this incident?
Specifically, coming home, I want to say late afternoon, early evening. It was myself and Raquel. Melanie was not present. Amber had not been responding to Raquel for some time. They were supposed to hang out, the three of them. So we let ourselves into PH3 to check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came inside, the kitchen and the dining table were a mess. Like the kitchen island area, things were strewn about outside of the norm. And there was something written on the counter adjacent to the kitchen sink, like I stated previously, something like always such a fraud or something in that vein. We realized something was off right away. Raquel told me to go back to our place and then booked it upstairs. I didn't hear from her for about 10, 15 minutes, which I was obviously concerned about.
The incident you just testified about, you talked about the kitchen being, with Mr. Chu, about the kitchen being a mess on one incident. Is this the same incident you were referencing?
Correct.
Okay. So I think you testified that when you came in, you saw some writing in the kitchen. I've showed you a document, which is a photograph that we've marked as Drew 10, and asked you if that's what you were referring to earlier.
Yes.
And did you come to learn, Mr. Drew, who had written this language? Is this the kitchen, withdrawn, is this the kitchen counter?
It's the kitchen counter next to the kitchen sink.
And this is in the apartment of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
PH3.
And did you come to learn who had written these words on the kitchen counter?
I'm sure there'll be an objection to this response, but I knew it's his handwriting.
When you use the preposition his in that answer, you meant Mr. Depp?
Correct.
And why, and are you saying that you recognized at the time that it was his handwriting?
Correct.
And how were you able to recognize Mr. Depp's handwriting?
He has a very unique mode of penmanship.
And you had seen that mode of penmanship previously?
Many times.
Can you read what is written on the countertop in Drew 10?
Why be a fraud? All is such bullshit.
Is this Drew 10 an accurate photograph of what you recall seeing that day?
To my recollection, yes.
Was anything else written on the countertop?
Not that I remember.
When you saw these, when you came into the apartment and saw the mess in the kitchen and saw these words written on the countertop, were you concerned?
Immediately.
And what were you concerned about?
That something very, very bad had happened.
And that's in part because you assumed immediately that Mr. Depp had written these words?
Yes.
Can you read, you read into the record what it says? Could just correct me if I'm wrong, that little kind of red thing there in the top right-hand corner of the photograph, do you recall, is that a lipstick, part of a lipstick?
Couldn't tell you.
Okay. At the time, did you have any idea of what this was written in? Do you recall?
Looking at it, I can answer. I don't recall from the time, so I'm going to say no.
And I take it, Mr. Drew, you didn't take this photograph.
No,
Awesome.
Do you know if Rocky did?
I don't know.
And when you say you were concerned that something very bad had happened, what do you mean by that?
Starcatcher,
You walk
it's not
into
enough for
somebody's house
perjury.
and it looks like
even
they
still.
vandalized it and things are amiss or things are strewn about. It's doesn't portend anything good.
Did you go anywhere else in Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's apartment other than the kitchen that day?
The living room later.
So, again, to the best of your recollection, I understand it's a long time ago, and I understand these aren't exactly happy memories, but can you tell me chronologically what happened? You let yourself into the apartment, you saw this. Just tell me the story again, to the best of your recollection of what happened when.
How I remember it is that like I said, we came home late afternoon, early evening. Hadn't heard from Amber in some time, which was out of character for her. Let ourselves in to go check. Saw that written on the counter. Saw the kitchen amiss. Raquel looked at me and said specifically, "Go back to our place. I'm going to go check on her." Bolted upstairs. I was sitting over in PH1 in our apartment waiting, and I heard from her. Again, I don't remember exactly. I want to say it was about 10 or 15 minutes later. I really don't remember what my response was. I don't remember what transpired after that, other than there was some time that she was over there. I don't remember when or even if Melanie came over at any point during that evening.
What do you recall about that?
And I remember it specifically because she had pretty significant visible facial injuries and didn't know if she was going to be in a state to do it or didn't know whether she was even going to have the physical appearance to be able to do it.
Okay, when you say these things, first of all, she in those statements is Amber Heard, correct?
Yes.
Did you see Ms.
You
Heard
just
say
described what
something?
we've seen in those
Do
photos
you
as
have the
significant
visuals?
facial injuries.
I didn't have glasses and I didn't need them then, so yes.
So I'm handing you a document that was marked as Drew 11. You can see from the top page, it was attached to Ms. Heard's affidavit declaration as Exhibit 13. And I want you to look at the photos of Ms. Heard's face and tell the jury
And put the photos up again.
if those were consistent with what you observed on her face that day.
It is. I was with Raquel when she took the pictures.
And the pictures were taken on Raquel's iPhone or photo camera?
To my recollection, yes, they could have been taken on Amber's phone. So there wouldn't be any potential accusation of bias or anything like that.
And you described earlier to Mr. Chu that there was, as I recall, kind of color under both of her eyes.
Yes.
And I say her, I mean Ms. Heard. If you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 photo, this one, so I'm going to hold it up.
Yes.
Did you personally observe that day this injury on Ms. Heard's face
I did.
in December 2015?
I did.
And you said before you were there when Ms. Pennington was taking the photos?
Yes.
There's a couple more photos in there. It looks like there's a busted lip. See those photos?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing that personally on Ms. Heard's face that day?
Honestly, I don't remember without looking at this photo, so I'm more comfortable saying I don't know.
Mr. Drew, were you there? Do you just to refresh your recollection? You were there when all of these photos were taken, or just the photos of the face?
I can't say definitively.
But there's some photos you were there for that are here.
Correct.
But at least some of the photos in Drew 11, you recall being there and personally observing Ms. Pennington take them.
Correct.
And are you aware of any efforts by Rocky or anyone else to manipulate the photos that were taken that day with Photoshop or any other method of changing a photograph?
If I had any knowledge of that or even suspected it, this would be a very different interview.
It's a deposition, but yes.
Or a very different deposition. Whatever.
I'm going to turn now to the incident on April 21, 2016.
Sir, this isn't a media interview.
Birthday party. I guess it was her 30th birthday.
I mean, it's a type of interview. A deposition is a type of interview. We wasn't wrong.
Yes, I'm going to grant you that, Mark.
Yeah.
Still funny.
Again, separate apart from anything.
It's pedantic or correcting. Come on.
Mr. Declaration, what you recall happening that day and what you did, saw, and observed.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I was like totally thinking I was having a conversation with you guys. Yeah, I give him a pass.
She wanted to have a dinner party at the.
You're doing a really cute dance when you're muted.
Friends, and I offered to cook dinner for everybody. There had been some mention that he had appointments or he had some things, and but that he would be there and so on and so forth. I really don't recall specifically who the appointments with, what they were for, what time they were, and anything like that. Quite frankly, any talk of schedule with either Amber or Johnny was pretty much moot, to be very honest. Everybody arrived. We were sort of, I think we waited for a little bit of time, expecting him to show up. And at a certain point, I don't know who made the decision. They're just like, let's sit down and have dinner, and he'll get here whenever he gets here. And we had the party in PH5. We sat outside. I want to say he showed up not towards the end of the evening, but pretty close to. Again, this is just my observation, but it appeared that he was inebriated in some way. I won't say whether he'd been drinking on pills or whatever it was, but
he does look like Nick
appearance that
Offerman.
he was inebriated in some way.
Mark,
he looks like, he looks like
to it.
Ricky from Trailer Park Boys who shaved to go to a job interview. That's what he looks like.
He sat down, and honestly, the rest of the evening was quite pleasant. He does what he always does when he comes and sits down at dinner, is put on a show and connect with everybody and, be entertaining, be pleasant and polite, and her the same thing. You would have never known that there was an issue. And then I didn't hear anything until the next morning. And I knew that there was a scramble. The girls were leaving the next day for Coachella, which I did not attend with.
Sarah, yes, Franco was the next.
But all
next
I knew
night.
was that they had gotten in a pretty big argument. But because of the rush to get out that day, I didn't really get too many stories about it.
Coachella. I love it.
You cooked the dinner that night?
Correct.
I researched it, by the way. We'll talk about it later.
Actually, I do remember.
What'd you cook?
I made tacos, actually.
He's a little bit more comfortable than
Don't ask
Rocky
me
was.
why I remember what I made, but I did it. Amber
Definitely,
she
especially at
wanted
this point in the
Mexican food, so I
depot.
did a big Mexican script.
He's proud of his catering.
You say that when Mr. Depp walked in, he appeared inebriated. Do you recall? Was he swaying? Was his voice, his words slurred? What do you recall?
Because I had come to know him pretty well at that point, he was pretty good at hiding it with people who didn't know him all that well. But you could sort of see that if you spend enough time around with him, you could see the little ticks, slurring his words a little bit extra, swaying, being a little bit more discombobulated, and being a little bit more, what's the word? Like just gregarious and loose. It's not his normal mode.
Basically Jack Sparrow-esque.
I hate to go back into what I'm going to refer to as
Good
the
one.
poop incident.
Poop gate. Back on poop gate.
I think you testified earlier that you observed on a number of occasions dog poop or dog pee.
What's interesting is that in that
Mr.
cross-examination
Depp
Amber
and Mr.
Heard,
apartment.
no
Is that
pun
correct?
intended, they really just let this sit.
When you say in perpetuity.
It's pretty much constant. I've cleaned up my fair share in that apartment.
And I think you testified that the dogs weren't trained to only poop on the sidewalk.
They weren't trained at all. They had their run, and they'd be left at home for large portions of the day sometimes. And if there was nobody there to take care of them, and at some point, there was pee and poop on everything: couches, sofas, chairs, the bed, you name it.
That was not Yorkie poop.
Life of a celebrity, I guess.
We need that picture needs to be in evidence. I hate to say it. It's gross. It's so gross, but it needs to be.
Yeah.
This is from Drew 7.
Oh, I'll save this question for later.
Again, same thing that we did for April 21. I would like it, Mr. Drew, if you could just tell me the story of your role, what you saw, what you observed, what you did, chronologically in connection with this incident.
I don't remember what day of the week it was. It was either a Friday or Saturday. I want to say it was a Saturday because I was not in the office. Raquel had her first jewelry show the next day, and the plan was for her and her friend Liz, who would come over to help her specifically get set up for this. Amber was around. They were going to sit in PH5.
Not the same Rocky.
Do yoga. And
Not the same Rocky.
paint and make necklaces and things like that. And I was sort of
Got to
in and
bring her
out
on.
most of the day,
That's it.
hanging out with them.
Got to get
Pretty
Raquel
rapidly
Pennington.
thereafter, I don't
on
think
this
it was
channel.
Clear her name.
The real
Clear
one.
her name somehow.
Tell the world.
I heard a door open in the hallway, and a couple seconds later, I heard a really, really loud slam, which I later learned was a wine bottle being smashed into our door, PH1. And then I heard keys jingling, and Johnny shouting at one of his security to open this. Is it all right if I swear? I mean, I'm telling you here. That's okay.
You should say the words exactly.
I can see Joshua Jackson
As
too.
I remember, he said, "Open this fucking door, get me in here."
Ooh.
And he came in, caught eyes with me right away, and beeline for me, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face. I walked calmly to leave, realized that I'd forgotten my keys and the dog, so I turned around and walked back to go get both. He stayed and followed with me, walking, pacing, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face, and I left calmly. At that point, Liz was still in the apartment, and the last look I saw of her is that she bolted around the corner and went upstairs to hide from him.
Had Mr. Depp ever done
That
this
pretty much
to you
lines up.
before?
No.
Did he? How close was he to you when he was when he entered your apartment and was screaming at you?
Close enough for it to be aggressive.
Was it a foot?
Yes.
And you said that you originally heard him say, open the fucking door. When he was spitting and screaming at you, what do you recall him saying?
Couldn't tell you. Honestly, it sounded like gibberish. At that point, I don't think I was really hearing anything. It was just, how can I get the hell out of here without something else happening? Because quite frankly, even though he's standing there in front of my face, he's also got, 2 bodyguards right there with him that are bigger than me. What's really going to happen here?
What were you feeling when this was going on? I'm trying to.
I mean, I don't think, honestly, I didn't feel threatened. I'll say that flat out. It seemed really, really silly. I wasn't really surprised.
I
just
didn't
wanted
feel
to get out
threatened.
and make sure that the girls were okay.
And
Oh, that's so
sometimes you can say someone's spitting at
That's
you
not-
because they're performing on a stage and
He wasn't actively spitting in my face. It was just the nature of how
It's not
close he was.
good for
and
Amber.
The way in which he was acting.
Huh.
It's important for him to feel like he's a badass. You can tell
Okay.
that throughout a couple of
So-
pieces of his
Yeah.
testimony.
You go get your keys. You guys have your own dog, I take it?
Yes.
You got your dog. You go out. What happens next?
I walked out of the hallway, and to be very, very candid, I don't remember in this instance whether I went to PH3 to go check on them or whether I went into PH1. The sequence of events after that as to when I actually got to Raquel and Amber or whether they came to me, I really don't remember that sequence of events offhand.
You don't remember if you went to 3?
I couldn't tell
Come
you.
on,
So
bro.
when you got to Raquel and Amber, what did you observe?
I remember first speaking to them specifically in PH1 in our place, but how it is we got there, I don't remember. I remember deadbolting the door, and Amber was catatonic. She was just 1,000 yards there, just done. And Raquel was trying to calm down herself. And I was just, what the fuck just happened? And she
Mark,
started
do you
to
see the
recount a
super
little
chat?
bit, and I went right out the door and started banging on the door to do something.
Oh, yeah.
He was already gone at that point.
Can you put just
I'm
understand
right.
you
I'm
banged
totally
on the
right. I'm
door?
just saying. Thank you. Thank
I'm
you.
gonna go to Drew 1 if you don't know it. Your incredible architectural drawing, Mr. Drew. So tell me where you are, where he was, where you went.
I was in here when Johnny came in. Doors right here.
I can't raise them. I can only lower us. I'm sorry.
Door was right there. This is in PH5. The living room's a little bit larger. I came out of the door to PH1, right smack in the middle. And I went back, started banging on the door at PH5, assuming he was still in there, but they were already gone.
So what sparked you to go back to try to go after Mr. Depp was hearing from Rocky that Mr. Depp had pushed her.
Correct.
As opposed to Ms. Hurd.
Correct.
By the time you got over there,
Did Rocky testify to that? Oh yeah.
he had already left.
Yes.
You said that Amber, when you saw them, that Amber and Rocky, I think you said Amber seemed catatonic.
Yeah, she was just a ghost.
How did Rocky seem?
From what I remember, sort of like when somebody's coming down from an adrenaline rush, she was just sort of like, she didn't really know what to do. Couldn't sit still, just sort of standing there and shaking.
So after you had gone to try to find Johnny, he already left. What happened next?
I went right back to the girls to make sure that they were okay after my own little selfish outburst.
And they were at that point still in your apartment?
They were still in my apartment. I came in. Amber had started to come out of it a little bit. Raquel had started to calm down a little bit. I started to get a little bit of information as to what happened. The thing I remember most distinctly was that Amber had Johnny's cell phone in her hand, so I took it from her.
And when did you first learn about the police?
We were in PH1. I believe at that point when I came back upstairs, Amber was already on the phone with her attorney. We went back to go take pictures of all the damage, took pictures of the wine stain in the home.
Is that the first time you saw the damage in her place, or had you already seen it in kind of the back and forth?
Again, I'm a little foggy on that. I can't say definitively whether I'd seen it before or whether that was when I saw it for the first time. So we took her back to PH3. We took photos of the damage inside. And I want to say the first responders came pretty shortly thereafter. Maybe, again, I'm really guessing here. I want to say 20 or 30 minutes at the most.
The first set of police officers who were there, how long do you recall them staying?
Maybe 15 minutes. I was asked to greet the officers specifically because Amber didn't want to file a report, and I said that I would speak to them to see if I could, get them to leave, say that everything's okay, even though we all knew that there was no way they could do that. I told her that I would go and greet them first.
Okay, so two questions. Why did you know that there was no way they could do that? Let me ask you that question first.
Survivor of domestic violence myself.
What was your understanding of why she didn't want to have him?
She was still protecting him.
What else, if anything, Mr. Drew, do you remember either the female Hispanic police officer or the Caucasian gentleman saying that even?
I remember I was the one who walked them through PH3 where the original incident had occurred. I showed them the broken glass. They had already walked over the wine stain in the hallway, or the big spill of wine, and I showed them the bolt in the door. You could see looked like the bottom of a wine bottle. I took them into PH5 and showed them through. Their communication to me throughout was me just pointing things out to them. The Caucasian police officer pulled me outside solo. I can't say what happened internally, so I don't know whether anybody was in earshot, whether it was just Amber and the officer having a one-on-one, or whether there was anybody else around them. I don't know what was said either, specifically outside of what I might have heard secondhand, which has already been talked about ad nauseum.
You have in front of you, Mr.
Go ahead and send it to him.
Drew,
DM
a
him.
series of photographs that we've
I'll answer for him.
Drew 13. And I think I'm just going to take you through them one by one, if that's okay with you. And I'm going to ask you if you remember, if you can tell me what these photos are.
These are photos taken of her the night of the incident.
Who took the photos?
Some were taken by me, some were taken by Raquel.
And when you say the night of the incident,
May 21.
and are you sitting here today, can you distinguish which were taken by you and which were taken by?
No.
Were you present when they were all taken?
I can't say that definitively.
Okay. Were you present when photos were taken of Ms. Heard's face, like you see on the first page of this?
Yes.
And is this image of Ms. Heard's face on May 21 consistent with your recollection of what her face looked like?
Yes.
And am I correct that unlike, it's a little hard to see because there's shadow on the right, but unlike the prior incident that we looked at where there were photos, here the injury looks like it's mostly on one side?
Correct.
Let's look at the next photo. Tell me if you can remember.
Sarah, I don't recall this. Maybe I missed
These
something. I could
are
have.
pictures pulled off the wall and placed onto their bed in their bedroom.
Let's go to the next photo.
Place. They sure are.
Do you recall
Yeah.
seeing this on the night of May 21?
Yes, this is on the column in PH5.
Exactly
going
the
upstairs.
opposite of what Amber testified to.
And the glass on the pictures were shattered.
Yes.
Starting with the first photo of Ms. Heard's face, is that what Ms. Heard's face looked like when the police arrived?
Yes.
With the next photo of the pictures on the bed and the broken picture frame on the wall, did you show these you personally show these to the first group of police officers that night?
Honestly, this one, I really can't say whether I did show them to the officers. I don't recall this.
And just so the record is clear, you're pointing to the photos on the bed.
Correct.
What about the
I don't
photos
recall
on the wall?
period.
The third photo, yes, I showed them personally.
For the photos on the wall, you had been in the apartment prior to this.
Yes.
Was the glass broken when you had last been in the
No.
apartment? Okay. Go to the next
Okay. All right.
one.
This is broken glass. I believe this is from the landing directly beneath the photo shown in the third photo.
And it's a landing on a staircase?
Yes.
What?
Did you show, was that photo taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Did you show that glass to the police officers who came, the first group of police officers who came that night?
Yes, I did.
Next photo?
The staircase. It can't be below that column, can it?
I take it even I can figure that out. That's the stairway, I think. And that photo was again taken by either you or Rocky?
Correct.
Was the broken glass on the stairway depicted in this photograph shown to the first group of police officers that night?
Yes, it was.
What's the next photo?
This is the hallway where there would have been spilled wine right outside the door of PH1.
And do you see spilled wine in this photo?
Yes.
Can you indicate for the record where that is?
Here and here and here.
He's pointing to the sort of middle of the photograph on the right side, on the floor, on the stripes.
And was
Give
this
him a
a
marker.
photograph taken by either you or your then wife?
Yes.
And did the police officers, the first group of police officers who came, see this on that evening?
They would have walked through it before they even got to the door.
But that's not something you showed them.
No.
Last photo in the series?
How would they know what it is then?
Can you tell me what that is?
That is a wine bottle and spilled wine on the floor.
Is this a photo that was taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Is this something that you showed the first group of police officers that evening?
Yes.
Which apartment is this in?
I believe this is in PH5.
Which room?
In the living room.
As I asked with the other series of photos that we saw, first of all, are you aware of anyone who made any efforts to Photoshop or otherwise manipulate these photos to make the incident and the circumstances look worse than they were?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have any understanding that evening that looking at the first photo of Ms. Heard's face that anyone had somehow put makeup on her face to make it look like she had an injury under her eye?
No.
With respect to these photographs generally that we've looked at in Drew 13, was there any effort to stage the photographs in any way?
Absolutely not.
You can't really attest to that, honestly.
And do you know how the photographs got ultimately to Ms. Heard?
I do not.
So I think you testified earlier with Mr. Chu, Mr. Drew, I have rhyming here, that you were in contact in the building with Ms. Heard on the day of May 22nd.
Yes.
And I'll represent to you that the photos in Drew 14 were taken on that day. Seeing here today, do you know who took these photos?
We're talking about the two I have in front of me right
Yes.
now.
Yeah.
It was either me or Raquel.
Is this consistent with your recollection of how Ms. Heard looked the next day on May 22nd?
Objection,
Yes.
lack of.
Did you see Ms. Heard's face on May 22nd?
Yes.
Did you or your ex-wife take photos of Ms. Heard's face on that day?
Yes. To my recollection.
And similar to questions I've asked in the past, was any effort made to stage those photos in any way?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was any effort made to put makeup on Ms. Hurd's face to make the injuries look redder or more serious?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was any manipulation of the photos done, either using Photoshop or any other similar method?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I'm showing you a document that's been marked as Drew 18. I'm directing your attention to the photos there and asking if you can identify where these photos were taken.
The photo on the first page, honestly, I'm not sure. I don't really remember which stairwell this was from which penthouse.
Each penthouse had a stairwell.
Yes.
Next one.
Both of these photos are taken from PH5, where Amber's closet was located, or what Amber used as her closet, I should say.
Next page, same thing. Amber's closet.
Penthouse closet.
Same thing.
It's actually you nailed the bias
page, at least
point
the
on the
top
head.
one.
Top one, same.
Yeah.
Bottom photo on that page.
Bottom photo is taken from, it looks like it's taken from the landing on the stairwell of PH5 towards the kitchen, towards the Broadway side.
And the next page just seems like similar copies. Were you ever made aware, Mr. Drew, of anyone destroying Amber Heard's closet this way?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you aware of any efforts between and among Rocky Pennington, Io Tillett, Melanie Iglesias, Elizabeth Mars, or Amanda DeCadenet to, quote, get their story straight?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you had any outreach from any of those people that I just mentioned
This is contradicting
to
the
you
police.
to coordinate your story or your recollection
evidence.
or your testimony about the things you've testified here today?
No, I did receive a phone call from IO. I want to say maybe 3 months ago. That was to catch up.
And did you discuss during that phone conversation your recollection of the events that we've been discussing?
No.
You testified that the dogs were too small to climb the stairs. Is that correct? And if the dogs, in fact, were too small to climb the stairs, how would they be able to jump on the bed?
One of them was not.
So it's your testimony that one of the dogs had the ability to climb the stairs and jump on the bed, and the other had neither.
Correct.
All right.
I never know
Ladies and
which
gentlemen, that
one.
completes the testimony of that witness. So we'll go ahead and have our lunch break. And again, during your hour lunch break, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. We'll see you in an hour.
I think I understand now why they didn't call Amber last.
Why?
What are your thoughts on that?
Because the deposition testimony is by and
Come back
large
at
so
1:45
boring
then? Is that fine?
that it makes you forget how bad her testimony was.
Okay, live witness at 1:45, so we'll take the TV down. Okay, all right, thank you.
I think Ricky
I
from
like
Trailer
the
Park Boys was
consistency.
less boring than the previous.
It was less boring, but I was still struggling. It's hard when you don't have a person in court interacting. It's not so much the content. It's just you're looking at a recording of a recording. It's tough.
It's funny because I think Josh Drew, even though he was a deposition, I looking at that, I think he's her best witness by far.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean you have to believe everything he says.
Right.
But he was very fast with his answers. He was very specific. He's got lots of major problems, like saying that the cops are effectively lying. But he was very specific and adamant. And I think that was an effective witness for Amber Heard. That doesn't mean it tilts everything completely one way or the other. But I think you have to acknowledge that, again, if we're talking about a jury that may or may not have an inclination to go that direction, that's the kind of thing you need to hang your hat on.
And I think one of the things that really lent towards his credibility and good witness, to me at least, is that there were answers that he gave that were just absolutely pro Johnny. You're like, oh, wait a second, and the fact that he just
said it and like didn't seem like he was thinking about it, didn't seem like that really lent to that credibility of at least he believed what he was saying. You know, that doesn't mean any of it's true. It doesn't, you know.
Yeah, I think he was the best witness by far. Also, the cadence helped. We're just answering the questions quickly. Thank you for that much, at least.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was an effective witness. I think he's IO all over again, confirming a bunch of stuff we already know, throwing a little innuendo, but not very much, and then distancing himself. When he said, "Are you aware of any conspiracy or Photoshop?" And he says, "Not to my knowledge." That's very telling to me. I think it may be true. I think what he's saying is, I don't specifically know that, but I wouldn't put it past him. That's the way I read it.
Yeah.
He was very well counseled, though. I mean, if you look at his entire testimony, he's got a ton of not with any specificities, not to my knowledge. Like, I think his legal counsel was on it, and he was listening to what his counsel said in preparation for a deposition. I mean, I'm a lawyer. I'm never going to hold that against you.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I would have answered the question. I mean, maybe the jury
way-
would find me guilty of sin, but that's also how I would have answered it. You know?
There was also a moment where he knew that his answer was going to draw a hearsay objection, and he said that. And I was like, oh, we have a person here who actually listens to their lawyer. I like this guy.
Yeah.
So he's likable. I didn't find Io particularly unlikable, but I just found he was the more likable of the three.
Yeah, agreed. Although, as this super chat points out, all of them kind of have the same problem, which is either the three of them are lying or the cops are lying. And in my opinion, because the cops have zero to gain from lying in this case, I mean, weight goes to the cops, in my opinion.
I'll play devil's advocate on that because I'm trying my best to think, why on earth would the police be holding on to this story that they didn't see any injuries or any damage? And the only thing I can think is they don't want to be criticized for not charging Johnny Depp, the more famous person, in pursuing an investigation. And so they're covering up. That's going to be a really stiff argument to make in closing arguments in a civil case. It's going to be tough to get the jury to believe that these two pretty neutral police officers are interested in not looking like they're not neutrals.
And especially when they have body cam footage that corroborates what they are saying.
The second two do, but the first two, which is really where Josh Drew's testimony rested on this one, who he says, one of the cops said, "We have enough to take him in." I thought that was very interesting because that's as direct as I thought, was in opposite to what the police officers had offered. It's interesting because I can absolutely see what Danley says. And one interesting thing might be if any juror has a negative either perception of police officers or interactions with police officers, that can bring that kind of conflict into play writ large.
Yeah, because and I think you're right. I mean, one of the most convincing ways to kind of get at cops' credibility will always be they tend to have the behavior of closing ranks and like closing behind an initial impression and not change that because they think it's going to wreck their credibility, which sometimes works for them, sometimes gets them in hot water. Right. And I'm not saying that the cops are lying, but absolutely it is, that is a credible argument, the believable argument.
And to be clear, I had to rack my brain for that one. It's not what I think. It's not what I actually think is happening here because of the body cam. I think, you guys know I'm a defense attorney, so in my cases, I'm always like, oh, the cops messed up here. I don't think the cops messed up in this particular case based on the body cam. So, but that's the argument you would have to make in closing to make the police not credible.
Yeah. And if you follow that logical link, you say, okay, well, maybe the second group of cops, like, we trust them because of the body cam footage, but then there's this discrepancy between the first set of cops and Josh Drew. The second set of cops and the first set of cops also line up together. So it's like, it's still like which one of those are you going to sort of like bend their connection? It doesn't make sense logically to bend the connection between the first set of cops and the second set of cops because it just lines up so perfectly.
I hear you.
I had two questions that I didn't want to address at the time. One is, how did he get pulled back in? I think Natalie reacted to it. They said, oh, so they contacted me out of the blue. That's suspicious to me. It's like, hey, we need to get back together so we can, make sure you're on the team, basically.
Well, and keep track of the years. that deposition is within a year of the Washington Post op-ed, right? I mean, so in terms of the time frames of all these things, that's 3 years old as it is. He gets contacted by Amber Heard 2 months after that, hasn't talked to Rocky in years at that point. When that deposition is
we
happening,
want to get back together. Come on.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Amber said
go ahead.
she wasn't talking to Rocky anymore and is trying to make amends. So it's
that, and then mixed with this thing, he says, "Well, I'm a survivor of DV," and I'm thinking, what? At the hands of Rocky?
Yeah,
that's why I wanted. I was like, why didn't anyone ask that?
Yeah.
That was the big question in my mind immediately.
Possible it was asked in the Depo.
Oh, dang, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
And that's
It could have been asked and edited out. Yeah.
Yeah. There was no. Yeah, that wouldn't have made it in.
And just a quick note to everybody too, as pointed out by Wendy's Cafe. Yes, people have been floating around people's Instagram profiles and stuff like that. I think Rocky Pennington. There are 2 Rocky Penningtons here. One Raquel Pennington, that is the witness here. One Raquel Pennington, who is an MMA fighter. There is a difference between the two. And I think
look,
that
I don't want to call you into
Instagram
question, chat, but I don't know how you could have watched that deposition of that woman that was on our screens and said MMA fighter. I just
really
throwing it out.
And so, but regardless,
chat's credibility. Yeah.
Regardless, please don't go and flood people's social media profiles with all kinds of stuff. Regardless of which Rocky Pennington we're talking about.
Oh, of course.
Just leave people be. Let this case play out as it should in the court.
No, we need Rocky, the MMA fighter, on here.
Oh, well, that I do agree. Okay, so I mean, I did contact her. I retweeted her tweet to say that I want her on the show.
Well, that would be fun, and it's the only way to really clear it.
Yes, of course.
She got to come on and be like, "Do I look like that lady?"
Yeah, we can do it. We can do 2 pictures next side by side. It'll be perfect.
Who wore it better? Who wore the name better? Rocky Pennington.
It's just such a funny coincidence. And
it really.
I said it before. You guys better leave Rocky Pennington, the fighter, alone. Don't make that mistake and get beat up now.
Please do not. Please do not. And let's. I'm gonna throw a few more of these on.
Sure.
On the screen here. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna leave these for now. And I'll pull up some questions from the top. Okay. Candace Needling says, in yesterday's redirect, why did Amber Heard's attorney not be able to actually ask any questions that weren't objected to? Thanks so much for your stream, and it has been really amazing and informative from Wales. Hey, thanks so much. She got flustered. I mean, Camille was on it, and she knew exactly where to go with those objections and exactly how to fluster her, and she went for it. And so ultimately, that's what happened. She just completely frustrated the process.
In fairness, she had 10 days to prepare the cross and anticipate the redirect. She knows where the redirect's going to go because she knows what her cross is. Yeah. So you're sitting there loaded for bear with all your objections ready for redirect. And this woman clearly did her homework. She did a great job on cross.
I also think that redirect is supposed to be very limited.
Yes.
Because you're limited by a few things. Number one, if there's foundational issues that you should have established in your direct examination, you can't use redirect to clean that up. Right. So if there's questions you should have asked that you did not ask, you don't use redirect to bring in new evidence. And you can't go outside the scope of the cross-examination. So Camille's cross was very tight. There's a lot of things Camille could have gotten into, but she didn't. And oh my goodness, she's messed me up now. She has me wanting to call her Umbridge. Gosh dang it, Emily. What's her name? Elaine. Elaine realized she messed up when she was doing redirect and was trying to cure her mistakes. And she had gone outside the scope of the cross. And so she lost a lot of questions that way.
Yes.
Mr. Law and Lumber.
Yeah.
How's
it going?
Good afternoon.
Rob in the house.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
With the yawn, the yawn of the live streamer into the wee hours of the morning.
Talk about regretting decisions. Like, I told myself I was going to be on for 10 minutes to test because I've never done it before. And I was like, maybe 100 people will come on. And all of a sudden there's 5,800 people in the chat and I'm panicking.
That's why I had to opt out at like 40 minutes in, Rob.
Oh
like,
my God.
I'm pretty sure
I'm
he said
so
10
sorry
minutes.
I missed that. I'm so sorry I missed that.
It was fine. I think
wish
I was
could've
getting
been there to
delirious
help
in the
support.
end and just kept on talking.
Oh man. Oh man. So Vikas Kumar says, can Tina Newman, a potential witness, break JD's case? She is a Disney executive and will testify that OpEd had nothing to do with him being fired. I don't, so I don't know if she's on the witness list. I would imagine so. But I don't know if we're gonna get that. Maybe
That would be. I mean, if that testimony exists and it happens, that is absolutely very.
It would be
good
helpful for
testimony.
Amber's
But yes,
case.
yeah, absolutely.
I think
Yeah.
necessary for Amber. I think that because on the SA allegations, I think Amber's lost. It's a little up in the air on the physical. It depends on which team you believe, Team Police or Team Amber's friends. But if she could break away on kind of a technical issue of he didn't lose Pirates because of this, then Amber could win everything. So for her sake, she needs somebody like that.
So, and I'm seeing that she's on the witness list as a video deposition. So she is in fact on the list, but it's going to be like the ACLU attorney essentially. And also keep in mind that we have already kind of heard about this deposition through Richard Marks, because he said that he reviewed the deposition as an expert, and said like, hey, she didn't know anything. Like Disney produced somebody as the person most knowledgeable, but she didn't know anything. She wasn't in a position to really know.
I remember
So
that.
yeah. So it's like they've also kind of like laid that runway a little bit for Johnny for a smoother landing, even if they do choose to bring her in front of the jury. Yeah. Lindsay McCormick says, is the time taken for the depositions taken off trial time that both sides have? Watching from Scotland. Yes, we don't know exactly how they're breaking it up, if it's like just down the middle or if it's according to particular questions that each side wants. But yeah, it's split based on who wants particular questions in,
Yeah.
I think.
If you're from Scotland, they understand it's kind of like stoppage time in football. You know, like it's just this mysterious time that the refs just say, like, yeah, this is how we split it. You know,
I've
and the
never
game ends,
seen
and you're like,
it.
oh, I guess that's enough. I guess it's time out.
Don Hinton says, it looks like my previous super chat was lost, posted prior to actual start. Anyway, concerned Amber Heard might self-harm due to backlash thoughts. No, we addressed it. But yeah, that's a possibility, and I hope not.
If I may, we actually, the one thing, because the trial started and I did want to say something on this. So Don, I'll use this as an opportunity to come back. That's one thing that all of us who are live streaming, any commentators about this, take extremely seriously, because we talked in the beginning, we talked very early on about celebrityism and the loss of the distinction between public and private. And the sort of, when you get into these defamation claims, posting stuff in the Washington Post, suing, and then having cameras in and all of us talking about it, you sort of lose any semblance of private life. Not saying that's good or bad, it's just kind of what happens. And when that happens, it's much easier to lose yourself and lose all sense of your private life wrapped up in these sort of comments, in these sort of memes, in these sort of whatever is going on outside of you. And so I think that that's something that all of us take extremely seriously. And so, yes, as you mentioned, Alita, before, like, look, yeah, sometimes we say things that are silly, or we bring up things and mock some people for it. But I don't think anyone on this stream takes unseriously, sorry, that is something that we're concerned with, because
Of course.
yeah, I mean, in any of these sort of trials, and the more public something is, the worse it gets for everybody. So,
Yeah, and
anyway,
especially
sorry.
where we're already talking about potential mental health issues, like regardless of which diagnoses you believe, we've got someone says that she's got some kind of diagnosis of something, whether it's PTSD, BPD, what have you. So she's obviously already got things that she's dealing with prior to this. And yep, exactly. Mark, couldn't have said it better myself. Don Lionheart says, why no rebuttal for AH? Not just D has counterclaim. So it's because that's advantage goes to the plaintiff. He sued first, so he has the primary burden of proof. And so he gets to go first because he's the one burdened. It's a way to sort of equalize that level of burden to make it a little bit more fair in the process. So that's why, and to be fair, he doesn't get more time. He reserves some of his time from the beginning to carve out to leave until the end in rebuttal in order to respond specifically to the things that she has said. And just to clarify, because she goes second, she can obviously respond to everything that he has said in his first closing. So yeah, and the rebuttal is very limited, like I said. Slap Happy 1215 says, why couldn't JD's team overlap the two images that were clearly exactly the same about Amber Heard?
They will.
In closing, they absolutely will. Yeah, keep in mind that like it's the cross examinations and the direct examinations in front of the witnesses. Those are not the time for the attorneys to make these arguments. That's the time for them to draw out the information from the witness in front of the jury so that the jury can see this is where the information comes from. And then closing is when they take all of that information, they take all the evidence, they take all the exhibits, they take all of the testimony that has been brought forward in front of the jury. They package it up into a nice little box, put a nice little bow on it, and say, this is why we win. So yeah. Noah B says, do you think H resisted getting surgery on nose for scarring because medical records would be produced in court, maybe indicating coke use? Maybe Nurse Liz can help that. Oh, I think you're muted for some reason. Oh, and then she'll be back. I'll save for when she comes back. Shelby Lookman says, will Amber be penalized for her storm out yesterday before the jury was released? Contempt of court? Maybe. No, I don't think so. Maybe a comment to our attorneys, but yeah, I don't think anything beyond that probably. Pamela 0304 says, do you think anyone from the UK trial are watching this and wondering how they missed basically all the cringy stuff by Amber Heard that came out? Well, different case, not facts that came out there that are in here. No expert witnesses. It's different. It's different. There's a lot of differences between what happened there versus what's happened here. Kenneth Palmer says, I'm confused, LB. Why didn't Cross use audio of Amber crying and saying sorry to the doctors about cutting Johnny's finger?
Well, were the doctors in the tape?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. No third parties. Yeah, people are saying lag in the chat. I see it. Refresh your screen. I think that's helped with people. It's
Alita's
on
channel
end.
is under attack. This can only be prevented with likes and subscribes. Act now.
Exactly. Yes.
Nice.
So yes, thank you, Rick. But I mean, legitimately, if we could get some more likes on that, that would help to push the video out into the algorithm.
But also,
yeah, so we can compete with the likes of Law and Crime Network, Court TV, and all those other big companies that are. I'm not saying that they're all issuing copyright takedowns, but some of them are from time to time. we know that at least one is. So if you like the commentary, you like this kind of stuff, you want to promote, channels like this, voices like this, panels like this, like the video, it's legitimately the easiest thing that you can do to support it. And I really, really appreciate it. Just thinking 1000 says, Hogue, yes, all it takes is one juror, but in civil court based on a preponderance of evidence, please explain what that means to the audience.
Oh, you did say this. You did.
Yeah.
Bring up
so
your right
I mean,
to.
that's the legal standard, right? The one you're most familiar with is probably beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a very, very high standard. And then there's different standards of evidence here. So in a civil case in Virginia, we're predominantly looking at preponderance. I believe the actual malice component requires clear and convincing.
Yeah.
Which, if you're thinking of things on like a spectrum, preponderance is very, very low. I think it might actually be the lowest.
51%, the lowest in court. Mm-hmm.
Clear and convincing is a little higher. And yeah, if this all seems ambiguous, it's kind of the nature of law. It's a little bit more than that. And then you get to beyond reasonable doubt, which again lives in the mind of the jurors, but is very, very high. Any reasonable doubt says no, you didn't prove what you did. So yeah, it's one juror. There's only 7 of them, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. I do think a hung jury is a possibility here.
Yeah, it's
absolutely.
possible. Loli Rossi, thank you very much for your very generous super chat. It says IMO and seeing things as a juror at this point, if nothing being said now is new info and the other side can show video and evidence to discredit, then not much harm is done. Just saying, jurors are not attorneys and we don't hang on every word as much as visual. I think you're right though. I mean, it's for me personally, I'm finding myself not taking as much notes on these lost witnesses because I'm like, I've heard this stuff before and nothing really is new other than, any kind of like were they there, were they not there? Did they see Johnny hit someone? Did they not see Johnny hit someone? Did they see physical injuries? Did they not see physical injuries? You know, and then of course it's like, okay, and what are they saying about these photos? And if they said that, if she says, yeah, I saw you know, bloody scalp because somebody pulled hair out of her scalp, and then we see the photo and she says, this is what I'm talking about, and we're like, I don't see it.
No.
I don't see the blood. You know, it's one of those things that starts to really play to the weight that the jury is going to be giving their testimony. So I think you're playing it exactly correct. I think
and you're playing it how an attorney would play it. Because if we're an attorney for either side, what we're looking at is what new thing is this witness bringing for either side. And I don't think either of the witnesses brought anything new. You have Amber's allegations and you have Johnny's allegations. And now it's just a matter of who do you believe. And even for Amber's allegations, no one on her side has seen Johnny assault her. No one has said that. So who do you believe?
Yeah. Honestly, as an attorney, my takeaway is that, oh, well, they don't have any good witnesses.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or they wouldn't be producing these.
And
their last one wasn't too bad, but still not great. Yeah.
I do agree, but I still think that they would have done much better by putting these three witnesses, even though they're video depositions, that they would have done much better by putting the three of them on before they put on Dr. Hughes, before they put on Amber, because at that point the jury is fresh. They wake up because they're like, oh, okay, new case in chief. This is going to be a different perspective.
Yeah.
Let's see what their case is. They're gonna listen, I think, at least for a period of time, a little bit more intently, and say, okay, like all right, muddy middle, maybe, you know, they may have been thinking the same things that we've been talking about. But the problem is, because Amber went first, it just completely blew away all of that analysis of like, okay, why am I paying this close attention? Because it's just two different universes. And then by the time we get to them, it's
I
like,
agree with
who
you, but
cares?
there are some problems with that. Let's start with Rocky, who does not say that he's violent at Hicksville, for instance, and then she gets on the stand and says that, and you say, wait, we just saw your own witness contradict you. The same contradiction exists now, but Amber doesn't have to get crossed on it.
I don't know,
Do you
though.
guys
I don't know.
Want an update from inside the courtroom?
Yeah,
Of
of
course.
course. Yeah, of course.
So I just got off the phone with James, the guy that's sitting next to Runkle. He's the one that I was telling you about, who keeps that journal of all the jurors. He said, so first of all, on Twitter, he's going to try and get all of his live tweets out and try to make sure that all of his stuff is going. His Twitter is James from Court. So if you're interested in real-time updates during the breaks, give him a follow. He was saying that during all of Rocky Pennington's stuff, the jurors were just completely checked out. At one point in time, when there was that objection, they went sidebar. Polynesian or Hawaiian dude in the front right made a joke, and they were all laughing, and they were actually talking amongst each other in the jury box mid-proceeding. Yeah, Natalie, I had the same reaction. Like, that's a little strange.
I'm sorry.
Well, and I believe you described that particular juror as the one that you think is the most Johnny Depp.
Aggressive towards Amber. Yeah, and that James was saying that as well, that he's like, F this, I'm done with this hearing, like, don't want to be here anymore. And when they're having the objections, I guess they're now cracking jokes in the box about, guess we're here again. I don't know if that's going to get them an admonishment. James didn't say anything about that, but we'll find out. He said that everyone perked up during Josh Drew's testimony. And he just said that he thinks especially the male jurors up front connected more with him. Just were able to see a little bit out of him. Just middle juror on the front side. He's like a skinny version of Josh Drew with red hair. Like, just like the beard, the cut. So I can kind of see him bobbing around and doing that. But that's the update. So go ahead, give James a follow. He's going to try and give little live tweets as he gets these little breaks here and there.
Say James's handle one more time. James from Court, you said?
James from Court.
Yes,
He was
it's,
super pumped.
I found
So-
him. You know, I'm gonna retweet one of his tweets here, so that folks can, if you're
Can you
following
throw
me,
his
you'll
profile
see it.
link in? The
Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, I'll throw it in the chat. It's at James
I'm
from
having a
Court.
hard- I'm having a
So
hard
he was really excited this morning because he made this Twitter account and he was like, I jumped up to like 600 subscribers, and I was like, are you ready for a lot more? And he said, sure. So I said, okay, I'll throw you on blast.
All right, then. You know what? I'm just gonna tweet this. Everybody follow
Hurl
James
people at
Report.
him. Yeah. No, he got the branding right. It's easy to remember.
Yep.
Yep.
I will say that we looked at each other at the same time, Hogue, I think, and or was it Ben? We just had the same, kind of reaction to after Rocky Pennington, who's crying and emotional, has just, testified, and there's a sidebar. Jurors are laughing with each other about the objection sidebar. That's something that's telling me, at least at that point, up until the next witness came on, they're not on Amber's side. Because if you believe she's the victim of abuse, you're going to be more somber during that period.
I didn't take that from James. What I took from James was that they didn't buy Rocky, that they just didn't buy that this is a completely unbiased witness that we should give credibility to. The way James relayed it was, we know what she's going to say. We know she's going to corroborate it. Like, let's just move on. Why am I watching this video?
Well, and I do think it's interesting. I mean, if everybody can note how pro Johnny that one juror appears to be, if he is commanding, the forum amongst the jury, that's interesting as well. Because if that's obvious to everyone, if you are at least vociferously Team Amber, you're probably not thinking friendly thoughts about the guy that's self-evidently vociferously Team Depp.
Yes,
so I mean,
if he's the de facto jury foreperson right now, it's not good for Amber.
If he's the alpha of the jury, that's how I always think of him. There's always like an alpha of the jury, male or female. And I'm like, if you're that person and you're swaying the jury and it's not for my client, I'm screwed,
Speaking of the alpha of the jury, Alita, I know you have super chats. Do you want to see what the jury box looks like?
Yes.
Rob did a great job on this. Yes is the answer, Alita.
Yes. Yes, we do. We do.
It looks like Kurt.
Hey, Kurt. Yeah.
Looks like Kurt. Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't look like a jury box at all. Oh, this is
All
cool.
right, let's see. Can you zoom? There you go. Zoom right on in. Okay.
Rob, can you tell him? Can you tell the orientation here where the witness is seating?
Yeah. So this goes over here. This is the one that's adjacent to the witness stand. So Amber Heard is literally looking at this angle here.
Okay.
Straight in. The gallery's back over here. So when the witnesses are looking directly ahead, right over where my mouse is right now, this is where the podium is. So when Amber Heard's testifying, what she's doing is she immediately avoids his eyesight and then looks to these two.
Ah.
And if they avert their eyes, you'll see her do this little quick dart down here. She thinks she's got sympathy with these two.
Okay.
This person, I think she's intimidated of because I can't peg who he's going for. He's the older guy.
Okay.
He's probably the most stern, but the last people that she will ever look to are up here. So it's basically dodge him, look at these two, come down here for sympathy, then go up here. And if you watch her eyes, that's what she does.
Yeah. It's interesting how they've got those vacant seats in between jurors rather than.
Is that by their choice or are they like assigned seating?
I'm not positive on that. But I put those spaces in there just because it is relevant. Like when you're thinking about where she's looking in the box and also just the seating arrangements and how the jurors are reacting to one another.
Oh, see, because jurors will team up sometimes, right? Like they've gone to know each other over 17, 18 days, something like that. And so it looks like we have like 3 teams here potentially. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. The funny, so this guy here, too, he's the one that I think he had an auditory assist, and people were asking me whether they thought it was a translator or whether it was some form of auditory boost. I think it's a boost because he doesn't wear it in the mornings, or he didn't wear it in the morning when I was there, and he wore it in the afternoon. So I don't know if he needs assist with the volume, but he also ends up picking his ears quite a bit. He's the one that checks out probably the most, but he's also the one that perked up the most during Amber's cross-examination. Juror 3, I thought was pro Amber. But then I also had questions because the second that the cross started, he peaked up. He just got a lot straighter and he was taking notes again. So I don't know. Like I said, this jury's really hard to predict, and predicting juries is just not something you ever want to do. But I'm just trying to give you guys as much information as I had from that.
Wow. This is really reading the tea leaves here, but it's fascinating.
So speaking of tea leaves, Runkle also, what's that?
I was like, is this a Dragon's Treasure plot?
No,
Yeah, I was
actually,
waiting. Speaking of tea leaves.
That actually would have been a perfect tee up. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, I'll move on. No, Ian Runkle actually tweeted a little bit ago. He said that last witness was really bad for Johnny Depp in a bunch of ways. That was a major boost for Amber Heard. So hopefully we hear from him soon to find out what he means by that. Because I think that he was probably bad for Johnny Depp, but I think ultimately in ways that may not end up moving the needle. But if he sees something about the witness or about the jury that we don't see, then that would be something that would give me some concern for Johnny.
Yeah. Because am I crazy in saying I think that he was the best witness for Amber Heard, but also not bad for Johnny Depp? That's so weird, but that's how I feel about it.
Well, I mean, I don't think it moves the needle necessarily or changes the weight of evidence, but I think very clearly he was Amber Heard's best witness. And I think if you take him on its face, he's bad for Johnny Depp.
Yeah,
he was
and that's,
credible.
I think
he was really credible.
Yeah, and he was kind of the first one that really questioning his credibility, like was, and you're right. There was no real new information, and you brought that up earlier, Natalie. Like it wasn't like some sort of bombshell. But really, if we're looking at this, if both of their cases are like we're sculpting something, and sometimes attorneys or a witness will like cut off a big chunk, and it'll really take shape. This last testimony, Ricky, I forget his name. I'm sorry, Ricky from Trailer Park Boys, thank you, was just sanding off the edges. But I think that it was good for that, even if it wasn't a big, chainsaw or whatever.
But yeah, it didn't change that Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have effectively asked us to believe in a massive conspiracy theory on either side, right?
Yeah.
That Amber Heard's team is saying everybody in the world is lying. Right. And that didn't change from Josh Drew. He brought in the police to say, no, that's whatever you just heard from them. That's not the case.
The police are lying.
Yeah. And to answer this super chat from SD10 Leptakamara, sorry if I butchered that, says, is it not a problem to reveal jury info? You can reveal demographics. You can reveal and any legal issue providing details on jurors. No, you can talk about general like demographics, their age, their race, like that kind of stuff. That is all stuff that is observable by the public, because you as a member of the public, you can go in and you can observe these things. Now, following them home is completely
that's over the
improper.
line.
Yeah. That is way over the line. Finding out their names, trying to dox them, like that is personal information that you cannot get and is highly improper.
Ian and Rob are so ethical on this. Ian was about to pass who he knew was a juror while he was on stream with me yesterday. He completely crashed his entire stream and came back later. It sounded like he was in like a suspense thriller, because just like his head turns back and forth. He goes, oh, it just gets cut off. I was like, let's hope that Mr. Runkle's all right. He comes back on and says, I was about to pass a juror in frame. And like,
you've always received demographic information on jurors, guys. If you pay any attention to any cases, if you look in any Washington Post, New York Times, Fox article, it doesn't matter. They'll all say this race, this gender, this age group, but they won't tell you their names and things like that.
Well, and the big like rule of thumb, so to speak, is if you were in the courthouse, what could you tell from a jury? Like if this is a public trial, then like if you were in the courthouse, talking about that should be no different than if you're not in the courthouse. If I'm reporting it, I should be able to do that. But anything gleaned outside the courtroom is verboten, and so you can tell what somebody looks like. You can tell what general age they seem like. You can say that stuff.
That's a really good point. If you're sitting there, if any of you went to the courthouse, you would see the jurors. You just can't go and investigate their names and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, which raises the question, why doesn't the camera pick him up? And I think realistically, it's because it could, but it massively increases the risks with very little reward.
Yeah. Why?
Exactly.
Yeah. Why does the public need to see the jury? It's doesn't need to see it.
Well, because it also then makes it super easy for somebody watching to say, oh, I know that person, and then to go and tweet about it and do something. And then all of a sudden you have everybody knowing who this person is, where they live, where they work, what their phone number is.
The
and
internet
then
would never do such a thing, would it?
we trust the internet.
As we've all seen with the
Always.
difference between in-person court and virtual court, when people are in person in the courtroom, they treat it with a lot of respect. They're not going to disrespect what the judge says about the jurors and things like that. In people watching things online, they just cannot make the connection that these are real people, and they'll overstep those boundaries, and they're not going to listen to the court. So I
Or
think
at
it's
least
smart.
it's easier to disconnect from the reality that these are people when it's over the internet. Yeah.
Well, heck, Ian and Rob existing in the same space sometimes frightens and confuses me because those are different channels. I don't know. I don't even know how that happens. It's like the Avengers of LawTube. It gets me very confused.
Seeing them both on one screen. What's
When
happening?
they're in the one screen, it's like, how's that even happening? I don't get it.
DC versus Marvel.
Yep, exactly. Next super chat, Casey Black says, "You guys think what Nate said was her team's original strategy for this case, and the issue is Amber Heard and how she wants to lay out the narrative."
Oh, interesting.
I don't know if it was original, but I do think there's like at least a half dozen ways that you could have presented even this similar information in a way that was more beneficial to Amber Heard, and I suspect the client is driving some of it.
Yeah.
Some of it. Yeah.
I think that they were fueled from their initial strategy from their opening. I don't think that they intended for Amber to say some of the things she said on the stand, and it kind of locked them in to certain things they didn't want to be locked into.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Christopher Black says, "Any words of encouragement for DV victims looking at Amber's cross and thinking maybe they shouldn't report their DV?" Mark, I feel like you should be number one on this.
That's fine.
Yes.
That's fine. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like you've got some really great thoughts on this. Please do.
This is absolutely okay. I can do this. Regardless of how Amber appears and whether or not she is truthful or not, this will not and should not change anything that you report along lines with your own domestic violence concerns or concerns for your friends, relatives, or anyone you know. One of the good things, it's going to sound weird, but one of the good things in the domestic violence sphere is that what has changed in the last 3 decades, basically, has been courts and police officers and lawyers and everyone starting to take this seriously in a way that if you reported in 1989 or in 1993, it generally would have not been treated that way. Now, you can see that a lot here because a lot of people are talking about that there is an overcorrection and maybe there is, but if you yourself have been experiencing domestic violence, this basically this celebrity TV show between 2 rich people whose lives will be okay after this should not and will not affect how the law and the legal systems treats true domestic violence claims going forward. I hope that assuages you, is that these local judges and these local attorneys are not going to look to what Johnny Depp over in La La Land or Amber Heard over in La La Land are doing to move the needle on how the judicial system should treat domestic violence claims, which has been getting much more serious and better over the last 3 decades.
I have to agree.
Yeah, I mean,
that's totally right. I would also point out that, as someone who represents defendants, a lot of the times when I have a client that's on the defense side of a DV claim, especially when they're a man, they have been victims of DV in that relationship, and the charge is retaliatory. So I think that one thing we could all be learning from this is, if you believe Johnny Depp, if you are a man and you're a victim of domestic violence, you should seek help immediately. And it's not just something to laugh at or not take seriously because she's smaller than you or not as strong as you. Men can be victims of domestic violence, and maybe we need more awareness around that as well.
Yep. Yep, you're here. I agree with that. Thank you for that super chat, because that was a great opportunity to say all that. Nina A says, I hate the fact that she lied, but I also hate the way she's treated online. This woman needs medical help. Mental health is serious. Could the judgment be therapy instead of money?
Nope.
It's money.
Nope.
It's money. It's
Civil
money.
court money.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about that. But I
She's
do
gonna need to
agree
take
that she needs
accountability
help.
for what she did. I think before
Yes.
people will be able to move on and not be so
Yes.
harsh towards her. I wish they weren't so harsh towards her. I agree with you.
There's
but
no question online has gone too far in corners. There's no
Yeah.
question.
Yeah, it's just too
there-
much.
Yeah. And yeah, I completely agree. Contrition first and then forgiveness. I'm all in favor of that, but it has to follow the right process. Lyric says, is LawTube going to do a post-trial charity stream for Chola or DV victims? It was suggested in one of Nate's streams. You know, that's not a
Yeah,
bad
I was
idea.
on the stream. It was suggested on. It's a really
not-
good idea.
That's not a bad idea
If
at
we can
all.
find the right one.
Thank you, Lyric.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
plenty of places that do great work out there.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
That's a
make sure they're
fantastic
vetted by
idea.
Charity Navigator as well, because they do a good job on the economics aspects.
Yeah. No, I think that's a really great idea. And YouTube does allow you to do like a charity stream, so that I think everything that you get through that stream goes to a charity.
Sure.
So I've never been in much of a position to do that, but this is a perfect time to do it. So I think that's a great idea. Thank you. On says, question, will judge make a statement after the jury's ruling?
Thank you for your service.
Not always.
That's about it.
Just a canned statement. Thank you.
Not a press
Yeah.
tour. This is what I think about what happened in my courtroom the last 6 weeks.
Book rights.
With the judge.
Yeah.
They have
And,
to be very impartial. They can't do that. They can go back and talk to the jury, but to the public,
Nah, they're going to talk about, you know, the role of the wheels of justice, and, you know, the fact that they keep on turning. And
I could call in the question for some judges. I think this judge is going to disappear.
Yeah. Yes.
Not for me.
I love this
but
judge.
For
Not
all
for
of you,
Rob.
Yes.
Not for Rob.
No, I just want to say, we've gotten a lot of questions about our thoughts on this judge. I love her. I think she's great.
Oh.
Every
Rob,
day that
have
we've
you
seen her,
considered
I've
that
loved
this
her
judge
more.
is going to see your video?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have. And she'll laugh at me, and I'll laugh back, and I'll say,
And then you'll be like, I'm a YouTuber now.
I was going to say, you'll come into court and be like, oh, it's our celebrity.
I didn't bash you.
It's the YouTuber. Okay, Tempura says, question, what if jury thinks AH is lying, but they aren't convinced with the evidence that was put up to say it was the op-ed that made JD lose movie deals?
Very
Johnny
small
Depp
reward,
wins.
JD win potential.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's a Depp win. That's a herd win. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Teal Cat 14 says, this question may have been asked and explained already, but can you guys tell me what a leading question is and the reason for so many objections
dear.
for them yesterday? All right.
What it's
Who wants
supposed to
take this
be,
one?
or how? Yeah.
I'll take a
fact.
stab at it. It's a question. It's there's two forms of leading questions, just more basically. It's one that suggests the answer already, and it's one that begs a yes or no response. So if you're kind of tipping them off to what the answer should be, you're leading them towards the answer. That's a leading question. If you ask a yes or no question, that is per se a leading question. They're not
See,
allowed.
I haven't heard that. Maybe that's Maryland, but I haven't heard that.
Yeah,
That's per se
a
leading, but okay.
question. Yeah, because it also suggests the answer, right? So, did you go to the store? Yes
Yeah.
or no? That's a
Yeah.
leading question.
Yeah.
because you
Anything
assume-
that's a yes or no, requires a yes or no answers,
Absolutely.
generally speaking. Yeah.
Yeah,
Rule of
that's
thumb.
absolutely a leading question.
I'll have to
And
look that up.
they're only allowed in direct examination. In cross-examination, not in direct examination. So when you call a witness, you cannot ask them a leading question.
And the idea is because when you are calling a witness, you are trying to get them to tell the narrative, them to give the facts. And so if you're the one that is testifying all of that because you're leading them to the answer that you want them to get to, it's not trustworthy, right? So you need to give them the space to run free so that they can give their testimony and the jury can properly analyze it and figure out, like, are they telling the truth? Are they not? Do I buy their story? They can't really do that if you are testifying for them. And on cross-examination, the assumption is that this witness is against your party's interests. So that's why you are given more permission to be much tighter in trying to pull the information out of them as opposed to giving them freedom to give the information.
Oh, that was explained like a law professor. That was beautiful.
May I jump in
Thank
before we
you.
go to the next one? I just want to, because I've been seeing a lot of good YouTube comments kind of calling out what I said a few minutes ago about and I want to clarify because they're good comments. Basically, they had said that I was saying Johnny Depp and Amber Heard will be all right because they're rich. Now, that is absolutely shorthand. And you're absolutely correct that just because someone is rich does not mean they're going to be okay. You're absolutely right. What I meant is that when you have these sort of resources, you are afforded access to services, to ways out, and to a lot of things that you cannot if you are poor. And if I'm going to be asked, if the question is, what chance do I have if I'm watching this happen? Can I report my own claim? Then yes, their richness and their access to resources is going to be greater than this person speaking, and they have a better ability to be okay. That does not mean that the rich people will be okay. You're absolutely right, and I should have clarified that. Sorry for jumping in, but
No worries,
but
no
there
worries.
was very good comments, and like I take those to heart. And they were,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I appreciate you clarifying that. Rhonda Ernst, thank you very much for your very generous super chat. Says, I can't reconcile his extremely exaggerated description of her facial injuries. I have to not believe my own eyes, which cooperates with what the police said that they saw.
That's right.
And also on top of that, yeah, I mean, it's a very, very good point. I mean, it's kind of what we were talking about earlier about, what logically makes sense to somebody who's looking at this very objectively. Annette Ambrose says, watch Evan Rachel Wood in Phoenix Rising on HBO to see a real SV and DV victim. Watched it last weekend. Such a stark difference between ERW and age, explaining their experiences. I have started to look into this case. I have not seen that documentary. I have heard folks on either side of that particular case. It seems to be that there are quite a few people that are saying that that case is actually very similar to this one with Evan Rachel Wood, similar to Amber Heard. So I don't know, but I don't know enough to say, which way, one way or another, that I would be supporting of. But that one is a very interesting case that I plan to dig into as well.
Oh, it's a documentary.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll check that out. Okay.
Yeah. Phoenix Rising is a documentary. But there's that case is also very interesting, and it's also interesting that Marilyn Manson is, he's been brought up so many times in this case. Feels like it feels like it's been I don't know exactly why, but they keep bringing it up, his name, and seemingly unconnected to anything. To me, it feels like they're trying to bring in a boogeyman.
Yeah, he's scary.
He's
well,
scary.
maybe
He's
Johnny
scary.
Depp will appear in his case.
I mean, I don't know anything about the Evan Rachel Wood thing. I know they used to date, and now I'm making the connection. That must be what this documentary is about. But I know when, I'm afraid to say it. I don't want to get you demonetized. But I know when the initial big school shooting happened when we were all kids, that he was blamed for that. So I guess he's been a boogeyman since the 90s,
Well,
so
like
I guess that's why they keep bringing him up and things. That's what I thought they were bringing him up for, but I didn't know he had allegations against him. So that's that's a lot of like signaling, dog whistling. Yeah. Interesting.
It does feel that way. Yeah.
They absolutely were. I mean, I know you're really trying to hedge on this legal bites here, but it was. That's what they were trying to do.
To me, and that's the thing, that the reason why it irks me is because they mention his name without bringing in any connecting dots, and they keep doing it. And to me, I get very frustrated because I'm like, why do you keep bringing it up? Other than to say, this is someone who is countercultural. This is someone who has been blamed for things in the past, and we should also blame him for things that we find very problematic today. Like whatever the issue du jour is in our culture, blame the outcast. I don't like that personally. I vehemently detest that. I am not particularly a Marilyn Manson fan. I've never followed his music. I've never, I've said this before, and I will say it again. I grew up kind of afraid of Marilyn Manson, to be honest. I'm basic. I like pumpkin spice lattes and kittens and puppies. But we really should be looking at all of these cases with the same set of eyes, with the same set of analysis, because whether it's Johnny Depp, who's our favorite pirate, or whether it's someone like Marilyn Manson, who is countercultural, and people are much more likely to say, this person's weird and different. I don't want to have anything to do with them. We still need to look and perform the same legal analysis and the same kind of factual analysis for all of these cases.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, that's me. I'll step off my rant box.
I was the only one.
I do have something separate to say. Co-counsel came in, Mrs. Hoglaw came in, and she did say, "I love Natalie. Please tell her how much I love her." So my wife is a big Natalie fan.
As she should be.
I promised I would say it. Here we are. Like and subscribe to Natalie's channel. She's doing awesome work. You can tell, she's smart as a whip. And I'm definitely willing to put her in the category of smarter than me. So go check out her channel. And Sharon Hogue, my wife, told you to. So please go do that.
You're here.
Exactly. Yep. Couldn't agree more. Let me bring up another question here. Noah B says, do you think AH resisted getting surgery on the nose for scarring because medical records? Oh, this is for Nurse Liz. I'm sorry, I'm saving this one. Teal Cat 14, we already got this one because of the leading questions. Ashley Parlay says, I have always wondered, how do they keep the jury from watching outside media during the trial? It's trust.
They don't.
Honor system.
They say don't do it. The end.
Unless they sequester them and put them in a hotel with no TVs, it's very unlikely that's going to.
And you got to pull their phones.
Even
Sequestration,
now,
I think, is
sequesters
over.
are impossible. What are you going to do? Lock the phones up, and then you're going to get a mutiny on the jury.
Yeah, there's no, they're going to be so angry. There's no way.
Yeah, exactly. Alrighty then. Here we go. Jen Bellotti says, question: will JD call an expert in regarding edited side-by-side photos? Would this be a rise to perjury if proved edited because she straight lied under oath? We've gotten so many questions about perjury. Just guys, perjury.
It's fetch. It's not happening.
It's fetch. It's fetch. Yeah. Yes. It's not something that is likely to really come up because of the fact that it is so hard to prove. I mean, perjury, you're trying to reach into somebody's brain to figure out if they're actually lying. It's a very, very high burden. The likelihood of bringing someone up and proving it is so low. The way that you get somebody for lying on the stand is by finding against their case. Whatever it is that they are testifying in support of, you find against them. That's the punishment that you get. It is the most immediate punishment. And it's actually quite effective because what they're trying to do is put forward a certain case and you rule against them or you decide against them.
I've only seen it ever happen in one civil case. I thought that maybe quickly this guy Michael McDonald in a family law case introduced. I think Mike might know about Michael McDonald over. Yeah, he introduced a doctored note from his psychologist saying that he wouldn't be a danger to his children in his family case, his custody case, and he got charged with perjury and burglary for bringing in the fake document. So once they brought it into the courtroom, it was a burglary on the court, and he is about to be paroled. I think that was like 4 years ago. He's been sitting, or 3 years ago, he's been sitting in prison in Nevada since then. It's super rare, and it made a big deal here on YouTube. That's how rare it is.
Yeah, that's a good illustration of how hard it is. If you're that extreme, maybe you get rung up for perjury, but most people are not that extreme.
No.
Counterfeiting official paperwork is a good way to find out.
Yeah, because then the actual doctor can come in and say, I didn't write that, It has to be something like that.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm jumping off for a bit. I'm going to
see you, Rob.
Ricky, to say hey and just do work. So,
okay.
Sounds good.
See you, Rob. Bianca Spaniol says, since we'll just say SA is on the title, just proving JD was abusive in any way is enough, or does the jury need to believe he was SA? Sorry if my English isn't perfect. PS, love for Brazil. Yeah, awesome. Thank you for joining us. So
this is the headline fight.
Yeah.
I think the headlines does her in, and I think she would have to prove the SA or that she wasn't lying about the essay in order to win, or Johnny
Yeah.
would have to prove she was lying about the essay. I think that it adds a separate element, I think.
Yeah. And remember too that what we're talking about here is 3 different statements. In other words, those are 3 different chances for Johnny to win. He doesn't have to win on all of them. Even if the title is out, he's got 2 more statements that he can win on. So even if the essay, if it looks like there's been some kind of essay, I mean, realistically, if it looks like there's essay, there's abuse otherwise, that we can look at. So the other statements are there. But like even like let's assume that they were able to get that statement dismissed. So, he wasn't able to prove the title at all. That's he still has chances to prove that she was lying on the other 2. So, but yeah, it's if he can show that she's lying about SA, then that I think is maybe a bit of a ringer. I mean, he could still lose for other stuff if it shows that he's been abusive in other ways. Maybe.
I don't know.
I mean, it
I
depends.
feel like it's not reciprocal with the essay, right? Like it's a little different where it's like he initiated abuse on me, and so I hit him back. This, essay is a bit different. There's no retaliatory essay alleged here.
Yeah.
I think that he would have to prove that she's lying about it. They'd have to disbelieve her allegations about it. And then I think he could win on that claim alone.
It certainly seems to be the least evidenced part of her stories.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, the bigger the lies that they are able to show from Amber on a handful of these, the less they have to go through each one and methodically prove lies, because the jury, realistically, they're humans, right? They're going to look at that and say, okay, boy who cried wolf. The story of the boy who cried wolf is he ended up telling the truth at the end, but it bit him in the butt because he kept lying in the beginning. So this could be a situation where one of these actually is possibly abusive, but because she's lying on the really big things and in such a big way that they could say, I'm not going to pay attention to these other ones because you obviously very clearly lied about this. So defamation, boom, you're gone.
That to me is the biggest issue with all of this, right? I can't tell you whether there's a kernel of truth in any of this. What I can tell you is there's a lot of fabulism and exaggeration, and I can't cut through that. So I think you burned yourself on a lot of this, Heard team or Amber Heard more specifically. I'm still out here saying I think something maybe, but you've covered it so heavily in things that I can easily say, well, that clearly didn't happen that way. That I'm stuck.
I think that's a really good way to put it. I think that's.
What was your impression of the last witness who testified in terms of moving the needle?
Runkle tweeted on Twitter that he thinks that was really bad for Johnny Depp. I mean, he's in there, so he may have seen, the jury expressions that differently from what we saw. I mean, we obviously didn't see the jury, so that may have impacted what he's talking about there, but I would love to get his insight. But for me personally, I was like, at this point, I'm like, okay, there's nothing that's really new here.
No.
And again, another person that says that he hasn't seen him hit or kick or punch or throw anything at Amber.
The Skynet
he
stream
saw
might
some
be down if
injuries.
you're using that.
What's that?
The Skynet stream might be down if you were using that.
Yeah, no, I see it.
Okay,
It's,
just trying to help.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm monitoring other streams to make sure that we're not back in court, but everybody is putting on.
See, I interrupted Lita to give her urgent news, and she's already on top of it. So,
well, I would be interested in Ian too, because I have a question whether that's Ian's interpretation or whether it is because of what he's seeing in the room. Because I think it didn't change anything insofar as you're still looking at the 2 world orders. But
Yes.
Josh Drew presented Amber Heard's side of things strongest. It's just that it all comes through Amber. And I think even when he's sitting there in PH1 and he's evaluating the 2 women that come before him, at that point, he's, I believe he's engaged. He might be married to Rocky Pennington at that point in time. And so, yeah, anybody that's a guy or any spouse of anybody is going to look at that and say, I'm going to listen to my spouse here.
Yeah.
And he's getting that. He's getting Amber feedback through Rocky to him. And so you can easily make that story. But as far as what he said, it's strong. It's just that you can say it comes from Amber. He clearly envisions himself as, I think White Knight's a little derogatory, but a protector. And so he launches into action as he describes it on that basis without without actual like personal corroboration of what's going on.
Yeah,
How
and
would
I
you?
well, sorry, I was just gonna say. So Ian also he's got more tweets out since then
Okay.
that I can elaborate. So he said, "Note: I see a major boost. AH's case is still riddled with problems, but I saw the jury go from 'Why do I even need to still be here?' to listening intently again, which means it had a real impact. There's a
Okay.
lot of room to address it later, and I have confidence they'll attack it." And then he says, "What Amber heard." Badly needed was someone plausibly credible and mildly likable to corroborate elements of her story. He gave their team that, and that makes it an actual trial again. Coming back from what looked like a decided case to being in play is huge. Note also that this is the expected course of a trial. Victories are scored, and then those points get undermined. None of this means anything lasting until Depp's team takes their own run at it.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
I have a question though. I see this. I'm kind of monitoring Twitter and the comments as I'm here.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I see some people saying that the body camera has contradicted what that gentleman said, Rocky's ex-husband. Does anyone know the ways in which it has? I can't recall. I guess I need to rewatch the body camera video.
The wine isn't there? Is that
the,
right?
the wine, the glass, the broken like kicking in doors, and like all of that destruction that he testified to, that Rocky testified to, none of the police officers saw it, and none of the we're getting some footage back in the courtroom, but is Sky News? Oh yeah, it's pulling back up. Okay, good. Okay, so sorry, and I'm just gonna zoom it in here so we can get this whole thing. Okay, here we go. Yeah, none of the officers saw it, none of the body camera footage saw it, and then Isaac Baruch, who came in later, said that he saw it. So we have a timeline of didn't exist, and then it existed. So either they cleaned it up and then put it back out, or they didn't put it out, or it didn't exist until after the cops came, which means long after Johnny Depp left.
Oh, that's very fertile ground for closing, and that's suspicious. Okay.
Yeah, no, it is. And Johnny Depp leaves. The best possible thing for Johnny Depp's version of that timeline is he basically leaves first. He's gone very early that evening.
Right. Yes. Yeah,
absolutely.
And
Please be seated.
Anish 87, thank you very much
Your
for your
next
very
witness.
generous super chat.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Whitney Enriquez to the stand.
Oh,
Is that Whitney Heard?
Yes.
Board mail.
Oh, boy.
Niche 87 says, will any of you talk about the shooting in Buffalo? Thank you all for your work and commentary. I love you all and already subscribed to all of you. Sorry about my English, and much love from Costa Rica. We won't talk about it on the stream. I don't know if anybody has been. Natalie, you've talked about it on Twitter, right?
I've talked about it on Twitter. I am going to talk about it on a channel, on a video, a demonetized video on the channel. I'll just turn off monetization and talk about it.
I'm shocked that she's here.
All right. Yes, thank you.
I can't
Will
believe
you
it.
please state your
Here we
name
go.
for the record?
Whitney Enriquez
And where do you live?
in Glendale, California.
And you're Amber's sister?
I am
How old are you?
34.
So you're her younger sister?
Yes.
Okay. Are you married and do you have any children?
I am. I'm married with 2 small children.
Okay. How old are your children?
A 3-year-old and a newborn who's just over 2 months old.
Oh, wow.
What is your profession?
Before the pandemic, I worked in hotels doing various food and beverage management jobs, primarily events as well.
But that sucks.
Now I'm going to take you to Mr. Depp and Amber, the early stages. When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
I met him sometime in 2011 for the
Soldier
Rum
Girl, not
Diary
yet.
press tour.
Sorry.
But I did not meet him until 2012 as Amber's boyfriend.
And were you living with Amber at the time?
Yes, we had an apartment together on Orange Avenue. I split my time between there as well as an apartment I shared with my boyfriend at the time.
Now, describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in the early stages.
We got along really well at first. He was sober at the time, bright and beautiful and lovely and kind and generous, and he was very easy to get to know. And frankly, we all fell in love with him at first.
Now, describe your observations of Amber and Mr. Depp's relationship in the early stages.
Again, at first, that was wonderful. They were incredibly in love. I actually, to this day, have never seen my sister fall so madly for somebody. And things were wonderful. They seemed to really understand each other and get along well. But very quickly, this pattern emerged as their relationship went on, that if Johnny was using, there almost always was a fight. There was always a
Objection, Your Honor. Cause for speculation, lack of foundation. All right, it's the foundation, if you want to lay
Okay.
foundation.
What, if any, changes in their relationship did you observe?
That when Johnny was using, there would be a fight. I saw it firsthand.
Objection, Your Honor, same objection. Overruled, that's fine.
Thank you. Please continue.
If he was using or if he was drinking, there was almost always a fight. There was always an argument. There was always a period where they weren't getting along, and it seemed to oscillate pretty quickly. He would be sober for a little bit and then almost just as quickly fall off the wagon and start to use or drink, and there would be some big blowout, and it seemed to go back and forth pretty frequently. There was never an extended period of time where it was one or the other.
What, if any, changes did you observe in Amber over the period of her relationship with Johnny?
At first, Amber was Amber. She was loud, funny. She laughed a lot. She was just this happy, bright, fun-loving thing, always surrounded by friends. And then it was a progression that took over such a long period of time, and it was so slow. In hindsight, it was like watching a slow motion gunshot. She suddenly stopped sleeping as much. She wasn't as funny. She wasn't as loud. She wasn't as gregarious as she used to be. Cut to the end of their relationship, she was so physically unwell. She maybe weighed 100 pounds soaking wet. She was emaciated. She wasn't sleeping. She had developed a heart condition and her eyes were sunken in. She just looked
Objection,
like
Your
two
Honor.
different.
Lack of foundation calls for hearsay.
She's giving her observations.
Well, heart condition, I'll sustain as to heart.
Okay, other than the heart condition, please continue.
She just, if you were to do a photograph side by side, you would see two very different people. And people that knew her throughout the entirety of their relationships, all the same thing.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp exhibiting controlling behavior over the course of their relationship relating to Amber's clothing?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
What, if any, observations did she make
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's treatment of Amber relating to clothing?
At first, it would be like light jokes, or, she left the house wearing something like, oh, you're going to wear that, or just some joke. It was very subtle, and then over time, again, just like the progression of their relationship, it just intensified. Then suddenly it's, they have the same stylist. And I forgot her name, but suddenly they have the same stylist, and he had been essentially controlling what she wore to events and things like that. So she went from being able to wear whatever the hell she wanted, and then suddenly she's wearing anything that his stylist wanted her to wear, or wanted him to wear. And her style over time just got more and more conservative.
What, if any, observations did
What
you
about the
make
red
about
carpet
Mr.
dresses
Depp
we've seen?
Say foundation.
with
is that
respect
from
to
Amber?
Amber's work?
That too was one thing. At first, he was saying he was protective over the kinds of jobs she was taking. Oh, that's not going to be good for her career. That's not going to be good for this, not going to be good for that. And then suddenly he has a problem with her taking any sort of job or any sort of audition. And then it became every time that she even thought about taking a meeting, it was another fight. He would often say things like, I don't even understand why she needs to work. I'll take care of her. I'll take care of you. I'll take care of everyone else. She doesn't need to work at all. It was one of those things that he was, at the end, vehemently against her working at all.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's treatment of Amber with respect to friends?
That again, these are all things that just very slowly over time just changed. At first, he was very inclusive of all of us. At one point, we all lived downtown together in these beautiful lofts. At first that was part of the relationship, was getting to know him and him getting to know us. And then just, again, slowly over time, he took issue with Brandon at one point, and then Brandon wasn't allowed in the fold. Time went on, he had an issue with Io. Io wasn't allowed in the fold anymore. And then at some point, even me, he had accused me of doing something horrendous that I had never done. And then suddenly I'm not allowed around anymore. And just over time, she had such a small network of people that were there to support her. It was hard to watch.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's attitude or treatment of Amber with respect to her health?
Amber was she was a pretty healthy person at first. She didn't have any medical issues that, didn't need intervention of any sort. But in one of Johnny's attempts to get sober, he had employed Dr. Kipper, who had these nurses, and he had a personal nurse that would administer medication. And, I think the intention was to make sure that he stayed clean and
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Without discussing what the
State objection.
intentions were, just go ahead and give us what your observations were with respect to Mr. Depp, with respect to Amber's health.
Sure. All of a sudden, for really unclear reasons, Amber had her own personal nurse just administering medication. And from what I saw, it was strange. I didn't think Amber needed, medication on the daily or whatever. And then all of a sudden she has a therapist that is employed by Dr. Kipper. Even her medical treatment was somehow controlled by or paid for by Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation with respect to the control. As to control, but paid for, I'll allow. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp say about Amber's electronic devices?
Well, every time they fought or had an argument, a device was going to get smashed. She lost a phone, a tablet, a computer. You could almost guarantee that something would get destroyed when they fought. Very often fights were at least in part surrounded by text messages or something that he would find on her phones or, whatever. And at some point she wasn't even allowed to have passwords on her phone, or if she did have a password, it was something really simple that he memorized, but there was zero expectation of privacy for her in terms of what was on her device or accessibility of her devices.
How many times did you observe Mr. Depp drunk?
Countless. Too many times for me to quantify.
How many times did you observe Mr. Depp high on drugs?
Again, it would be really hard to put a number to that. It was a lot.
And what types of drugs did Mr. Depp use, to your knowledge and your observation?
Well, personally, I've done cocaine and drank with him on a number of occasions. So that he almost always had weed of some sort, marijuana, joints or whatever. I have seen him take MDMA on an occasion, shrooms as well. I once saw him consume a Ziploc bag that had a bunch of just unknown pills, some prescription, some not. He just took them all at once to see what would happen, and he laughed about it. Those are what I can recall.
Okay. Now, you said that you also did cocaine with Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if any, observations did you make as to what Mr. Depp carried in his pockets?
Well, he always had cigarettes or rolling papers. When I say cigarettes, I mean the tobacco and rolling papers. He always had a joint on him. If he was in a phase of using coke, he would carry around a little pill box that had his cocaine in it. He always had a pocket knife, a lighter, and it's about what I can recall.
Okay. What, if any, behavior changes did you observe when Mr. Depp had been drinking alcohol or using drugs?
Like I said, it was, a completely different version. He was almost unrecognizable when he was drinking and using to an excess. If it was alcohol and Coke, he would slur. He would go on these paranoid, delusional rants about things that didn't make any sense. His speech would be slurred. I almost never knew him to use cocaine without drinking. Those were generally combined. When he would smoke weed, he was much more relaxed. He was kind of what you would expect, happy on a couch, laughing. But when he was drinking, he would just get very angry, and he would just say really nasty, unkind things. And it almost didn't, usually about Amber, sometimes about me, but it almost didn't matter if she was in the room or not. He would just say really horrible, horrible, horrible things about her or to her.
Can you give the jury a few examples that you can recall?
Pardon my language, fucking cunt. He called her a fucking used up trash bag, slimy whore, saggy whore. Fucking cunt was thrown out a bunch. Just horrible things like that.
I'm going to take you to March 21st, 2013. We've called it the painting or Keith Richards incident. When did you arrive at the Orange apartment on March 21st, 2013?
It was sometime in the afternoon. I came in, and Orange was typically a very neat, clean place. But as soon as I walked in, there was smoke in the air. Remember, it smelled like cigarette smoke, and there was smoke in the air. So somebody had been smoking inside, which was odd because Amber and I don't smoke, and Johnny used to always just go outside to smoke. But walking a little bit further in, there was like furniture askew. Going into the kitchen, there was, Johnny was sat at our little breakfast nook table that we had there, and he was wearing glasses. He had, there was cocaine in front of him. There was booze in front of him, journal, like no newspaper, things like that, just kind of scattered around at the table. And I sat down to talk to him to see what was going on. And it was really hard to understand what he was getting at. It was really clear that he had been drinking for some time. His speech was slurred. And again, it was really hard to follow what he was trying to tell me. At first, he seemed to be upset that my sister had been photographed with our friend Marie in France. He then started saying that it must have meant that she was having an affair with her, and everyone would be laughing at her. And this woman, her father was a French politician, so he then starts rambling on about, he knows what her father is up to, and her this, that, and the other. And again, it was just this strange paranoid tailspin is the only way I can describe it. That just, it wasn't true. My sister wasn't having an affair with this person.
Objection, Your Honor. I think it's pretty non-responsive at this point. All right, next question. Sustain the objection.
Please describe what your conversations were and your observations were with Mr. Depp.
So as I'm sitting there talking to him, Amber is in the kitchen, and she's not sat at the table or anything. She's kind of hanging back, and Johnny's still talking to me about what the problem was. And then all of a sudden the focus shifts to this painting that has been on the wall ever since Amber and I moved in. And the painting was done by one of my sister's exes. So he was convinced that it was on the wall to taunt him, to tease him, and how disrespectful that he had to wake up next to this painting. And it surely meant that Amber and Tasha were back together again, which of course was not true. But he was then upset about that. He was upset about this painting that was on the wall. I was trying to talk to him, not only to just try to figure out what was going on, but I was trying to get him out of the house because he was already very late for filming this documentary that was being shot at one of his houses.
Was that with Keith Richards?
Correct.
Okay.
That was my understanding of it.
Please continue.
So for hours we sat there. I was trying to, talk to him. make him feel like everything was okay, just try to get him out of the house. His assistant kept coming in and out at one point. And all the while, Amber is just in the kitchen. She's like giving us space, but she's in earshot, and he's saying these things about her. And at one point she tries to come over to like check on him, and she kind of embraces him from behind, and he's just like, fuck off, and continues to say these things about her. And again, we sat there forever, and eventually we did get him to leave the house. So, but he insisted that Amber come too, and that if they were going to work it out, she'd have to be there, and they would talk about it at some other point, I guess.
Let me just stop you for a minute. What, if any, injuries did you observe on Amber at that time?
At the time, it was before I had a real understanding of what was going on. It was pretty, I didn't know, frankly. And her face was swollen, but I didn't, and it was kind of red. I thought she had just been crying. And her lip did appear to be cut. But again, that at the time, that wasn't what we were trying to do. It wouldn't have been appropriate to, talk to her about it or anything. That wasn't my focus, frankly. My focus was just sitting there trying to figure out what he was upset about and get him out of the house.
So how long were you at Orange with Mr. Depp and Amber before he left to go to the Keith Richards?
A few hours. I couldn't say, maybe around like 4 or 5 hours. It took a minute.
Now, did you accompany Mr. Depp over to the recording, or did you stay?
I did.
And did Amber go too?
Correct. That was part of the condition of him leaving, is that Amber had to go with us.
All right. Well, please describe to the jury what happened next then on your ride over there.
So Amber and Johnny were sitting in the back. I was in the front with Sterling, the driver. And they weren't saying much back there. There was music playing pretty loudly, so I couldn't really hear what was going on back there. But at some point I heard the back door open, or the back window open, and Johnny is holding our dog out the window. And I froze. I was scared because I just remember thinking, I knew how inebriated he was, and the dog was very small. I thought if she twitched, or if he lost her somehow, she was just going to go out the window. And Amber, of course, was just saying,
Objection, Your Honor.
Not often to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Don't say what Amber said. Just go ahead and continue with your observations.
He brought the dog back into the car, and he was just laughing, this really scary, loud, like it was almost like a cackle. And he then made some joke about putting her in the microwave. And that was the joke after that, was putting the dog in the microwave.
Okay. So during the year 2013, what, if any, marks did you observe on Amber? Any injuries or signs of markings, anything like that?
Occasionally I'd see bruising, cut lips, split lips, weird marks, burns, or I don't know, on her arm, scratches on her arm, things like that. It was just weird, and it was periodic. It wasn't like a constant thing, but there were injuries to her.
And what, if anything, did you do? Did you ask her about them?
I did at some point confront her and ask her, and she...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Don't tell
Sustain
us.
the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay. But you did ask her about them?
Yes.
Is that
Objection,
okay.
Your Honor. Same objection. Next question.
That's
fine.
That's okay.
Overruled.
Thank you,
Go
Your
ahead.
Honor. All right. I'm going to take you to June 2013, Hicksville. Were you in attendance at that event with Mr. Depp and Amber?
Yes.
Please describe for the jury what you can recall from that event.
So Hicksville is like this, it's this like collection of themed Airstreams. It's like a little, it's in the middle of the desert. It's just like a fun little place to go. So we went with a group of our friends. And yeah, so each one of us had our own little Airstream or whatever. So my partner and I at the time, we got there last. So as we're going around checking out the different Airstreams, because again, each one of them had a different theme, so it was kind of fun to see, who was staying which theme or whatever. I open Amber and Johnny's, and there's cocaine on the table. And I didn't really think much of it at the time. I was just like, all right, fine. We're all here to have fun. And that night, we sat around the campfire. Everyone was drinking. Some people were taking shrooms, and then I drank too much, and I went to bed early before everyone else. And then the next day, when everyone was cleaning up, I had heard about something that had happened the night before, and an altercation that.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Don't tell us what
Kathy
you
at
heard.
40.
Go ahead and just
You're
tell
looking
the
at
jury
it.
what you observed.
Lawyers on YouTube.
I observed people cleaning up after what appeared to be just a night of friends hanging out. I then went to my sister's trailer, where she was staying with Johnny, and it looked like a bomb went off in there. There was broken things, things had been skewed. It just looked incredibly messy. It looked like somebody had ransacked it. That's what I observed.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to September 2013. What, if anything, did you do with Mr. Depp relating to going to London?
So September 2013, that was around the time of my birthday. Amber was filming in London, and she wasn't able to make it back for my birthday. And it was also a friend of ours, Io, also has a birthday at the same time, or around the same time as me. And Johnny thought it would be great to load up and surprise Amber on set. He thought she would really enjoy it. And so that's what we did. We loaded up, we went on a plane that he chartered, and I believe my father was with us as well. And yeah, Johnny and I drank and did a lot of cocaine on that plane, and I ended up passing out. But we get to London, and it was wonderful to see Amber, and we had a dinner that night at the hotel that we were staying at, or it was either that night or the next night. I can't remember exactly, but at one point, Johnny picked up a steak knife and he hurled it at his assistant. It missed him, but obviously Nathan got upset and he left, and he was upset as well. And a fight broke out between Amber and Johnny that night. I didn't witness it. I wasn't there. I knew that they
Objection,
were.
Your Honor, lack of foundation. All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay,
Next question.
So you can't tell us about it if you weren't there. So
Okay.
what happened next that you are aware of?
I left sometime after that, and when I touched down in Los Angeles, I learned that they had.
Objection, Your Honor.
Not offered to prove the truth of the
I'll
matter,
sustain the
Your Honor.
objection. Next question.
When did they get engaged?
Ooh.
They got
Judge Azcarate
engaged
sounds annoyed.
at some point when I was on the plane. After I left London, by the time I landed in London, they were engaged.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to jump all the way to November 2014, the 2014 Hollywood Film Awards. What, if any, involvement did you have with Mr. Depp relating to the Hollywood Film Awards?
I was called over to where he was getting ready, 80.
And when you say 80, are we talking about Sweetser?
Yes, that's one of the houses that is on that street that Johnny had. He had several houses on that street. 80 was the one that he referred to as like the man cave. That's where he spent a lot of time. So I was summoned to 80, again, following a fight that he and my sister were having. And
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
I
just go on, just don't talk about what you weren't party to. You got
Okay,
there. Please tell the
Sustain the
jury.
objection. Go ahead.
Okay, please
Oh.
tell the jury what you observed, what happened
Sure.
when you were there.
Sure. When I got there, Johnny was outside, and he was very drunk already, and he was continuing to drink. He was, again, rambling about my sister having affairs with people that just wasn't true, and just kept saying things. It was, that she doesn't need to work, and he doesn't understand why she continues to take jobs. She must be doing it to insult him or to hurt him, or she's only taking these jobs because she wants to meet people. I don't know.
Maybe Reddington, this
The
is
entire
Whitney,
time that we were
Amber's sister.
talking, his sister and his, assistants at one point, everyone was trying to get him out of the house because he was already very late for this. But eventually they did get him to leave the house. And yeah, I saw the award show later at some point.
And what did you observe when you watched the award show?
Unfortunately, an extension of what I had seen at the house. He was still very drunk, actually a little bit more drunk than when I saw him at the house.
And what was he doing that caused you to believe he was very drunk?
Well, he was drinking the entire time that we were talking. And, in general, at this point, I had understood what Johnny looks like when he's drunk. He's stammering. His speech was hard to understand. He was slurring. He was super unsteady on his feet. I recognize what he looks like when he's drunk.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to March 23rd, 2015. And at this time, were you living at the penthouse suites?
I was.
Okay.
Excuse me.
When approximately
We'll die
did
of
you
alcohol
move
poisoning,
into
Matt.
the penthouse suites?
I actually don't know for sure when I moved in. I would take me a minute to remember. It was sometime in 2000. 14, I think.
Okay. And so as of March 23rd, 2015, you're living there, correct?
Yes.
And where are you living in those penthouse suites? What is it called?
So I was in what they call PH4. The layout is, the entire top floor of this building. Johnny owns the mall, and he was kind enough to let us all live there. So I was in PH4. Amber and Johnny were in PH3. I believe Isaac was in 2, and Rocky and Josh were in 1. But the only ones that actually connected were 3, 4, and 5. So again, I was kind of sandwiched between where Johnny and Amber stayed and Amber's basically closet. So basically you had to cut through to get to one point to the other. So I was sleeping. I woke up to Amber in my bedroom saying, "Can you believe he's cheating on me?"
Objection, Your Honor.
You're not offered to prove the truth of the matter
Over-
asserted. Thank you.
overruled. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Please continue.
She said something.
God.
She
No,
said
no,
so-
she said overruled. It's okay for you to say what.
Oh,
just
sorry.
Just briefly what you just explained.
I woke up to her saying, "Can you believe
I
he's cheating
hate the way
on
that
me?
she responds
Your
to those
fucking
objections.
brother is
I
cheating on
absolutely
me."
detest it.
I got up. I told her to stay right there.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter
That's
asserted.
overruled for that statement. Go ahead.
Please continue.
I instructed her to stay in my apartment while I go and talk to Johnny. So I leave PH4. I leave her in PH4.
And let me just stop. Are you sober, drunk? Have you been drinking?
Oh, rare occasions where I was sober. It was in the middle of the night. I was asleep.
So I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I understood your question. So you were sober?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, okay. There we go.
Please continue.
Wasn't clear.
So
at
I go
all.
to PH5 where Johnny, Debbie, and Travis were all standing in the kitchen of PH5. I went down there to talk to him, and again, I can tell he's clearly drunk, and he has a bottle of alcohol of some sort in front of him as well. And again, he's talking to me about how Amber found these text messages between him and a woman called Rochelle. And then he starts saying that this woman was meaningless. It wasn't anything special. She's nothing special. But then he immediately shifted to, well, Amber pushed me. Amber made me do it. And of course I'm cheating on her, whatever. And it suddenly became about Amber making him do it. At some point, then Amber is on the mezzanine level of PH5. So it's kind of hard to explain. So the kitchen's down here and the mezzanine's up here. So she's there, it's her little office nook, and she starts shouting at him saying, you know,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
That's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor. She's screaming expletives at him. I mean, that's not offered to prove the truth. Thank you.
God.
Please
they're,
continue.
they're saying horrible things to one another. Fuck you. You know, he's calling her a fucking whore, fucking cunt, used up trash bag, you know, whatever. They were saying horrible things to one another. She was calling him old and fat. It was a fight. They were saying really nasty things to one another. I leave them in the kitchen to go up the stairs, was trying to calm Amber down, hopefully get her back into my apartment. And Debbie had come up with me.
And Debbie, who's Debbie?
Debbie was his nurse at the
Debbie
time.
Lloyd?
Yes, I believe that was her name.
Okay.
So we're with Amber on the mezzanine level.
I'm sorry, just so we know who where is. Is it you and Debbie that are with Amber, or is it?
Yes, Debbie,
Okay.
Debbie, Amber, and I are all in the little mezzanine area. And as I mentioned, the mezzanine overlooks the kitchen and the living room. So Johnny then hurls a Red Bull can and it hits Debbie in the back. She didn't even react. She didn't really seem to notice. But I'm standing up there talking. I'm standing up there. I'm at the top of the stairs with my back to the stairs. And that's when Johnny runs up the stairs. And I'm facing Amber. He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back, kind of just somewhere over here. He strikes me in the back. I hear Amber shout, "Don't hit my fucking sister." She smacks him, lands one. And then he grabs, at that point, that's when Travis runs up the stairs after Amber landed one. But by that time, Johnny had already grabbed Amber by the hair with one hand and was whacking her repeatedly in the face with the other as I was standing there. Travis pulls them apart. I get Amber into mine. I close the doors behind me and lock them. I then hear Johnny's voice shouting.
Never mind, withdraw. Okay, sorry.
I hear Johnny's voice shouting, I fucking hate you. I hate you both. You fucking cunts. You fucking whores. And I hear crashing. I hear crashing and banging and smashing. And he starts screaming like an animal. And I then just moved Amber into the next room and I just kept her there all night. The next day I go and I see her closet has been completely destroyed. Racks were overturned. Yeah, one of the clothing racks had been like tossed down the stairs. There was art off the wall. And down in the kitchen, there was broken glass. Like the place was destroyed.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 400? Whitney, do you recognize this text exchange here?
I do.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
And
take
it's
you
on
out.
March 23, 2015 at 6:57, is that correct?
So this is the stairs incident,
Okay,
right?
Could you describe,
Objection,
just
Your Honor.
identify it,
Because they're
please?
going very
Sorry,
quickly
on
through
basic grounds.
stuff.
Are
So I
you
wanted to
sure?
make sure I wasn't.
Yeah, we're working up
missing
to
it.
it.
Yeah.
No, wasn't that just the stairs incident?
Yeah, because the crashing of the closet
Yeah.
thing. So I'm wondering where. I thought she was involved in it. I thought Amber was trying to protect her. I missed that detail. Did they not talk about it?
She said Johnny hit her in the back, and then Amber hit him because he hit her in the back. Although that's not what Amber
Okay.
said. Amber said
Yeah.
he was about to push her down the stairs. Amber didn't say that he touched her, and also came up from behind. How could he push her up down the stairs from behind? I don't know. But anyway, peace out, guys. I'll see you later. I've got court.
All
Be
right.
well.
Thanks
You
so
know,
much.
See you.
See you,
Bye.
Natalie.
Okay, maybe that's why I didn't recognize it, because that's not the sequence
Yeah.
Amber said.
Yeah, I was in the same place. I'm thinking, is this the stairs incident? And then they just sort of glazed over it.
Well, at the ever-present risk of irritating the chat and my potential other panelists, I find her very credible and believable. I find her testimony just believable. She's coming off reasonably well. She's testifying to things she apparently saw with the hitting and stuff like that. And you know, as always, of course she's biased. Of course she's the sister. It's a question of fact for the jury. You know, is she credible? Is she
Yeah,
advised? Of course, the
she
jury can
comes-
factor in she's siblings, but
She comes across as sincere and not like overly suspicious, but the
Yeah.
question is whether her facts line up with other facts.
of course,
Of
Yes.
course,
How you
of
weigh
course.
know?
the entire
And
case, of
that's
course.
the thing that is getting me thinking now, because I agree that her delivery comes across very convincingly. But then when you start to piece together the facts, and especially in connection with Amber's facts, that like what Natalie was just pointing out, what we were just talking about, it's like, wait, what?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hang
I
on.
mean, this is also.
I mean, it's court, so I always give a discount, but she seems very tense to me. I mean, that's what I'm reading.
Could be.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's very
Could be right
amped
attention.
up, which is
I'm also
course,
wondering
it's a high
photos
it's a
we've
high
seen,
stress
so.
position that she's in right now.
It's court, absolutely.
I'm wondering if they're gonna confront her with that video of her getting
I would
injured by her
imagine.
sister.
I would imagine.
I would
If
imagine so
everyone
too.
was asking
Seems pretty
Vasquez
relevant.
cross because she's the one objecting. The chat's been asking. I've been trying to.
So this
inform
is,
them along the way.
can we publish, Your Honor?
Yes, it's in evidence, yeah.
Thank you. So Whitney, this is dated March 23rd, 2015, 6:57. Do you see that?
Mhm.
Okay, and that's to Kevin. Who's Kevin?
Kevin Murphy, he was Johnny's estate manager.
Okay. And then Michelle, if you can scroll up. So let's stop at the first one. Can you please describe to the jury what this is?
That is one of Amber's clothing racks on the stairs that lead up to the bedroom area.
And you took this picture?
I did.
Okay. Michelle, can you scroll up again? And please describe for the jury what's depicted in this photo.
These are more of Amber's racks. These were her shoes and purses and such. Those were all like taken off the walls. And you can see here all of her clothes are on the
We've seen
floor.
these photos.
Her shoes.
Okay, thank you. And we're up to the next one. Could you please describe what the next picture depicts?
More of the same, clothing racks that have been kind of toppled over or moved. They were like neat. It looked like it's a closet room, but these ones were just toppled over or moved. This is the room that adjoined my room. So.
Okay. Let's go to the next one. And could you describe for the jury, please, what this is?
That's another clothing rack that has been taken down and taken apart, kind of.
Okay.
Gigi said
And
B.
we'll go to the
No,
next one.
they can't.
Please describe for the jury.
They can't
what's
bring in other
depicted here.
photos that are not.
More clothing
these
racks
photos.
that have been taken down, moved.
Okay. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Same thing, just more clothing
Good point,
racks that were
Deborah Dave.
toppled over.
All right. And we go to the next one.
And this is the
She looks
kitchen
amazing for
area.
having a kid 2
This
months
is
ago.
I
the
agree. I agree.
taken from the mezzanine level that I was describing earlier, but that looks like broken glass or something, blue ceramic, broken.
Okay, and if we go up.
Yeah, it's
and
a
the
workaround
top
that
one there
happens
looks
to
like
work for this
part of
judge.
What was earlier, let's
It's
go to the
unfortunate,
bottom
but
one. I
yeah.
think we have a bigger picture there.
Well
Does
said,
that
Alita.
help
That's exactly right.
with
Yes.
what's depicted there?
I still can't tell what it was, maybe a plate of some sort, but there's also a rolled cigarette, a couple bottles of water. But yeah, whatever that blue
Erica,
thing
we're-
is, it was
we're expecting
broken.
it.
So it's all over the kitchen there and also next to the stove.
Okay. Thank you. After the staircase incident, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp ask you to sign?
There was an NDA on my kitchen table.
Can you tell the jury what an NDA is?
It's a non-disclosure agreement. It's basically,
really? That's interesting.
my understanding is it's a contract to keep things private, to keep your mouth shut, essentially.
All right. And you were given one or asked to sign one?
I was asked to sign one. I don't believe I signed it. I left sometime after.
So you moved out after that?
It was after this point that Johnny had accused me of selling stories to the media, which were absolutely untrue, but I moved out after that point.
Okay. Now, did there come a time that Amber asked you to move back in?
Yes, February 2016. She texted me asking me to come back.
Okay. And so you were living with her from sometime in February 2016 forward?
I think on and off. I think I had my own apartment by then, but I spent a lot more time at the Eastern after that.
Okay.
Totally want to see that.
I'm going to take you to April 21, 2016, Amber's 30th birthday party. Were you present for that?
Yeah, I was.
Absolutely right.
Can you please describe to the jury what you observed that night?
It was her 30th birthday, so we wanted to make it, excuse me, really special. We had made this beautiful dinner, you know, and it was great. All of her close friends were there, and everyone was having a really good time. Everyone was having fun. You know, Johnny showed up very, very late, and he was drunk when he showed up. Amber was obviously upset about it, but there came a time in the party where we all went around the table and said our favorite thing about Amber, you know, just funny memories or whatever. When it came to Johnny's turn, he told this story about how they first met when they met for the Rum Diary. So, you know, he had this story about how she came in to his office and she sat on the couch and her perfect ass left a perfect imprint on the couch, and he wouldn't let anyone sit there after she left that day. And it was one of those stories that everyone was kind of embarrassed. You know, we had all gone around the table saying really nice things about her, and gets to him and he's talking about her ass. We were all kind of embarrassed.
And when did you leave the party that night?
I left pretty shortly after that.
Okay.
And I went home.
What, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. Depp about his plans to attend Coachella the next day?
He was planning on coming to Coachella with us. You know, at some point we were talking about what was happening the next day. And so that night he told us he was going to come to Coachella with us the next day.
Okay. And did he ultimately come to Coachella with you the next day?
No.
Okay. I'm going to
I'm
jump
confused.
forward
Do you mean
to
Coachella?
talk about some statements that were made, the counterclaim.
Coachella.
What, if any, observations did you make about how the statements, we're talking about the three statements from that we're quoting Adam Waldman, impacted Amber? And I'm asking for your observations. Just tell the jury what your observations were of how these statements impacted.
We just
Amber.
flew through. We're already in 2020.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound, lack of foundation, speculation.
No, bullshit.
Overruled, that's fine.
Thank you.
Amber has worked so hard to overcome everything that she went through in the duration of their relationship. She has really, really tried her best to move past it. And anybody that knows Amber at all knows that some of the most important things to her are honesty, integrity. Her reputation is all she has. She doesn't have piles of money and private islands or.
Objection, Your Honor. It's non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection.
She
please
was
continue with what
she
she
was
said.
devastated by these. To say that they're not true, it devastated her. And also, we had just buried our mother. You know, so Amber, she started having panic attacks randomly. She was not sleeping.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
These are your observations. Thank you.
As to what she observed is fine.
These statements devastated her. They devastated her because they weren't true, and they were just very, very, very much affecting her.
And you talked about panic attacks. What else did you observe that she would do as a result of these?
Perfect.
Physical.
She would just periodically just break into tears. She I don't know how else to describe it. She was so unwell. She stopped sleeping again. She was super anxious. She couldn't relax. She couldn't sit still. It was very similar to the Amber that I had seen back in 2016 as she was trying to get out of this relationship. it launched her back into this space where she was just so physically unwell, and she cried a lot.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right,
That was
cross-examination.
great. That was great on
That was a
direct.
very short, direct.
Yeah.
Short,
Yeah.
direct.
Yeah.
Great
So
job
basically,
by
we got the
Elaine
stairs
with
incident, her
witness who doesn't
birthday,
suck.
and Coachella.
It must be what they agreed to vis-a-vis the Depp, right?
Good
Yeah.
afternoon, Ms.
Maybe.
Enriquez.
Maybe, but
Yeah.
they got a
We
lot
haven't met
over
before.
for
My
it.
name's Rebecca Lecarose. I'm one of the lawyers representing Mr. Depp in this
We
case.
haven't met before.
You grew up in Texas with your sister and your parents, right?
Correct.
Ooh, abuse.
And you were really
childhood
close
abuse.
with Ms. Heard growing up?
We were.
And you're still close now, right?
We are.
And you love her.
Of course.
And your childhood, though, had some difficult moments, right?
There we go.
It wasn't perfect.
Your father hit you and your sister at times, right?
Yes.
And your sister would protect you from that abuse when she could, wouldn't she?
We would protect each other for sure.
And when you graduated from high school, you moved out to Los Angeles, right?
I did.
And your sister gave you a place to live in LA?
Yes.
And she helped support you?
Ooh, bias.
In part, I also was working myself, and yeah,
And you're grateful to her for being there when you needed her, right?
of course.
And just like she protected and cared for you, you want to protect and care for her, right?
Mm.
And when I can, of course, but yeah.
You testified to having a great relationship with Mr. Depp when you first started dating your sister, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I
And
heard
you thought
about all
of
the
him as a
drugs they were
brother?
doing. It's great.
Yes. He called you sis?
Yes.
And you had affectionate nicknames for him too, didn't you?
A number of them, yes.
Yeah. And you testified that for a time you lived in the ECB penthouses with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp owned those penthouses?
He did.
You didn't pay rent while you were living there, right?
No.
You didn't pay for any of the bills for the penthouses?
No. It's very generous.
And Rocky Pennington lived in one of those penthouses also, right?
She did.
And at some point, her boyfriend Josh Drew moved in, right?
Yes.
And Isaac Bruch lived in one of those penthouses too.
Yes.
And you know that he testified here that you call him your spirit animal, right?
I did not know that, but he's wonderful.
You call him your spirit animal?
At one point I did, yes.
You took trips with your sister and Mr. Depp also, right?
Occasionally.
You didn't pay for those either, right?
Nope. I did not.
During the course of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship, you were frequently involved in their arguments, weren't you?
Yes.
In fact, you had a nickname, right?
Marriage counselor.
Yes. You often found yourself mediating disputes between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, right?
Clearly not very well, but yes.
And when you were in that role of marriage counselor, you empathized with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, on occasion.
Because you had a pretty good understanding of what he was going through?
Depended on the situation. Sometimes I could totally see from his perspective. Other times I saw it from her perspective.
But you'd been there with Ms.
You'd be a
Heard
shitty
before,
marriage
right?
counselor if you didn't.
We're sisters. Of course we've argued.
And you knew what it was like to want to
Thank you.
run away for
Thank you
days
for the
and do
very
your own
generous super
thing
chat.
and not have Ms. Heard there fighting with you, right?
I think that's kind of taken out of context a little bit. I think more metaphorically. But yes, I have been in arguments with my sister.
And you have wanted to run away for days, right?
Sure.
And not have her there fighting with you.
Sure.
Nice.
You talked a little bit about the incident in March 2013, right?
Which one?
That was the one before you went to the Keith Richards
Yes.
documentary set? And you were present with Mr. Depp at Orange that day?
I was.
Didn't you do cocaine with Mr. Depp that afternoon?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Depp's already intoxicated?
He was by the time I got there.
And he was fighting with your sister?
He wasn't doing much of anything. He was sat at the table. He was telling me about the fight that they had.
So
he
you'd
was
been,
kind of
you'd been
ignoring.
fighting with your sister that day when you arrived?
That was my understanding.
And you said she had a puffy face?
Yes.
And despite all of that, you decided it was a good idea to do cocaine with Mr. Depp at that juncture?
Hadn't yet connected the dots. I hadn't yet understood what that meant or what that would do.
Okay.
That was a yes. Yes, you took cocaine with Mr. Depp.
I
after all
did.
that?
Yes, I already said that.
When was this?
2013.
This is the Keith Richards incident. I think it's 2014.
You testified that you had suspicions that Mr. Depp was allegedly hitting your sister by some point in 2013, right?
Suspicions.
And notwithstanding that, in June 2013, you were actually joking with Mr. Depp about hitting your sister, right?
Regrettably, over a text message, yes.
You were encouraging him to hit her?
I was not literally encouraging him to hit her.
But you were joking about it?
Regrettably, yes. Again, Lex,
Answers.
I did not have an understanding fully
Yeah,
of
agreed.
what that was. I never would have said that now, knowing what I know.
But that was alleged. That was around the time that you allegedly became aware that he was.
I don't know.
Injuries on your sister that caused you to have suspicions.
I don't know if it was around the same time.
Turning to the staircase incident in March 2015, you testified that Mr. Depp allegedly hit you during that incident, right?
Yes.
But you aren't sure if that contact was even meant for you, right?
I honestly don't. I don't know what he was aiming for. My back was to him.
And you weren't injured during that incident, right?
No, I wasn't.
And you didn't seek medical attention?
No.
And you said Debbie Lloyd was there during all of that, correct?
She was.
And Mr. Depp's security, Travis McGivern, was there too?
Yes, he was.
And you saw your sister hit Mr. Depp on the stairs that day, right?
After he struck me, yes.
He struck you.
You said she landed one, right? And then the next day you found some damage in the adjoining penthouse.
Correct.
And we saw some pictures of what you saw that day, right?
Yes.
You thought it was important to document that damage, right?
Not to document. It was Kevin's job to kind of clean up the houses, take care of the houses. I took pictures just so he could be aware of what he would need to bring. I didn't know if he had tools here or whatever. I was just preparing him for what he was going to have to fix.
Good answer.
But you didn't take any pictures of your sister that day, right?
No, I didn't.
Now, after March 2015, you continued to have a close relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
And you still loved him.
Of course.
And you were there for him if he needed you, right?
Of course.
And in fact, just a couple of weeks after that staircase incident, you were still acting as the marriage counselor, weren't you?
At some point, sure.
And that fall, after the staircase incident, October 2015, you claim you had seen Mr. Depp hitting your sister. And then in October 2015, you were actually still trying to reconcile him and your sister when they were fighting, right?
Yes, I was asked to support. I was just trying to help what I thought they both wanted. I was just trying to support, or trying my best to support them the way that I thought I could.
You still love Mr. Depp at that point, right?
I did.
And you didn't think that he and your sister were past the point of no return, right?
What I thought was irrelevant at that point. I really, those two were in love and they were working very hard. They wanted to be together, it seemed like. So I just helped as best as I could. I don't know how else to describe it.
Your sister still wanted to be with Mr. Depp, right?
She loved him.
And you didn't think they were past the point of no return?
I don't know what you mean by that exactly.
Okay.
Asked and answered.
Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1283. It's not yet in evidence. We'll just show that to the witness.
Hey, there's Runkle.
Right up top.
Yep.
Prime seating.
I've got this, if I might approach.
Shout
Your
out to
Honor, I have this
Runkle.
in, redacted and unredacted.
Okay, you want to come forward?
I believe that's James next to him, right?
Yeah, sitting to his left.
This is a well-prepped witness. She's doing really
Yes.
well.
She's handling herself very well. What do you think of some of the information that's coming out on Cross so far?
What do
I
we
love
think the
her
big deal
answers.
items is?
I love her
Sorry.
answers. She's got credible answers, and I love that she's not fighting a lot of the stuff.
Yeah.
in terms of
Rick-
bias and stuff.
And Rick, what did you say?
What do we think the big ticket new items are here? I don't. The staircase incident doesn't match. She said she saw, patterns of injury. That's interesting.
What she saw is what's interesting to me in this is, well, and this is something that we kind of see all the time, is that she didn't see the signs, and a lot of times people don't. And let's assume that what she thinks is true is that Amber was being abused, right?
Yeah.
Whitney, regrettably, she feels like it's clear in my mind that she kind of puts part of that onus on her, that she was there enjoying herself, doing a bunch of blow, hanging out with Johnny, loving Johnny, helping them, trying to get together, and now she fears that she did the wrong thing and aided in those problems, which is something that's very common, and it's very interesting because it gives a different spin on the tone of the events that were happening in 2014 and 2015 and how people who are not Amber and Johnny were actually looking at it. I mean, at least, again, this is if you assume that Amber's claims to be true, and I think she comes off that way,
Well, I mean, I still have
Or
trouble.
the
with
other construction, which makes more sense, is that these things weren't happening, and therefore things were going on as normal.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it makes sense or doesn't make sense. I'm saying that she's coming off as credible and that this is how she believes and perceives the events. I do not think that she is lying about her perception of the events, whether or not they are accurate or more or less.
I also appreciate this Matrix super chat.
Ms. Enriquez, if I could just direct your attention, we can go to the third page, please.
Do I have control of this or no?
No, you do not. Sorry,
Oh, okay.
we'll put it up for you. And we can go back to the first page if you'd like, or we can take a look at the unredacted version if we need to. But do you recognize these as text messages that you sent to Mr. Depp on October 2nd, 2015?
You can have high stress levels and
Yeah,
not be
vaguely. I
lying,
mean, they're
Tony
clearly
Marie.
my
So
text
just,
messages,
I
but
would caution
yeah,
making that kind of a
recognize them, I
conclusion.
think.
And if we can go to the third page, please, Tom. And you'll see the second blue box from the bottom there. You texted Mr. Depp and you said, I love both of you so much and would fucking stay out of it if I thought this shit were past the point of no return. But that's not where you guys are right now. Did I read that right?
Oh, but that's not where you guys are at.
Yes. So you didn't think they were past the point of no return in October 2015, right?
At that point, clearly I didn't.
You can take that down.
Oh.
All right, tell them to take it down. Tell them to take it down.
You wanted Ms. Heard to stay with Mr. Depp even after you allegedly saw him hit her, right?
That's really oversimplifying something that's far from simple. Again, Amber was very much in love. So was Johnny. She's telling me that she wants something. Whether or not I agreed to it or not, whether or not I was okay with what was happening, it wasn't my place. If my sister said that she still wanted to be with Johnny and if I could help with that in any way, I was going to support her. I was going to be there for her to support that.
Yeah, you didn't want to contradict your sister, right?
Pardon?
You didn't want to contradict your sister.
I don't know if I'd characterize it that way. Again, I was trying to support my sister the best that I could or knew how or thought she wanted.
And you say you wanted to protect her though, right?
At that point, I don't know if I would categorize it as that. I was just trying to support my sister.
You went to
asking
Coachella with
the
your
right
sister for her
questions,
30th birthday.
and I expect these kind of
2016,
answers
right?
from her.
Yes.
And you testified that you were aware, I believe that she and Mr. Depp had fought the night before.
With
You could
respect to
turn your microphone on
Depp's
if
team,
you're
I don't
off.
think there's anything wrong with getting her to say, I just wanted to support my sister a number of
Okay,
times.
withdrawn. All right.
Mhm.
You can answer the question. Yeah.
Yes, I was aware that they
Whether
had
it moves a
argued that
needle,
before.
I don't know.
You didn't see any bruises.
But this is
on
what I
Ms. Heard at
expect
Coachella that year,
out of
though,
this
right?
kind of a cross-examination.
Yeah, she was wearing a lot of makeup.
You didn't see any marks on her.
Not that I can recall.
Didn't notice any swelling, right?
To the best of my recollection, I don't.
Coke does not make.
And
you
your
sober.
sister didn't have a working phone on her that day, did she?
No, she didn't.
But you did?
Yes, it did.
And you wanted Mr. Depp to know that Ms. Heard's phone wasn't working, right?
I believe I reached out to him for her, yeah.
And you were encouraging him to reach out to her through you if he was trying to reach her, right?
I believe so at one point, yes.
You didn't want him to think that he was ignoring her.
I'm sorry?
You didn't want him to think that he was ignoring her, right?
Sure.
And you wanted them to reconcile, didn't you?
Amber really wanted him there. Despite the fact that they had had a fight the night before, it was very complicated. It was very nuanced. You know, they fought, they got back together. They fought, they loved each other. They hated each other, they loved each other. I just remember her wanting Johnny to come to Coachella at some point. I wasn't trying to reconcile them. I was just trying to help facilitate.
And you did that even though you were concerned about marks that you say you'd seen on her since at least 2013 and during the course of their relationship, right?
Again, that's really oversimplifying something. We all saw this. We all thought that we would see Johnny on the other end of this. Because again, when he was sober, things were wonderful. When they weren't, when he wasn't sober, they were terrible, sure, but we all thought that he was just going to get better. We all wanted to just see the other side of that. So yes, sure, if you look at it simply, but it's not simple at all. I don't know how else to answer it.
And this was after you allegedly saw him hit her, right?
Yes.
And you knew that they had just had another fight, right?
Yes.
You know who Jennifer Howell is, right, Ms. Enriquez?
I do.
She's the founder of the Art of Elysium nonprofit.
She is.
And you worked there for a time, didn't you?
I did.
Around May 2015, you actually moved in with Ms. Howell, right?
May 2015? Yes.
And you moved out of the penthouses because at that point you and your sister were fighting, right?
It was, yeah, it was around the time that, you know, he had accused me of leaking stories, and that was the impetus of me leaving.
And you testified earlier, I think,
Johnny was
that he had
generous.
asked you to sign an NDA,
That's
right?
why I stare.
At some point.
And that was around the same time that he was concerned you were leaking stories about their wedding to the media?
I believe so.
You and Ms. Howell were close?
We were.
Close enough that you lived with her for around a year?
I don't recall if it was that long.
And you confided in Ms. Howell, right?
About some things, yes. She was my friend.
You called her your chosen sister? Ms. Enriquez, you claim to have seen signs of injuries on your sister during the course of her relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
But you never witnessed any incidents that resulted in visible injuries to your sister, right?
Other than the staircase incident? I witnessed that incident. What are you asking me exactly?
You never witnessed any incidents that resulted in signs of injury that you were concerned about over the course of their relationship?
Other than the staircase incident, I did witness that.
No, at no other time when you...
No, that was the only time that I saw him.
And you didn't see what caused any of the injuries you claim to have seen during the course of their relationship, right? Other than the staircase incident.
Yeah, staircase incident is the only one that I saw.
But you have seen your sister land a blow on Mr. Depp, right?
That was the time, yes, after he hit me.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Yeah.
Who the hell is Jennifer Howell? Why was that brought up?
No, she may be. Is subject to recall? No.
Damn.
Okay, all right.
Midnight
Ma'am, you are
Joker.
free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom.
Thank you
It's
so
up
much
to
for
you,
this
okay?
very
Thank you.
generous super chat. It says, I have to command LawTube right now. There have been moments
All
I
right.
have worried
Our
about
next
slant and
witness, Your
bias,
Honor,
but
is another
Hogue has held my
deposition
faith in Kurt Alita.
designation.
Panel has
Okay.
proven
It's
objectivity
going
through this
to be,
testimony. Hogue,
how
hope
long
you
is
have
the
a
episode?
headline praising
This
LawTube soon.
particular one is
so too.
about 45 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys can check and
All
say
right, well,
ban
go
Kurt
ahead
all
and-
you
it's
want, but
early.
I'm
Why don't we
telling
go
you,
ahead and
I
take
thought
our
that was
afternoon
really, really
recess,
good
so,
testimony and really
that
good
way we can get
job
everything
on cross by the witness.
ready for you. So we'll just take our 15-minute break now, and then we'll come back and have that deposition, okay? So we'll see you in 15 minutes. Don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody.
The only thing I noticed there in the cross-examination is they set some kind of bomb for somebody named Jennifer Howell, and I don't know who that is or why that was in the
Yeah.
That is apparently Whitney's old boss that she told a different story about that staircase incident too.
That would check out because it's like you confided in her, didn't you?
So
and then like that's all we have to ask about
have
right now. She must be a rebuttal witness.
Then we have
I
another
suppose
one.
so.
So then we
Although
have
people are saying in the chat that
depositions.
she posted on social media.
Okay, so they're both
just now
depositions.
something. So
Huh, well, PR
rebuttal
team
Okay, I just
witnesses
want
are
to make
not
sure that
supposed
we
to
don't need any
be paying
other
attention. They're not supposed to be watching the
items
trial.
from that. Okay,
I'm sure it's
fine.
her
We'll
PR
come
team.
back at 3:05 then? Okay. All
Okay.
right, thank you.
What if she's like a video dep witness? I mean,
right.
Could she
Oh,
could she
that's
be
fair.
following if that's the case?
That's
Yeah,
fair.
yeah, that's true.
Because then her
Yeah.
testimony can't change.
Okay. Yep. Exactly.
All right, I just didn't. That was so weird, and I do recognize in court cases you can do that. You try to set it up for later, but
Mhm.
like as part of that cross, it's like, oh, who is this person? Oh, you confided in her. Okay, I'm done. Oh, right. I'll save it for later.
Today was a good day for Amber Heard.
This is the best day for Amber Heard at this
It should
point.
be.
Yes.
Absolutely, it is. It is the best day.
Yes.
I am not
But
as convinced as you, Kurt, that was.
But that was not a
really-
horrible cross.
No, it was
That
not a
was-
horrible
that-
cross. Not at all. Yeah.
Not at
Well,
all.
she
Only
got
in
her
so
to-
much as the
to-
lawyer kept letting her talk. So maybe with lack of control of the witness, but the witness's ability to deal with it was great.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
at
that was
the
just a
end,
very
she-
strong
she-
witness. Oh, Natalie,
she-
you're
yeah.
muted.
At the end, she narrowed the scope and said, the only thing you observed was the staircase incident. And I think they have something to refute her version of the staircase incident. So
Yes.
she's saying you have no direct observation of anything outside of that. And I think they can beat that up. So while it wasn't so satisfying in the moment, it could be very effective by the time you get to closing argument.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Now
Yes.
we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I didn't think that was a terrible cross at all. I just thought you had a witness who is that's her story and she's sticking to it. Whether you guys believe it or not is a totally different thing.
Right.
But
Right.
that's the story. And so to belabor it would be very foolish because you're going to open the door to a lot of things you don't need. It was Amber's best witness, better than the gentleman before. She was live in person. And I thought she was very rehearsed in some portions. She was repeating exactly what Amber had said, things about Amber's feelings and emotions and mental effects and things like that. Clearly, that was coordinated. But as far as events are concerned, there's some factual differences between Amber's testimony and hers. But by and large, her best witness, the only one who said that they saw a physical altercation.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
weird that the staircase incident doesn't match up across the various testimonies. So I mean, it'll be interesting to see what that is.
And to respond to the super chat too, so allowing her to elaborate and cross, sometimes you just have a witness that is able to get those kind of answers in, but that does not impact the redirect, because the redirect is intended to it's the purpose of the redirect is to come in and clean up things that happened in cross.
Yeah.
So like regardless of the witness being able to elaborate or being forced to have a short answer, like they will still be able to elaborate on that answer on redirect, regardless, depending on what the attorney chooses to do.
Yeah.
After
There was nothing to fix.
And I'm
There
really
was
not
nothing to
sure we're
fix
running
here.
that close to the red line. I mean, I really don't think we are.
Yeah.
We've been flying through people on this side of the case.
Because she's already been dismissed from here, right?
Yeah.
Because she's
No
subject to
recall, done.
So no
Yep.
no redirect. That's a power move by Amber Heard's legal
Yeah.
team. That's a signal to the jury saying, okay, there was a cross examination, but there was nothing here for us to clean up.
And
It was
I mean,
fine by us.
if y'all were the lawyers, you would have probably done that too, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't think
Her
there's
position
anything-
of
I don't think
redirect
there's
every day of the
anything
week.
Yeah.
It couldn't have gotten any better for them.
No, it's like there's nothing to do.
I
Yeah,
feel
well,
like
I-
it's on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
yeah.
just wanted to come on real quick and say something about Jennifer Howell, the woman that
Oh.
they brought up at the very end.
Yeah.
So
La, 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 la.
she is on record. She was deposed for the UK trial and has talked before about this case. So she was Whitney Heard's former boss and best friend, BFF. Whitney did call her her chosen sister. And apparently, Howell, I guess, is going to testify and has testified in the past that Whitney confessed to her on multiple occasions that Amber was beating Whitney, beating the sister. And that's why Whitney had to flee to go live with Jennifer Howell, is because of the abuse that she was getting from Amber. And also, Whitney told Jennifer Howell that Amber cut off Johnny Depp's finger and that Amber was the one who was abusing Depp and that Amber was this horrible nightmare of a human being. So I would imagine there's going to be a lot if Jennifer Howell has been deposed, is going to testify in this, there's going to be a lot that she's going to contradict Whitney about. Now, what she was posting about on Instagram today is that she believes that Jennifer Howell seems to believe that someone is trying to intimidate her. Someone broke into her house. She posted this on Instagram, broke into her apartment, ransacked the place, but did not steal anything. And so I do think that she's probably feeling some heat. She also posted some screenshots of some old exchanges that she had via text with Whitney, Amber's sister, in which they were arguing over this situation. Texts don't make Whitney, look very good. So yeah, if they have Jennifer Howell testify for Johnny, that's going to be really powerful. Yeah.
Oh, well, that would completely extinguish everything that Whitney just did.
Yeah, thank you.
On the stand.
That's a huge bit of information.
You say extinguish.
Oh, that's all. Okay, thanks, Colonel Kurtz.
Yeah, it really did. She was like she was ready for stream. She was listening and was like, "Oh, I gotta jump in."
Yeah, she heard me say, "Who the hell is
like a wrecking ball?" She came in like a wrecking ball. Was like, "Here's this crazy information." Bye. But that explains the cross. It explains why the cross was not this long drawn out thing. Because it's like, okay, you say whatever you want to say. Oh, you're really sure about that? Guess what? We've got our rebuttal case, and we're gonna.
You were friends with her. You trust her. You live with her. You confided in her.
I think that is absolutely a perfect use of a rebuttal witness. Would be that witness right there, because this is the one witness on Amber's case that seems like she could really do some damage to Johnny. And the fact that she that they have something to take down her testimony. That's it. It's just
the fact that I don't know about this testimony yet, I can't factor it into the equation. So I'll still say she's credible for the moment.
That's it.
No,
you're right.
It doesn't exist yet.
Right.
I'm only extinguish, and if we just have conflict, we still just have conflict. I mean, you're still evaluating them against each other.
Howell is on the witness list as a video depo witness. So
which explains her apparently tweeting out.
So even if she's tweeting out, then that's
Although not a real person as far as the trial is concerned.
I think that there have been some witnesses so far that have been designated as like a depo witness or as a live link witness, and I remember being surprised because we saw them in the courtroom. So I mean, if there's a chance that she could still show up in the I can't remember who it was, but there was someone that I remember being surprised by, because I was like, oh wait, I thought they were just by live link, or I can't remember which one. It was like probably in the first or second week. But Zach Rish, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Says it feels like the staircase incident is the only thing they have to hang their hat on. But if they can't ruin Whitney's credibility or cast doubt, that's legally enough to fine for Amber Heard, right?
On the physical assault,
there's
yes.
Already
there's still the essay. There's the essay.
Yeah, which could still be enough of a lie to say that is that the op-ed is a lie. So it's. You have two things. You've got the definition of abuse for the jury, and then the definition of what is a lie. Because how much of it is it the fact that it's misleading? Well, how misleading? Right. How misleading does it have to be for the jury to find that? Booba Sanja Gigi, thank you so much for your super chat. Very generous of you. Says, been watching from day one, sent by EDB, and unbelievably grateful for the amazing commentary and insight. Thank you, Alita, Rick, Kurt, Nate, Ian, Rob, Mike, Joe, Emily, Spidey, Natalie, Dr. Honda, Dr. Tracy. Thank you to anyone I missed too. And also, I did see that Dr.
Mark.
Tracy was in the chat. I sent her a StreamYard link. I meant to send it earlier, but it's in. If you're watching, Dr. Tracy, it's in your inbox. So feel free to come and join whenever you would like.
I think that's specifically non-Mark though. She didn't miss you, Mark. She just didn't want to.
Oh, I read the comments well enough to
know. No. This one also says thank you to anyone I missed.
Mark, depending on when you look at those comments, they hate each one of us.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I know. No. By the way, is anyone else? I'm sorry. I know y'all have been a little more ensconced in the trial than I have, but whenever we talk about the staircase incident, is anyone else thinking about the staircase constantly? No, like
the documentary,
the most famous documentary, the most famous.
I like how your break works, Mark. I have not at this point.
Are you kidding? There was literally an owl was a murderer. That was literally what they allege at some point in the staircase, that an owl murdered this guy's wife. Like, come on now. No?
Some people in the chat are with you. Some people in the chat are definitely with you.
All right. If y'all haven't seen it, you should check it out. I hear it's now a new
various animals in Phoenix Wright, which is a documentary as well.
I haven't really thought that the owl did it. No.
Oh man. So yeah. Wonderful. I love your commentary, Mark. I love having you here.
No, I do too. It's a
Jen
very specific
Bellotti
kind
says,
of pop culture reference from Mark.
Yeah,
Very
I don't believe the
specific.
owl
was great.
theory,
It was great.
owl theory either, by the way, for those people.
But it's fun.
Jen Bellotti says, question, will JD call an expert in regarding, the edited, so, okay, sorry, I got this one, right? I think I did.
I think you
about the
did.
side-by-side
I think you
photo.
did. They
You can
might.
show
I mean,
side-by-side.
Camille brought it up.
Oh yeah, and I definitely got this one too. A State of Brett says, will the judge bring up Amber Heard leaving early? Not to the jury. Certainly not to the jury. Zero Check says, do you think it was her team's idea for Amber to act so coldly and clinically during cross? It is a sharp contrast to the emotion during direct. Amber
I don't
to
think-
act so.
I don't think they had any
No.
control over Amber.
That
they had
probably
control
was
over
natural.
Whitney.
That was definitely much more natural of a transition for her. But I mean, not to say that her initial emotions felt natural, if that makes any sense. Tails DM says, question, is AH lucky in some way that she didn't lodge a complaint and take this through the criminal path? How much different would this have been had it not been a civil trial with the same facts?
Higher burdens, certainly, but also closer in time. So
Yeah. You would have had officers digging through it, detectives. I don't think she would have wanted that. Wow. I don't think she would have wanted that at all. And then you want to really talk about perjury. Lie in a criminal case, it's a little different. It's just
Yes.
a tad bit different. They don't
Yeah.
care that much in civil.
Yeah.
Just Chris 17, thank you for this very, very generous super chat. Thank you. Says, well done all. ICU hospital, I am doc. Photos bogus. CT facial bones best for nose injury, not XR/MR. Appreciate your commentary so much. Very offensive to us who care for real abuse, extremists, MH issues, etc. Thank you. Thank you. Very, very generous of you to support us like that. And thank you for your commentary. Cha Gonzalez says, why doesn't Vasquez ask open-ended questions in the hope Rocky could change her version? She's helping her remember her original testimony. Well, this is the original testimony. Unless I think she had some statements, some written statements that she had made, but this is her deposition. So this is the thing that if she were testifying in person, she would be compared to this one. So her open-ended questions are intended to gather facts, to gather information. That's what these depositions are all about. And there are a number of super chats that have asked this, and I'm going to basically address the way in which depositions happen and the reasons why you're hearing some people ask certain types of questions than others. So when you have a witness that is called for a deposition, this is going to have to go into an asked and answered part 3 because this is a very frequently asked question. But when you have a witness that is called for a deposition, it's usually the opposing side, the opposing interest that is calling them for a deposition. So the person that is asking the questions that usually when the witness is on the stand in court would be the direct examination, those open-ended questions. When it comes to a deposition, it's flipped. It's the opposing attorney is asking you all those questions because they are trying to get as much information out of this witness as possible so that they can build their case. They can figure out what their strategy is. They can figure out if they need to settle, like all of these things. So they are just trying to get as much information as possible. And in a lot of ways, asking the kind of questions that you wouldn't necessarily want to ask if they were a witness on the witness stand at trial. And so the type of questions that you hear that are like leading questions that sound like a cross-examination, those are usually going to be the other party that is kind of trying to draw out more information from this person that is friendly to their case. So that's why you hear this difference between leading questions. And it sounds like Camille's asking these open-ended questions. That is not an error at all. That is just part of the process of discovery.
You want more in a deposition than you want on the stand. You want as much as possible.
Exactly. And you also have, sorry, I should have added this too. You also have a looser standard for objections. So when a witness is in a deposition, they will have some attorney usually that is sitting with them that's kind of either representing them or representing the party that they are friendly to, that will note an objection, but it's just to get it on the record. And a lot of times that is so that if they need to use it at trial, then they can kind of splice up in these ways which parts get in and which parts do not get in. But in the deposition itself, when an objection is made, that witness generally speaking, still has to give the answer, regardless of
The
that.
position, yeah.
I mean, barring some limitations. So, yeah.
On a separate note, folks, I did get your DMs. We've got like probably 100 or a couple hundred links and DMs to the declaration of Jennifer Howell. I appreciate it. I'm not going to read it, but I do see you. So I'm going to see what's introduced in rebuttal or otherwise. But yes, hundreds of people sent the declaration of Jennifer Howell just now.
Are you sure you don't need a couple more copies?
You know, I'm probably going to get them anyway. I just want to say I appreciate it. I am not going to read it until it goes into evidence.
That's right.
Right,
Try to
'cause the
remember what's in
jury doesn't
evidence,
know
what's
about
not.
it.
Jury
The
doesn't
jury
know.
doesn't.
So
No, the jury just, at least one of them, I would say, just did what I did. What was that about? Who is that?
Yeah. Which, you know, in a way is effective, because if it does come in, they're going to be like, oh, I remember wondering what that was. It's, you know, but if not, you've kind of let the jury down if they don't hear about it. So you really have to wait and see.
Yeah. You are wrong says, is there a strategy to vid Depo to get some hearsay you couldn't get in live court? That could explain why it is a vid Depo for Howell.
They're doing a little bit. They do get a little bit more in those videos. There's no question.
They get a little bit more, but they do, like I said, they do splice up what they are going to allow to be admitted, because these depositions run all day for a single witness. Or in Rocky's case, it was clear because of what she was wearing, multiple days. And so they have to. This is like the Fridays that we haven't had trial. It's because they've been you know, working through how much of these video depositions were going to be admitted, and you know, these various pieces. So so that's but it's not always going to be as clean as we would like it. It's not going to be as clean as it would be if the witness were coming into court and sitting on the stand.
And I think we've said this many times, but I think every lawyer in the room, especially the trial lawyers, the video depositions are like consistently frustrating.
Yes. It's
I'm
like, do I
glad.
have to allow them if I'm a judge? Can I
In
just
Maryland,
categorically
we don't get
forbid them?
them.
Is that a thing I can do?
In Maryland, we don't get them in criminal. I only had to deal with depositions when I did civil. And you know, they're a useful tool, but sometimes I'm just glad I don't have to go through hours and hours of that. It's just so annoying sometimes.
It's just everybody's out of state. The trial was moved. It was kind of in the during COVID restrictions, and you know, things were shifting in travel, and so I get why they did it. But like,
All right, are we ready for the jury? All right, thank you.
Okay, and one more question here. Actually, well, let me flip these a little bit. Okay, Mystic Wolf 116 says, what is the time and day difference between when she arrived home and when Johnny went home? I'm asking because there is a gap in between when she when she was seen woundless, and then suddenly was seen with wounds from her friends. Between when she arrived home and when Johnny went home, I'm not sure. I think it's like a couple hours they testified to, I think. But yeah, there is a discrepancy there. There is for sure. And there are some new tweets.
Ian, have you seen? He's saying the
Yes.
jury didn't like Whitney. That surprises me.
Okay. He says weaker cross on Whitney, but jury wasn't liking her at all. I think her evidence won't move things much either way in the end.
That was a lot of Amber Heard's mannerisms. So if you've already checked off on Amber Heard, that can be a part of it. You could see Amber Heard in her.
Yeah. And then he retweeted someone else that said, only if you disregard the police body cam footage, which was released after this deposition and contradicts every single
Our
one of
next
his
witness,
assertions
Your
about the
Honor, is
incident.
Elizabeth Mars.
He says, yep, but Depp's
MARS,
team is going to have to beat that drum, and
MARZ.
they haven't had a
Thank
chance
you.
yet. And then
Elizabeth Mars is coming up, by the way.
Who's
Thank
that?
you.
Please state your full name for the record.
Oh, she's cute.
Elizabeth Ray.
She looks like a makeup person.
Between the time that you lived in
It's my
New York,
guess.
so let's say 2007, 2008.
How'd she go from no jacket to
2015,
jacket?
16? How many times would you
Take
estimate that you saw
I'm
this
so
person?
dumb.
Got to pick up baby. Feels attacked. Lady Al.
Remember.
I go see y'all later.
More than 4 times?
Okay, I'm going to turn down everyone's mics again.
No.
Oh yeah, no worries. Just keep them on.
Okay.
In 2015 and
adjust.
16, do you recall how close you and Miss Pennington were as friends?
Yeah, we were pretty close.
She's one of the
Pretty
friend
close.
group.
In your previous testimony, I'll represent to you,
Mike and Kurt,
Ms.
can
Mars,
you
that you
unmute
testified
yourselves?
that at least in July of 2016, you would communicate with Ms. Pennington weekly.
I don't remember. Maybe at that time, perhaps we were communicating. Like I said, there were moments where we were communicating weekly or daily.
Would you agree with me that you would remember something as significant as one of your girlfriends telling you, somebody you've known since
Texas, when you were young girls, you would remember if Miss
That's
Heard
definitely
told you
Camille.
that her husband or fiance
Oh, yeah.
or boyfriend
Oh, come on,
was
Camille.
beating her.
I'm
You
saying
would
that
remember
much.
that, correct? And your testimony is that you only lived at the Eastern Columbia building in February of 2016 for 2 weeks.
It was around 2 weeks. I don't know the specific amount of time, but it was definitely a little over 2 weeks, less than a month. And yes,
And when you stayed at the Eastern Columbia building, did you stay in one of the penthouses?
yes,
And did you understand that that penthouse was owned by Mr. Depp at the time?
I assumed it was, yes.
And for what purpose did you go to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016?
To assist Raquel in getting ready for a bead show that she was going to be doing the following day.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp be violent towards anyone?
I experienced him that night as like I was scared of him. So that's all I can say from the moment that the one interaction I had with him that night, it was frightening to me. His behavior was frightening to me.
No, she wouldn't wear makeup?
I mean, I don't think of her as someone who wears a lot of makeup. No.
Yeah, you've known her a long time.
Interesting.
She's never been somebody that wears a lot of makeup, correct?
Exactly. Unless she's going to something that she needs to put makeup on for.
Right. But other than that, she's usually bare-faced and beautiful.
Yeah.
So it's your recollection, your best recollection, that Miss Pennington was with you in Penthouse 5 and never left with Miss Heard before Mr. Depp arrived. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you hear some type of commotion. You don't know where it's coming from, correct?
It sounds like, yeah, it sounds like it's coming from it. We hear commotion and then it feels like it's getting closer and closer and closer.
Did it sound like voices or did it sound like destruction?
It sounded like voices and destruction.
That the door was abruptly opened, correct?
Abruptly opened.
Okay, so you hear the commotion. It feels like it's getting closer and closer. What happened next?
Then, soon after the door slammed open and Johnny came like bursting through the door.
Who opened the door?
Johnny.
Was Johnny alone?
There's the two men behind him.
Okay.
Following him.
So Johnny opens the door. He's got his two, what we'll assume are his bodyguards with him. What happens next?
So it all happened very fast. The door kind of burst open and he came in very, just from my perspective, really under the influence of something, drugs or alcohol, because he was very sloppily, he looked wasted. He was holding a very large bottle of wine, looked like some sort of like a Magnum bottle of wine, which was kind of spilling all over the place. And as he opened the door, he just, what I remember what he mumbled was, "Get your bitch out of here." And I just remember it all happened very fast, like the door slamming, him saying, "Get your bitch out of here," the wine, that whole, his whole being really frightened me. It almost felt like he was coming towards me from my perspective. Whether he was coming towards me or not, it scared me. And I just ran out past him.
You said Mr. Depp appeared to be either drunk or high. Is that correct?
He seemed to be intoxicated.
Okay. Is that different than drunk?
No, I guess. Yeah, he definitely seemed like he was under the influence of something.
And on May 21st, 2016, how was Mr. Depp's demeanor different?
It was much more sloppy and all over the place and frightening and combative, felt very angry. He felt angry and yeah.
And when you say combative, what was combative specifically about his demeanor?
Just the way he burst through the room, just very forcefully and rushed in very quickly to the point that it made me want to get past him and run out very quickly. Like it wasn't an invite. It was it was very, yeah, it was intense.
So Mr. Depp comes
What's
through the
her name
door
again?
to Penthouse 5. And
I believe this is Elizabeth
you
Mars. I believe this is Liz.
hear him say
Yeah,
something to
sorry,
the
Elizabeth
effect of,
Mars.
"Get your
With a Z.
bitch out of here."
Thanks.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then you ran out immediately thereafter?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Depp spill any wine in Penthouse 5 before you ran out?
Bex will answer this in a bit.
Yes.
How much wine did you see him spill?
I don't remember.
A lot? The entire bottle?
From the Depp
Not
side
the
of the
entire
testimony, I believe
bottle.
this is the
What
woman
my,
who I
so
didn't know the
what
name
I remember
of in
was it
Penthouse
was
5 with
flailing, and
Rocky and
there was
Josh.
definitely wine that was coming out.
Would you say that being sloppy is different than being combative?
Yeah, I would say sloppy and combative are two different things.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was on May 21st, 2016, both combative and sloppy, correct?
Yeah, I would describe it that there was a little bit of both. Yes, but combative and sloppy.
Was he more sloppy than he was combative?
It felt more combative than sloppy.
And just to clarify, the only thing that was combative was the words he was speaking?
No, it was completely the way he entered into the room, rushed in, his energy, the way it felt like he was coming after me, like he almost felt like from where I was standing, it felt like he was charging towards me, and I was scared, and it was, it felt, yeah, combative. It felt, I'm trying to look for another word that can describe what I felt, but it was, it was scary. My heart was beating really fast, very quickly, and I was freaked out.
Okay, so after you exchanged some text messages with Miss Pennington, you came out of your hiding spot and then went to Miss Pennington and Mr. Drew's penthouse. Is that correct?
Correct.
So who was in penthouse 1 when you got out of the hiding spot and came to penthouse 1?
I mean, it was Josh, Raquel, Amber, and I were the people that were at some point in there during that time.
Okay. Do you remember the first time you saw Miss Heard after this incident?
I got that.
I remember seeing her after that incident, and it was in that apartment.
In penthouse 1.
Correct.
So the first time you saw Miss Heard after this incident on May 21st, 2016 was in penthouse 1. What do you recall seeing, the first thing you saw when you saw Miss Heard?
I just remember she looked really upset and disheveled, and her hair was a mess, and she had a swollen face. She had a red swollen face.
Okay. Had you ever seen Miss Heard cry before May 21st, 2016?
I don't think so. Not that I can remember.
Okay. What side of her face was swollen?
I think it was her right side of her face.
Do you have an independent recollection that it was the right side of her face that was swollen?
I'm taking myself back there and trying to remember like where I was standing versus, you know what I mean? I think it was, yeah, I think looking at her, it was on my left and her right side.
Okay, so let's talk about her hair seemed disheveled. Is that what you said? Her hair was disheveled.
Mm-hmm.
Was she crying?
Yeah, there was definitely tears.
Was she animated?
Yeah, she was visibly really upset.
Okay. So visibly very upset means what? She was crying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what else?
Tears, sadness, felt like confusion, felt like those were the main things.
Would you describe, what did Mr. Drew say, if anything?
I don't remember him saying what he said. I think everybody was just shaken up.
So soon after you went into penthouse 1, you remember some police officers coming to penthouse 1.
I remember there was police officers in the hallway. Mm-hmm.
Was Miss Heard icing her face? After the incident, but before the police arrived?
I think so.
Who gave her the ice?
I don't remember.
So you were in penthouse 1 when the police came. How do you know that they came? What did you hear? What did you see?
Because they said the police are here. So I
Who
remember.
said that?
I don't remember. Again, this is a very long time ago, so specific details are going to be really hard for me to remember. I just knowing that police were there in the hallway, 2 of them.
And in February, when you lived at the penthouse for a few weeks, you didn't hear or see any abuse by Mr. Depp towards Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
And did you go to Amber and Johnny's penthouse thereafter, or where did you go next?
So I just remember at some point ending up, yes, at some point we were in their penthouse afterwards, in Johnny and Amber's. At some point we went over there.
And did you go over there, you think, after the police came?
It was after the first 2 police officers came.
Okay. Do you remember glass on the floor?
At this point in time, I don't remember what I saw. I don't remember if it was cleaned up by the time I got there or if there was glass on the floor when I walked in.
Do you recall seeing wine spilled?
I recall seeing wine spilled in the hallway, like a lot of wine spilled in the hallway.
When do you recall seeing the wine spilled in the hallway?
At some point in the night, maybe after, before. I recall, I don't remember specifically, but I remember seeing wine spilled in the hallway. I remember that being one of the things that I saw that was part of the destruction of whatever happened.
Okay, so the police come and you stayed in penthouse 1.
Correct.
Okay. It was after the police officers left that you went to penthouse 3, correct? Where Amber and Johnny lived?
Correct.
Recall seeing wine spilled in the hallway?
I remember seeing wine spilled in the hallway, yeah.
Okay. And you saw the wine after the police officers came, correct?
I think so.
Did Miss Pennington take any photographs of the scene?
I remember Raquel taking photographs of Amber's face.
Okay. And now going to your description of Miss Heard's face, you said it was the right side of her face. You said it was what? Swollen and red? What else?
Correct. Yeah, it was swollen and red.
Was any part of her face more swollen than others?
It was around her eye.
Had bruising developed already?
No, it was red and swollen.
Okay. So you did not see any bruising on Miss Heard's face the evening of May 21st, 2016, correct?
I saw a red, swollen, puffy face.
Okay. And just on the right side, correct?
Correct.
But wasn't it your testimony, Ms. Mars, that you were inside penthouse 1 when the first police officers came to the scene?
Correct.
Okay. And how much time do you estimate they spent in the penthouses?
I don't remember. The second group of officers, there was 2 sets of officers that came. The second set of officers that I actually was in the apartment in PH3, I think it was.
Did you hear about either Ms. Heard, Mr. Drew, or Ms. Pennington cleaning anything that Mr. Depp allegedly destroyed?
I don't remember, but I do remember that I'm pretty sure that Josh was helping to clean up before I got into I remember that knowing that the place was cleaned up before I entered in there.
Before you entered into where?
Into the main apartment.
So you recall Josh, Drew cleaning up before you entered penthouse 3. What was he cleaning up exactly?
I just remember by the time that I had gotten into that apartment that someone had cleaned up the glass and the wine that was on the floor.
Recall who told you that penthouse 3 had been cleaned up?
No one specifically told me. It was, what I was expressing is that it was cleaned up before I got there for the most part. I just remember that for the most part. From what I don't remember.
To clarify, Ms. Mars, when you came into penthouse 3, after the police officers, the first set of police officers came and left, you did not see silver candlesticks, candelabra sticks, broken on the floor, baskets of fruit that had been on the kitchen island, fruit everywhere, baskets on the ground, containers holding the spoons and forks, kitchen utensils spilled, a lamp, a little statue thing broken in penthouse 5. I'm sorry, penthouse 3.
Tina, I haven't seen any on TikTok.
Now that I'm
either.
reading this, I'm
not
sort of
on
remembering
TikTok.
that there was like some stuff that had like something that had been broken, like a little like the statue thing kind of sounds familiar to me now that I'm reading this. But again, I don't remember when I walked in if there was, and I don't remember this being on the floor. I don't remember seeing.
Okay. So you don't remember seeing it?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it. I don't remember. But again, as I'm reading this statue, when I see the statue, there's something that's like, oh, maybe, yeah, I feel like I remember there was some things that were broken, but I don't specifically remember what they were.
You did not witness
I
firsthand
didn't
what?
firsthand anything. I didn't witness firsthand Johnny abusing Amber.
But do you recall testifying to that effect, that Johnny charged at you and then you were scared?
He charged towards me and I was scared. I ran past him.
You didn't run past him because he told everyone in that penthouse to get out of his penthouse?
I ran past him because he ran into the unit and it scared the shit out of me because he was wasted and screaming. So that's why I ran out. If there's
It's
a grown
Phoenix
ass man
Rising.
coming at you,
That's the name of the
and
documentary.
saying, "Get your bitch out of here," and swaying a magnum-sized bottle of wine, I'm sure. I don't know what anyone do. I can't say what anyone do, but I ran out.
And will you just remind us what side
Josh
of
say
the
she ran up the stairs.
hard space you recall the marks being on May 21st, 2016?
The right side of her face.
Do you feel indebted to Ms. Heard in any way?
No.
Have you ever done Ms. Heard's makeup?
No.
You testified earlier today that Ms. Heard often, in the times you saw her, would not be wearing makeup. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it possible in some of those times that she was wearing the type of makeup we ladies sometimes use to not appear as though we're wearing makeup?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell whether or not she was wearing basic concealer or foundation?
Correct.
Talk to me about the loud noises. What did you hear?
Yeah, just screaming, yelling, doors slamming, commotion.
Could you tell whether the screaming and the yelling was a male voice or a female voice?
From what I can remember, male.
And could you tell where the screaming and the yelling was coming from?
It felt like it was started farther down the hallway, and then it was coming like closer. So
Marquetta, I
essentially,
hope so.
I mean, I don't know,
I
but
hope
it
so.
could have been the hallway.
And so after you start hearing the screaming and the yelling and the door slamming and the commotion, you testify that Mr. Drew got up and went to the door?
Yeah.
What did Mr. Drew do?
He was kind of pacing by the door and looking through the peephole.
And what happened next?
And then the door like burst open and Johnny came charging in and screamed, again, holding the magnum-sized bottle of wine, flailing it around, looked intoxicated, kind of stumbling, and screamed, "Get your bitch out of here," as he ran in my direction. And I was scared. It was very frightening and just scary and unexpected. And so I just darted out past him and ran up towards the pool gym area and hid there.
Prior to the night of May 21, 2016, had a man ever charged at you holding a Magnum bottle of wine, screaming profanities?
Objection.
And what was your reaction to this event when it happened on May 21, 2016?
Fear.
Besides the screaming and the door slamming and the wine waving, do you recall anything else about Mr. Depp's actions that evening? During that moment, I guess I should say.
There's erratic, I would describe it as erratic behavior.
Was anyone else with Mr. Depp when he charged into Penthouse 5?
Behind him were two men.
What about Ms. Heard?
No.
What about Ms. Pennington?
No.
So you testified that after Mr. Depp burst into the apartment and started charging towards you, that you darted out and hid in, I believe it's a communal exercise area, is that correct?
Yeah, I darted out and went up the stairs and hid somewhere over by there.
Why did you hide?
Because I was scared.
Sorry, say again. Why did you hide?
Because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
I just didn't know what he would do. I didn't know what he would do.
And the he there is who?
Johnny.
What were you thinking when you were hiding in the communal exercise area?
I don't remember. Just that I just remember being scared and not wanting to leave that area until like I was clear that I wasn't going to be attacked.
And at some point, did you leave the area?
Yes.
And what prompted you to leave the area?
A text with Raquel, just telling her to come to her and Josh's apartment.
And did you do as Ms. Pennington said and go to her and Josh's apartment?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you remember what you were thinking as you were sort of coming out of your hiding spot and walking towards the penthouses again?
I think the whole thing was just bizarre, like really frightening and bizarre to me. I don't specifically remember what I was thinking other than like, holy shit, what the fuck just happened, you know? And is he gone? Maybe I was thinking that. I don't remember specifically.
And when you say, is he gone, who's the he you're referring to there?
Johnny.
When you got to Miss Pennington's and Mr. Drew's penthouse, who'd you see? Who was there?
I don't remember who was specifically there when I first walked in, but throughout the time being in there in that moment, definitely Amber, Raquel, and Josh. And maybe like just by peeping into the hallway, one of the police officers.
When you saw Miss Heard after you came back down from your hiding spot and you're in Mr. Drew's and Miss Pennington's apartment, how did she look?
She looked frazzled and just completely disheveled. Her hair was all over the place. She had a swollen face, looked like she had been crying, and
we'll only know with a verdict, right?
Yeah.
To answer the
Do you
super
think the
chat.
swollen face was a result of her having been crying?
No.
What do you think it was a result of?
It looked like she had been like hit in some way. Like it was not from crying. She had markings on her face.
Were the marks that you saw on Miss Heard's face after you came down from your hiding spot present when you had been hanging out with her earlier in the day?
No.
You testified earlier today that you witnessed some, I believe it was Miss Pennington or Mr. Drew, take some photos of Ms. Heard's face. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'd like to mark what will be Mars Exhibit 13. Ms. Mars, as the court reporter hands you Exhibit 13, I'll represent to you that these were some photos taken on the night of May 21st, 2016. So if you turn to the second photo in the set, do you recognize the person in this photograph?
Yes.
Who is it?
Amber.
And do you see any marks on her face in this photograph?
Yes.
And do these marks look like the marks that you saw in person on her face on the evening of March 21, 2016?
Yes.
And just to clarify, these marks were not on her face when you saw Ms. Heard earlier that same afternoon and were helping Ms. Pennington make beads.
Correct.
There are other photos in this set. Why don't we turn back to the first one? Some broken frames on a bed. Do you know what this picture is of?
Yeah, I mean, this is Amber and Johnny's bed, and there's photographs on it.
So I take it that you've seen Amber and Johnny's bedroom before.
Yes.
Do you recall whether you went into Mr. Depp's and Ms. Heard's bedroom that night?
No.
No, you don't recall, or no, you didn't?
No, I don't recall.
The next photo on the set is the picture of Ms. Heard. Just after that, there's a photo, you're with me, of what appears to be a hallway. Are you with me?
Yes.
Do you recognize what this is an image of?
Yes.
What is it an image of?
It's the hallway between all the penthouse apartments.
So you've been on this hallway many times.
Yes.
Do you see the sort of red staining on the right-hand corner of the page?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing that red staining the night of May 21, 2016?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was wine.
So you saw that staining on the night of May 21, 2016?
Yes.
Do you recall whether it was there when you arrived in the afternoon?
I don't remember seeing it, no.
So
Done.
when was the
Not
first
this
time
week.
you remember seeing it?
I think when I came out of my hiding spot and came downstairs back into Raquel and Josh's apartment.
But you didn't see the wine get spilled?
Not this, no.
You saw other wine get spilled?
I saw, yeah, as he was, and when he came in the apartment, when he was flailing the wine.
And the he there is?
Johnny.
Then the last photo in this set appears to be of some picture frames hanging on a wall. Do you see that?
Yes, I think it's in Amber and Johnny's apartment, I think. But again, I don't remember if it's in her studio. I don't know.
Do you recall seeing this photo in one of the penthouses before?
Yes.
And when you saw it, was it broken?
No.
And what, if anything, do you remember about Miss Pennington's state?
Also, distraught, upset.
You'd been friends with Miss Pennington for many years at that point, correct?
Correct.
Had you ever seen her similarly distraught?
Not similarly, but seen her sad.
But have you ever seen her have the same reaction that she had that evening?
No.
So you also testify that you saw Mr. Drew in his and Miss Pennington's penthouse. What, if anything, do you remember about Mr. Drew's state?
I just remember him being just a grounding energy, just trying to be supportive to Amber and to Raquel, and just really trying to be like the man in the situation that was gonna like really be grounded amongst like women that were sort of like frightened and sort of a little more frantic. He was very grounded and very like clear, and I remember like feeling safe with him. Like he was, it was like protection.
You testified earlier today that, quote, there are some things that I really remember and some things that are a little shady, end quote. Which bucket do the marks that you saw in Miss Heard's face on the evening of May 21, 2016 fall into? The things that were a little shady, or the things that you really remember?
That I really remember.
To answer this super chat, I don't think there were any neighbors
All
that
right.
would have heard anything.
Next witness.
Witness, Your Honor, is Melanie Iglesias, and that is also by video. And I will say that that begins with Ms. Vasquez questioning first, and then,
Okay.
then I come back.
All right. And can you spell it last name just for the court
It's
order?
INGLESSIS.
Thank you.
All right. Well,
Yeah, this is the
State your name and
the
address
stylist
for
or
the
the makeup
record.
artist.
okay.
Melanie Iglesias.
And Ms. Iglesias, what's
Whoops,
your
it's me
occupation?
first.
I'm a makeup artist.
And you, in
We
fact, are a
couldn't have been
professional
confused by
makeup
that, Elaine.
artist, correct?
Correct.
When did you first meet Amber Heard?
April 2015.
And what was the occasion?
Tribeca Film Festival in New York.
And were you providing makeup services for her on that occasion?
Correct.
Okay. And did you become friends with Amber Heard after that?
I did.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes. I recall seeing this on the kitchen of the penthouse. When you enter, they have a bar kitchenette to the left, and that was there. Yes.
But when you came to the penthouse after Amber had texted you, whether it was that night or the next day, you saw this in the kitchen. Is that correct? Painted?
And lack of foundation.
And so you do recall being there that evening?
I do recall being there. You know, my only concern with all of this is that was it the day before or during another incident? But it says if my text said I was there the night before, then I was there the night before.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what is depicted in this photo?
Well, it's a bed. It looks like, I mean, it's a very tight picture of the bed, but it's a bed.
And do you recall seeing this the night of December 15 with the broken part of the bed?
Upstairs, yes.
Okay. And when you say upstairs, what do you mean?
Well, her bed, the bedroom was upstairs.
And the downstairs had the kitchen with the writing. Do you remember where the other property that you saw was? Was that downstairs or upstairs? The property that was damaged. Was that upstairs or downstairs?
Downstairs.
All right, and just so I'm clear, you recall damage to the bed, is that correct?
And asked and answered.
On December 16, 2015, did you return to Amber Heard's penthouse?
Yes.
And why did you come to Amber Heard's penthouse on December 16?
It was the James Corden show. She had an appearance, so I came back to work.
And when you arrived at the penthouse on December 16, please describe for me what you observed about Amber Heard's face and any injuries.
When I came to the penthouse December 16 to do Amber's makeup, she had injuries. She had two light, like, I don't know how, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a medical expert. I don't know how I would describe them, but it could have looked like somebody had headbutted her lightly. So she had a discoloration here under both eyes and on the bridge of the nose. And she had what I would call a split lip or something on the lip, like a gash or a split lip.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 11. Do you recognize this photo as being Amber Heard's head?
Yes.
Okay. And could you please describe for me what this photo is showing?
It's showing a chunk of missing hair.
And what, if anything, did you observe on December 16 about Amber Heard missing a chunk of hair?
I remember this because she showed it to us and I looked at it.
Okay. And can you describe what is depicted right along her scalp there?
I don't know.
Do you recall that there was some bruising along the scalp and some pus, for lack of a better word?
I don't recall.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 14. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes.
And who is that?
This is Amber Heard.
Okay. And were you just described what you saw on the 16th with respect to Amber Heard's injuries. Does this accurately depict what you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Exhibit 16. Again, do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes.
And who is that?
Amber Heard.
Okay. And does this picture reflect the injuries that you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
And then I'm going to ask you to take a look at one more of those, and that is Exhibit 17. And I'm going to ask again, Ms. Iglesias, do you recognize the person in this picture? And maybe to try to move it along, is it Amber Heard?
Yes.
Okay. And does this reflect what you saw as well on December 16, 2015?
I mean, that's three pictures with very different light, but yes.
Now, do you also recall there being an injury to Amber Heard's lip?
Correct.
And Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 19. And do you recognize the person in this photograph as Amber Heard?
Yes.
And does this picture accurately reflect what you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, could you please describe what you did by way of makeup to prepare Amber Heard for the James Corden show on December 16, 2015?
Yes. We covered, I just did makeup, but just a little heavier where it needed. So we covered, the discoloration, the bruises with a little slightly heavier concealer. One that has a little more of a peach undertone, which I would normally don't use on Amber, but peach do cancel blue. So I did that under the eyes. And although Amber always, has a red lip, is one of the signature look, I remember clearly talking that we had no other option that night, but then to use a red blood, like a really red lipstick to, make sure we could cover up the injuries on the lip.
And were you able to cover all of the injuries with the makeup that you applied and as you just described?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, if you could look at what has been marked as exhibit number 22, do you recognize Amber Heard in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the picture of her? Is this a picture of her that evening, December 16, 2015 on the James Corden show?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe on the difference in Amber Heard's demeanor before the show and then on the show?
That she had the ability to, turn it on, that she, the ability to do her job and perform how she was supposed to perform on the show.
And prior to Amber going on the show and while you were working with her on her makeup, how would you describe Amber's mood and demeanor?
Angry, sad, a little erratic, I think through waves of emotions,
Do you recall someone named Ms. McMillan having any role in helping to prepare Amber Heard for that James Corden show that night, December 16th?
Yes.
What do you recall?
Samantha was a stylist. Samantha was there the day of the James Corden show, as she was always there to get her ready before an appearance or show.
And did Samantha work on Amber before or after you were applying the makeup?
I don't know if she worked on Amber, but when I entered the Penthouse 5, Samantha was there with Amber. So Samantha was there before I entered the house, the penthouse.
And do you recall whether Samantha was hugging Amber when you came in?
I recall opening the penthouse. So there's two penthouses. There's a penthouse where she gets ready. So Amber at a penthouse where Samantha gets her ready, where all Amber's clothes is. If I recall properly, that's the penthouse that I enter first, just to say hi before I would go set up in the other penthouse. And my recollection is to when I enter, Amber was crying, looked pretty upset on Samantha's shoulder, or they were like, you know, I don't know if hugging is the right way, but they would definitely had a moment where they were together, and Amber looked really upset.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask just a couple more questions about the makeup that you applied on Amber on December 16, 2015 for the James Corden show. I think you said that you had applied some concealer and that you had some peach undertones with it to cancel out some blue. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
I was asking about, I wrote down that you said that you had applied on Amber concealer, you had some peach undertones to cancel blue. Is that what you said?
Correct.
So what type of concealer did you apply to Amber? And if you use different color tones, can you please describe why you used the color tones you did?
I used a different kind of concealer that I would normally use on Amber, which I used a concealer that had peach undertone. Peach undertone concealer are more effective to cover any darkness of blue undertone than a normal concealer.
Do you know what type of makeup Amber Heard typically wore?
Objection,
Yes.
Can you please describe? For me?
Yes,
Hopefully we'll hear from
she's
it,
pretty
Joelle.
natural. She has a concealer from a company called, or she used to have a concealer from a company called Depo. Her makeup would be pretty simple, concealer and a little benefit tint that she used on her lips and she used on her cheeks. Very natural.
It had a natural look to it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But she did wear concealer and what you described, correct?
Do you mean in her daily life or that night?
In her daily life.
Yes, she has a concealer that she uses all the time, and she has a couple of products that she uses all the time, daily. Yes. Well, I mean daily. Yes, as far as I know.
And do you feel confident in what you described that you saw that day of Amber Heard's injuries? And I'm talking about December 16, 2015.
1,000%, without a doubt. Because I just don't remember, you know, it's 5 years ago. I don't remember the exact date.
And could you describe Amber Heard's demeanor in those days before and after the filing for divorce and for the domestic violence restraining order?
An area of different emotion, you know, definitely from sadness to not wanting to divorce, to anger, to being really upset, to being really sad. So it was just a roller coaster of emotion that I think we were all there those couple of days to help navigate and go through it.
I take it from your response today, you still feel very emotional about this. It's very difficult for you, isn't it?
It's not difficult for me, no, but it just reminded me at the time how I felt, yes.
When did you first tell Ms. Heard that you were no longer interested in having her as a client and being friends with her?
That phone call, about a month ago.
How was it said?
Well, I just told Amber that, you know, I wish her well and I just have no interest in continuing a relationship, work-wise or friendship-wise.
But is there a specific reason other than the birth of your child and the postpartum issues that you described, both as
No.
client and Ms. Iglesias? What was your impression of Mr. Depp when you first met him?
Lovely.
You thought he was lovely?
Yeah.
Was each of the, well, let me ask the backup question. Did you interact with Mr. Depp? How many times did you interact with Mr. Depp?
Through, you mean all in all?
Oh, yes, the entirety of your interactions. How many were there, approximately?
5, maybe less than 10. Maybe, yeah.
And would you describe all your interactions with Mr. Depp as, quote, lovely?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp act in a violent manner?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp yell at Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see him kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp throw an object at Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp slap Ms. Heard?
No.
Punch her?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Iglesias, that you never saw Mr. Depp be physically abusive towards Ms. Heard?
Correct.
And you never saw Mr. Depp cause any injuries to Ms. Heard, correct?
Did I ever saw him causing any injuries? No.
And so any injuries that you claim to have seen on Ms. Heard, you don't know one way or another how they were caused, correct?
Correct.
The only source of information that you have is Ms. Heard's own words, correct?
Correct.
Did you hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having a fight on the phone?
I was there. I was present in the room.
But just to confirm, could you hear Mr. Depp's voice?
No.
So fair to say that the only voice you heard was Ms. Heard's, correct?
Correct.
And so you don't know what Mr. Depp said to Ms. Heard on that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall any other occasions where you witnessed a fight between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, or heard about an incident or a fight between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, other than the 3 that we've now discussed?
I would say every time. I would say that during my friendship with Amber, before she filed for divorce, which, I mean, timeline, I don't know, a year, maybe a year and a half, it was always some conflict, some fight, some physical fights, some verbal fights, some kind of problem, it always was a problem, a problematic. It was a very consuming for me. It was all consuming about that relationship. It was a very consuming friendship, and hence that's why I decided not to continue it.
But you yourself, Ms. Iglesias, didn't witness any of these altercations, fights, arguments, correct? Between Mr. Depp. I think you testified that you interacted with Mr. Depp less than 10 times. When you did interact with Mr. Depp, was Ms. Heard present each of those times?
All of those times.
Did you find him particularly loving towards Ms. Heard?
No, not particularly, no.
And during these interactions with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, at that time, you were aware that Mr. Depp allegedly was abusing Ms. Heard, correct?
Well, most of the interaction that I had was towards the end of 2015, right? I'm assuming, so I was not fully aware yet of I guess the seriousness of their fight, if I can say so. I think most of the time I saw them together was towards the end of December, before December 15th. So Thanksgiving, that time, and Amber's, I think, birthday. I'm getting it to that. So the few times that I saw Mr. Depp was before I understood the seriousness of the fight.
Understanding, again, came from Miss Heard only, correct?
Well, Miss Heard and some of her friends, yes.
Who were some of her friends?
Rocky, Retro Pennington, Ayo, Twillett, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, Josh, Drew, the people that were leaving, her sister, Whitney. Those were the core group.
You said you spent Thanksgiving with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard. Was that in Thanksgiving, November 2015?
Yes, correct, because they were divorced by May 2016, so yes.
How would you describe that evening?
Awkward.
Why?
Because Marilyn Manson was there.
Did you know Marilyn Manson?
No. But it just was an awkward Thanksgiving sitting there. It was quite
Boogeyman
intimate.
strikes again.
Yeah, it was just awkward. He's just an awkward being, and it's just awkward to be around. So it was an awkward evening.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Miss Heard having any type of disagreement or fight that evening?
Disagreement, maybe. Like a disagreement.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, there was, it was such a small, intimate surrounding that you pick up on things. And so I could tell that it was awkward. It was just awkward. I think Mr. Depp and Mr. Manson disappeared for a while, then everybody was at a table, so they weren't wondering where they were. It was just awkward.
And you're pretty sure they had a fight because Miss Heard told you after the fact that they had a fight, correct? Because you did not witness Mr. Depp or Miss Heard having any type of fight the evening of Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Iglesias, do you have an independent recollection of going to the penthouse in downtown Los Angeles on December 15th, 2015?
I have an independent recollection of going to the penthouse before one of the incidents. And at the time,
I'm gonna step away for just a second. I'll be right back.
If it was the day before the James Corden or the day before the fun incident, so and that is what I made sure I needed to remember, that it was the day before December 16th. Yes. Does that make sense? So I knew I had come a day before, a day before one of the two biggest fights that, and I wasn't sure if it was that day.
I respectfully disagree.
And sitting here today, you're still not sure if you went to the penthouse on December 15th, 2015, or if it was the day before the May incident in 2016. And when you went to the penthouse on December 15th, I believe you testified before that you didn't see any injuries on Amber Heard that evening, correct?
Sorry, I don't recall seeing any injuries on Amber that night.
Do you recall if Ms. Pennington was at the penthouse that evening?
Yes.
Do you recall if anybody else was at the penthouse that evening?
I don't recall.
And she's looking at the camera, sure she's looking at her iPod or
Ms.
something.
Heard being there and Ms. Pennington, correct?
Correct.
Did you take any photographs of Ms. Heard the evening of December 15, 2016?
No.
Do you recall
Could be.
being present when any photographs of Ms. Heard were taken on
Malchus
December
and-
15, 2015?
I don't recall.
Do you remember being present when photographs of Ms. Heard's injuries were taken on December 16th, 2015?
No.
And did you take any pictures of Ms. Heard and her injuries on December 16th, 2015?
No.
So I don't want to take up the time of showing you all the photographs Ms. Bredehoft showed you earlier today, but there were a number of exhibits. I think I marked them as exhibits 14 through 20 that were shown earlier this morning. Just to confirm, you didn't take any of those photographs, correct?
Not on my phone.
My
not
mic is
with
already
my
at
phone, and I
14%.
do not recall taking Amber's
down to
or
10.
Rocky's phone to take those pictures. No, definitely not with my phone. I do not recall taking physically myself those pictures. No, I don't recall.
Would it be normal for Ms. Heard to have makeup on her face before you arrived to do her makeup ahead of an appearance?
It would be normal for Amber to have concealer on, a little of that tint there, yes, because it is quite normal for Amber to wash her face. She always likes to wash her face before the makeup with the product that she likes, do a toner, so it would be
Yeah,
really
guys, don't shoot the messenger with Kurt. These are good witnesses for Amber. That's why she's calling them.
But you don't
You have to
remember
wait
one
for the
way
whole
or
case to
another
come
whether
out.
Ms. Heard had a fresh face with toner and moisturizer on before when you arrived on December 16th.
I'm pretty sure pro makeup
2015,
artists do not
correct?
have an ethical obligation to
No,
report.
I don't recall.
Would she usually wash her face and go through that process in front of you?
Yes, I mean in front of me in her bathroom, but we were close, so it wouldn't
Apparently I'm still too
be
loud.
abnormal for me to be chit-chatting with her while she cleaned her face. And I don't think specifically in front of me or not in front of me, but yeah, I mean she would wash her face in the bathroom, which is adjacent to where we get her ready.
And I want to be really specific. So based on your best recollection, what injuries did you see on Ms. Heard on December 16th, 2015?
Amber had a slight discoloration on both eyes and on the top of the bridge of the nose. And hold on, and I do believe the right eye had a little more of a gash right there. It wasn't that strong, it wasn't that swollen, but it was definitely some blue and yellow discoloration there, mainly on the inner corner and a little more here. And then she had on the right lip, as I said earlier, I'm not sure the exact medical term, but it looked like a split lip or like a gash here.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard's lip bleed on December 15th or December 16th?
I don't recall.
But you remember that it was not bleeding on December 16th when you were applying the makeup, correct?
When I was applying the makeup, correct.
How about before you were applying the makeup? Do you recall it bleeding?
I don't recall.
And I think you just described it as either a gash or a split lip.
I don't know what would be the medical term for it. I don't know what kind of injury would have caused this. I'm not a medical expert, no forensic expert, but it was slightly swollen. And by the way, you can see it in that video. So it's crazy to me, but it was slightly swollen. And there was either a gash or a scab, not a scab, but it was swollen with some kind of cut.
Do you recall Ms. Heard ever having a cold sore on her lips?
No.
You said there was slight discoloration under both eyes. Was there swelling under both eyes as well?
We'll clarify swelling. Maybe very little, but it was mainly discoloration too. I recall mainly discoloration, like a bruise. Maybe there was a little tiny swelling on one of the eye that was a little more a little more injured than the other, but not huge swelling, no.
I believe your testimony earlier today was that he lightly headbutted her. Is that correct?
I wasn't there. I don't know if he lightly or not lightly headbutted her.
That was your testimony, that it appeared as if she had been, quote, lightly headbutted. Do you remember saying that earlier today?
And maybe I was misquoted. It's not my position to say how headbutted she was or anything. And maybe I'm misquoted.
Okay. And did she show you the hair that was missing?
She showed us, me and the hairdresser, the hole where the hair was missing on top of the head.
And was Miss McMillan there as well?
No, Samantha McNair was really never when we get ready. So it was two separate things, and Samantha never really comes up when we get ready. No.
But just to confirm, these injuries, right, that you saw on Miss Heard on December 16th, 2015, you don't know how they were caused, correct?
Correct.
And so any information you have about how the cause of these injuries came from Miss Heard only?
From December 16th, correct.
Well, any injuries other than Miss Heard and her friends, you never witnessed Mr. Depp being violent or abusive towards Miss Heard and causing any injuries.
Correct.
So let's talk about the makeup that you actually used to conceal these injuries on her face on December 16th. I believe you testified you used a concealer with a peach undertone.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have training and experience dealing with injuries or covering up bruising on people? Do you have any specific experience or education?
Specific experience, I have experience in doing bruises and cover bruises for special effect. I mean, throughout my career, I have created bruises, and I also have covered bruises for, you know, with models or real life things, whatever it is. So yeah, I have experience in covering some bruises. Yes.
How about swelling? Same question.
I mean, it's a little harder to cover swelling. That would be maybe, you know, try to bring the swelling down. Covering it up would be harder.
And how about cuts?
Yeah.
Specifically as it relates to Ms. Heard's makeup look on December 16th, do you recall what foundation you used?
The brand?
You probably don't remember the brand, but do you recall the shade that you used?
How would I? No, it's 5 years ago. Absolutely not.
Do you recall?
No.
That you do have a specific recollection of using a peach undertone concealer.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because Amber always had in her bag, we have the same concealer. She has a concealer from a brand called Clear Depo, and it's a specific shade. You know, it's beige. Beige was Amber's color for under her eyes, period. So the day, December 16, I didn't use beige. There's another concealer that has a little more peach in there and orange. It's called Honey, from the same family, and I use that instead. And I think I have a wheel that is a bruise wheel that has different colors, and you pick up the color to gently touch up any darkness.
Did you make a different choice for her overall look other than the concealer as a result of the injuries that you saw on her face on December 16th?
Not a different choice, but I remember we specifically, you know, I know you read it before, we had a red lip that was not uncommon for her. You know, she has a signature red lip, so it's not suddenly it was, oh my gosh, she has a red lip. But I remember that day I specifically structure my makeup. There's a couple of things we do with Amber. We do a smoky eye and a nude lip or a red lip. And I remember specifically thinking of my makeup about we needed to highlight there to try to not draw attention there. And the red lip was our only option to cover that red cut that was there. So that I remember very specifically thinking that we had to have a red lip, sharp brows, and construct the makeup to take away from here. So basically, I mean, it's not really nothing to you guys, but just basically a lot of highlight up here to kind of not focus on this. I remember talking about it very clearly.
And forgive my ignorance, but what did you do to cover up the cut on the lip other than apply a red lip?
A red lip. Okay. A red lip. It is swollen. I can see it in the video on the James Corden show. So lips was swollen. It was big on that side. You can see it. There's nothing I can do about that. But we did a really dark red lip to match that red gash or cut, whatever that was there.
Do you recall Ms. Heard being hindered as a result of the injury on her lip? And when I say hindered, I mean, did she have trouble opening her mouth widely, or, you know, did she complain about it hurting or splitting open and bleeding? Do you recall any of that?
I don't recall.
And again, just to confirm, on December 15th, 2015, you don't recall seeing any injuries, including a split lip on Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall having any specific conversation with the hairstylist that was doing Ms. Heard's hair on December 16th, 2015, as it related to the abuse that Ms. Heard was describing for you?
Yeah, yes, we talked a bit about it, yes.
And what do you recall about that conversation?
Jackie, this is the same one.
You know, I think everybody was a little like, whoa, shit, okay. I think everybody was a little surprised. Everybody was a little like not knowing how to move forward with it. I mean, but we talked, as I said, when Amber was in the chair and Adia was behind her and I was in front of her, I recall the three of us having this conversation, and I recall Adia showing me the hole there.
But just to confirm, you don't know how that chunk of hair was missing from Ms. Heard's head. You don't know what caused that chunk of hair to be missing, correct?
I don't know it, correct.
You don't have any personal knowledge, I should say, as to how that chunk of hair came to be missing from her head.
Well, I did not witness it. Correct.
Alex, may I please have you bring up Dep 9? Ms. Iglesias, you've testified previously that you see, watching the video clip, right? You see Ms. Heard's, you see the swollen lip and you see bruising.
Yeah. I see, I've known that face. I know that face so well. I've done it so many times. I can tell where the bruises are and I can tell where the swollen lip is, correct.
So, Ms. Iglesias, do you mind please identifying for me, is this, does this photograph accurately depict Ms. Heard on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015?
Yes.
But can you describe for me where you see bruising on Ms. Heard's face?
Well, I didn't say I saw bruise, but I saw the discoloration. I can see my makeup. So I see the discoloration on the right eye, just right under. I see that little dent there. And also, I mean, this is a picture that is, you know, this is not a really accurate picture. She's sideways. The light is one way, you know, but yes, there's better pictures that you can see. But you give me the mouth, I will show you. But there's other still picture when you can see the split lip better, or the swollen lip. So I mean, I can see there's better pictures where you can see that side of her lip is swollen. This here.
And when you're pointing, just for the record, you're pointing to the right side of Ms. Heard's lip, correct?
Correct. It's here. Nothing. But as I said, there's better pictures. She's sideways. There's better pictures where you can see what I feel you can see better. But
it might be the same photograph.
Yeah, she's still sideways.
But Ms. Iglesias, is your testimony that you believe you can see swelling on the right side of Ms. Heard's lip?
I wish we could see the picture that she's looking at right now.
Yeah.
Do you see any bruising or concealed bruising under her eyes?
But I mean, I know I've concealed those bruises, so yeah, so I can see them because I know I did it, but so that's neither
You
here or there.
can't
But
see it.
yeah,
What
I
kind of
mean,
answer is
then
that?
on the eyes,
Yeah.
on the right
It's
eye,
almost,
I
it's
see
her
a
admitting
gash
that
right
you
there.
can't see them. I did
And
such a good
all
job,
that
but you
darkness,
can't see
right?
them.
I mean, I don't have the mask anymore, but all that darkness right there, that is not eyeshadow. And that is neither dark circle for not sleeping. This is part of the little, the injury is showing through.
She says she
Do you
can see
see
it.
any discoloration or bruising on the bridge of her nose?
I do not. No, I must have done a great job there.
Do you recall anything about Miss
I
Heard's
did a great job
I'm
there.
telling
when
you,
you
she's
first
saying I do a
encountered
good
her
job.
in Coachella Valley?
Yeah, but at least I'm hearing her say I can still see it through.
Did you notice any injuries?
Kurt, man, I
on Miss
appreciate
Heard?
your benefit of the doubt, but she's clearly just, she
Do you
can't
recall
actually
Miss
see it.
Heard
She's defending herself
discussing
here.
any abuse
Yeah.
that she had sustained
This is the
the
only
night
part
of
of her
birthday on
testimony that's
April 21st,
wishy-washy.
2016 by Mr.
Everything
Depp?
else is pretty strong.
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
I recall there was a fight. There was I don't remember. I don't exactly recall the fight. I know there was a fight and there was some problem. That's why they were late coming back to Coachella's. I don't recall exactly what she told me, but there was some problem the night before, yes.
But you don't remember seeing any injuries on Miss Heard after her birthday dinner in April of 2016, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing any injuries on Miss Heard's face at that dinner on May 24th, 2016?
A couple times.
I don't recall.
Do you recall Miss Heard's general demeanor at the dinner on May 24th, 2016?
What I remember about that dinner is that she was, and I'll tell you why I remember this clearly, because she was very distraught and she was very confused if she should file or not for divorce. And she was really sad and upset and angry and all of it. And I remember that because that night I actually physically took her phone. So she should not, so that if Johnny tried to reach out to her again, she wouldn't have a phone that night and she would go through the divorce tomorrow, the next day. So I remember physically having her phone. And when I dropped them back at the penthouse, she said, keep my phone. So if you contact me, I won't know, I won't cave, and I will file for divorce tomorrow. So I went home in my house with her phone. And that's why I remember, that's why it's sticking in my mind. And then the next morning, and you can see in those texts, she said, I need my phone. And then I had to drive to the penthouse and give her her phone back. And at the time, that day, I'm assuming she filed for divorce, and that day the whole circus started.
And you believe that Ms. Heard should go through with the divorce, correct?
Correct.
And that was based on what exactly, Ms. Iglesias?
On what she told me on her recollection of her marriage.
Totally
I think you
fair.
testified earlier that Amber's practice was to wear concealer, some foundation, moisturizer, things of that nature. Do you have any recollection that Amber strayed from that and did not wear makeup during the week of May 21st, 2016?
No.
Do you have any recollection that week of thinking, oh my goodness, Amber Heard isn't wearing her makeup this week?
No.
So do you know whether Amber Heard took any steps to reduce her swelling during this, in preparation for the James Corden show?
Yes, she took arnica, and we had an arnica gel. I always have arnica gel in my kit anyway, and she had arnica gel. She used arnica gel and some ice.
And what does arnica gel do with respect to swelling?
I use arnica gel in my kit to bring any swelling area of my client's face down.
And how does that typically work? What's your experience?
It just brings the swelling down. I mean, not drastically, but it helps with the swelling a little bit.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor, we have another video.
Okay, if you could approach for a moment, let me just.
Certainly.
I think this witness is very good in terms of what she's saying, and it's believable. And as for what you were commenting before, Rich, like I believe it's possible that she can see it, even if I can't see it, because she knows what to look for because of her experience. So, like, I find
once she says, Kurt, once she says, "I know what I did. I know what I saw before, so I know it's under there."
Yeah,
you're explaining to, at that point, I think Camille. You're explaining why it's the photo she's showing is not, you can't actually see it. Now, she also intimated that the photo that Camille selected was bullshit, and I could totally buy that as well. So, I mean, like,
there's
what
other
I'm saying
photos.
What I'm saying is, in the room, she's clearly defensive about her answers because she knows it doesn't look like anything with what's being presented in front of her.
Yeah, but other than that, I feel like that's not that big of a deal. I found this makeup artist to be genuinely a good witness for Amber Heard. I really, really did. Except she's got, of all the people, one person saying that they saw Johnny strike her, and that's her sister Whitney. So the makeup artist still doesn't see Johnny put his hands on Amber, but she sees, according to her, injuries, and then it's going to be up to you're asking the jury now to believe that the injuries did not come from Johnny. They came from either Amber or something else, but it kind of diminishes the argument of there were no injuries at all. So that's that's helpful to Amber.
This is weird because now I'm devil's advocate on the other side.
Go ahead. I'd love to hear that.
Because we've seen that photo. We've evaluated the photos of those days ourselves. If the makeup artist, who's not a doctor, says she sees discoloration, I mean, I can buy that. But we've seen what she looks like, and we've seen that it doesn't look terribly much like an injury. We've got a makeup artist that says I had to do some extra stuff for the makeup. Okay. Then she attests that it's
all right. Your next witness.
We're going to call Christy Sexton, and this is by video deposition as well.
I definitely agree.
Be the last one for the day.
Okay, thank you.
We saw the before shot, which is the same shot we've seen before. So
we've seen those photos. I mean, that didn't change.
What that is open to discussion. But
why don't you state your whole name for the record and your current address?
Who's this now?
Christina Lisette Sexton, Queensland, Australia.
For how long, Ms. Sexton, had you lived in Australia?
I've been at that address since July 2017. There was a transitionary period. I met my husband in December of 2015. So 16 and 17 decisions on which country we were going to move to and such. So I did not establish residency here until July, and then began all my paperwork subsequently when we were married in October of 2017.
So I take it from your last answer, Ms. Sexton, that Australia was the lucky winner for which country you and your husband would choose to live in.
Yes. Yes,
why
indeed.
is the attorney asking questions through a gramophone?
If you currently have a job,
It does sound that way.
Right now in Australia.
Yes, I'm an acting coach.
When was it, to the best of your recollection, that she took a class that you were a TA in?
I believe it was sometime in 2009.
For how long did you remain Amber Heard's primary or exclusive acting coach?
I
Amber
don't
Heard's
know about
acting coach.
exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts. She may work
find
with other
another job.
coaches. The last time we worked on a project together would be Aquaman, so 2017. I don't know about exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts. She may work with other coaches. The last time we worked on a project together would be Aquaman, so 2017.
Okay, so the first movie, or the first TV series, I should say, that you recall working on as an acting coach with Amber Heard was the Playboy Club.
Yes.
Michelle, it's just because they're unavailable. They can't testify in court. There is a cross-examination on the depo.
I take it from what you just described that although the frequency varied, it's fair to say, is it not, that you saw Ms. Heard many, many, many times during the period between 2010 and 2017?
Oh, yes.
Would it be fair to say that you saw Ms. Heard during this 7-year period more than 100 times?
Easily, yes.
And when you say easily, do you think it's also fair to
Mary
say that you saw
had
more
a
than
little
200 times?
lamb. His face was white
Absolutely,
as
yeah.
snow. And everywhere
I'm
that
going to go up another
boy went,
100. Same
the
answer
lamb
for
was
300
sure
times?
to go.
Yeah.
Okay, Kurt.
As I said, when I would see
Let people
her
listen.
That's a good impression.
multiple times a week in preparation for a project.
When was the last time that you had a session with Amber Heard as her primary acting coach?
Mid 2017.
During that early period when she lived on Orange Avenue, how would you describe, Amber Heard as an actor?
She was really focused on moving to the next level of her career, and really stretching herself as an actor. Which is why she started coaching so much at that time, and initially even went to classes.
Nice.
So she was really driven to do a lot of work, and kind of mine out everything that we could from the text and go over things a lot. So she was very driven as an actor to, I would say, get to the next phase of her career.
But looking at Section 1, refresh your recollection as to when that took place. That's the IMDb page.
Yes, it was either 2011 or 2012. If it's saying that it came out in 2011, then the premiere would have been in 2011. So yeah.
When was the next time you recall seeing Johnny or Mr. Depp?
I would say sometime in the middle of the following year.
So sometime in the middle of 2012, you think?
Yeah.
And where was that?
At her house on Orange. I remember seeing him quite a bit. In the early period.
Again, I'm focused on the early period. Did you have occasion to run into Mr. Depp at your coaching sessions with Amber later when she moved into Sweetser Avenue and then at the penthouse in downtown Los Angeles?
Yes, I did see him often at both Sweetser and the downtown house.
And over that period of time, did you observe changes in Mr. Depp's behavior?
Yeah, Johnny became, I would say, much darker as time went on. He was, like, figuratively and literally, he would sit in dark rooms. The art overall changed. Like, everything got much darker in the houses with, like, heavy, it was always a little, I don't know what the art form would be, dark, but it just, like, literally lighting would go down and big curtains would be everywhere, and he became much less talkative as time went on. I would see less and less of him personally. I would hear him in the house, but I would see less and less of him interaction-wise. And when I did, he wasn't very happy.
What would you hear him say on those occasions when you could hear him but not see him?
At different points in time, I heard different things. Sometimes it would just be him milling around the house. Sometimes it would be him having conversations with his team, bodyguards and stuff, or his friends that were over making music at the Sweetser location. Sometimes it was him and Amber fighting. Like, I was in his home, so I heard him quite a bit.
You said a couple of answers ago that from time to time you would hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard fighting. Can you, again, keeping in mind that it's a long time ago, can you describe what you heard?
I would say I would just hear a lot of him yelling. His voice would carry through kind of the halls of the house. And then, like, I remember one time in specific that I could hear Amber was trying to get out of the room. and then the door shut again, and then I could just hear muffled yelling on his part.
At the beginning of their relationship, once Ms. Hurd has revealed to you that they were in fact in a relationship, did she talk to you about Mr. Depp's struggles with drugs and alcohol?
In the early parts of their relationship, she had said that he was sober. She was trying to support him in his sobriety. And then subsequently throughout the relationship, we would talk about his breaks in sobriety.
Based on your work as Ms. Hurd's acting coach, primary acting coach, was it your understanding that Mr. Depp had opinions about what role Ms. Hurd should take?
There were a couple of occasions where I actually heard Johnny say, why would you want to do that kind of role? My woman isn't going to play that kind of role. Stuff like that I heard a few times from him over the course of time.
Other than saying that hearing Mr. Depp say he didn't want his woman playing a whore, did you ever hear him use any other language like that about the kind of roles that Ms. Hurd was being offered? To focus you in, Ms. Sexton, I'm talking about the period when Amber and Johnny were together in a relationship until you stopped being her acting coach in 2017. And I'm focusing in on what you recall hearing from Mr. Depp about what roles he thought Ms. Hurd should play.
As I said, he would be sitting, usually when she lived in the Orange location, sometimes he would be nearby. It was a fairly small house, and he would be nearby and kind of earshot. So there were times that he was kind of just disparaging. That's a shitty role. Why would you do that? That kind of thing. But he wasn't super negative then. Later on, as it went on, he was very vocal about the negative terms. Like I said, he called it a whore part or a trash part, or a piece of shit, all sorts of things like that. Generally pretty negative if it was something he didn't want her to do.
Did the number of roles that Ms. Hurd auditioned for change during the time that she was involved with Mr. Depp?
Yes, it did. It was decreasing as it went, and there would be stretches of time where she wasn't auditioning at all or working on anything at all.
During the time that Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd were together, did you observe changes in their relationship over time?
Yeah, early on they were incredibly lovey-dovey and passionate and always together in a positive way. They were very playful and friendly.
Experts are paid for their
and
time. Expert witnesses.
then
That's it. No other
I would
witnesses
see
are
less
paid
and
ever
less
for
of
anything,
them
but
together,
also
and I
not
would hear
for
a
their
lot of
evidence.
muffled arguments through the walls. And when I did see him, sometimes the balance would shift. It went from being like a normal couple to very tension filled, especially those last few months that they were together. And yeah.
Did they, was there a withdrawn? Did the number of times that Ms. Hurd was late for or canceled sessions with you change as her relationship with Mr. Depp went on in time?
Yeah, as I said earlier, Amber was never late when we worked at the studio. And then as it went on, I began having to actually build in a cushion of an hour around her appointment. It started out just an extra 15 minutes here and there because she'd be late coming downstairs, or they'd be discussing, or he had to talk to her at that moment in time. And eventually, as the relationship progressed and the fighting got heavier, I would have to build in time because she'd be sobbing at the beginning of sessions and we couldn't work until we got her together. Yeah, I ended up having to do a lot of cushion time around her just so that we could actually get something accomplished because she was often very upset.
Did you have occasion to observe Ms. Heard crying naturally, not acting, when you had coaching sessions with her during the time that she was together romantically with Mr. Depp?
I would say the last year they were together, probably 80-90% of our sessions began with her crying. That would be increasing as it went on. Ironically, she has a little difficulty crying, acting-wise, so which a lot of us do.
She has
and
difficulty
so,
crying acting-wise.
Yeah, we would have to work when we were doing it acting-wise, but it was
Can
interesting towards the end there.
Can confirm.
Sessions.
Based on your testimony here, Ms. Sexton, is the crying that she did in a role different than the crying you observed so often in the last year of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Yes, inherently acting crying is very different, unless somebody is working in what's called method, in which that's an entirely different thing where they focus on their own stuff. So she is not a method actor, so it would be completely different.
Clearly.
Speaking for your own self, Ms. Sexton, how did you react when you saw Amber at these sessions crying the way you described it?
I have a caretaker personality, so I would prioritize taking care of the person in front of me over doing work, which is why I ended up building in all that extra time, because I cared about her as a human and I wanted to be there for her in as much as I could as a friend. So there's no point on working on something if someone isn't fully there or they're upset. It's more important to deal with the person and take care of them than work.
And during those sessions, particularly in the last year when you saw Ms. Heard crying so often, what was your understanding of the reason for her tears?
I would hear them fighting and then hear her come in, and she would be a wreck after she came in. I couldn't make out what they were saying, and I personally wasn't trying to listen to their fights, so I would just hear the sounds of the screaming. And her usually, you could tell she would open the door and try to get him to be quiet, and then it'd go back to him yelling. And so that would directly occur before she would come down and be upset and trying to pull herself together.
What do you recall seeing her say she told you that they were fighting about?
I was witness to some of those. He didn't want her going out without any sort of security or any team. He didn't want her going and doing things just on her own.
You described earlier in your testimony, Ms. Sexton, what Amber Heard was like when you first met her. During this period when she was
Daniela Neri,
involved
thank you
with
very
Mr.
much
Depp,
for the
particularly
very
toward
generous
the
super
end of
chat.
their relationship, did her behavior change?
Over the course of time, she became more and more of a hermit, only leaving the house when she had to. Again, as I said earlier, literally the houses became darker with the curtains drawn all the time. I remember one time in particular when she was living at the Eastern Columbia that we went downstairs to get a slice of pizza. I think there were 4 of us, and Amber gave a homeless kid down there some money, and we helped him get to the bus stop, and we came back up, and Johnny yelled at her about going out, and that she knew better than to be going out at night and that kind of thing. And when we tried to kind of be like, it's fine, we got pizza downstairs at the building across the street, then he just started screaming and getting really angry. So I made my way out.
What about her weight? Did you notice any changes during that period in her weight? Just to be clear, Ms. Sexton, I'm asking about the time that she was involved with Mr. Depp.
So Amber is one of those people that loses weight when she's stressed out. So she would drop weight and look skeletal at certain points in time. I remember right before their wedding, she had lost a significant amount of weight.
Was that skeletal?
To the point that I was asking her
Yeah,
if she
it
was eating
really.
regularly.
I don't want to be rude, but you don't say.
So she's
skeletal,
always
right? Okay,
been
okay.
fit, but she would drop down and get a little gaunt if she was super stressed out.
And in that last year that she was involved with Mr. Depp, you know, changes in her weight.
Yeah, she lost a significant amount of weight, and I noticed it specifically because I had been in Australia doing a film, and then when I came back, so I'd been in Australia since December. I
Mike
came back in
Quaglia,
February.
thank you.
And she
Very generous of you.
looked,
Thank you.
She was skin and bones. Like she was much thinner than she normally was at that point.
We'll answer this.
So I know
answer
during
this in a
that
bit.
time period that she had lost a lot of weight and she was very gaunt.
Now, I'm going to shortly move on to specific incidents. But for now, Ms. Beckman, I want to speak generally about things you observed and saw. And the first question I have in that regard is, during the time that you were Amber Heard's acting coach and she was involved with Mr. Depp, did you observe injuries on Ms. Heard?
When she came back from Australia, there were a lot of like little red marks on her arms that looked like freshly healing things. Skin, like red marks on her skin, on her arms that I saw. And then subsequently I would see like bruises that looked like arms being grabbed or wrists. Then I saw that all towards the end.
Did there come a time when you accompanied Amber Heard and Johnny Depp to Hicksville, California?
Yes, I went to Hicksville for Johnny's birthday celebration with them.
And
thank you
in your own words, can you tell me about that trip and what happened chronologically?
We arrived at Hicksville and we had made kind of like a barbecue and drinks. As we were having a lovely time, Johnny was playing guitar and singing. And then as the night went on, like around sundown, they started passing around a bag of mushrooms and a bag of white powder. I didn't even partake in the alcohol because I had had surgery a few months before, so I was the only one stone cold sober. Then I went to bed early, and while my friend and I were in our trailer and we heard the fighting happening, Johnny screaming and a commotion. We didn't come out of our trailer, and then the quieting down and everyone being like, oh, it's okay. The bodyguards, I heard them running over there. And then the next morning when we got up, the group was talking about what had happened that night. And then I kind of left that conversation and went to the trailer to check on Amber. And I saw the completely torn apart trailer. Johnny was apologizing for what he had done, and he was instructing his bodyguards to just pay it off. Let's just take care of it. And I stayed with Amber. She was really shaken up.
The next day, can you describe for me what the trailer where Amber and Johnny were staying looked like?
The inside was in shambles. I remember seeing a light hanging off the wall. There was broken stuff everywhere. Dishes, it looked like, or not dishes, like the wood was broken. Things were hanging off the wall. It was in shambles on the inside.
And that next day, I think you said that you had occasion to see Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How did he look that next day when you saw the trailer?
He looked very worried. He was apologizing. He was saying he would take care of it. He was like, don't worry about it, babe. We're going to get this taken care of. And Amber was really like closed off and quiet. And he just kept kind of apologizing to her over and over again. And then telling his bodyguards to just take care of it, just get it done, whatever it is, just pay for it. And then he went off to go have that conversation with them.
What was Mr. Depp saying that next day when he was apologizing?
I just remember him saying, I'm so sorry, babe. I'll take care of it. I know this is bad, but I can take care of it. I'm sorry I did this, that kind of thing.
For the record, Kurt, I find this more compelling than the makeup artist, but I think it's very strong for Amber Heard.
Using the word monster, okay?
I heard him on different times making apologies that he said, I'm sorry I turned into a monster. I just remember a profuse amount of apologies. I don't know if that time in particular had that verbiage.
Anything else about Hicksville that you remember that you haven't told me about?
I mean, the only thing I stated that I did see him eat the mushrooms. I saw him holding the white bag. I don't know what he did with that, the bag of white powder. Everyone except for me was drinking, and different people were partaking in different drugs at that time. So I didn't keep track of that. Yeah, I don't know anything else that I can recall.
Okay. I want to go forward to another incident, and that is the day of April 21, 2016, which I'll represent to you, was Amber Heard's 30th birthday. Did you have occasion to see Amber Heard that day?
Yes, I attended the party.
And again, you say you attended the party. Can you describe the party you attended, who was there?
The party was happening in one of the penthouses, the one that they didn't live in. It's where they did most of their art, and we did most of our coaching. And I don't remember the number of that one. And there were several friends of Amber's there, and we spent the first couple hours waiting for Johnny. And then eventually Amber said, just let's not stop waiting for him. Let's just start. So we went out to the balcony to start dinner, and that's when Johnny finally came down, and he was severely inebriated when he came down. And they, Brandon, I don't remember his last name. It starts with an M.
If you're referring to Hicksville, no,
and helped
that's
him
not the same.
Stay stable.
Not the same one.
And we went to the table and we started dinner, and Johnny and I was sitting 2 seats away from Johnny. Johnny and Amber clearly were very tense and had been, I don't know what they had been doing, but they were very tense. And he would try to kind of touch her and she would shy away. And then Rocky was trying to change the tone of the party because it had really gotten very somber at that point. And she asked everyone to kind of say their favorite story about Amber. And as we went around the table, everyone shared their stories.
We still have cross-examinations
when we got
on
to
a deposition.
Johnny,
So
started talking about that he remembered
same.
when he first met her, the imprint of Amber's ass on his couch were his words. And it just all kind of took a turn from there. She was clearly embarrassed. She asked him to stop, and he kept telling the story. And it got really awkward and uncomfortable at that point, and never really recovered any sort of jovial energy. We ate, and then I left shortly thereafter.
I forgot to ask you this question about Hicksville. The day after, when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in the wrecked trailer, did Ms. Heard seem embarrassed?
Yeah, as I said, Amber
that could
was
be abusive,
very closed off.
potentially.
She was very quiet. She had said, "Don't come in. I don't want you to see this."
When you get into the definition of abuse.
Yeah, she seemed very embarrassed.
Now,
This would be abusive
forward
behavior.
to Amber's 30th birthday party. I think you testified that Ms. Mr. Depp seemed inebriated when he arrived. What's your basis for saying that?
He was slurring his words and wobbly on his feet. He ran into a couple things, which is when
I wouldn't read that into it,
Brandon
Virginia.
came over and kind of locked
Johnny
arms with
seems to
him
be
and helped
inviting
him stand up.
a ton of people to live
You
with
said you
them.
saw her later with a healing bruise.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Where
go
do you
that far.
recall seeing that healing bruise?
On her cheek. It was on her right cheek.
Does this mean that room is no longer available?
Do you know how long after the incident that you just discussed with the cell phone you saw Ms. Heard and her face?
It was a few days later, but I couldn't tell you exactly when. I mean, everyone heals at a different rate. I could still see kind of the yellow and stuff in there. So.
When was the last time you spoke to Amber? You said August of this year?
Mm-hmm.
Haven't seen these.
When was the last time you spoke to her specifically? Do you remember?
We went over it was sometime in August. I can narrow it down to August to have wine, have a glass of wine and catch up because, like I said, I think it had been 2 years since we'd physically seen each other.
Both times when you met with Ms. Heard in August of this year, did you meet with her at her house?
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard mention any of the allegations that Mr. Depp is making against her?
Kurt Hale, thank you. Very, very kind of you.
Only to talk to the attorneys about it.
So Amber met with her 2 months before her deposition in 2019 as well, after not talking for 2 years. That's a pattern.
Like she said, would you be willing to sit down and talk to my attorneys?
Yeah, this
about
is Amber's
everything
best
that you
day.
Witnessed.
But
and then
I
afterwards,
want to know if the jury's paying attention. Really
This is
want to
after I
hear
had
from
kind of talked about it all. It
It's
felt
her-
really
it's her
intensely
strongest
and I
day.
felt incredibly guilty.
Was it during one of these 2 times that you met with Ms. Heard in August of this year that Ms. Heard told you for the first
Are you talking
time
about
that
us?
Mr. Depp had
Or who?
allegedly raped her with a bottle in Australia?
Yeah, she did talk about the bottle then. Yeah.
This witness does look down a lot, but I think she's looking at like the speakerphone.
Had with Ms. Heard in August of this year? Did
Okay,
she mention
that makes more sense.
No, it was after, like I had come to see her and had a wine night and catch up, and then after I had talked to the attorneys, after we had a good cry, we were talking more about what had happened, and she was saying how she didn't even tell me everything. And yeah, that's when it came out.
And just to confirm, Ms. Sexton, Ms. Heard told you about the bottle incident in Australia where she claims Mr. Depp penetrated her with it before your deposition, your first deposition in the case in August of 2019?
There's still a rebuttal too.
Yes, it was after I had talked to the attorneys.
After you had spoken to the attorneys informally, correct, at her house?
Yeah.
So Amber told about the bottle incident after she spoke with Amber's attorneys.
Yes.
On, I believe it was
Okay, thank
August
you.
30th, 2019.
Yes.
Definitely not contemporaneous to Australia.
Confirm and make the
Very
really
strange.
clear.
Okay.
This was the first time Ms. Heard had told you that Mr. Depp had allegedly penetrated her with a bottle in Australia, correct?
Yeah, she had told me about the assaults with the bottle, being hit with the bottle and the broken glass and everything. And then she had told me about all that many times before. And then this time she started crying and sobbing and started telling me about the assault. The penetrative
How much later was this?
And when Ms. Heard told you about this alleged rape that occurred, did she know that you were going to be deposed
That's
by
good
her
for
attorney?
Johnny.
Yeah,
No,
although
'cause they
Amber
were
is
all
on
in the
record saying
other
she was
room.
trying to hide the SV.
They didn't even tell me that they were like, we may have you for a deposition. And that's when I had said to them, if you're going to do that, I would appreciate it if you did it before I left the States. And they said, we may or may not need you. And it was a couple days later that they then sent me the contact and said, we are going to subpoena you.
Since you've known Ms. Heard, can you tell me how many times you spent maybe a time with Mr. Depp?
I would say probably around like 10 or 20 times.
And of those 10 or 20 times that you saw Mr. Depp and spent
100%. Thank you, Tipsy
more
Taylor.
significant time than him just passing through a room, how many times would you say he was or appeared to be sober?
Not many. If he was coming down to have a conversation, he was pouring a glass of whiskey or rolling a joint or having wine. It always seemed to me that he's not a social animal, if you will, and he would have a drink or a smoke in order to go talk to people, is what it felt like. So most of the time I saw him, it was that.
You would agree with me, though, Ms. Sexton, that someone getting a drink is different than someone appearing drunk, correct? For example, if it was his first drink of the day. So my question is a little bit more specific. Of the 10 or 20 times that you saw Mr. Depp, how many times did he appear inebriated? Not, holding a glass of whiskey or smoking a joint, but how many times did he appear inebriated to you?
I would say at least half, if not more.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's personality when he was or appeared sober versus when he appeared inebriated?
He was very quiet when he was sober, and before he would start drinking, he was very quiet. Almost a whisper mumble most of the time. And then he would get very loud when he was inebriated, and he would go to like boisterous first and telling like cool stories and stuff, that kind of happy drunk, and then it would move into the loud, angry drunk.
When you say loud and angry drunk, did you witness Mr. Depp be angry when he was drunk?
A couple of times, yeah.
When was the first time you witnessed Mr. Depp appear to be angry and inebriated?
I couldn't tell you the first time per se. I have images in my head. I remember him like yelling and screaming, and the bodyguard coming over and being like, "Hey, boss, let's take this to another room."
Can you tell me as much as you can remember of that incident?
I remember being in the kitchen of that house, and he came down and he was yelling about something. Amber and I were having a conversation, and we were going to work on something that day. It was later in the evening where it was really dark in there. Like I said, sometimes they drew all the curtains. In my memory, it's very dark. And he was yelling, and that older guy came and like scooped his arm around him, and it's like, "All right, boss, let's take this to another place," because he was inebriated. I could tell from the way he was talking, and he was just kind of yelling. And I don't recall what was happening. It all kind of happened very quickly. I don't recall what he was yelling about, or if it was even at anybody. He was just kind of down there and drunk, and we scooped him up.
You anticipated my next questions, which were who was he yelling at and what was he yelling about. So you don't recall, is that correct?
No, I don't.
And you said the other instance that you remember of Mr. Depp appearing inebriated and being angry was at one of his penthouses in downtown LA, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
What were the circumstances that you remember about that incident?
I remember one time he was mad that people were in the house because I had just gotten there. I don't even remember. There might have been like 2 people there or something. I don't remember. But yeah, he was storming up those stairs to his office bedroom area. And then Amber and I went to the other penthouse to work.
And in either incident, both at Sweetser and at the penthouse, when you saw Mr. Depp and he appeared inebriated and was angry and yelling, did you see him hit Ms. Heard at any point?
No, I did not see him hit her.
Did you see him kick Ms. Heard?
I did not see him kick her.
Did you see him throw something at Ms. Heard?
I saw him coming at her and that's when the bodyguard stepped in, like coming towards her. But I did not like it. So throwing himself at, like, but I was not witness to him throwing objects at her.
When you say he was coming at her, are you describing the incident at Skeeter or at the penthouse?
Sweet sir, he came in through that hallway and we were sitting at, it was kind of like an island there, like right in front of the fridge, and I was in front of the fridge, and he came in from there, was like coming at her, and then the bodyguard, like came in and scooped him up.
Just the incident, you don't remember what Mr. Depp was yelling about or
Yeah.
what?
Yes.
But it appeared to you that Mr. Depp was coming at Ms. Heard.
Yeah.
Correct?
She was shaking and upset. It felt like something that had been going on for a while.
And all the time that you've known Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, did you ever see Mr. Depp be violent towards Ms. Heard?
I never saw him hit her. I heard him use terminology, as I said before, and as I said, come at her, but I never saw him hit her. If I had, I would have called the cops, to be honest.
You never saw Mr. Depp throw anything at her, any objects at her.
I would have called the
No,
cops.
the only thing I saw was the aftermath. Like I would see things broken afterwards. And like I said, in Hicksville, I heard the yelling and then saw the breaking and saw him apologizing for it. But I, with my own two eyes, did not see him physically.
I find her to be
stuff
extremely
thrown stuff.
credible.
When
Yep,
Mr.
I think she's
Depp
the
and
best.
Ms. Heard went to Australia, did she tell you that she threw a bottle of vodka at him and that's what severed his finger?
No, she had told me that he had broken the bottle and cut himself with the bottle that he had broken.
That's different than what she testified to.
Yes.
When she told
She
you
said-
that he had cut himself with the bottle he had broken, did she say that he had taken the bottle and cut off his finger, or that it was an accident and that his finger was severed from the broken bottle? Do you understand the distinction?
Yeah, she didn't say that he. She didn't indicate that he.
That's
cut
not good
off,
for Amber.
Like, went purposely
No,
to cut
it's
it.
not. That's
What
like the
it seemed
third
to
or
me is that
fourth time
he
one
had
of her
broken the
witnesses
bottle
has
against something,
contradicted her.
and then he was doing things with the bottle, like shaking it around, and that he had cut himself from that. It didn't indicate that he had in any way purposely cut himself.
Do you recall Johnny
Yeah,
ever
that's
saying
different.
something to you in a conversation with him later about his ability to pass insurance tests?
I remember a specific time when Amber still lived at Orange, and Amber was out with her girlfriends, and I had come over too early for the party. So it was just Johnny and I sitting there having some whiskey, and he was smoking cigars. And he was talking about that it was, I said something about, he said he had to get up early to do a test. And I was like, oh, don't you have any sort of like concern about that? And he's like, it's easy to fake insurance tests. That's why we do what we do. I was talking to him because another client of mine had to do an insurance test, and he was like, oh, you can fake a piss test, you can do this. And he just kind of went over a few different ways that it's easy to fake insurance tests and made a joke of it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the day today. So have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research.
My
okay?
deposition videos really clear out the courtroom, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They're just boring. You can watch that from home.
Yep.
And the only
But,
thing is to see the jury.
Yeah. But I see Ian. Ian's still there. Watching the jury
Ian is
for us.
Still there.
Gallery looks a little empty.
I really like this judge.
Me too.
Do you have any remote witnesses
So much
tomorrow
respect
that you
for her.
need access for?
Do
Do you need a WebEx? You don't need a WebEx link?
Deposition, designations, and live witnesses.
Deposition and live witnesses. Okay, all right, that
They
sounds
do have
good.
more
All right,
live
everybody knows their
witnesses. I think
homework,
they
right?
do.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll see you in the morning.
Guess I misunderstood.
Can I just say something real quick?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so like some of you guys were like in the comment section just like losing it on Kurt, and that is not fair. He, I think, had a very valid opinion about the um Amber's witnesses, and you guys have to calm down and realize that she's not going to call them if they're not beneficial to her. She's not going to call witnesses that are going to sing Johnny Depp's praises. They're going to make him look like the worst guy possible. And there's going to be somebody that would have to back her claim up, or else she would have settled the case. Whether or not you believe her is different, whether or not the jury believes her is different, and there's still a rebuttal case to come from the plaintiff's side that could, I think that there's some inconsistencies here that they'll probably call out. But to say that intrinsically the witness sounds credible, or intrinsically to this particular witness they sound good for Amber, that's not him being a simp or anything like that. That's just basic legal analysis. You guys got to chill.
Agreed. Thank you for saying that.
Appreciate it, Natalie.
Yeah, no, I mean, and guys, ultimately, like, think about it this way. If Kurt is saying what he's saying, he's being very honest with what he's saying. Imagine he says that, and then on the other end of it, he says, but Johnny Depp should win. How much more powerful do you think that commentary is, rather than someone saying everything is good for Johnny, everything is good for Johnny, everything is good for Johnny? Then you expect exactly that. But you see somebody that's saying, I see this that's good for him, this that's bad for them, this that's good for him, this that's bad for him. And then at the end, if he says, which I'm not saying that he will, but if he does, imagine that.
And
That's
if he
not my
doesn't,
dominant opinion.
Come
if
on,
he doesn't,
think
you know
logically,
that he
guys.
put a lot of thought into it. You know that he considered all the witnesses. It's just, you know, again, I'm picking up on inconsistencies, right? Like I'm seeing that, but that's me, right? And Kurt's points, they're all good points. So, you know, you have to allow for people to have different opinions.
Yes.
Kurt's
Yes,
100% going to tell you like it is. I you know, and we disagree all the time, right? I mean, so he finds the makeup artist more credible than I do. I said that I found the acting coach very credible. I don't know how Kurt feels about the acting coach. You know,
I found it literally hard to listen to, so I didn't get anything from it. I mean, yeah, that's just me.
The sleep, the pall of sleep fell over you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
the French makeup artist, the makeup artist, or who?
Yeah.
It's hard. Everyone's running together for me now. I'm sorry, but
how many were there today? Alita, you took notes. Were there 7?
Let's see.
Yeah.
1, 2,
Any muffins?
3, 4, 5, 6. We saw six witnesses
in one day is crazy for us.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Especially after spending like several days
yeah,
with Amber and Johnny each.
Yeah.
Get through this witness pretty fast. I think.
I understand people's, like, you know, I understand your zealous advocacy for your perspective and for what you think is right. But just keep in mind that not everyone is on the same level as you, and it doesn't mean that their commentary is any less valid. And the same thing goes for other people in the chat. I know that there have also been complaints about, you know, people being disrespected just because they have a different opinion in the chat. Come on, guys. Like, having a difference of opinion is a good thing, because that's the way that we are able to tease out the differences in these opinions and figuring out which is the stronger argument. So
hey, I know this is virtual legality thing and not Legalbytes thing, but reasonable minds can differ. Yeah. And that is absolutely the case in this. And especially if you're emotionally invested in a side of this case, that's totally fine. But try to think about it from the other perspective and understand your own tilt and biases, and that'll help your argument in the future. If you want to advocate for your side even more strongly, it's important to know what other people are seeing on the opposite side. And Kurt's not on his side. But if you expected every day of Amber Heard to be exactly what we saw with her own direct and cross and things like that, that was always a fool's errand. You have to assume that they can present some kind of case, or they would have settled a long time ago.
Exactly. It reminds me of criminal cases. If it was in trial, it's going to be so tough for us, because when the state is doing their case, my client's going to look freaking terrible. And until I do my cross-examination or call my witnesses, the jury doesn't know anything but what the state is telling them. And that's exactly what happened here. If you guys are pro Johnny Depp, your team Depp and justice for Depp, and you feel bad now, imagine how bad Team Amber felt in the past 16 days. They felt horribly. Trust me, 10 times worse than what you're feeling right now. From an objective perspective, this was a solid defense case. There's some issues with it.
There are.
Have to be teased out in the rebuttal case and the closing. There's some inconsistencies between Amber's witnesses and Amber herself, which I think are very important, and that will be teased out. But you're going to have to be patient and listen. And you can't.
Yeah.
Then you guys will be screaming that the jury is crazy if they come back in favor of Amber Heard if you're not paying attention.
I was just going to say, and also like, you don't want to be blindsided by a jury verdict, do you? I mean,
No,
what if they come back not in his favor?
Right.
Like, don't you want to understand the process, understand what they may have considered possibly? Like, that's why we like to show devil's advocate. That's why we like to say, I'm sorry to be brutally honest here, but and this is what lawyers have to do. This is what lawyers have to do, in our regular practice. Is sometimes we have to give our own clients bad news.
Yeah. And
sometimes every day. Yeah.
Yeah. I got a lot of this with the Kim Potter trial myself. I was, I think, on the other side of like but you remember, Kurt, I was on the other side of what a lot of not just legal commentators, but just the chat was saying in different channels and my own channel. And I stuck to my guns and I said, the jury is hearing something different than what you guys are saying. And you might not believe it, but the jury might. And that could mean a different verdict. So you just have to pay attention and listen dispassionately.
Yeah.
It was very valuable for me when you were doing that because, I disagreed with you, but obviously you saw something because the jury came out the way you were assessing. So there was something in what you were saying. And I was happy to hear it because, so many of us were blindsided by the result.
Yeah.
And having a different voice to say, oh, there's an issue here. And then even
We
like
know
after
what
the
that
fact,
feels
it's like, well, I didn't buy it. And then it came out that way. I'm like, maybe I have a cognitive issue here, like it's sort of a bias issues or something. Causes me to like reassess my thinking, and which makes me better, right? Because every time I learn something, I'm less stupid, and that's a plus.
Exactly.
Reason disagreement is how we grow.
Exactly. It's a marketplace of ideas for a reason. Michael Gaunt, thank you for another generous super chat. Thank you. It says, love for Kurt. You bring so much to this panel with your ability to be analytical and see sides of arguments others haven't. All of you having different opinions and points is why I'm here to see all the angles. Haters need to stop. Agreed.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So kind.
And I appreciate you showing support to our friend Alita, who now has 210,000 subscribers. And if you haven't subscribed lately, why haven't you subscribed? Have you taken a look at that subscribe button lately? Is the subscribe button red? If the subscribe button is red, it is angry with you. You have offended the subscribe button, and it is angry. And
Show
it is
your
coming
support
for
for
you.
Kurt by subscribing
It is
to
coming
Alita.
for you.
Yes.
There's only one way to stop it, by clicking that red subscribe button so it'll become gray. It's the only way to pacify the monster. Click it today.
Thanks, Kurt.
No
I love
worries.
it. I love it.
love that.
That's so sweet of you. And also, guys, please do subscribe to everybody that's on the panel too, because like I said, it would not be the same if it was just me giving my rambling thoughts, by myself, trying to see multiple perspectives at the same time. It's you can do that for a while, but doing that for like 8 or 10 or 12 hours is that's a lot. That's a lot. So please do subscribe to everybody that has been in this chat as well, or in the chat on the panel. Sure, in the chat
You can
too. Why
subscribe
not?
to other chat users if
Yeah.
you want. I mean, that's not up to us.
Yeah, of course. And if you guys do want to like the video as well, we're just under 20,000 likes here. That would be awesome too, because then hopefully more people can see it. Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Hey, Mike. Oh, a change
Mike
of
just shows
wardrobe.
up. Video depositions are over. Mike pops back in.
Yeah,
Yeah, I see how it is.
At least my shirt's buttoned up.
Well, it's because it doesn't have buttons. I'm just surprised you haven't torn it down.
No, we should actually, you could also say that it also is fully unbuttoned.
There you go.
Yes, well,
I would have expected to take some scissors to the top there, just to add a little. No.
I'm disappointed that it's not a deep V.
Yeah.
Just super glue a button on, call it a day.
So maybe the chat can help me, but I felt like I saw a couple of inconsistencies. One with Amber's sister and Amber, which was, my sister was jumped in between me and Johnny. We're fighting, we're arguing, and my sister jumped in the middle in order to protect me. and he went to push my sister. I thought he was going to push my sister down the stairs. It reminded me of Kate Moss. And so I slugged him, I slapped him, I hit him, I landed one, whatever the case may be. Where his sister is saying she went up with Amber to like comfort her, to separate her, but she goes upstairs with Amber. They are upstairs on the mezzanine, separate from Johnny Depp. And then Depp comes up the stairs from behind and touches her, pushes her in the back, and then Amber swings, not stopping her from falling. Because if you're behind her and she's at the top of the stairs, you can't push her down the stairs, right?
Yeah.
And so that's weird.
It was weird.
Yeah, well, because
Yeah.
Amber's, that's when Amber's doing the Chris Pratt Jurassic Park thing, right? Because she says, Whitney goes, stop. And it's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
So like none of that checks out.
Yeah.
It's just a different story. And I also thought the story was different with Rocky and the cuddle puddle lady who, stay away from my girl. It goes from stay away from my girl with Rocky to with Amber grabbing by the wrist and saying, do you know how much pressure it takes to break a person's wrist? So I thought that was interesting because that also Rocky's version of events also tracks with what Amber testified to by written statement in the UK, where she said that he, was angry at her, I think threatened her or something, but never said the statement about squeezing her wrists and saying, do you know how much pressure it takes to break someone's wrist? So that was something that was added in this trial that wasn't in the UK trial. So I thought that was interesting that Rocky testified more consistently with Amber's previous testimony.
And how old was Rocky's? A year ago?
2021, right? No,
Yeah.
I think so.
Was it 21? I think it was
because
21.
it was still pandemic time. So
We got a bunch of 19s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Josh Drews was in 2019. That was before the police body cam footage came out. So he didn't know about the body cam footage when he was talking about the officer stepped right over the puddle of wine, which
That's not
body
an
cam footage shows. Nope.
Yeah, and by the
nope.
way, Liz Mars was a little weird about the wine too, because she's like, not that wine. I'm only talking about the wine when Johnny comes into my apartment. And it's like, okay, so she's not testifying to that hallway wine exactly.
Right. Yeah.
She does. She says it's not that wine. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Folks are saying Rocky was in January 2022.
Oh, very
this year.
recent.
Very recent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there anything good at the end of the day that I missed?
You missed the three-way about Elon.
So did the jury.
That sounds good.
Get that past probative and prejudicial. Get that past probative and prejudicial. What
was in the testimony?
What did that mean?
I'll say this one.
And
also,
you missed the acting coach.
Yeah.
You missed the acting coach saying, among other things, Amber has difficulty crying as part of acting.
So interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we've all been saying she needs corroboration, and she got it. Just very low quality, inconsistent corroboration. I don't think that carries her across the finish line, but that's why I see it, in short.
Yeah.
Well, I said, if you want to hang your hat on something, you got it today. And it's a strong Amber Heard day. I don't think anybody should discount that. But as Natalie is rightly pointing out, and that was only the first witness, I think there are all of these little beats through most of the people that call into question things. The reason I like the acting coach the best is because she says she's stone cold sober. She's in a trailer that can hear what's happening in Hicksville, and she hears it through her trailer door. And now that doesn't lead to physical abuse necessarily, but to the extent that you're talking about trash trailers, which everybody has agreed on, and yelling enough to hear in your trailer, I can get to a place where he's intimidatingly abusive.
Yeah.
And she said that while she's sober.
Yep.
Let me interrupt with a couple big super chats here. Alan Minsart, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. We need to consider that JD's team knew these depots were coming. They were there when they took them. They went through them on Fridays to edit all the objections. So they will have a strategy to rebut this either by witness or in closing. 100%. Yes, exactly. You get it. You get it. You get it.
Yeah, that's right.
Morgan, Thank you so much for this very generous super chat.
Ooh.
Amber's attorney, Elaine's website says, Ms. Bredehoft's extensive trial experience and history has led to the vast majority of her cases now settling before trial. Does this imply opposing counsel is nervous about facing her in court? Do you think this performance changes anything? No, this doesn't imply that the other side is afraid of her. This is just civil litigation. The vast majority of cases settle.
All of
this.
them.
Actually,
All of them.
when I read that out loud, I thought she doesn't have much trial experience.
Well,
Right.
yes, that's true, but like
No.
that's a fun with statistics from your webmaster, right? It's like, yes,
Yeah.
most of them settle. Most of if the first year associate comes out rolling through your civil action, you still got a good shot of settling. I mean, like that's
I
It is
have
very
settled.
rare.
I have settled many cases, as opposed to going to trial because I'm a civil litigator. Most of my time as an attorney has been spent as a civil litigator. So it's just the vast majority of it is settled, and a lot of that is because judges kind of want you to settle. It's much better for overall
system
resources for
wants
the whole.
settlement.
For the whole judicial system, like for the court system, they're always backed up. They've got a backlog of cases. And most of the cases that are filed probably should be settled because of the fact that the facts in the case end up coming out not quite as, I don't know, as much in a gray area, like, or
Right.
it's just more efficient for people. Like as soon as you get discovery back between the two sides, you realize, okay, this should be settled, and this is where that settlement should be. So
And if we notice something with Miss Bredehoft's performance in the depositions, she's clearly more comfortable in deposition. They're more chatty because even with the objections, you still get to ask the question anyway. And I think she's a bit rusty in the courtroom, and that comes across.
Yeah.
She doesn't know how to deal with objections. So that's something.
yeah, yes, I really think so. Yeah, I would definitely agree. Hey, Bree.
Hello. Hey, Bree.
Hey.
So, Rick, you were about to say something.
I was going to say, in terms of strategy, I was thinking about today, and I was thinking about whether or not this day should have been first to open up Amber Heard's case.
Yep.
I don't know whether or not you all agree with that, but I was thinking that this puts you firmly in the muddy middle. And then we don't have Amber Heard to evaluate yet. Maybe you're trying to avoid some cross questions on the rest of their case, I guess. But I would have done this first. And maybe not Josh Drew, because I don't know that you want to run directly against the stuff you still remember from Johnny Depp's case. But a lot of these that are saying this happened, I saw stuff, right? Because with Johnny Depp, what we thought was strong in his case is everybody saying I didn't see stuff. So you have Whitney say I saw stuff. You have the makeup artist say I saw stuff. You have this kind of thing where you say, all right, well now we're just, who's right and who's wrong. And again, muddy middle wise, you're trying to win a defamation case. And if you can't get up to falsity, then you don't win. And so I would have done that because, again, I don't know whether they underestimated how badly Amber would sound or whether it was Amber's choice or what have you. I just think that was such a bad day for her. I evaluate all of this stuff through the lens of, but I don't believe her. Like I can still remember her saying this stuff and I don't believe her.
Yeah.
So
I can still remember the things that they are saying, that I have a central narrative to compare each of these individuals to. I think it would have been harder to remember each of the individual details and then to go back to Amber. So like you would have to rely on your notes quite a bit more, rather than now it's like, well, wait a minute, that's not what she said before. She said this, she said that in these various incidents.
I have to disagree with both of you.
Really?
Hey,
Okay.
Natalie.
Yeah.
I think the reason that, you've got people that are teamed up that are feeling really not so great right now is because this was an effective strategy. They knew going into this, they've seen her in depositions. They know about her UK testimony. We've all seen her depos. They're terrible. She's a horrible witness. She's a person who's not easy to like or to relate to. And so what they're saying is, okay, forget how bad my client is. Look at all these other people that, even though she kind of sucks, for whatever reason, these other people saw these things, right? So like, forget how bad she is, how annoying she is, how inconsistent her emotions are in comparison to what she's testifying about. people are going to start to forget these things. They don't have instant replay on the jury, right?
Fair point.
It's primacy and recency. So what's primacy? The first thing they heard was Johnny Depp's case, mostly Johnny Depp. And then the last thing they're going to hear are these other third-party witnesses who are going to kind of confirm the things that Amber Heard said. So kind of like, don't really listen to my client, listen to these other people. If the last blow of their case, the last thing they ever heard was from Amber Heard, I would say they definitely lose. There's no question. Leaving with that terrible cross-examination at the very end, there's no way they wouldn't lose. They would disregard everything that was said before.
Well, do you guys want to hear some intel about the jury? We've got some new tweets. Yes. 5 minutes ago, Ian tweeted juror 1 or juror I, because they're labeled A through whatever. Juror I is just done with AH team, and I don't think they're getting him back. Also,
Yeah, that
did
was
you
what Rob
notice?
was at yesterday. So yeah.
I pointed this out. Did you notice that AH acting coach said she has trouble making tears when she acting cries, and it's different from her regular crying because the jury sure did.
Yeah.
Oh,
you couldn't. I'm glad we have that insight. That surprises me not at all. When you hear her say that, even if you're zoned out, Kurt, I bet you heard her say that.
Yeah.
Kurt,
Yeah.
is Kurt paused? Oh,
I'm here. What do you need?
Kurt, you
Hit the
said you
reset
zoned out
button.
for the acting coach. I was getting confirmation, very poorly, I might add, that you had heard that she couldn't do tears while she acts.
I had not heard that. No.
Okay, all right. So when he says zoned out, he was zoned out.
Well,
was
I
having a
was,
hard
I,
time.
I was monitoring several different screens, like several
You'll
different
have to
windows
forgive
open
me.
at the
I'm
same
operating
time,
on
and
little
that
sleep, and sometimes I
that
miss,
picked me
miss
up.
it.
No, that completely, like, I'm like, while I was listening, I was also doing some work, guys. I'm like half
Yeah.
working and listening. But as soon as she said that about, she doesn't cry when she's acting crying, Amber has a hard time with that. I was like, well, I mean, we all saw the strainy face with no
Trying to
tears
squeeze
coming
out
out.
tears. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dry cry. As I
looking like Lindsay Bluth. Yeah, and that is okay.
Yeah,
that
well,
was
it is interesting
bad
that you
comment
said
for
that-
Amber.
It is interesting the jury, because that's in the deposition on Amber Heard's side, because she's trying to establish that that she can recognize the difference between fake and not in real life when she's testifying as to what she's crying about then. But all we can think about is what we just saw, 48 hours ago, and it's like, yep, that sure looked like she was acting.
Was that 48 hours ago? Lol.
The days blend
becomes
together.
a blur, and that's it. It's gonna be a blur by the end of the trial how bad she was. They couldn't have her at the end. She was terrible.
No.
But
I know.
they remember the non-crying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I find
would
it
say
convincing,
If you got
Natalie.
this shit show, I mean, you have no choice. Put her
Well,
on. Put
you've
your stronger case on at the end, and hope everyone forgot about the fact that Amber Heard testified at some point.
Well, no
Yeah.
pun intended, which is a complete lie. But if you've got a turd in your punch bowl, you have to figure out where you're going to put it.
Uh-huh.
And it's and yeah, I don't think there's a great place to put Amber Heard, to be honest. My problem is that I wind up evaluating what would have been to me a much stronger day, and saying, well, I don't agree. Like none of this really makes sense to me, and I can still remember Amber Heard. But Natalie, I think you're probably right over me. I will yield to you and your litigatory experience there. I look at it and say, man, she was awful, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, whether it works or not remains to be seen. I just think that her attorneys very intentionally did this, and it wasn't a mistake. It was a strategy.
Sure.
Or it could have been the wrong strategy, but I think it's a good strategy because she is probably one of the worst witnesses I've ever seen on the stand. I mean,
She was
she's
awful.
horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I also
She's
feel
terrible.
like the other witnesses, wouldn't they be a lot more forgettable? I know they're saying good things for Amber, but I think Amber, the way she acted on the stand would just be memorable. Like they just don't believe her. Who cares what these other people say?
Yeah. On the plus
Like I
side,
said,
Amber
I don't
set
know
the
what you do
bar
with her.
so low. that, you know,
Yeah.
it was impossible
Let me-
for other people not to meet it. So maybe that was
Well,
the
let me-
strategy.
Let me get
all the time.
another couple. Let me get another
Sorry.
couple super chats here. No. This is such great discussion. Colleen Kaufman says, "Love. Thank you for your generous super chats. Says love hearing all of the different opinions and the hypotheticals and devil's advocate positions that make us think more. That is the best part of watching you all and how we learn not only about the law but about others and ourselves. Thank you all. Thank you. Very kind of
Colleen,
you. And
I love that super chat so much. Thank you.
me too. Me too. It really strikes right to my heart because this is like what we are all about here. Heidi Forrington, thank you for your very generous super chat. Says, question: do you guys remember hearing JD saying when he restrained Amber Heard, their heads may have bumped?
He admitted to that.
Yeah.
He admitted to
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's the thing here too, is that like the best that Amber can get out of any of these witnesses that seem credible is that they saw bruises, they saw injuries. They cannot, they could not possibly extend that out to say, I saw him hit her. I saw him do this. I saw him do that. They have no idea, as far as they're concerned, they have no idea where those marks came from. If those are truly real, you know, assuming that they are, they have no idea where they come from. So Amber has a problem there if she's trying to show that Johnny gave her these things, and she has no credibility at this point because the things that she is saying about how these things happen are differing from her other witnesses.
Right.
I
Well,
agree.
man,
So-
that acting coach giving a completely different Australia response for
Yeah.
fingertip
Yes.
cutting is like, well, how many times
Oh.
did you change your story?
I need
Mhm.
to actually write because I've been doing a thing with inconsistencies on my channel, like with Amber's own statements, and I need to write that one down because that's huge. Amber testified he slammed a phone, which caused his finger to sever. I guess like a crush injury causing his finger to sever, versus his story of she threw a bottle, his finger was on the edge, and the contact made his finger sever. And now she's telling her friend that him throwing a bottle caused him to sever his own finger. That's so different.
I don't think it's quite throwing. We got
What was it?
He's playing with a bottle and it gets cut somehow, is what she said, give or take.
Right.
And again, that's a game of telephone, not literally in this case. But that's Amber telling the acting coach, telling the deposer.
Yeah.
And Thane Mithra, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Says, you guys are fair and balanced, even though I don't like it. Hashtag Team Depp. I am convinced Amber is smart enough to surround herself with gullible / people she can manipulate. And you know what? The fact that you don't like it is a good sign because it means your brain is being challenged. So
My nickname is Wet Blanket. Come on.
Yes. No, this is and I so Mr. Bites and I have adopted this language when we have to be brutally honest with each other, that we say, I love you and I am telling you this because I love you and I don't know that anyone else would. You know, but
You don't just yell out couch.
You can Jordan it now. Just couch. Couch is the new whatever that was.
Yeah. No, but sometimes you need someone to tell you the brutal honesty, and it sucks. No, you don't want to hear it, you know, but you know, if you need us to say we are telling you guys this because we love you, I will do it. Christine MUA, thanks so much for your very generous super chat. Says MUA here. MI made sense, consistent with pics of what she had to cover. Fair that she recognizes what isn't her work, discoloration coming through, but lip looked like broken skin biting, not split. Also saying a light headbutt seemed very specific.
Yeah.
Yeah, in terms of asserting what it was, that came from Amber. I mean, like, there's so many obvious times when something comes from Amber in these witness statements. So
Yeah. So I'm keeping a running tally, guys, and there's like key chapter stories of abuse, and so these are the ones that have a difference. The severed finger story is different between Amber and the acting coach. The stare story is different between Amber and her sister Whitney. The Hicksville story with grabbing the cuddle buddy by the wrists and saying he could crush her wrists is different with Rocky, because Rocky doesn't testify to that at all.
And
you get some more
right?
specific.
IO also.
Yeah, I think and someone else.
One of them says that they're like, one of them describes them as holding each other and hugging, which is more than what
Rocky
Amber
was the one
said.
that said that they were like sharing a chair and like actually hugging.
Okay.
Right. And then
Because I think
so-
Amber is like she leaned on my shoulder or something like that.
Yes,
Like there's a
oh, you're
difference in
right.
degree.
Yeah, Amber
Mm-hmm.
minimizes the contact.
Right, because she wants to, because she's trying to say Johnny Depp is acting
It's
irrationally.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's
mhm.
seeing things that aren't real, essentially.
And then the spilled wine, the husband, Rocky's husband, that thing with the spilled wine that differs from the body camera, right? The body camera from the
Yes.
police.
And then you also have Liz Mars. There's an issue with what she's saying when she's asked about that. Says the wine isn't there. She was talking about wine in pH 5.
Okay.
In her testimony. You'll have to look at that one because that one's very fast. And I think it's fast because the questioner moves on very quickly when she says, no, that wasn't, I didn't see that stain. And they go flying by it. And it's like, okay.
That was
all
the
right.
Amber attorney that was questioning her on that.
Yes.
then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They go, as soon as she says that, it's next. And I'm like, oh, wait, hold on. I would like to hear more.
I don't want any of you guys to comment on this, but Liz, you guys be absolutely quiet. Liz Mars was gorgeous. Oh my goodness. That the lady with the dark hair, it just caught me off guard. I was like, oh my goodness, what a beautiful person.
Wait. How come
No,
we
no,
don't get
she
to
said we're
comment
not
on
allowed.
that?
Let's go.
No,
Let's ask
I think
because
Natalie,
they're gonna eat you up in the comment section. Every time you guys comment on someone's look, they lose it. So just
I mean, I couldn't disagree more. I mean, I just found her to be hideous and repulsive, and I don't know what you're looking at all. Is that what the chat likes to hear?
I think we should have a rule once per day, each panelist can tell the rest of the panelists they just have to listen to them and don't talk. We'll have a buzzer. No, we'll have a couch logo.
I love you.
Couch
I love
logo.
you.
Because
Couch.
the male panelist says anything about a woman, they are just like, it's sexist. And I'm like,
No, Natalie's trying to protect us, gentlemen. I agree.
I mean,
I
I
can't even remember
have
what
no
she looked
problem
like.
with honestly.
Yeah.
So here's real talk. So there was a little bit of, I think, fat shaming today, multiple times in the chat, and I don't like that of the witnesses. I think it was the acting coach, and I think there was actually even a little bit for Whitney, which I don't understand because I think
So
she
here's
looked
okay. Let me
great
say that
for
I know
having
Natalie
had a
wanted me
baby
not to
2
say
months
this.
ago.
Yes, that woman had a baby 2 months ago. She looked fantastic.
She
All right,
looked-
I'm willing to go out on a
her-
limb there. I'm not
okay.
going to say anything else. But 2
Didn't
months
she
ago,
say
come
it
on
was
now.
her third child?
or her second? I don't know.
She has a
Second?
3-year-old and a 2-month-old.
Okay,
Technically
but her
speaking-
second child,
Aw.
that's hard. That's a lot of that is hard on a woman's body. Okay,
And she's
like
not
that is a
moving.
legit miracle that has happened over the last 12 months, right? 10 months plus 2, 10 months to cook a baby plus 2, like 12 months of a miracle happening in her body. Please, 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 guys, come on. So that is something that I personally don't really like very much, but but
I didn't even see it. But yeah,
derogatory
that's
comments about a witness's weight or appearance, I don't personally like. I'm just going to say that if they are positive comments about someone's appearance, I am way more likely to let that pass because compliments are nice.
Yeah, I
we need more compliments in the world.
Some of the male attorneys saying how good looking certain people were, and then people were like, "You're so sexist," and I'm like, "That person was good looking." Okay.
And it wasn't even a comment about her looks, as I explained. Then I had to explain the joke to Legalbytes. It wasn't even about her looks, which made it even worse.
Oh no!
Well,
I don't need to lighten up, for crying out loud. I did it on my channel. I called a judge cute, a judge that I will never appear in front of in another state, and this judge is undeniably cute. And I said, you know what makes this video a little better is this judge is a cutie. That's it. G-rated.
Yeah,
Absolute
I
insanity.
see your.
I told them
I
all,
see your.
pound stand, go to another channel if you can handle that. I can't take it.
Penny Reardon, I see the super chat here about mods. If you would DM me if you would like to be a mod, DM me. So yep. But yeah. I will say, like, I understand that we have varying levels of sensitivity, and I do know that sometimes comments here and there can go a little bit too far. We're all figuring out where the line is, okay? So, but we're having a little bit of a conversation about it. That's all. But I think that positive comments are good, and negative comments are the ones that I tend to dislike. So.
I don't know what you're talking about. I want Natalie to come over to my channel and just sit in the corner and know what I'm going to say and say, "Oh no, don't do that. Don't, Rick, you don't want to say that one." But thanks, Natalie.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Oh, did James just tweet that he wants to be on the stream? Yeah,
James
I will 100%.
wants to be on all streams. He tweeted that he would like to be invited somewhere.
Okay. Yeah. No, 100%. He's totally invited here. The only reason why I hadn't before was, well, because I didn't have a way of communicating with him directly today, before today. And also, Rob said that he didn't really want to or something. So
he said that James is a youngster that gets concerned about camera time, but you got to learn sometime, James. You might as well learn here.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll be friendly. We'll be friends.
We didn't get any MMA fighters in the stream today, so we'll work on that. But
so, all right. Should we get some super chat questions here?
Hit us.
I think
yes.
Let's do it. Let's do it. And also shout out to Secret McSquirrel, who is in fact a serious mod. I appreciate you. I appreciate the heck out of you. So thank you.
Secret McSquirrel is everywhere simultaneously. He's in the LawTube multiverse of madness.
Yes. Alrighty. Grifton Wow or WOW, World of Warcraft, maybe perhaps, says Camille got moved to the front row, PR or reward. So Camille's been sitting in the front row this whole time, pretty much. Almost the whole time.
I think people got confused because the objection person / cross-ex is always closest to the podium in the back table. And so she was there a long time because Amber Heard was up there a long time.
Yep. Yeah. But most of this trial, she's been in that front
Otherwise, she's hanging with Johnny up front.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I hadn't thought about that.
McGuffin Doe says, question, she's punished enough on her own. She lied about a man being a rapist. What would you consider justice for that? Losing this case is a good start. Having to pay $100 million or $50 million.
50.
Yeah, sorry.
Who asked for 100?
I mean, what's another 50 million between friends, right? That's a good start. Having some I don't know, contrition, some public contrition, or private contrition first. Let her go into some private life for a while, figure out her thing, figure out what's going on with her life. Maybe take a trip to India and have a long meditation retreat or something. I don't know. Do what she needs to do.
I like that. That's a very Hollywood thing to do. I like that.
Exactly. It's like a very eat, pray, love kind of thing. But whatever she needs to do to understand fully what it is that she has done that is wrong, and then she can come out and start talking about it, and not with any kind of expectation from the world. That's one of the problems is making these kind of like statements that are with an expectation that you will get lauded by the public. That's what she needs, is to not have that expectation and just try to do what she can hopefully understand at some point is the right thing.
Oh my Lord in heaven, Camille was taking pictures with the alpacas.
Was she really? That's awesome.
Yeah.
I saw someone said that. Beverly Molyneux, thank you so much for your very generous super chat. Says, agreed. I appreciate Chris' views as well as everyone else's. It's very educational to see a variety of viewpoints and insights into the legal system. Rocky and Io didn't impress me, but the others today were good for AH, much to my dismay. You're allowed to be disappointed about these things. You absolutely are.
That's
Search for truth is often disappointing.
Right.
It is.
I think it's helpful to her case, but not very. Like I'm not like these. Maybe I'm out of the norm, but I look at it and think, well, it's their case. They should make some point. They did, but like minimal, just barely.
And to say that it was a good day for Amber does not mean that we're handing out black pills and we're like, this is the end. Absolutely not.
Right.
No.
There's been like what 6 witnesses and only one to say that they saw Johnny Depp put his hands on Amber Heard. I don't think that's enough.
But my understanding, so Whitney says that, but does she actually testify to that? Because the staircase incident is him pushing her, and then
didn't he? No, he said that he had her by the hair, right? And he was punching.
Yeah,
right?
That after Amber slapped him in response to him pushing Whitney, he grabbed her by the hair and punched
Okay.
her a bunch of times. And she was
Okay.
adamant, like, oh, other than the time at the staircase?
Yes,
No,
she
I
was
didn't
adamant.
punch her.
She was adamant.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
so she's
That's
she's
right.
saying she saw contact, but even according to her contact between Amber and Johnny, Amber touched Johnny first.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Face in the Crowd says, what, if any, of the perceived incompetence of AH's team is due to her being out of their control? Thank you guys for all you do to make this understandable. You were all amazing. Yeah, I think
Lots.
there's a significant amount because it's
A
like,
material portion.
you know,
70%.
yeah, yes, yes,
7.3%.
because think about it. Like, if you have all the best witnesses, you have the best party, you have the best facts in the world. Any attorney could look like a damn good attorney, right? Just about.
Elaine
any
was
attorney.
doing
Maybe not every
fine
single one,
on directive of the sister.
Yeah.
I mean, her questions were fine.
Elaine's
I
fine.
know there's a lot
Yeah.
of people saying leading. I'm like, well, actually, no. The way she's asking the questions are fine.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's because, like, you know, and
No, and
it's-
Elaine
it
had a
was-
full-on proper follow-up question to a legitimate objection today. I can't even remember what happened, but in my head I go, yeah, that was exactly
yeah, because she
that's
said
exactly how you go around
she
it.
objected foundation. I'm like, that's bullshit. Because it was like, well, I saw, and then she said objected foundation. I'm like, she's there.
She
End of
basically
analysis,
just-
right? So like, move on.
Yeah.
I agree.
Wimmy's World says, how do you think these witnesses are affecting the trial? They don't seem credible to me based on their demeanor and vague answers. And this was
Rocky
earlier
and
in the
IO.
day. This was
Rocky
earlier
and
in the
IO. I don't think Rocky's very effective at all.
Oh,
And
Rocky.
I thought Rocky
her-
was more effective than IO.
I liked IO better than Rocky.
I liked IO better as well.
Okay.
Interesting.
They didn't say
Yeah.
anything.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
but I mean, all of
I
them
didn't
together
get
is
much
kind
from
of-
either.
All of
I
them
honestly-
together is kind of the friends. It's one witness.
Yeah. Yes. I didn't
Right.
get much from either of them because both of them, as I was listening, I was like, okay, I'm waiting for something new. I'm waiting
Yeah.
for something new. And
Maybe IO gave me a little bit more personality, and Rocky was like, yes, no, yes, no. Like,
IO was pissed
Yeah.
in parts. That was interesting in and of itself.
Yeah.
So I like
Say it
that.
again.
IO was pissed in parts. Like he was getting
Yeah.
angry about the questions. So
Yeah.
that was interesting. Rocky was
Yeah.
on sedatives.
They
and
Yeah, I
they
don't know
all
what
came
was up.
across as self-serving, drug-addled moochers.
I know you don't
know,
like-
None of them are that likable.
Didn't you? Josh Drew tried to pay rent to Johnny Depp. Now, if you had a question that said, what would the rent be for a $2.5 million penthouse in downtown Los Angeles, and whether Josh Drew offered some of such
Reasonable?
nature, I would say no.
nothing
Probably
less
not.
than 10 grand a month.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know what the square footage of these penthouses is.
But that was Josh Drew. See, like one of the reasons I liked his testimony is I could get his personality. So he was adamant. Did you pay rent to Johnny Depp? I offered and it was rejected. It's like I get you, dude. I know this.
How
is
much
your,
did you offer?
your protector guy?
How much
Yeah,
could
no,
you
I
offer?
it's very important to him. I'm a badass. I'm a self-made
Exactly.
man. I get you, Josh Drew.
Yeah.
Only Fool says, question, aren't all these very leading questions from Depp's team in this deposition? In court, there would be objections everywhere. So it depends on which part of the deposition we're talking about. So depositions, like I explained before, so we're probably going to have a few questions about these, but I explained before, the person that is asking the leading questions in a deposition is generally going to be the person who is actually supportive of that witness, right? The side who's that witness is supporting. So it's the opposite of what's going to happen in trial. So it confuses a lot of people, and understandably so. I get it.
I've never
because
seen anything like it. But I practiced in Illinois for 25 years. You just don't get to admit discovery depositions. So you wouldn't do this.
Yeah.
You would take an evidence deposition and you would call the witness as if they were at trial, and it would be the right thing. You're absolutely right. In a discovery deposition, it's the opposing party's take usually.
Yeah.
And they're leading the deposition and they're asking open-ended questions. They're asking all sorts of crazy stuff.
Yeah.
We don't in Illinois say, "Oh, we're going to transfer this to trial testimony." We don't.
I've seen it.
Oh.
I've seen it once. I've seen it once in trial before. And because I had to read the deposition testimony into the record. And it was because someone had died. So no, I don't think anyone had expected to have to use that. So I think why it was like that. So this is a little bit different.
So yeah, for me, it's just bizarro world to see that. I mean, like, I get it. It's a different state. They have different laws. They do something, or they made an agreement. Either one of those things explain.
I think they made an agreement. I think because everything has been so contested in this litigation, and there are so many witnesses and there's so much evidence that I think that they were just like, you know what, this is so much work. We've spent millions and millions of dollars at this point. Let's use what we've got.
Yes, there was a grand bargain in there. But the other thing is too is like, but as you're asking the questions, you're not anticipating this as testimony. So you're asking crazy stuff. You're not making objections that you would make. I mean, okay, so if they say like, we'll just use this discovery deposition that way. All right, so can we now make the objections that we would have made had we known that it was going to be used at trial? I don't know how you do this.
Yeah. And the result is people saying it's so choppy, it's so weird. And
there you go.
Oh.
Oh my God. And the alpacas are wearing like a Johnny Depp or a pirate costume.
Is this from today?
Oh yes.
Today.
Coming out to our adoring public. That's
this
great.
James from court.
Council is feeling pretty good if they're doing this.
I think Camille's feeling all right.
They're not worried about the depositions they already knew about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does that say confidence to anybody else?
They're not worried.
Feeling
They've got
good.
more coming in rebuttal.
She should definitely feel good about her part. She was balling it. Whatever could be said about the trial, man. She's the star.
James is just about at 10,000 Twitter followers in his first day on Twitter. So if you want to check out more content like that, do check out @James from Court on Twitter.
Wow.
He's doing some good reporting with Ian as well on that stuff happening in that courtroom.
Yeah. Noah B says, this is a question from much earlier. I was hoping that Nurse Liz would be able to come back, but she hasn't. Do you think AH resisted getting surgery on nose for scarring because medical records would be produced in court, maybe indicating coke use? I don't know if that would be indicating coke use. I'm not sure how that fits in.
Sounds implausible.
Even if it did,
Could they see that?
Even if it did, you would only improve your chances of winning this case if you had a medical record that said some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Regardless of coke use.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the reason she didn't get medical treatment is because what she said about her nose is just not true. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, you don't want to go in front of a doctor and have them say, "I see absolutely nothing wrong with this nose."
That's that report.
Especially a nose doctor.
Is unremarkable. You know, they go through the list. Unremarkable. That's what they put on there.
Yeah.
That's the report. That's actually a problem for Amber Heard, right? Because she says, you know, she goes into Dr. Kipper's office and the report is no concussion, no signs of skin, anything, you know, and like that's the report. So
but Dr. Kipper's a liar who pushes drugs on unsuspected women. You know, that's
as is Nurse Borum, as is Nurse Debbie Lloyd, as is
the police.
Who else?
All four police officers.
Everybody.
Hey,
Rob.
Hey, Rob.
Hey, guys.
Ooh, you're a little hot.
Loud.
A little loud is what I meant to say. Sorry. I don't want people going crazy in the chat. Sorry, guys.
I hate that.
I meant like coming in a little hot.
Testing, quietly testing. Is that better?
Yes, you need to come in like you're in an ASMR. Come on.
Oh, okay, much better. How'd you guys like the trial?
ASMR law. What's that?
I thought it was a pretty strong day for Amber.
It was a good day for Amber. I don't know how much it actually will end up benefiting her case, but I do feel like it was a good day for Amber.
Yeah.
No?
Some points. I mean, the makeup artist that kind of forgot that the bruise kit was to cover bruises instead of making the bruises and mix that testimony up a little bit for a second.
She did. She did. She said she had experience doing both with that kit, didn't she?
I mean, her English seemed to be flawed, so I didn't realize.
I did say that. That's been in my brain that she said, I also am trained in making bruises.
Yeah.
I mean, and maybe that's nothing for her, but the fact that she has that phrase that becomes an earworm for us, it means it might be an earworm for the jury too.
Well, the makeup artist had a bunch of weird stuff, right? Because she says like we're no longer friends, and then she discusses essentially kind of a soul vampire kind of relationship with Amber that does match up with some of the other things that we've either intuited or heard from other people. So like, I didn't like the makeup artist. So I thought other people were strong.
And then she completely destroyed her own credibility by saying how many times in the video of the James Corden show you could see the swelling of the lip, the swelling of the lip, the swelling of the lip, and then it was like Vasquez with the killer, which was, show me where you see the swelling of the lip.
Yeah,
Right,
and
and
then
she
she was
rejected
trying
it.
to talk around it.
She tried to talk around it.
Mhm. Yeah. I still liked her though. Maybe it was just her accent. I just enjoyed hearing her talk.
Did you guys also notice that she said she just stopped being friends with Amber Heard and there was no reason? And then a few moments later, she said because she kept making all these allegations and there was always drama around. So the makeup artist contradicted herself a couple of times.
Yeah, she said like she always needed all of you. I mean, like it sounded like, yeah. It
Sounded like
made
what
sense.
Dr. Curry says.
It did.
Sounded like Rocky when she said she wanted to make other friends, and you can't really do that with Amber, you know?
Yeah, she wanted to prioritize other friends.
Yeah.
Yep. Very true.
Thank
Well,
you. That's
she
very
said
kind.
she
I
has
didn't know how
abandonment
many
issues.
people are going to catch the reference. Where you just had the super chat for
What was the super
congratulating me on
chat?
the Alexander Graham Bell reference.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sorry.
That's right. Rob, you missed Kurt doing voices from the past.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
I
know how many people are going
I
to
made
catch
that go away.
Nice one.
So maybe we can bring it back.
The question.
Miriam, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Says, could you please explain what's going to happen after Amber's team is done with their examinations? Like what happens next and when does it end? Also love your channel and your live streams. Thank you. It never ends. It never ends.
It never ends.
This is a
We've
song that
petitioned for a
never
63-week trial.
No.
That would be insane.
So
Never
what
was
happens
your case,
after
right?
Amber's team finishes with all of their witnesses is we have a rebuttal. So Johnny still has a little bit of time left over where he can put on some rebuttal witnesses to respond to what we have now heard from Amber's case. So we anticipate a number of witnesses coming in. One of
Somebody
them is
named Jennifer Howell.
Jennifer Howell. Dr. Curry will probably return. Kate Moss might come in for the first time. Those are three names that I anticipate at this point will probably we'll probably do that. Who do we really
It sounds
think
when you say it like that, it's
definitely
like,
not the
on the
dogs.
next season of Depp v. Heard, Kate Moss,
Previously.
Dr. Curry.
Okay.
Amber Heard. It's Kate Moss.
No. You have to do it like real network television. Previously
right.
in the Depp v. Heard trial.
This season on Depp v. Heard, drama in the courtroom. Kate Moss, supermodel.
Well,
Dr. Curry, the blonde bombshell, and Jennifer Howell, question mark,
And the
question
woman
mark,
they
question mark.
loved.
Johnny Depp's former flame returns. Kate Moss.
What will she say? Tune in. Yeah, I know. That's what it sounded like.
Exactly. Cindy Hawkins says, question, do you think the reason we don't have metadata on photos could be that the then photos could be aligned around dates of her cosmetic surgeries? Well, we don't have evidence of any cosmetic surgeries.
No. And I doubt that they didn't think to try and get discovery about cosmetic surgeries.
Yeah.
So there might either be nothing there or the judge found that was undiscoverable or something like that because there's no evidence of that. We all have common sense, but there's just no evidence of it.
Yep. And let me.
So chat should be ready for incoming thirst because James has the link.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you so much for sending that. Also, Thane Mithras, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Amber Heard and supporting cast have more red flags than a North Korean military parade. Oh my goodness.
They don't have the coordination though of a North Korean military parade. Those guys are in lockstep, man.
You know, fair point.
I'm uncomfortable with this direction.
Yes, we can move on to the next super chat. Shirley Royal says, remind me what Johnny's version of the broken bed, please.
Oh, well, we've got the broken bed expert here. Breaking hearts and breaking beds from coast to coast. Rob, what would you say to answer this one?
When you say it like that.
Oh, it should be an announcer.
I just tried to dispel the chat and send the chat elsewhere. And Rick.
Rob puts up with me.
This is right after the last subject matter when Kurt's like, I'm uncomfortable with where this is going. Here, let's go down this way.
Every freaking time. I don't know. Johnny Depp's testimony, Johnny Depp's version of that didn't even involve the bed or even in that bedroom. I think that they bumped
Johnny's
heads.
Australian
He said that he was trying to hold her. They bumped heads and then he got around her and that was it.
Yeah. Yep. And so welcome to our stream, our newcomer. Hey, James from court. How's it going?
It's James from court.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
He
James
is
from court is
muted.
currently.
I'm not sure if he can hear
James
us.
looks like he's
James.
That's what makes people want to say
James.
terrible.
I'm not sure if he can. Okay, we're getting a smile. Maybe he can hear us. Can you hear us,
We are
James?
talking to you. We
Hello,
can't hear
everyone. I'm very honored.
There you
Yes,
go.
I'm honored
Hey.
and flattered
God,
to
I'm
be here with
here.
you all.
The honor is all ours. We're very happy to have you here and get your thoughts
Yes,
on
I
this
can.
jury.
I can.
He's on a
Oh, there's a
delay.
delay. He's got a lag.
We got to treat it like a satellite feed.
James, break it up, James. James.
Oh no!
Yes.
Oh no! Natalie dealt with this before.
Yeah, I
Natalie knows.
StreamYard, it does not work well on mobile, and now I know I've learned my lesson. I'll never do it again.
Also, can we say that James looks like Rob's younger brother?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, he does.
Is he?
Having the
Do
two
we
of
not
them.
know this?
Maybe he is. Tell
I
him to
thought
private
Rob was
chat his
Nick's
impression.
younger brother.
No, Nick is my evil twin.
Okay.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah. So now James is a black screen. Sorry, James. Hopefully we can get him in here sooner rather than later with a good connection. But yeah, I'm dying to know his thoughts on this jury. In the meantime, we'll get some more super chats. Miles Peckover says, when will the metadata be rolled out?
It's the entire reason it's a question is because it won't be.
Yeah, it won't be. Whatever the metadata issue is resolved in some way.
Yep.
And
seems
it's
like
not going
it.
to really come up in court proper at this point.
Yeah,
Right.
seems like it.
Well, you saw it when
Okay,
they had to
let's-
strip the dates off the iPhone entries. Like that's the metadata question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's try this again. Hey, James, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear y'all now. I'm sorry. As you can imagine, the service is terrible here at court.
Yeah,
everyone
no
up there,
worries,
yeah.
no worries. We've dealt with it before with other folks. So yeah, we totally get it. So how what are your thoughts on today based on what you've seen of the jury, of the courtroom? We are dying to know.
Yeah, so today obviously was a little bit of a sleepy day because of the video testimonies for the depositions. You could see it in the jury. It started off kind of slow. It picked up with the husband. I think people found he was a little more credible than his ex-wife, who was Amber's friend. You saw a little bit more life in the jurors paying attention to him. And then, of course, that went down with the makeup artist. But yeah, I mean, I feel like the jurors are a little tapped out at this point, to be honest. But I do see some of their opinions, in my eyes, solidified in the past few days.
All right.
Can I ask
Well,
what
that
it
makes
was like
sense.
sitting next to what's her name? Whitney.
Oh, no, he's
No,
frozen.
he was sitting right next to her in the.
Oh,
We got the first answer out. We'll do
Okay.
one answer every time.
okay. Yeah.
I have a question. In Virginia, are rebuttal witnesses allowed to hear what they're rebutting? So, like, are they allowed to sit in the courtroom and listen to the testimony or watch the video in Virginia?
Only the
Technically, no. I mean, technically, no. But the thing is, they're not required. You're not required to disclose them, which means
Right.
that you don't actually know if you'll need them. Which means that if they overhear testimony and you didn't intend for them to, then you can still bring them up. It's a whole prejudice versus probative argument that you're making, and the good cause threshold is kind of what you're going for.
Maryland has the same thing. Okay, I figured that was it. Thank you very much. Because some people were asking that. Like, they
Yes.
shouldn't be in there, but if it just so happens that they happen to be in there and something is said that they have to rebut, then it's okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
James, that freeze frame is epic.
I love it. It looks like Tom Green.
All
or
of his
something.
freeze frames look like fully ready Twitter profile pictures. It's
I
amazing.
know.
Someone
I know.
created a
Keeps
TikTok account.
trying to join in. Oh, there he is.
Oh,
Okay,
there
can
he
you
is.
can you hear us?
I can. I'm sorry about that. Of course, if it doesn't work, again, I can stream when I get back to the hotel with Wi-Fi, but I can answer anything until then.
Sure. So it sounds like they are basically tapped out. Oh, the question was, what was it like sitting next to Whitney?
Oh, yeah, that was crazy awkward. She had no idea she was going to sit with us. They put her there. She was kind of like shocked. The lawyers were like, wait. Well, the lawyers who sit behind, not the main lawyers, were like, is she going to sit with us? And then the officers were like, no, you have to sit here. She had two positions, one with her hands under her legs, like rock.
No!
Cliffhanger.
I tell you what, this is good stuff. See if the season is renewed on Legalbytes.
He's kind of fun though, anyway.
Next time.
That comment that was the super chat earlier.
Yeah,
If Ian's still there, tell James to get in Ian's car. I have good Wi-Fi.
Rita M, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Okay, so maybe we'll get him when he gets back to his hotel or something like that.
Rob, I got a juror question for you because you were in there. I'm probably the only person who cares about this, but I think you had your little diagram today. You said 3 of them had masks on.
Yeah.
I find that so hard to believe. And these people have been wearing masks this whole trial.
So
Yeah, well,
let me correct that.
You're in
There are
Northern
4 of them.
Virginia.
There are 4 of
Northern
them wearing
Virginia.
masks. There are 4. Juror 1/A, juror C/3.
Oh my God, a majority.
Juror 4. No, it's not majority because there's 9 in the box right now.
Oh, there's 9 in the box. Okay.
Yeah, so there's 4 of them that are wearing masks, and they're all in the top row, and the 2 on the far right that are closest to the witness, back row, and then the first one, and then the middle one are wearing masks. And yes, they have been wearing them all day, every minute. Every now and then you'll see one of them pull out like this and wipe their face, and that's why you heard the request for the tissue the other day.
Yeah, I
Right.
remember.
That's why.
I thought someone was like crying or something. I don't know why.
it was the
Yeah,
mask.
but it wasn't like an emotional part of the testimony. So I remember being like, this is interesting.
I'm calling this trial right now. This is a hung jury.
I don't know. I wouldn't say that.
I don't think so.
I
Not on the essay.
No, because the same thing. The same. No, you can't. No, I don't think.
Believe Amber.
I don't. No.
You're reading too much
Those are
into
separate
it.
issues.
No,
those are separate issues, and also keep in mind. Okay, Rittenhouse. There was nothing more politically divisive at the time. Half the jury wore masks for that as well. So
you're in Northern Virginia, which is very close to where it's the DMV area. That's literally just what it's like. Like some people are wearing masks and some aren't. In DC, masks are still required indoors. So some people just carry them around, not knowing if you're going to be in DC.
It's habit for a lot of people.
It's a habit. It's not political here. You know,
Yeah.
it's like a personal preference thing. Like nobody cares if you wear a mask or not.
Yeah, on a purely personal level, although I wouldn't wear a mask literally anywhere else, if I'm on a trial this high profile, even though I don't have the cameras on me,
you might.
I'm strongly considering wearing a mask.
That's
just
also
because,
true.
like, you know, I want to
also
reduce
true.
the risk of me being identified. You know, so
Yeah. So I would say, don't read too much into that.
Where it's
because
not
there are
political
multiple
here.
reasons. Yeah,
I'm literally most
And-
interested in whether
and-
juror I makes the jury. From
Well,
everything
and-
everybody's told me about juror I, that's what I'm most interested in.
Juror I
and because also, like, remember that the Justice for Johnny Depp community, as I've noticed in the chat, you know, the chat is representative of that community. We've got people on the right and the left, far right, far left. You know,
That's
so
the weird part
it's-
about the media coverage, right? Like it's not breaking terribly politically with the people that I actually see talking about it, and
Yeah.
yet the media is covering it like it's some kind of political
alt-right sort of crazy
conversation.
thing.
The media scrambling.
Not to say that
with
alt
it.
right is crazy. I'm not making any political statements on that.
No.
I'm just sorry. I just like
Well, it
the
does
way
have
that they
weird
say it is
splits.
that
I mean-
it is crazy. It is alt right. These are multiple things that they are saying.
Well,
Sorry.
there are other people. They're both far left types, so it doesn't split that way. But it is Me Too versus believing a guy, which has that split. But I get it. It's not all one thing. You know.
Yeah. Well,
that's the
and I
problem
would
with
say that
prism.
that's the media's representation of it. If you talk to folks in the chat, there are a lot of people that say, "Hey, I'm still all about Me Too. This is not real Me Too. She's not real Me Too." You know,
Me. I am one of those people. I support the Me Too movement. I just don't think Amber Heard is a part of it. I don't believe her. And how I assess the trial is separately from my personal beliefs. And that's
Well,
how
yeah,
a lot
I
of
can-
my friends are coming out.
And you could spin around the other direction and say, hey, if you're a big fan of Me Too and you think this is harming that, then that can be a reason to be defending it because you're for it. I mean, so I just don't think it breaks politically. And I think the media obviously I talk about this a lot on my channel, but I think the media only has certain lenses and prisms that they like to use, and this one isn't a great fit for that, and yet they're forcing it in there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
New York Times
Yeah.
writing
And I see
articles,
it in the
even-
chat too. Me too, but men too. You know,
Right.
that's the other like layer to this too.
I don't think the media knows how to discuss something without making it political. I think this is literally an apolitical issue. It's either you believe Amber Heard or you believe Johnny Depp on the facts that you're hearing, but it has very little to do with if you're an R or a D. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
I agree.
I completely agree. Completely agree. Miles Peckover says, question, when will the metadata OP be rolled out? We already got that. SRB says, will there be any gotcha moments during these video segments, or is it just going to be boring all the way through? It was boring all the way through. I'm
I
sorry.
just like I like the framing there. It's
Yeah.
just gonna
Will
suck
there
the
be?
whole time.
This is just going to suck, right? Yeah, it's going to suck to suck. Sorry. Taffy
Only-
says, thank you again for
Only
the
7 more
super
days
chat.
of this, right?
No, four,
One-
five
five.
court days,
Five
and
plus
everybody's
closing.
excited about closing argument day. All right,
Yes.
I mean, closing
Yes.
argument
Close
day.
the
Get
argument
your
day.
fireworks ready.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's next Friday.
Question from Taffy says, there's a letter from Whitney's friend asking why Whitney is lying for Amber when she had abused Whitney and spoken only in the office about her defending Johnny on the stairs. Is there a way this can be brought in? Thank you. I have seen
That's
the
gotta be
tweet.
Howell. Yeah.
Folks have sent it to me.
So many people sent me Jennifer Howell's declaration. I'm not going to read it.
Yeah, sent me this letter as well. I shared it. So for those of you that are interested in it, I don't want to
Yes,
read it because
totally.
I don't want to be prejudiced by it because the jury hasn't heard it yet.
Yeah, agreed.
Mhm.
Agreed. Me too. Also, I've got a lot of things that I've got to do anyway. I need sleep. I need sleep at some point. Amanda says, question, did you notice Amber testified that she hit her own temple repeatedly? JH had her face down and I am repeatedly punching my head.
Oh, like a Freudian slip type of thing is what you're saying?
I didn't.
I
notice
didn't
There's a lot
know.
of people
I didn't notice that at
saying
all.
stuff like that. Yeah,
Me
neither did I.
neither.
It may have happened and maybe it just escaped all of us. You know, it's possible.
Well, I think if you're not trying to
Maybe
just
she
piece it together
misspoke.
literally, you're trying to make sense. of the
Brie, you
testimony.
had a great look on your face. You're like, what? What? Come again with that?
No.
I was like,
No.
why would she be hitting herself?
Why indeed, right?
Oh man. And
That's why I love Brie,
Alice,
man. She comes with the realness. What?
I love it. I love it. Allison Suter says, is Raquel's Depo helpful to A or J? I can't tell. Not really anyone. I mean, I guess it's more helpful
Rocky's
to
didn't
J
work.
because it was a nothing burger. It just kind of fell flat. So I guess it was a wasted
Mhm.
opportunity for Amber's side. Is really
Oh,
what
I
it
think
was
it
more.
helped Jay because no wrist grab.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. That's true. That's true. It pointed out a material inconsistency in Amber's story. Caleb Forth says, Nate the lawyer et al. Do you really think leaning into the muddy middle / mutual abuse gets you the title / tweet? If I find AH a fabulous with basis in truth, I don't give her SA and R.
Yeah.
Mm.
Sometimes we're just discussing as to what's possible because there's a lot of different ways the jury
Right.
can potentially.
I'm sorry.
look at
Am I
this.
going insane? Was Nate on the channel today?
He was this morning.
Okay.
What? Oh,
Yeah.
you did.
Oh,
Yes.
you can't remember
Yes.
the black man.
No. Oh my gosh. Jesus.
Yo,
Ian's like, what did I walk into?
I am kind of like, what did I walk into?
Kurt making trouble as only Kurt can.
It's the man
But-
of the hour. Everyone's been so excited to see you come here.
You were
Yes.
right
Well,
up
it's-
front.
We've been reading your tweets.
Yeah, I apparently ticked off a lot of people with one of them, but I stand by it 100% because
Chad is gonna panic, Ian.
They have been getting mad at us as well for pointing out the fact that there are certain things that are good for Amber. That's going to happen, unfortunately. But we are
Yeah.
trying to explain to people that it's fine. It's fine. We're going to be okay.
I mean, the thing is that if you expected that this was going to,
Yep.
Oh, no.
Yep, that checks out.
Okay, and that's the end of Ian. So moving back to what we were talking about before.
It's StreamYard. Thankfully, I had nothing to say that was very impactful yesterday, but this is what StreamYard does to you.
I was
I can
enjoying
still hear you
watching-
guys.
Oh, okay.
No,
Well, now
you're
you're just a I don't know, not quite
You're-
a Jackson
you're
Pollock
electro.
painting, but
Yeah, you're like
some,
an
You're
abstract
Cinemax
artwork.
scrambled.
some kind of like impressionistic cyber picture. There you are.
there we
Well,
go.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Ah,
Well, we could.
bloody heck.
Okay, yes.
Turn off your
Yes,
camera.
yes. Okay, yes. Yes,
Turn
we
off your
can hear
camera.
you.
You'll save some bandwidth.
Yeah, oh yeah, turn off the camera and then it'll
There we go. Camera off.
And then we get to
All
see
right.
Rocky.
People expected that it was going to.
Yep.
Oh,
yep,
no.
yep.
Okay, well, that plan failed completely, but I tried.
Well, you
I
get it
tried.
sounding really good. This is what Natalie did, right? So yeah. It's I was just enjoying watching the enormous, gorgeous houses you were running by, Natalie, when we got your stream because we couldn't hear you.
Yeah.
You couldn't hear me at all? Oh no.
Yeah.
Not before you turned the camera off, we couldn't.
Ian, can you hear us now?
No.
I don't think that's Ian.
No,
Is
it yeah, it is. It's
an interloper.
We determined that
his
you lived in a nice
picture
neighborhood,
changed.
however, Natalie. We like
Chromax. Alita, nice Amber Heard impression. It's fine. It's gonna be okay.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I turned off the Wi-Fi because I was walking away from the courthouse, and that
Excellent.
was.
That's your problem.
So, there's a lot of people out there who seem to think that this was going to just be 100% Johnny Depp's team beats up on Amber Heard's team and that they never land a punch back. And I will say it's extremely unusual how one-sided it's been so far, but we had to expect that they would at least get something. And when I said that they scored a major victory, what I was saying at the start of the day today, the jury was 100% checked out. Like they were not caring about anything. They just wanted to leave. They just had these expressions that basically said, why are we still having a trial? Aren't we done yet?
That's what I thought.
Which for Amber Heard's team is the worst thing because the only way they get there is if they really hated Amber Heard's testimony and thought she had been entirely slaughtered on cross. So what happened when they put Mr. Drew on is I saw people wake up a little bit and start taking notes again and so the problem that Amber Heard's had is that she's got this sort of circle of people who look kind of like they're parasites and kind of like weaselly, but he comes off as charismatic and he comes off as even-handed. And, there's all sorts of problems with his testimony that they can later, that I'm hopeful that the Depp team can then later make some hay out of. But those aren't, they haven't done that yet because it's not their time to do that. So for right now, that guy came off and gave at least a little bit of credibility to Amber Heard's team because at least there's somebody likable in that group.
You talking about Rocky's ex-husband?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I mean, Rocky was not likable. None of the sort of other Amber Heardites were terribly likable. He's the only person who actually seems like somebody you might listen to. So it got them thinking or acting like, hey, there's more to this. This could actually be a real trial, and taking notes again. And that is, for Amber Heard's team, a massive victory. From going from, jurors think we are done here and and we've lost, to jurors think that this is a trial still. That is, it's like if you're down by 12 goals at a hockey game and you get up to 9 goals, you're still 3 behind. But at least, it's not like, at least there's a possibility at that point.
Right. So I have a question. Was that consistent across the entire jury, or was it different levels for men versus women? Because I'm wondering if men were identifying more with Josh and his vibe a little bit, or what?
There's different jurors, and each of the jurors seems to have their own personality. A lot of them are fairly poker faced. Juror I actually seemed to like him for a bit until he started leaning into pro Amber. Juror I think I don't think they're going to get Juror I on board. And so if Juror I is on the final jury panel, I think they've got a problem. Unless I've badly misread this guy, I don't think he's even entertaining the possibility that Amber could be a decent person.
Wow.
Like that, I don't think is even just within his consideration anymore. He just sits there and makes, whenever Amber Heard's team is making an argument, he's sort of got this expression of why do I have to listen to this? And he's done with it. He's just like, I like, seriously is kind of his resting expression. There have been times today when he has looked like he's going to just curl up and have a nap. Like he's literally put his head to the side and closed his eyes. And I think he might have actually been asleep for a couple of minutes.
Oh my gosh.
So, that's a pretty big level of checked out in terms of, he's already made his decision and he's not really interested in moving from it. But there are some other jurors who are very much active and sort of more interested in what's going on. And those jurors, I think, are a bit of a bigger wild card in terms of what happens. But a lot of them were, at the start of the day, not paying attention. The only guy who was paying serious attention is Juror G, who I've sort of nicknamed, Mr. Attention, because he's always paying attention. He's always writing stuff down. What the? No, sorry. Yeah, I am really sorry about that.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Mute me.
Okay. Here, he's muted. Just wave at us when you're ready. I think maybe he was plugged into his car audio or something like that. Maybe.
That can happen.
Yeah, but this is very.
Yeah, that's exactly what that was, and I'm really sorry because that might cause you some problems.
No, we actually didn't even notice a difference.
Okay, so you weren't hearing it, good, because it was blasting music at me.
Oh.
So yeah, it's Juror G is always paying attention. I don't think there's anything that will stop him from paying attention. Juror A was outright just like, he was very clearly not. He was yawning openly, and he's wearing a mask, but he still could be seen yawning. It was very clear that he was checked out. Juror D, same thing. It was sort of across the board. People just weren't interested in what was going on until Drew sort of gave them a little bit of credibility. So that doesn't mean I think that, that it's over or anything like that. It's just, it's a major coup to get back to life. So, yeah, that's, so the internet's been real mad at me about that one. The sister, I don't think will have changed things one way or another.
Okay.
The cross-examination wasn't full of fire. It was, I don't think they liked her when she went in, and I think that the cross gave just enough information, like just enough ammunition for a juror to say, yeah, I knew I didn't like her.
What do you think was the main cause for why they didn't like her? Was it because she was Amber Heard's sister or something else?
I think it's partially Amber Heard's sister, partially because she can't keep her expressions to something decently reasonable.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if you guys could see her after, she was done testifying and they put her on as, they said that she's not on recall, so she was able to sit in the courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
And she sat there in the courtroom, making massive, stink face the whole time. She had her arms folded over her, and she was just sitting there glaring.
Oh no! And the jury can see that. She's a
They can
dum-dum.
Were
Yes.
they
She's a
looking at her?
dum-dum. She
Ian, were
said,
they
"Oh,
looking
my
at her?
role is done. I can turn off the theater.
I can
and
take
be
off the
myself."
mask.
Oh my
Yeah,
God!
she
what a
just sat there
dum-dum.
frowning at everything, and I'm going, because if I'm the Heard team and she's on my side, what I tell her is, when you're done, you leave now.
Yes.
I don't want you here because all that you can do is, it can be, it could be seen as an expression of support, except the jury has seen everyone else leave. So you just leave too, and, that way you can't make an expression that, pollutes the jury. And, but no, she was sitting there just glaring up a storm, and, that's always a great thing.
Surprising.
Oh,
Yeah,
no. It's almost like she had a lot of really great preparation for the testimony itself, and then no one bothered to tell her, or maybe somebody forgot, or maybe she forgot that, like, as soon as she steps off the witness stand, if she's still in front of that jury, they're still analyzing her, they're still watching her.
Maybe she felt like they couldn't see her anymore.
Sure.
Yes.
I'm on the stand anymore. I don't count.
She's off the stage, so she's not a part of the performance anymore.
Yeah, but during those deposition videos, I bet jurors are looking everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, they were not gripping. I can tell you that. That's and the other thing is, it was kind of interesting because the actual courtroom by the end of it was clearing out. There's about half the people at the end of it.
Saw that.
Yeah.
I saw it at the end of the court day. I said, "Oh, the deposition videos didn't keep the courtroom very full."
Yeah, it's like half full. It looked like.
I think that's good. Hopefully, people will have been watching that at home and going, "You know what? I don't want to see that."
So, Ian, can I ask you a question about the severed finger story that was told by the acting coach?
Yeah, that I do think that the jury noticed that.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's all I wanted to know. Did they notice?
I saw some notes being taken, and I was going, "Yep," because that's not the same story. That's not the story Amber's been telling. But the
Much
big
closer
one
to Johnny's
was
story.
the big one that when Amber says, "Hey," or when Amber's acting coach says, "When she's fake crying, she has trouble making tears, unlike when she's real crying."
Oh dear.
I watched a bunch of the jurors sort of go, and then start writing, and I was going, "Ooh, that was a bad comment," because up until that point, it might have been, "Oh, maybe people, maybe she just isn't a person who can cry a lot," but nope, that shows she's acting. Now it's her tell.
Oh my God. That is so damaging to her case, because if all of the other testimony in some form relies on something that Amber has said, that it cuts the entire case out from under the knees.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, and the other really fun thing that I thought, thing I thought was entertaining, is the makeup artist. Juror H hated her from the minute she came on the screen.
I'm surprised by that.
What was Juror H's demographic?
Caucasian 50s woman.
Okay.
Oh.
And just the instant she was up on the screen, Juror H, who has been super poker faced, Rob can confirm this. She's really good on the poker face.
Yep.
It was just a face.
Christian school mom.
Yeah, it was just a face of disgust.
Do you have any insight as to
Hates
why?
French people.
Anything about her?
I think it was just like, she's kind of a weird person, right? She's kind of
She's a little weird.
She's got this weird aesthetic, and I think it just did not work for this particular juror. I think she really didn't like her, and I don't know. I mean, you can still really dislike somebody and still believe them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're less likely to. She just had this expression of, So that's
it might have had something to do with that whole, the James Corden show, where there's no injuries that anyone can see, but she's like, I swear there's injuries, but none of us can see it in the video. Maybe it was something like that.
It was the instant she came up on the screen. It was just her face.
Oh my
Like,
God. Just
she
her
just
face.
did not like there was this clear expression of, don't like that. When that,
accent.
Yeah. Let me interrupt with a couple super chats here. Tiffany Byers, thank you so much for your very generous super chat. Says, based on what Ian said, I think Whitney is trying to sabotage Amber on the sly with her expressions.
I mean, if she wanted to sabotage Amber, she could have done it much more effectively
with her answer.
You just get up there and it's like, oh, well, no, they told me to say X, Y, and Z, but I'm here to tell you the real story. And I mean, that would not only burn Amber's house down, it would burn Amber's lawyer's house down, and several adjacent houses just for good measure.
And Yeah. And Sam Lambert, thank you so much for your very generous super chat. Says, can you use hearsay in a rebuttal if they bring Jennifer Howell in to rebut Whitney's testimony? Wouldn't everything Jennifer say be hearsay since it's a conversation she had with Whitney? It's her statement is a prior and consistent statement. So
Effectively a grand impeachment.
yeah. And also welcome back, James. Hopefully this time it can work.
Yes, thank you. I'm at the hotel. I feel everything's a little bit better. I think the service is better. It seems to be. I can hear you all. We're on the same level. So I just want to again introduce myself and say thank you, and hopefully we're good to go.
Good.
And James has been amazing today. He's been running interference. He's been all sorts of things, and he's got some great insights too. So you got to follow James. He's a good guy.
Johnny Depp team, buy his notebook.
Yes.
James is gone again. There he is.
So he's frozen, but maybe we can hear him. James, can you hear us?
He's just constantly making profile pictures, no matter what.
James, if you can hear us,
He's just here for like a selfie. It does look like a
photogenic guy. So
James went quasi-viral on TikTok today.
Was it with
if you
the
can hear us, try
Camille
turning off the
Vasquez?
camera because it'll save a lot of bandwidth, and maybe that will help.
Yeah.
Next time we are in contact with him, we'll tell him that.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, he's a hottie and all, but we have to make it work, right? So.
James, I have good Wi-Fi here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that could work too. So oh man, I'm sorry. Yeah. He's trying to actually come in again. Let's see, I'll remove him from the screen.
We'll give it a shot.
Kick him from the studio. Try to put in the new one.
I
Let's see.
noticed that holistic Hottie, that I think that Johnny still likes Whitney. He looked like he was like, aw, like when he first saw her, and then he looked disappointed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's kind of this weird scenario where he's got all these people living in his house, and I mean, I wouldn't have the patience that he had.
No.
Yeah.
How
All right,
does she get
James.
away- Oh, let me shut up. Sorry.
Oh no.
No,
James,
he's here, he's
can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I turned the Wi-Fi off, so I think I'm good now. Sorry.
Okay, sure. Yeah, no problem. Tech problems. We've been. It's not just you. We've all been dealing with them. So Ian was telling us about the jury's thoughts on these various witnesses. What did you notice of the jury during? I mean, let's start with Rocky Pennington. What did you notice of that? Did they seem like they were checked out from what we heard?
Yes. And not only checked out like from it particularly, but I also think they were disconnected from her as a witness. I did not see a lot of them really like looking at the screens as much. They didn't really seem engaged at all, to be honest. I mean, I got the sense personally that she was, through her facial expressions, not always maybe accurately representing the situation. I think the jurors had a same sense.
All right. So then what Ian was telling us was that the jury was basically like gone until Josh Drew showed up. Oh no. Now he's gone. Okay. Well,
hang on. I'm going to step off for a second. I'm going to call him and see if I can't get him a better setup.
Okay.
All right, Rob.
Yeah,
that's
sounds
so
good.
nice of you.
Rob to the rescue.
I'm okay with being uncontradicted on this point.
Well, he's trying again, but you know what? Actually, I'm gonna kick him off so that Rob said that he's gonna give you a call to see if he can get you a better setup.
Okay, because if StreamYard keeps kicking me off, to be honest, it like goes back to the regular thing. So I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Get in touch with Rob, and then we'll see if we can get you a better setup, and then have you come back in if possible, if you're still cool with it. All right. There was one that I missed here. Okay, cool. Where is it? Oh, Tiffany Byers. Thank you so much for your very generous super chat. Says, I think Whitney's sabotage still holds if you assume Whitney is scared of Amber and wouldn't want to overtly sabotage her. Plausible deniability?
I mean, there's still so many better ways to do it.
Well, that doesn't mean, but just because I'll push back on it. Just because there are better ways to do it doesn't mean that she is capable of thinking of those ways to do it.
I got the sense that she was making this like the frowny face because she didn't like the other witnesses and how well they were doing, and basically thought that those other witnesses sucked at their job. But that is also not a thing you want to communicate to a witness. You don't ever want to say, or to a juror, you don't ever want to say, hey, I think we're losing right now, because the jury might decide that they agree with you on that.
True.
So, and I think that's what she was doing inadvertently, just telling the jury, I don't think we're going to win this one.
Yeah. Ankit Jane says, thank you very much for your generous super chat. Says, you guys are so awesome and informative. In all audios, it's clear that A is very aggressive and practically that parasite, which won't leave you unless you go through all her wrath and pain. Does this help her non-credibility and corroborates with what Johnny and others said?
Of course.
Oh.
I also think that the bad audio for Johnny only corroborates that I get drunk and high and throw things, not I get drunk and high and hurt Amber Heard. So I think you're onto something there.
Yeah.
I don't think I can't imagine it passing the jury's awareness that literally everyone that is testifying for Amber Heard is no longer Amber Heard's friend, with the exception of blood relations.
Well, I actually think there's a more nefarious reason for that than now that there's a pattern of it, then she's just bad at keeping relationships because of personality issues. I think they're lying. I think they're lying. I think they think they'll be more credible if they say, oh, we're no longer friends, so I have no reason to lie because she's not my friend anymore. It's just very convenient that everyone that's not related to her all of a sudden no longer speaks to her. That's just very strange to me. And maybe with one or two, sure, but everybody, oh, no, haven't spoken to her in 6 months, haven't spoken to her in a year, other than the one guy who said, yeah, she reached out to me and wanted to reconnect, who I actually thought was being truthful. I know I might sound a little tinfoil hat here. It's just real weird to me.
It's really interesting,
weird.
Natalie, because I see where you're coming from, but I actually thought the answers that they gave with respect to why, they were very standoffish about saying why, which I suppose you could read as there isn't a legitimate reason why. But I thought pulling it out of Rocky, pulling it out of the makeup artist, and having similar stories to she takes too much from you, she needs too much attention. I actually thought that made a lot of sense with everything that we knew.
Yeah, and I think it also correlates. Yeah, I think it correlates.
Go ahead, Bree. Go ahead.
Okay. I think it also correlates with the fact that she has those abandonment issues. So maybe she tries to force people to be her friend and then turns them off and they don't want to be her friend anymore. Yeah. And then she also brings a lot of drama.
You wouldn't ordinarily think, and I'm not a Hollywood starlet. I know that you might not realize that, Chad, or other panelists, but I'm not. I did think it's interesting that, they say they have these close relationships with the makeup artist and the acting coach. I know you got a super chat on this, Alita, that, Johnny also has his people, and that's true. But I have to admit, when the acting coach says, oh yeah, I was in Hicksville, oh yeah, I was at her 30th birthday party, I was like, oh, that's a closer relationship than I would have assumed from your introduction. And I was unexpected.
I can also see with an acting coach, that you probably get into a little bit more vulnerability. I mean, for me, when I first did mock trial, that was a very vulnerable process for me to learn how to act in front of a jury. And it was like, my friends that were on my specific mock trial team, I felt like I grew very close with them, and it took some barriers to take that stuff down. So when it comes to having an acting coach, I could totally see her forming a close bond with someone like that, at least while they are working together for a period of time.
But it's interesting because she's what is she, 36, 30? I think she and I.
Amber Heard's 36.
36.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a little older than her. So I'm thinking about like generationally, she doesn't have any like high school friends, any friends from before thing, any co-stars that are friends. Like it seems like the people that were her friends for this limited period of time that are no longer her friends are pretty much like, does she have friends? I'm just interested to know that. It doesn't really matter. It's just curious to me that these relationships are like kind of superficial in a way where it's like, we just met at a party and now I love you and you're the best person I've ever met, like love bombing, and now move in with me and my new husband and live in our compound. It's real weird to me. It's real weird.
Yeah, I will say that the sudden intensity of meeting someone and then having a very very strong bond with a lot of these people. Although you could also say that could have just been the case for a small few people, that maybe she had like a bunch of people that she was generally friends with, but never quite made it into that inner circle. And we just happen to be talking to the ones that she made that instant connection. I mean,
And now they're
that's also a
gone.
possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. Let me get some more of these super chats here. Caleb Foth, did we answer this one?
I think so.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
did a
we
little
did.
bit.
Yes, we did.
Mhm.
We did. We
Mhm.
did.
Just,
Okay.
I'm not sure if you guys could hear me. I was trying to talk at you. I'm
Oh, yeah.
driving, so it's all chaotic. But Dr. Curry's diagnosis fits that pattern 100%. It is
It does.
absolutely what you expect. Superficial friendships that develop with an unusual and unexpected intensity real fast and then burn out because they're parasitic. They're, these friendships where they don't really have anything in common other than like this faked commonality. And you'll see this. People say, oh, Amber liked all the same things I do, but it's never the same thing. Right? It's not like Amber has a set of hobbies and she's meeting people who like those hobbies. It's that when she meets people who like things, suddenly she likes them too. And then she forms these friendships, she uses the friendships up and moves on to the next. And it's this constant self-building cycle where using the friendships up makes her feel like crap. And then she goes and needs a new one in order to fix that problem, because ultimately she's trying to fill an emotional hole that will never properly be filled because it just, and because she's using exactly the wrong tactics to do it. This all this fits with what Dr. Curry was saying. It's 100% on board. And it's also on board, and the jury was taking some notes when she noted, or when she said, or when Drew said, oh yeah, she contacted me because, and then just happened to mention that there was going to be this court process.
Really weird.
Well, yeah, she wasn't contacting him for nothing, of course. She's contacting him because she knows she's going to have this court process, and she wants to make sure, please still be my friend now again because I need you. And so that, like, the jury was taking notes when he mentioned that. So yeah, I don't think it's that, it's unusual given her diagnosis that we're seeing this weird friendship pattern. It's 100% on board.
It's Runaway Bride. You guys remember one Runaway Bride where
How do you take your eggs, Natalie? How do you take your eggs?
Thank you. That's it. We're on the same wavelength. With every one of her fiancés, her egg preference was whatever her fiance's egg preference was. Super intense love, really, really fast, and then she would run away when it was time to commit. So it's very interesting. That's there.
I had the same thought, Natalie. So we were on the same wavelength.
On the same page.
So, and Phil Jones says, Ian, I saw you last night on Court TV in the background sitting next to their body language expert. The court reporter or the reporter skipped right over you. Were you aware of that, I guess?
I got to see the screenshot of Ian on Court TV. Yeah. I mean, they do a panning shot past him.
I wasn't aware that she was there. I was aware that she was that they were there. She was aware that I was there and who I was, and they were talking to a bunch of people and they passed over me. I kind of suspect, but I can't say for certain, that I don't think that they are super keen on supporting the competition. But
yes,
I mean, that's
right.
fair.
That was right.
Fair point.
Let's just be honest, Ian. They're scared of you, which is totally fine. But yeah, no.
Well, I did overhear something.
Oh.
I did overhear something interesting that I'll probably save for my when I go live here. Just because.
How about that teaser?
There you go.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one, and I got to debate whether it's something I want to drop because I did overhear it, and it wasn't intended for me. But it was, I mean, it's kind of an open mic moment for that. So, yeah, but No, they were there. They came out to the line at sort of, I don't know, 10 p.m. ish. Asked some questions, did their thing, and then packed up and left. Because of course they, Court TV has entry passes. They get in whether they need one or not. So, or they just get in. So, yeah, it was just a little story there. I did talk to the body language expert. That she has some pretty interesting insights there. So that I think she's going to be on. She said CNN tomorrow. So, yeah.
All right. Yeah, she was very interested in telling us about her full resume yesterday.
She wasn't she?
She
That was
really,
right during the
really-
lightning round.
Yes, and like all of us were like, next super chat, we got to get to the
Alita,
next
if
one.
you guys want a great clip, go to where the body language expert is talking to Alita about the last half hour of the video yesterday, where Alita's face is just like trying to start the super chat answers back up like 4 times, maybe 5.
It was like I would like inhale and just be like.
It was great.
Mike Quaglia, thank you so much for your very, very generous super chat. Says Amber is toxic and drives people away. It does look that way. It does. NM says impersonation request for Alita from SNL. Guess what? I got a fever, and the only prescription is this witness is more cowbell. Or for this witness. Kind of messed up.
Was that your
more
walk?
cowbell?
That was
Yeah,
Christopher Walken?
It was a Christopher Walken.
Sure.
Anyway, I do much better with like a Kristen Wiig. Anyway, Daniela Fasano says, didn't Amber say that JD ran into her Rocky's arms trying to go after Amber? Didn't Amber say that JD ran into Rocky's arms?
Rocky and Amber together. That's
Oh.
the May story, right?
She said that Rocky came in to like separate them, and that they, basically like that she intervened in the fight. But Rocky says, I didn't see any of the physical fighting.
Yeah, Rocky's not as close to the May events as I thought she would be. That was interesting as part of the witness statement. It's like,
Yes. Katie Jean says, I'm confused by the order of the questioning in this video, Depo. Why Depp's team first? Because they are the ones that called her. So I explained that a little bit with depositions earlier. Definitely going to have to do a third asked and answered on and focusing on some depositions here. Jim S says, what happens if a juror falls asleep during trial? The judge, the judge probably sends everybody out, calls a recess.
we think we might have seen that yesterday night. If you go to yesterday's trial, we stop at 5:15 for some reason, and she says, "This is what we're stopping now, and go get some sleep." To the jury,
Go get some rest.
Yeah, they were falling asleep. Sometimes the judges will have them like, "Hey, everybody, let's stand up, let's take a stretch." They've done that in my county sometimes, but for the most part, they'll just give them a little break. Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, there's the other fun thing is that before they brought on that last video, a couple of the jurors stood up like it was, elementary school, and they're, anticipating the bell, and they actually got up out of their chairs like, we would like to leave now, please.
Oh my.
And then it's like, oh, but there's one more video. So they were sitting there standing, and then they put the other video on, and they kind of sat back down and looked a little annoyed by it.
Ooh, that's not good.
Oh man.
Yeah, they wanted out of there. They wanted to go home.
So let's get we are 10 and almost 10 and a half hours into this live stream. I want to try to cut it off before 12. I've got a lot of super chats to go through. Over
so just an early long lightning round.
I think that we're gonna need to start a lightning round if that's okay with you guys. When James comes back in, we can take a pause on it to get some feedback from him. But I think in the meantime, maybe doing a lightning round so that basically what we'll do is we'll turn this into a game. We'll see how quickly we can read it and how quickly we can answer it in as short a statement as possible. We had a lot of fun with it was Rick, Kurt, and Joe and myself.
Rick mostly just observed last night. It got a little out of hand.
I'm happy to reprise if you like.
Yeah, it just depends on if anybody wants to read with you, Alita. I think I was worried about you reading 170 in a row. I think that's what Kurt and Joe were thinking.
I'm
But it was,
gonna jump off. I'm
Jump
filming
off,
with
Rob.
Spidey this evening, and we all know I'm really terrible at the fast moving super chats, as evidenced by last night's attempt at a live stream. So,
Alrighty. Okay,
I'm
well,
gonna
thanks, Rob.
drop off the call for now and talk to you guys later.
See you, Rob.
Alrighty.
See you,
See you, Ian. Okay. So then if you guys are all good with it, let's do a lightning round. Okay.
Go.
Kayla Duke says, question, due to the time issue / hours allotted, can Amber Heard's lawyer use depositions that also include JD's time to run his clock out, or can JD's side change what they decide to include? They agree on what they are going to do, and they have somehow decided ahead of time on the time splits. They're all managing that ahead of time. There's no sneaking somebody else's time in.
Debbie Mason
Mann
says, who live reacts and publishes the docs, pics, video evidence to the jury? Is an AV tech clerk? I'm a tech nerd. Yes, it is the clerk of the court who is publishing the stuff.
And it's Michelle.
G-Dash.
Michelle's live redacting. We
There
like
you go.
Michelle on the Herd team. She's good.
Exactly. G-Dash says, questions, if Johnny wins 50 million, can he auction off portions of the judgment to fans, like selling debt, so people can say Amber Heard owes that money, or would he have to sell the whole judgment at once? I don't know.
I think we could do that.
It's a contractual right. Yeah, you can move that
I guess
around.
so. Yeah, I guess so, right?
Corbin Garrett says Q10.court scheduled. When will we get to rebuttals?
We'll get to
It's gonna
rebuttals
be a
soon.
while.
As
Next week
soon as
sometime.
Amber's finished with her case in chief. Yvonne De Silva says, question, what tips do you have, if any, to avoid it being biased while watching these testimonies? It's more and more difficult to focus on the fact side. It is, because the more you see stuff that kind of confirms what you're thinking, it is difficult. Trying to see.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no,
didn't mean to do
perfect.
that. I'm
Exactly.
so sorry.
Look for inconsistencies. Perfect answer. Exactly.
Maddie says,
said-
who will this feel like there's two people talking? When it happened? Where these emotions come from? Good questions.
Molly Zorrell says, Rocky seems to keep asking about what she testified previously. Is that what you normally see with these type of depots, or is this kind of shady?
You can check. You don't know what you said. It's been a long time.
I mean,
I don't think it's shady.
Yeah.
James
yeah.
Flynn says,
because
why
you
did,
don't like
Raquel,
her.
why did Raquel emotionally react change between her depo if she wasn't here for any side? She's even with JD's lawyer, basically crying with AH's lawyer. I mean, it could be due to a whole bunch of reasons because she's feeling different on those respective days, but
It could also be stress over being deposed, stress over, I don't want to get sued myself, because she's kind of implicated in that stuff. Brand Malcher says, first super chat, hey, I have been watching for a few days all the last trial week, and I wanted to say how much prefer your stream to others. Top 5 parts of this trial thus far. Isaac Baruch, thank you very much, by the way. Isaac Baruch is one.
Cross, Amber Heard's cross, definitely.
Amber Heard's cross, for sure.
Dr.
Hey,
Curry.
Joe, Dr. Curry
Curry's
is
a
also
good
good.
answer.
Joe, we're in our lightning round of super chats if you want to join in.
You want in on this, Joe? Corner says you can have so many video depositions hurt AH's case. Only having one more person to rest videos. What if the jury doesn't focus as much on her side? Sucks to be her.
Yeah, it does.
Pretty much.
Lawrence Fortier says, for how long can the jury deliberate, and what if they can't reach a verdict? Then it's a mistrial. They can go for reasonable time. Okay, so we are going to pause the super chat lightning round because James from court is here. James, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Ooh, that's very clear.
You sound very clear.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Glad it's better now. Thank you.
Yeah,
absolutely.
All right, so we wanted to hear your thoughts on this jury. You were telling us about Whitney before you got cut off.
Yes, please, all the Whitney beats.
Yes.
Yeah. So what did you notice?
Yeah. So what about Whitney? Would you like to know?
Yeah. No, sorry. I didn't really ask a question, did I?
Objection is the form.
I know, right? So Ian was telling us that she basically was not controlling her face.
Joe was gone. He's gone. Back to the lightning round.
Come on. Okay, back to the lightning round. Let's do it. Teha Mendava says, in a deposition, how is it allowed in court if it contains leading or hearsay questions? Depositions are much more open, stipulated, and they're much more open.
Nicholas says, how are any of these video depositions admissible when you can't just object to anything that aren't just hearsay?
Stipulated. This is great.
Yeah, stipulated.
Gaurav Agarwal says, you guys talked a bit about fair use of the live streams in your stream. Could you also talk about using these clips in regular YouTube videos? Thanks.
Fair use is an entirely
so fair
facts and
use.
circumstances based test. We can't tell you anything about how you might deign to use it. However, the more you transform it, and the more commentary you give, the more likely you are to succeed on a facts and circumstances based test. Ask your local counsel.
Excellent, very good.
Yay.
Simon Salt
Simon
says, thanks for the great panel. Is it possible to pursue a nuclear career in civil law without working 60+ hour weeks, working mom and venture capital? Sure, there are different kinds of legal jobs of all kinds of hours.
You can starve.
Chris L. Oh no, Chris L says video Depo has so many questions. How does opposing cross on statements if they go first? How do you impeach with other witness like a photo expert?
You don't. You can see it's the lighter type of cross in the depositions.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
Okay,
Tempora says,
Tempora?
how's it even allowed to play entire dep without an opposing counsel to be able to reject a cross? They are there.
There was opposing
They're
counsel.
there.
Deposition. They're there.
They're in there.
They're there. They're doing a
Yeah.
cross. They are objecting. Vicky says, how would you represent a very imperfect witness with very weak evidence? And
Careful.
how often is there been a liar on the scale that everyone thinks AH is? You represent an imperfect witness by getting ahead of the bad facts first. You try to try to smooth that runway a little bit. That's how I would do it. And then how often has there been a liar on the scale that everyone thinks
Hundreds
AH
and
is?
thousands of
I
liars.
see
Every
them
single
all the
day.
time in my
in the justice
practice.
system.
All the time.
Case in
Liars.
point, the case in point, yeah, the car lot owners from the Rittenhouse case, which
Very
we were
good.
laughing.
Oh,
We
yeah.
were laughing at how blatantly they were lying.
Oh,
Well, how much does it
yeah.
influence Amber Heard to have her attorney strategy closing arguments? Is it possible she's insisting she continue to paint her as a perfect angel if they believe this is not a smart plan? Technically, ethically, it's as much as the attorneys want to give her. Because technically, ethically, they can ignore her completely because all that she gets to control is the goal.
Yep.
And
This
so
is-
that depends on their nature of their relationship.
This
Yep.
is where Bredehoft failed, because they should have had mock cross examinations. And when you basically mock direct, you know what she's going to say. You have your mock direct, and you say to her, you make that little frowny face every time your dog steps on a bee. And I'll tell you right now, you just lost your case. You want to lose your case? That's okay. You want to try and play up that everything is a big drama and that you're a princess? You lost your case. You want to do that? You can do that. That's fine. You have the perfect right. You can tell your story the way you want to, or you can tell the story the way that the jury may react positively to. That's your two choices. But you have to
That
actually
is-
sit down and tell your client that, hey, if you want to do it that way, you can. It's your right. I can't control you. It's your case. But you will lose. You want to win? This is my area of expertise. You follow my guidance. You follow my direction. And if you don't, you will lose. And that's how you
Someone-
handle a client like that.
Someone
That
said
is
as
it.
soon as you got here, Joe, they was like, Joe's gonna steal this stream. You guys think you're gonna do a lightning round, and Joe is gonna steal it, and he
Joe's
did.
like,
And I'm so happy for it.
That's all I got for
You're
tonight.
right.
Thanks. It was so much fun.
James, James, no! James from court is back. Can you hear us?
Yes, and I set up my laptop and Wi-Fi, and I think this is much better because the stream isn't disconnecting anymore.
All right.
All right.
Yes,
We'll give it a
awesome.
run.
So we wanted to hear about Whitney when she sat down. I mean, how long was she there for the rest of the time after she finished her testimony?
Yes, she stayed the entire time.
Okay, and Ian was basically telling us that she was making some really nasty faces. Did you notice that? And did you notice if the jury noticed that?
That's a good question. No, I don't think the jury was looking so much into the audience. She was making faces. I noticed because I wanted to look at her, especially during the testimonies about Amber, and she didn't show emotion when times when you would think like, okay, this is like your sister was physically harmed.
I feel bad for James.
The Wi-Fi isn't
I
working
know.
either.
I know. Oh
Allison
no.
says, Natalie, you're just as pretty as Liz, but more important, you come across as exceedingly intelligent. Couldn't agree more.
That's very
Aw.
kind. Thank you so much.
Yeah, very kind. James, let us know when you come back. We are
Someone
here
forced
for
Joe to
you.
Get back on this stream. I cannot believe he really left.
I know. That is so Joe.
He'll take a
yeah,
dramatic exit if he can get one.
For some reason we can't hear James, and I'm so sorry. I know we really want to hear from him. And it's not your fault, James. Like literally all of us have had this problem.
This has happened to
I've had
every
it.
one of us.
I had it where my power went out. It was just me and it was just me and Rick when my power went out, and I had to rely on Rick to keep it going until I could come back and we could finish.
I had no
the
content. It was just my face. Hello, everybody. It's a good clip. Go check it out on Legalbytes Clips. Like and subscribe.
It was like the most hilarious and terrifying thing that I've and that's not the first time, by the way. I mean, there was also another time when Nate had basically had to do the same thing for me because I like the entire stream. It was just awful internet.
We're here for each other.
So yeah. Okay, let's do lightning round right here. Barry Dvorak says, why do they always allow depots for this testimony? This seems to be used to avoid cross when these witnesses absolutely should be subject to cross. They are subject to cross. Both sides are there. All of the attorneys are there. They're all asking them questions. That's why they've got sometimes questions from one attorney, sometimes questions from another. You've got that in there. The reason why those depots are allowed is because this witness, for whatever reason, is not available to come into court, and the court has accepted that reason.
Artisan
Artisan
says,
09.
question, if the trial was a movie, what's your pick for end credit song? Mine, You've Gone to Go So Far, Kid, by The Offspring.
Mine would be Hello,
Maneater.
Darkness, my old friend.
I'm
And that
gonna
would
go
be
with Maneater.
That's good. I'll go with that.
all right. Kyle A. Keekenveld says, how did Amber call a lawyer when she testified her phone was thrown out a window? When before Coachella did she get a phone? Well, she said that they went and recovered it before they went to Coachella, but it took some time. And so they recovered it. And then she had also thrown Johnny's. And so they had to recover that.
And then she
There was
might
a lot
have
of phone
texted in
throwing.
that interim period, and then you just had Rocky say that she didn't have a working phone. Weird phone stuff.
Weird phone stuff.
Letitia M says, it seems unfair to have registered depot as the cross is a lot less impactful, especially when showed before the direct. What legal process makes this possible?
You just talked about it.
Yep, we did. Yeah. Kai says, I get why they had to show Rocky and Io bad depots, but why show Josh Depo when body cam and officer testimony clearly contradicts any strategy? Because they kind of have to. Because here's the thing too, is that even if Amber's side decides, oh, we don't want to call him because we have since found this body cam footage, then you have another party on the other side that says, oh, this is actually very good testimony and we want to call him. So they're kind of screwed. It's there. It's there and it's available. They're not the only ones that can call him. Chris Johnson says, do any of the LawTube team have experience with witnesses demonstrably lying under oath to corroborate a friend's testimony? It's hard to imagine someone's motivation to do this.
Yes.
I do not.
I do.
I don't, but I have caught someone in a deposition fraudulently using a notary stamp. And I know because I looked up the notary's number and contacted them and asked them about it, and they were like, no, this isn't me.
Man, counterfeiting documents.
Yeah. Oh, it was delicious. Tiffany Byers, thanks so much for your very generous super chat. Says, Whitney, no emotion on AH abuse testimony per James from court. She hates and fears her sister. I stand by covert sabotage while she is in gallery. Also, all you ladies on this panel are absolutely lovely. Thank you for LawTube. Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's lovely.
Thank you. And Joe is especially lovely, of course.
I'm sorry. No. Comes back with a huge smile.
That was a great dramatic
timing.
exit. It was
all about
perfect.
timing.
Chris Johnson says, do any of the LawTube team? Oh yeah, we did this one. Amanda Diane says, Alita, do you still actively practice law/take cases? And can we be best friends? You're amazing. Yeah, we can be best friends. Let's do it. As far as actively practicing law, a bit. I do contract work because I live overseas, so it's a little difficult in some respects. So I do what I can. Mill spouse life. Hey, all the mill spouses out there. You understand.
Thank your husband for his service.
Of course. Thank you. Rena Fagel says, Mark, given how boring these depots are, what's the story behind the room you're in? Inquiring minds want to know. I'm so sorry that he's not here for this. I was hoping he would come back for this one, but he's in an office.
Yeah,
he's in an office. He's got a lot of Nicolas Cage stuff. He is a big fan of Nicolas Cage. Sir Ellis is Spidey. I'm sorry, he's not here. To me, R is choking up every time.
Spidey's not been here today, right? I'm not losing my mind.
He hasn't. I think this was an anticipatory super chat for him. To me, R is choking up every time she is saying something bad about JD. Can't believe I have to lie or say this again. Interested in what you think. I'm sorry, he's not here for it.
I think you can.
But you know who is here? You know who is here is Jason Court.
Okay,
Yeah,
I will take full responsibility for that. That was on me. My laptop was at 10% and the StreamYard killed my laptop battery. So sorry.
That's okay. It's a
marathon,
comedy of errors.
James.
It's totally
You're getting it.
It's totally fine. And also, yeah, you've been in court all day too. So like, it's completely understandable for like all of these shenanigans to happen. We get it. We get it. We totally get it. Yeah. So anyhow, what else can you tell us from today? I mean, did anybody have any burning thoughts from Whitney sitting there? I mean, it sounded like the jury probably didn't see her making faces, which is a disappointment, but that's okay.
You don't want me to answer that question. Can we just fire that attorney? Can we just fire that attorney from the team?
Joe, we were asking the question to James. We will get back to you.
Yeah. We'll get back. We'll get back to you. James is our special guest right now, Joe.
He's gonna leave again.
There we go.
All right.
Wow.
All right, James, you have the floor.
Leave Joe alone.
Yes, James. How about this? Yes. What was the thing that stuck out to you the most today from the jury's faces or their reactions to stuff?
Well, I think I heard you all talk about it. I told Rob earlier, the fact that the jurors were talking and chatting during the objection and they actually laughed and like were joking. That was the first time I'd ever seen that between them. I thought that was kind of serious. I mean, all the other stuff, I think, Whitney being there was interesting. Her dynamic, it definitely changed the energy of the courtroom. Just to see her and kind of read her faces also. Other than that, I think it's so interesting that the judge, this is like the 5th day, I'm sure it's longer than that, she's getting really annoyed having to tell Elaine to turn her microphone on for objections. She like keeps telling her and like will make faces now when Elaine doesn't do it. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because that's something that I hadn't really thought about, is that we also can't see the judge's face through most of the day too. So if she's getting visibly annoyed with them, that also may have an impact on the jury, even though it's very subtle. I don't think that that's improper necessarily. I think she's been doing a very good job of trying to be as neutral as possible, but she's human too, right? So she's going to get frustrated. And that's honestly, that is on the fault. That is the fault of the attorneys involved. Like, you have to be able to read the judge and to know that she's also human and she's going to get frustrated by this kind of stuff.
Elaine would try the patience of Job. Like, she's tough. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So when now, remind me, when they were chatting during an objection, which witness was that? Do you remember?
Well, it would have had to have been the live one today.
Whitney?
Oh,
yeah.
Whitney.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
I remember it was Whitney.
Well, that's the only one where there were objections.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. But it was earlier. It was, God, it feels like 3 days together. It was early on in her testimony. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was early on in her testimony.
Okay, so that means that they really were not paying attention to Whitney at all, or were not emotionally checked into what it is that she had to say.
Ian gave us some feedback on her body language. Did you pick up anything on her body language, James? Her being Whitney.
Like during her testimony?
After she got off the stand and she was sitting there, apparently she was acting in a way that was maybe distasteful to the jury, like throwing faces or something.
Yes. So she was, I don't think the jury saw it as much, but for me, it was very indicative of like the overall, maybe how it's going for her, the internal workings of her and Amber, because one, as I was trying to express before I got cut off before, that she was not clued in that she was going to be sitting with everyone. Like, she thought she was going to be sitting up with the lawyers and stuff. And when that kind of happened, she was very like nervous about sitting with everyone. She was looking around at people. She put her hands underneath her legs and like leaned forward almost as if she was rocking. And then she would take her hands and literally like squeeze them together and hold them tightly in her lap and like glance at me, like, but like look away. I would even like, cause I'd try to smile. Like, I know she's looking at me. So I'd like give her a smile, but she would like look away before you could even like look at her.
I think that she probably senses that the vast majority of people that are there in the courtroom, in the in the galley are people that are
Team Johnny.
People, sorry, I said gallery. People that are supportive for Johnny Depp, and so she probably really senses that, and that probably made her very self-conscious. And I wouldn't be surprised if she felt, maybe even a little bit unsafe in a way. Not to say that
Hostile
I'm
territory.
accusing anyone.
I totally get that.
I mean,
Yeah.
every time Amber walks in, she gets booed. So every single time she walks in, she gets booed. So I get
And then
it.
she's out there on
She
her
gets
own.
booed?
Yes.
Yeah, Entertainment
From
Tonight
outside the
has-
courtroom.
outside the
Or
courtroom.
courthouse.
Entertainment
Yeah.
Tonight runs the video of Johnny Depp arriving, Amber Heard arriving. And another thing I noticed is that the courthouse deputies, so the law enforcement that guards the courthouse, they greet everyone except for Amber. They don't greet her.
Really?
Yes. Every morning, Johnny Depp says it's relatives. It's like
Yeah,
4
he
mornings
says
in
these
a
are my
row.
relatives.
Yeah.
Well-
And guys, just a 5-minute warning. I'm unfortunately going to have to turn off the super chats because I need to be able to get through these tonight.
She's
so
really
we can-
pushing it, folks. So
Um,
get in. I'm this
so
math. I'm really interested. in.
5-minute warning. I will be turning it off. It's a
Plug the
weird
super
thing to
chat.
feel like I have to turn off like people giving me money. But I super appreciate all of the all of the generosity of everybody in the chat. But I just want to give you guys a warning because we do need to get to making a recap and all that kind of stuff. Anyhow, oh James, do you need help with a line sitter?
I saw that. I mean, to be honest, I don't really because I've been going and they do kind of know me. So I stay for a while and then I'm kind of allowed to go and change and stuff like that. But if someone wants to go because they want the experience of being there, I mean, by all means, it could be helpful. You never know. There's always some people that like to come in and change things around and say, no, I'm here. So maybe someone being there to stop that kind of behavior. But we actually have worked out a great system over the past 3 days. And it is pretty like set in stone where it's kind of like first come, first serve. And you're allowed to like go take little breaks. But whatever someone wants to do, of course, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. So what is there anything else that like really stuck out to you today from being inside the courtroom, either from the judge or the jury or any of the, well, I guess the only witness was Whitney, or anything like that today that we wouldn't have been able to see through the cameras?
I mean, Amber is definitely annoyed. She's visibly annoyed with her attorneys. When they first got in, I don't know what, but her and Elaine were like, Elaine was giving her like a talking to. I don't know if it was about her storming out yesterday or something, but she was like explaining something in detail, and it wasn't like, it was stern. I don't, other way to describe it, but it was kind of stern. The judge is starting to make some more facial expressions. She caught me looking at her a couple times because she actually looked over to, I guess it was the guy who like handles the evidence and stuff. I don't know what he's called, but at one point during the testimony, she like looks at him and gives him a face. And then I was like staring at her and she noticed, and then she like completely changed her face to like get composure. But I think it's starting to wane on people. I think what people were expecting, like it's now, there's been a few days, Amber's testimony. Now we've seen her witnesses, and I don't think people find them as, I don't know, as unbiased as maybe some of the other witnesses we've seen, And I just see that on the jury's faces. Like even, when you would expect like Amber's sister to take the stand and different things, like there's a couple jurors who I think there's always a few jurors who are gone like a couple weeks ago, but now there are more jurors who I thought were like kind of on the fence, but now are making more facial expressions that indicate to me that they have a certain feeling.
Interesting. Wow. That's all super valuable input.
I will say real quick, there is one of your followers sent me this great photo. It's of Amber making this face like she's really mad. And I'm actually sitting next to her and I'm giving her like a side eye. It's embarrassing, but it's hilarious.
Well, if you want to DM it to me, maybe I can share it. That would be good. I can share it with the screen. Do a screen share, either or in the private chat. Send a link there, or through Twitter DM or something. But James, I'm so happy that you're here. I'm so happy that you're chatting with us. I'm going to start sending you the StreamYard link every day. I'm going to add you to my list of people, so you can pop in when during any recesses or after court or before court. 30 minutes before court, we're in here. But I anticipate you're probably busy getting a seat at that point. But anyhow, anytime that you would like, feel free to pop in. And I would love to add you to the regular voices showing up on this channel, on this panel.
Yes, well, thank you again, and I'm happy to share any details I can. I'm taking lots of notes. Thank you for bearing with me with the issues. I think I've got it covered. So going forward, everything will be smooth. And I love you.
Awesome.
Thanks for everything y'all do.
Yeah, and thank you for going in. Now tell us, actually, you've been in the courtroom every single day since day one?
No, not every day. I started going probably when Johnny started testifying more regularly, and then I went more often before the break, and then now pretty much every day. Yes, but it's only
okay.
How has it changed with respect to how early you need to get there as the case has progressed?
Crazy worse. I mean, on Monday it was insane. People were showing up Sunday at 7 in the morning on Sunday, and then staying all day Sunday, and then the next day until Monday morning. It got a little better, especially today after the cross ended, but still by 11 o'clock in the evening, all of the 100 spots were taken. So after that, it was overflow room. It's wild.
What was it? What time did you have to get there when Johnny was testifying, when you were first going in there? In comparison?
It wasn't too bad. Sometimes you could get there at 3 in the morning. Maybe one day it was like 1, but if you showed up at 1, you were getting like top 10. Now, if you don't show up before, you're not even getting in. But you could still show up at like 4 in the morning before and still get a spot. Now it's not like that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh man. So I will be linking. I'm about to link your Twitter profile here as well in the description, so that anyone here can follow you there.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll answer any questions, anything anyone has. Absolutely.
Awesome. Okay,
And I also will make my exit here. Thank you so much for welcoming me to your channel one more time. I really appreciate it. If I can just do a quick plug, if that's not
plug away.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So tomorrow night, I'm going to be doing a stream. So my previous stream that I did on this, I took all of Amber's statements from her direct testimony that contradicted with her UK testimony. And this time I'm going to point out every time that Amber's testimony contradicted her own witness's testimony in this trial. So that's what I'm gonna. There's plenty here. I've made some notes here. Thank you.
I saw you taking notes. Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you to this wonderful panel that's helped me to do that. And so I'll make sure that I get the timestamps for anything. All of you guys are welcome. That will be 7 EST tomorrow.
Okay. Thursday, 7 Eastern. Awesome, Natalie. And go like and subscribe to her channel, because you get those notifications. She's fantastic. Natalie, I hope we see you again on this panel.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Good night, everybody.
Great seeing you, Natalie.
Thank you so much, Natalie. I hope to have you back as
Good
soon as
night.
possible.
Alita, if my math is correct, we have to do 230 some odd super chats, each of 20 seconds or less.
Yes, and I have just turned off super chats, so
right.
we're gonna have to do a lightning round. But this is we won't be adding any more. So we'll start with this one. Gleister Legal Solicitors and Advisors says, hopefully sneaking this is under the time limit. You just barely did. Haven't seen court stuff yet today, but realized why Camille was giving me deja vu. Anyone else get Scotty from Suits vibes? P.S. You don't need to read the full name if it kills your rhythm. Hayden.
I like the assumption it would be in lightning mode. I don't watch Suits. Sorry.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either, but I know that Meghan Markle is in it, so that's the only thing that I know.
That's all I know.
I've never seen it.
All right, let's go. Lightning
Can
round.
I just before we do lightning round, can I just point out I'm at 59.4. So if I can get to like
9.4.
Yeah, so if I'm 600 away from, I'm under 600 away from 60,000. So yeah, I'll tell you this, and I never gave you any kind of wrap up. I'll tell you what bothered me about the Whitney Heard thing is they never should have that kid doing any of this cross or any of that thing, because the way you play Whitney is you first take her and say you care about your sister, you love your sister, you want to protect your sister. That's all you care about, right? Okay, fine. Now you establish that she's playing counselor at the end. You do the very beginning. She's going to play that up because she's proud of that. She's building up her own character, that she's a good person. She loves her sister. She cares about her sister. And then you play up how deep into it, even after she heard about the abuse, she still was trying to fix things up and work things out by him. Would you possibly do that if you thought you were putting the sister you love and care about in a dangerous position? You didn't. The reason you did that is because you never thought Johnny was abusive. You never considered him to be an abusive person. and you want to get her to admit by her own words that her own sister never would have labeled him an abuser. And you could take that old Whitney's testimony and turn it on its head and say her own damn, in closing, her own damn sister doesn't think that she's abusive. That's how you take care of the Whitney Heard thing. And there was nothing like that. And it's really, really bothersome because her testimony was damaging and it didn't have to be. And that's why I was so frustrated today. Anyway, if you like that kind of commentary, maybe, hey, I'm 500 away or so. Just hit it. I'm like almost at 60. That would be kind of cool. Let's lightning round.
Let's do it. Let's get Joe to 60K subs. Let's do it. Let's do it today. Kyle Mulkey says, how does one get into becoming a paralegal? Bachelor's or associates? I'm 27. Is that too old? Not too old. Definitely not too old.
No.
Depends on the state.
Nick Ricada became a lawyer at like 30, 33. So,
he's a lawyer?
That's what he says, at
but
least.
also it depends on the state. Some states have different requirements for certain courses or
I'm just saying
or whatever.
he's doing pretty well with that late career choice. So
Yes. Ali 2 Isnard says, considering what JD has been through, could he claim battered spouse? His violence seems like he was driven to it by her. Not in a criminal sense because it's statute of limitations. We're outside of that. Clayton Godet says, why does that seem like speculation and hearsay allowed in through the depositions? Because it kind of was stipulated.
Parts of just sound credible. However, a flag for me is that it says that police saw and acknowledged damage and injury, yet police testified otherwise.
Absolutely. You found the contradiction. That's the big deal.
There you go. Ding, ding, ding.
Did I miss you all sharing stories about your worst clients?
No, we said yesterday we were not going to do that because we were uncomfortable with doing that.
My
We
worst
don't want them
client
coming
tried
back.
to strangle me in open court. Go.
Okay, except for Joe. He said that yesterday too. Yes.
Yeah. Can JD team show body cam footage on rebuttal?
It's already in evidence. Yeah. Suze D says, how did jury selection work in this case? Because JD is so well known. How did they screen them for the bias? It's same thing as every other case. They asked him. There's no way that people don't know who he is, but the question is, do they care? And is that something that's gonna sway them one way or another? That's the kind of thing that they would look for. Sasuke says, for Nurse Liz, I'm sorry that she's not here. On that pic of Amber's bloody lip, does that not seem like very fresh blood and a bit neat to have come from an assault?
I don't know about the neatness, but it seems very fresh in that picture. Yep.
It does. Amanda Diane says, who do you think is the more competent attorney, Rottenborn or Bredehoft? Rottenborn. Do you think Amber Heard's testimony would have been better if Rottenborn had led? Yes. Maybe. Yeah. No. Yes. Yes. I do.
Could be worse.
Yeah. Don Hinton says, so do you think the JDVAH movie will include your YouTube channels? I don't know. I don't want to assume. If so, who gets cast as Brad Pitt for Hogue?
I got to tell you, Don, I don't usually think of myself as stooping just down to the Brad Pitt level in looks, but I appreciate it.
Oh man, that's funny. Randy Bond says, love you all. I'd love to know your collective opinion as of right now. PS YouTube made it hard for me to find your video today. Weird hashtag anyway.
That's happened to me before too, Alita.
So our collective opinion right now is still Johnny Depp's favor, but things were a little they drew a little bit of blood from Johnny. Let's just say that. But I think he's still doing okay. Mango says, any idea on why a juror needed a tissue one day? Allergies, it sounds like. And did anyone actually tear up? No. Also, when do you think AH went off script?
There was a script?
1,000 times.
She was on her own.
Louis Badillo says, first time donation would be really lost without you guys. Oh, thank you. Question, why did the court officer seem to retrieve Amber bottled water yesterday? Looked at several times and it seems he did.
If he did, I bet it's recycling. I bet that's a trash can for paper.
Oh.
Yeah, it could be. Ilana Michelle says, would you feel differently about willingness to forgive AH if she falsely accused someone of rape in a criminal trial instead of civil? Love you guys. No. Nope. Same. I feel same.
Isabella Venta says, what would happen if Amber Depp interjects while the other is on the stand?
You get yelled at by the court.
Yeah, you can
definitely get yelled at.
And Depo says, during cross, do you think that Depp's team used an approach towards Amber under advisement of Curry's evaluation of Amber Heard and BPD? Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe.
That would be ideal because that way you're playing into your closing. We saw how she acted exactly as Dr. Curry predicted she would.
James Wall says, can JD's team affect objective portions of these depositions? Yes, they did. Of course they did. There's a lot of for grabs is there if I'm seen as leading questions and speculation. And what can be done about this after the fact? It's already been
Nothing.
played.
They agreed to it.
They agreed to it ahead of time. They saw everything.
All the crap we
none
saw,
of these were
they
surprises.
stupidly
I don't know what
agreed
you
to.
read in the middle of that sentence, but it was amusing.
Thank you, Christine G. I'm sure Brad will clip it.
Chrissy G
Chrissy,
says,
do you wanna-
question, do you think Amber Heard's witnesses know the cops provide testimony showing body cam footage that goes against their testimony? Probably not.
They didn't in 2019. They do now.
Veronique Brazou says, have you or will you cover Making a Murderer?
The
We
TV
have
show
not.
sucks.
We have not.
No.
I've never wanted to watch it from the trailers, to be
Gio
honest.
Rio says, question, didn't Josh's deposition be in 2019 while the body cam footage came out in 2021 and the police depots also after? Thanks for all your insights.
Nailed it, Gio. Absolutely.
That's probably why he didn't know they were going to bust it on the body cam.
Nice,
Right.
Mark. In general, which would you guys in the panel prefer, plaintiff or defendant going first, but with rebuttal, or going second? Honestly, I would go by the client and the facts. It doesn't
I
matter if
always
you're
take
defense or
not the
plaintiff.
burden of proof, but that's me.
Diamante Fleming. I mean, sometimes it's fun to play defense.
Natalie, when
You
should we
can just
expect the
say-
second half of Amber's inconsistent testimony on your page? Well,
Tomorrow at 7
Tomorrow.
There you go.
Yes.
Partialized black belt. No more opportunities. Rebut Depo video witnesses.
Sure, there is.
Yeah. Rebuttal can rebut whatever they want.
Tony Joe says it's not like Amber is actually going to be able to pay Johnny $50 million after this. What happens if he wins the judgment? She can't pay him. Nothing. That happens all the time. Most judgments never get
Bankruptcy.
satisfied.
Gets the money he can.
JJM, sorry if asked. A seems to benefit from the curated depositions rather than have people testify and be cross-examined. Will the jury know the difference?
That benefit is
Sure, we
largely
don't know.
mitigated by the fact that people are watching really boring videos in court.
Yeah,
Right.
Magnus
Magnus
Prime.
Prime.
Runkle
Runkle's saying that Drew's Depo really grabbed the jury's attention and demoralized the Garreley. Do you think this will change the verdict?
I think every bit of
Unlikely.
evidence has a
They'll
chance
probably
of changing
forget
the
about it
verdict.
10 days from now, right?
Probably
Yeah.
forget about it tomorrow.
Yeah. Danielle Keo says, I've seen online that AH was ordered to turn over devices to a JD forensic expert, didn't, and that JD team requesting the jury to be instructed that her photos are fabricated because they couldn't be verified before trial. Thoughts?
Could be fabricated.
Could be. We're not sure. We don't know what the judge
McGuffin Doe,
decided.
question: what should the penalty for a verifiably false accusation of rat be?
R.
Blah, blah. Men
Grape.
should have.
We could call it grape.
Oh, okay. Men should have some recourse. There should be punishment for it. I agree with you totally. There damn
It's a
well should
policy
be.
question. That's policy.
Policy. Rooter K, why did she let the sister elaborate and cross? Now the redirect time comes at the expense of JD's team.
I thought the elaboration was okay on this one, and Whitney didn't do herself many favors.
Lydia Bell
It
says,
wasn't that long of a cross.
I don't recall ever hearing Johnny hit Whit on the stairs. Didn't Amber say Johnny went for my sister and I reacted? Was it started before Whit was hit? I don't know what the hell. The whole order of that sequence was crazy.
It was very
Staircase is
confusing.
weird right now.
Bex McKenna says, possibly dumb question. No such thing exists. How can JD's side call Jennifer Howell if they've already rested their case? I don't see AH's side calling her because it's rebuttal. Johnny gets a rebuttal. So
In other words,
mysterious
in other
Jennifer
words,
Howell.
Just to clear up, a rebuttal means that he basically can spend his time deciding to call whatever witnesses he wants, as long as they're there to oppose what was brought up by Amber's. Yeah, to respond.
Right.
That's why we heard
Yes,
Jennifer
to
Howell's
respond.
name, which we've never heard.
Exactly.
Alita,
Chrissy
could I
Anderson.
pause you?
Yes.
Some people said that I'm not linked down below, and I'm 15 away from 6,000. So
I am changing this.
I think we should
this
definitely
right
assume
now.
that was specifically what Alita
Chrissy
intended,
Anderson
which did
says,
not
would
link
this
you.
have been the time to bring the video of Whitney's friends saying Amber pushed Whitney down the stairs, or could they
Now
do
you
it
are.
late?
That's rebuttal. They could
That's
bring it
rebuttal.
in
Yeah, that's my rebuttal.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it is rebuttal. And now she's linked in the description below. So go subscribe.
Good mention, Bree.
Yes.
Go like and subscribe.
Wendy L says, why didn't she ask if her sister ever hit her?
I don't know.
She did kind of ask the question, and she gave some evasive answer, like it wasn't literal or something. And
Yeah.
it opens the door for the rebuttal.
And they're gonna
Whatever
and they're gonna
they think they
talk
have,
to
it's
Jennifer Howell. Yeah, they're gonna
They
get to
think Jennifer Howell's going to answer Whitney.
Isn't
And
that all
Anderson,
going to
I
be
have this
hearsay with
feeling-
Howell, though? It's all going to be hearsay with Howell. How's that going to get around hearsay with
It's
her?
because what
A
Whitney
lot of
told her
it,
is
I
a statement
think.
against her own interests.
Yes.
It's pure. It's pure
It's
impeachment.
not against Whitney's interests. He heard from Whitney.
Yes, but Whitney testified the other way around on the stand, so
Yes,
it impeaches
yes.
Whitney.
So because she's
Hold
under
on a
penalty
sec.
of perjury.
Whoa,
She's
that's an
under penalty of
exception?
perjury. Yes.
That's an exception to hearsay, is that if I'm bringing in to impeach somebody who's not a party opponent, but just a witness, that I could bring someone in to impeach their statements.
Yeah.
Well, yes.
No, okay. I'm going to think that through. Go ahead.
NM says, I have this feeling that JD's team accepted Whitney to testify, but in exchange, no objection to bringing in Jennifer Howell in rebuttal. Thoughts? Could be because of the whole deposition issue. That actually could be strategy. Savannah Mina says, when would rebuttal witnesses be presented? If there is little or no time left for rebuttal witnesses, can you list 3 people who you would think would make good rebuttal witnesses? Well, Johnny's team. So even if Amber runs out of team, if Amber runs out of time, then Johnny's team still has time. They can do rebuttal. Doesn't matter. Okay, my witnesses are Dr. Curry, Kate Moss, and Jennifer Howell. There you
Apparently
go.
Jennifer Howell, whoever that is.
Yep. Chastity Huback says, question, is it considered perjury if the liar actually believes their version of the
Technically,
story?
No, you need
Nope.
to be intentional.
I have some
Dancer.
clients like that.
Anthony Trevino says, where does everyone think the needle is at now? Still pointing in Johnny's direction, in my opinion. Flash Gordon says, why did Team Depp switch lawyers for this cross? Because they switch around for all the
They use a
different
lot of team
witnesses.
members.
Yeah.
Yeah. Monkey
And,
Planet.
and I think they clearly think that Howell is more important than Whitney's direct cross because they gave it to a more junior attorney.
Yeah. Monkey Planet. Dr. Truth, thoughts on Whitney? She didn't come on today. I'm so sorry. So we'll have to get
I
her
like the
thoughts on
preempting.
another
I
time.
feel like I'm being gaslit. Wait, was Dr. Truth on today?
No. Neom Ebb says, what happens if rebuttal witnesses have watched the trial / read opinions if they weren't aware they were going to be called? Loving all
You answered
lawsuit
that.
coverage of the trial, especially Hoag's headlines and hangouts. Okay, so if they know if they are possibly going to be a rebuttal witness, someone has told them stay away from everything because you might get called, and if you are, we need you. So yes, but if they have watched testimony and they're not designated as an expert, then they're screwed because they can't come on. Anya says, does judge offer an opinion at any point? Nope. Doesn't watch live during AH testimony and cross, but RE tax. In Ireland, tax benefits are applied to the charities, not to the donor, unless a business donation feels more altruistic. Oh,
That is
interesting.
wildly different from us.
Yes, very different.
Yeah.
Highly caffeinated says, I missed most of the JD witnesses. Were they as inconsistent between each of their stories as AH witnesses? No.
As is going
They
to be
had
mind of
some.
the beholder, but there
They
are
had
little inconsistencies.
they had some, but that's bound to happen because people remember things and memories fade and perceptions can vary. But they were still within reason of one another. It wasn't as blatant as what we've been seeing here, in my
That Boston
my
flight
opinion.
still gets weird, but yeah.
Yeah. Bunglebush says, how much do you think the jurors think about the precedent the outcome affects other legitimate DV cases? Do
Hopefully
you think that
none.
might sway them in any way?
Hopefully none. Trial before you, evidence before you.
Exactly.
Not social movements.
Cyboozled question, idea for interactions during testimony / depo. Draw signs with yes, no, maybe, what if any to answer to super chats would be hilarious.
Take Andrew's
Shake a
whiteboard.
20-sided ball, magic ball.
Yeah. Sympathetic Slytherin nurse Lays. I'm sorry she's not here. Can something cause the redness?
Ice.
Ice cause redness on the face.
Icing
Yeah, of
cause
course.
redness. I think Liz has said yes.
Lucy W says, why can't they make them appear in court or by live link? Why do they accept these pre-recorded depots? Because for whatever reason they're unavailable. The official rule is pre-COVID. Like the official rules of evidence are pre-COVID. They don't anticipate using live link. So this is kind of a weird in between to have live link in the first place.
The
Normally it's
modern
just
rule.
in person or depositions.
The modern rule really should be if you can depose, then you can do a live link, but we're not there yet.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's law has to catch up to our modern world, and it's still happening after COVID, or after COVID. Carly loves Still Life by Big Bang says, is there a time limitation or folder or for older depositions? The 3-year gap feels odd. Can these missing updates influence the jury judgment positively or negatively? It feels lazy and sus.
I assume the parties don't think that there would have been a material change, so they didn't need to
Right.
redepose.
Yeah. Breathing in spirit. Can jurors discuss / decide to share notes, etc. during the trial, or wait until deliberations? Wait until
God, no.
deliberations. No talking. No talking. No talking.
That's like
Jasmine,
rule 1, the prime directive.
Yes. Jasmine Padilla says, what or would anyone happen to Rocky and her ex-husband if one of them were to admit that they staged the fights in the penthouse? Love you guys.
Primarily, Amber would lose.
Nothing.
Amber would probably come after them.
Right.
May Nell says, she is said laceration. How do you cover that with concealer? Yeah, I don't know.
She's good at makeup.
it's a magical concealer, I guess. Carla B says I
It
didn't
didn't
have
work
a
for Edward Scissorhands, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's exactly. Carla B says, I didn't have the chance to watch all the trial today until now. What are your thoughts on today's testimonies? It wasn't good for Johnny. It was
Strong
better
for
for Amber, but it doesn't kill his case. Joshua Kesey says, JD closing age. Witnesses are her friends and close to her. He has independents, i.e. cops, cordon makeup artists, reasons to lie, her side, not his.
No, yeah, a lot of his people are his people too.
Paula Ursino says, still, no one saw JD touch AH, only
Right.
saw the injuries, which I'm still thinking are self-inflicted. Do you
Whitney-
still think JD did not touch AH?
Whitney testified to him touching her.
But it seemed like it was after she clocked him. So I
Yeah.
think that
That could be the reactionary thing that Dr.
Right.
Hughes was talking about.
The
Hippo Mama-
staircase doesn't make any sense right now.
It doesn't. Hippo Mama says, will Dr. T be on later? I'm sorry, she's not here. It just occurred to me when my mom is in the mood, she would start hitting herself. I'm wondering if AH did what my mom does when she feels abandoned. Ooh.
Sometimes I bang my head against the wall with the stupid.
I have seen it. Can confirm. Kira Burns says, I believe Io,
Kurt
Rocky,
do
etc. got together, agreed to each stop being friends so that there wouldn't be as much bias claims. Thoughts? I mean, I didn't think so, but Natalie thinks that's a strong possibility. Viking Rash,
Question: Could Dr. Curry be called on to talk about the possibility of self-harm by Amber Heard in order to convince people she was injured by JD? She wasn't injured by JD, I guess.
Well, Curry's coming back. Whatever she says, we don't know.
Yeah. Cynthia Roberts says, when she just said it looked like she was headbutted, sounded like she had been told what to say, then denies saying it when asked again.
It sounds like Amber's story.
Because how would an injury look like a headbutt?
Newt says, what do you think odds JD was violent to Amber Heard, which bad, but only to the level Hogue was originally expecting testimony for, and Amber Heard vastly exaggerated? That becomes a jury question as to what's considered abusive or not, ultimately.
That's the fundamental problem with what Amber Heard put in play here, is because I do think there could be a situation where there is that nugget of truth and Amber Heard has completely dumped crap on it, so to speak, so that we can't tell what might have actually happened. It's a big problem for her.
Taurus 26 says, did Camille ask Amber Heard about alerting TMZ of her divorce filing during her deposition?
Yes. That was yesterday. Yep. RJH00, our vid depo's usually better / worse / indifferent when it comes to convincing jury. All these are putting me to sleep. They do the same thing to the jury, so they're worse.
Great.
Miss Jane Bronte says,
do you believe AH for having this deposition from 2019 instead of anyone in person present day will hurt her? Yes, almost. I would think certainly that. Like, why are they here? And even and it's weaker testimonial anyway, so it's that way.
Yeah. Seth Ewan says, what is wrong with JD not wanting his wife to play a horror part, or is this just Amber's team focusing the negative aspects to sour the jury?
100% looks
trying to show controlling.
Yep.
It looks like controlling, but if you are looking at them skeptically, though, you could also say, okay, but maybe he just thought that they were legitimately shit parts, and he didn't want he thought that she was worth more.
Of course, and that's legitimate too. But they're trying to put a story together that says he's tried. You had a number of witnesses say she retreats in. She's not wearing the clothing she wants to wear. She's not coming out as much. Like that's what they're trying.
But
to
the clothing thing is not right, because we've seen red carpet outfits where she's got a backless dress on. That's not conservative.
But that backless dress is 2012. So I mean, like in terms of going forward into the marriage, I don't think.
No, we've got 2015. We've got a 2015 backless
what is the
dress.
2015 dress.
It was. Remember the one where you could see a little bit of her rib tattoo. That was 2015. That was post Australia.
Okay, well then you're right.
The view of that question is playing into traditional norms. That it's like makes sense for a guy to not want his wife to expose herself. Societal norms that are being messaged by the media today are independent women should have freedom to decide whatever they want to do with their bodies, whether they're married or whatever. So but Amber Heard is hoping, I think, that's the current messaging that we get in our culture, rather than the traditional messaging that a husband should be bothered by the notion of his wife dressing immodestly.
We're in lightning round, but I'm going to debate you on that later, Joe.
Yeah, we can have a whole discussion on that. Dawn says, Dawn says, how do you all think the Depo is going? Bad for Johnny. Oh,
not a good day for Johnny.
Yeah. Kimberly Stewart, do you think the sound quality of this Depo will change the effect it has on the jury? Love you guys.
Yes, sometimes.
Yeah, if it makes it hard to pay attention.
Knud says, question, will JD's team address JD's behavior, demeanor, feelings may have been exacerbated because of AH years of gaslighting, psychological ill treatment? Thank you. It doesn't seem like they've been messaging that, but there's no reason they can't.
Curry could. Curry could have.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous road because in a way you're sort of almost saying, yeah, he hit her,
Admit
but
into it.
she earned it. She
Mhm.
so almost admit. It sounds like you're sort of admitting that. So it might be
Yeah.
a dangerous
Right.
road to walk.
Danilo Neri says, feels like the general theme for age's witness depositions is pretty much character assassination of JD. What do you think?
In some respects, that's the mission.
That is the mission.
Chris Clemens, as her acting coach, do you feel she is capable of putting on a believable defense under oath, or are her skills far too poor to accomplish that?
Is that what you would have asked?
That should have been a
posed question to the
question.
acting coach? Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Mike Quaglia says,
Can the plaintiff or defendant pay travel expenses for non-expert witnesses? Is that bribery?
think
To avoid
so.
Yes.
depositions,
I
to
think
avoid
they can.
depositions, could the legal team pay for them to come in?
I don't think so. I don't think
mean,
you can, because that looks like you're paying for a witness. That's going to be something that would come up.
Here's a
yeah.
free
on
trip to
cross-examination
Virginia.
by the other side.
Free trip
Yeah.
to sunny Virginia.
Breathing in Spirit, please explain each side's edit rights of video deposition up to today's presentation of it.
Negotiated. It's
Yeah,
negotiated.
that's what they were
agreed to
doing
by
on
both
Friday.
sides.
KH8, if you find out after their depo they were mistaken, quote unquote, normally you'd find that up when they testify.
You bring
right?
that up when they testify.
Oh, sorry, you bring that
Yeah.
up. Thank you. How can you do that if all you have is the depo?
You have to use the rest of your stuff. That's the
Yeah,
rebuttal.
you
that kind of
probably
thing.
have something else that you found out in through some kind of a paper document, ideally. DK Burgit says, no overweight people are conceived as less intelligent and believable. Do you think
perceived, I
that
think,
will
not
impact his
conceived, but yeah.
testimony? I think she is very credible.
I have no idea whether or not that's true, but the acting coach was indeed credible.
Yeah, I think so.
I fell asleep 10 minutes in.
Gerald Hiller says it's quite evident AH is lying / fabricating, but going by video and audio evidence, I believe JD is capable of violence. Can you predict the closing arguments?
I think they're going to look like those two sentences.
Yeah, exactly. Arian Feller question: how does redirect work with these taped testimonies? Well, it's all the same. These video depositions are the direct, the cross, and the redirect.
You occasionally
Both
hear
sides
redirect
are
when that
there.
first person comes back. Yeah.
Yeah. SM says, question, I agree. Today's witnesses are good for age overall case, but
Yep.
but if those witnesses contradict with the principal AH herself and some matching JD, isn't that a bad policy from the lawyers?
You mess up the timelines, you mess up the narrative, and you try to get Amber a muddy middle win. I mean, that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Which,
Jennifer D says, is it odd act coach saw so much more of JD angry than anyone else? Could be a
A little.
flying monkey. Strange to me, she saw them fight every time she came for the last year. Seems like age provoked a fight.
I don't know about provoked, but the acting coach says, more than half the time she saw Johnny Depp, he was inebriated. He was very angry in the times that she saw him. That's what I thought that was credible, useful testimony. You don't have to, agree with her, but I thought it was useful.
Yeah. Betsy Von Drasic says, do you see how she connected with each of the witnesses? This seems all premeditated to you. That was probably Whitney. I don't know about
I actually think it's the 2 months
premeditated.
before. I think it's actually that you had like at least 2 or maybe 3 witnesses where you get that we haven't talked in forever. 2 months before you're going to have
Oh,
a
that's right.
deposition. I'm your friend. Don't forget those communications.
Yeah. But it does stick out to the viewer, the listener. Kai, question: how much time does each side have left? I don't know. I'm sorry.
I think
not
I estimate that Amber has like 12 hours left and he has like 19.
Oh,
I mean, it was
okay,
low
Tempura.
20s. Yeah.
That's totally estimate. That's totally an estimate. Though.
Okay, Tempura
Like
says,
maybe
how
18.
how believable are those testimonials? I'm not familiar with the judicial system in the U.S., but is it common to tamper with witnesses and get away with it? Also, love you, Kurt.
Love you, Kurt.
Tamper.
I don't know what
Tamper. I'm not
tampering
sure
we're
about
referring to.
tampering. I mean, so she was talking with them a month before, but we can't conclude from that she's been tampering with them because of that. We can suggest that and maybe think that there's a suspicion of that, but we can't conclude that.
Yeah.
But tampering would be a very big issue in the United States. That's a very serious thing. Alan Minsart, we need to consider what JD's team knew these depots were coming. They were there when they took them. They went through them on Fridays to edit all the objections. So they have a strategy to rebut this either by witness or in closing. 100%. Yes, exactly. See, Candy Knits, today's testimonies confirm my belief that these two abuse the heck out of each other. I have known couples like this. My question is, if the jury finds that both parties are responsible for abuse, is it defamatory or not? It depends on, maybe, but maybe not, because if they decide that it was still a misleading op-ed, if those statements were still misleading.
If they find that Johnny Depp is responsible for abuse, it's not defamatory. I mean, that just that
some of the stuff. Yeah,
it's up
some
to
of
the
the stuff
jury
is
to
gonna.
determine if it's
Well, then
if
he's
it's
not responsible for abuse. Like that's the actual thing we're discussing in the defamation.
I suppose.
Right.
I will be a semantics pedant if I want.
He should run on the
Saranya,
essay.
Saranya, yeah. Saranya Mooney says, reason I'm here because I want to hear honest thoughts from you guys. I'm on GD's side by the solid evidence, but I agree with Kurtz and it's a good day for AH. Yeah. Cindy Tart says, is it looking badly for JD today? I'm sorry, but woke only an hour ago. Absolutely love Kurt and all of you from Brisbane. Today was a bad day for Johnny. It was.
Sure.
It was. There's no way to put it otherwise. But you know what? It maybe was not as bad from looking at what or from hearing what the jury was thinking.
Yeah, I mean,
appearing.
even in my own assessment, whether he's looking bad in sort of today and the absolute sense of the trial are two very different questions. I still think the odds favor Johnny Depp overall.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's levels. It wasn't cross of Amber Day. I mean, it wasn't that level of bombing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. MSCLRHD says the question is whether the jury is noting the inconsistencies and potential collusion. They haven't had 4+ years to analyze this, nor these lived perspectives. Yes, they are fresh. They're as fresh as Kurt and Rick and Joe on this case. So they're actually pretty good barometers still. Carly loves Still Life by Big Bang says, Natalie, where have you been all the time? I love the whole panel, but you're a wonderful addition. So much love for her today. Curious for Rich's and Kurt's opinion about the whole day. Greetings from Germany. Thoughts?
Strong day for Amber. Lots of inconsistencies for Johnny Depp to try to combat. And I agree with Kurt. I'd still have the needle on Johnny Depp's side.
Ted DeWitt says, I agree. It was a good day for AH, but JD has not been put on a rebuttal yet. Has not put on his rebuttal yet. My problem is the witnesses for AH are Depo's, not RT Cross. Your opinion?
There are little crosses. They're just not as fun as Camille's. I get it, but they are crossing in those
They
depositions.
look different. But they are in there. Trust us. Yes, exactly. He has not put on his rebuttal yet. He gets the final word, guys. He gets the final word. Dr. Kartoffel Salat says, I find it interesting. I've gotten super, I recognize this name at this point. I find it interesting how Hogan and Kurt seem to have flipped in terms of devil's advocacy. Could you two elaborate your respective reasons?
I would just like to be contradictory. I think. I mean, Kurt and I. No, I honestly think that Kurt was right to call out that things were happening that were more substantively Amber Heard earliest in the day, and he was exactly right about that. And yeah, the chat doesn't want to hear it, and sometimes the panel doesn't want to hear it, and so you just need to always keep an open mind. Always.
Really, it doesn't have much to do with devil's advocacy. It's just a moment by moment, case by case, witness by witness assessment. I think here's what I think about this witness. Here's what I think about this witness.
To chat and super chat, devil's advocacy is just Amber advocacy, Kurt.
Apparently,
yeah.
Braxton Deal says something even kind of favors her a little bit. Apparently, because I'm not even advocating for her necessarily.
Braxton Deal says I've been following Kurt since the beginning, and he's my favorite law tuber. Hey,
Woot.
yeah. That said, I do feel like he can be emotionally manipulated by a good-looking woman's tears from time to time. Ooh, man, we're all human. Still love Kurt. Yeah, of course. We can all be manipulated. Everyone has the capability of being emotionally
We
manipulated.
all have biases.
We've all got that button to push. Edgar Allan Toe says both Amber and Whitney, I love that name, described Amber Punch as landing the blow. Are their testimonies orchestrated? It does sound, that's a very unique way
Very
of putting it.
specific language for that hit.
Specific, yes. Lil Mandy says, question, did she say she was sober or not, or only not drinking?
Well, Whitney has that wonderful response that says, were you sober that night? One of the rare instances when I was. It's like, hello.
Particular.
Yeah, let's hear about a little bit about your past then. SP Gaming says, were you all disappointed to see that Vasquez was not cross-examining again today? Do you think we will see her on tomorrow? I wasn't disappointed.
People are pumped about Camille, but I understand that you have this team because you research the crap out of who you're going to be crossing. You might not see Vasquez again outside of closing statements because researching and prepping for Amber Heard was a monumental task and the most important on their side for the Amber Heard primary case.
You can have an ace right-handed pitcher, and you may not necessarily want them to go up against every single batter. You've got another pitcher that's left-handed that you might want to put against a different batter. You've got all kinds of different preferences and different personalities that you might want to put strategically together. I'm sorry, I'm going to always use baseball in these references. Jiggle Sock says, question, can you please explain rebuttal?
Today, so.
Can you please explain rebuttal for us who have never been to court? Rebuttal basically means response, essentially.
Yep.
It's a portion of the trial where Johnny gets to reserve some of his time for the end to put on either new witnesses or witnesses that have already been on that are reserved to be called back, and to respond to Amber's case in chief, the stuff that has come up in there that he didn't have a chance to respond to because he went first.
And because Amber Heard is an unmitigated jackass, that's why I call it rebuttal.
There you go.
Yeah,
There you go.
okay. Rip the timing of
Perfect.
my joke, but
There you go. I love it. I love it. You stuck the landing. Jerry the Fairy says, "What does settling mean?" Love the coverage and comments. So settling means
there you go, Alita.
it means entering into agreement to end the litigation prematurely, where you basically have a contract between the two sides. You say, the plaintiff says, "Okay, I agree to withdraw my lawsuit," and the defendant says, "Okay, I agree to hand over a certain amount of money." They have to have agreed on that.
Or apologies, or whatever, all sorts of stuff. It's contracts.
It's usually money.
Piper's Muse says, how reliable is witness observational testimony of personality changes when observer admits to using same substances at the same time?
That's why they asked the question. How reliable are they? You tell me, jury.
Right.
Up to the jury. That is always what they are determining. Jennifer says, "Did Bree get monetized?" Bees.
Are you a bee? Did you
Yeah,
get a bee emoji?
they did choose bees, but not monetized yet. But I did apply for monetization this morning.
It takes some
She
time
reached
to
the
get
threshold.
reviewed.
She reached the threshold.
Yes,
I did.
Sheldon Aldridge says, "Question: How has Miss Heard been affected by the amazing cross-examination, meaning her reputation and credibility statement? You guys are awesome. I love the energy and the friendliness amongst you all. Very positive people. Well, we love each other. We're brothers and sisters in LawTube.
Chosen brothers and sisters.
Of course, yes, the chosen brothers and sisters.
As opposed to those other jerks who share my DNA. No, just kidding.
Her reputation and credibility suffered.
Yes, I think they
I'm
did.
just kidding, by the way. My brother and sister are amazing. Like, I really love them deeply. It's totally a joke.
Honey Girl 92 says, "Do you know how cases affect jurors mentally? As in, do you hear about jurors needing psych evals and mental support?" I only just thought about this now. I think that some cases, you've got some cases that are very gruesome criminal cases that they will probably need some help sometimes afterwards, especially when they involve children. There are some very awful cases out there that I would imagine require some help afterwards.
Sure.
Paula, that's kind of up to them to seek it out, though. Paula Ursino says, "Still no witness to see JD harm AH.
Whitney.
Only what AH told them / heard through closed doors and walls. Does that affect your opinions now that more witnesses come in?" I agree. They get to a certain point, these other witnesses, but they only get to that point. There's no silver bullet. There's no smoking gun, and it doesn't quite carry the ball.
Did you ever see anything? And they all say no, outside of Whitney in the staircase.
No.
Cypherian says, "Question for the crew. California is a two-party consent for recording. The penthouse is in California, as this has been addressed. Stipulation. They agreed. Yep. They agreed. All of it's coming in. Only if it's Johnny and Amber, though. Any third parties, not." JJ Breck says, "Johnny saying Amber is taking roles. What play on her sexuality? Amber sues production company for body double that she didn't agree to. Wouldn't that support Johnny? He knows James Franco knows these crappy tactics."
Did she sue that production company? We got
I don't know if she sued. I didn't hear that. I don't know if maybe that's in some article somewhere, but I mean, if she was surprised by that and she didn't want that and she didn't intend that, that kind of would support Johnny's position to say, like, hey, like there's some skeezy stuff around Hollywood and I want to protect you from it because I love you. Baby Dudious says, "If friends and associates signed NDA, would they be able to testify in court without repercussions? Been recommending you all to my peeps. Love the panel."
Every NDA has both an implicit and most often an explicit provision that says this doesn't count. It's not in breach if a court orders you to give the information.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because NDAs are contract, which are protected by law. So obviously the courts are like, yeah, not so much if it's in court.
Courts come above.
Okay, Tempura says, "Question to women." That's you and me, Bree. And maybe sometimes Joe. I'm just kidding. Do you think it's fair to have a man convicted for not a fault of his own, given women were mistreated by men for the years before? Do you think it's fair to have a man convicted for
an innocent man convicted?
I don't think this is a gender question. I don't care if it's a man or a woman or what historically has happened. I don't want anybody to be convicted for doing something that they didn't do or to be held liable for something they didn't do.
I'm full on the better for guilty men to go free train on this stuff.
Exactly. 100%. Couldn't agree more. Elizabeth H., do you know who will testify tomorrow?
No,
I don't.
Y'all have to think about that. No.
I think court to hear someone said there's only 6 witnesses left though, so looks like she might be done by the end of the week.
We
and
heard
we'll
about
rebuttal
Ellen
next week.
Barkin. We think Johnny Depp dropped off based on the
Yeah, I
latest.
can't imagine why you'd call him.
Walter Beasley says, will there be medical testimony? I don't know.
Look like it right now.
She didn't report
Probably not.
anything.
She's got nothing. Yeah, she's got no records. She's got no records.
Hmm.
Maybe on rebuttal. DC Rotson or RC Dotson, sorry, says, does her witness read like casting? Her last friend was
Alita's done, folks. Her last friend was the caregiver. Aya was the mediator. AH sister was the marriage counselor. Reads like a movie. It does. They all got their parts to play.
RC Dawson says, does her
We
witness...
just read that one, Joe.
Oh, yeah,
we
we just
read
read it. Go. This one.
Thane
Now
Mithra
go.
says, you guys are fair and balanced, even if I don't like it. Hashtag Team Depp. I'm convinced Amber is smart enough to surround herself with gullible people she can manipulate. I think all of us agree with you on that.
Yep, agreed. Charlie Ecker says, acting the first 6 lessons, memory of emotion. Remember deals of a similar time in your own life, the environment, people, etc., in order to summon genuine tears. This requires concentration.
Yep.
And Ali Al says, anyone have XP with a client with
Experience with the client with disorders Amber Heard has.
Nope.
I've had a
None.
few dates, but
Ooh.
long time ago.
Namie
Long time.
says, oh, well, yeah, I would imagine so. You've been married for a long time. Namie says, Nat, I think you are discounting the fact that Amber was live for the jury. The rest was all Depo. Impact Vice there is a huge difference.
Live is better.
Live is much better.
Always better. Lara Flint says, can you invite the body language guy for a chat? I can. Absolutely. Julia Roback says, Amber did a lot of contradictions. Wouldn't it be better if she went last after seeing other testimonies to remind her what was said in some of those contradictions? Not sure if I'm explaining it right.
No, she knew all those things. None of this is a surprise to her because she's the client. She knows all this already.
And keep in mind, she
can't
also
do
has
it.
previously testified. She's got depositions. She's got the UK testimony, and she can get impeached on all of that if she deviates from it. So it doesn't matter whether it's hers or somebody else's. There's inconsistencies.
We read this one.
We did indeed. Alyssa Ekman says, have you seen the video where AH says she punched her own head in court?
Someone else said that as well.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
We think it Freudian something, but we didn't see it.
Melissa Patrice says, if JD was so out of control while high and everyone saw it, why was he never violent in front of them? He had enough control not to do that.
It's a great question.
Excellent question.
Chris Maslin says, final witness saying JD got darker / personality change over time can just as easily be seen as him going through the experience of abuse. No, I looked at it as I said, how can anyone live with Amber Heard and not get darker and darker?
Kim Sallerbacky says, so let's say that she did have cuts and bruises. What's to say they are not self-inflicted? Is that totally crazy theory? It's not crazy.
Yep.
Not at all, because
Not
no one has
crazy.
been there to actually see how they came about. Lori Dana
Exactly.
RC says, yeah, a question about the lies. If Amber is full of lies, do you think her lawyers asked her at the beginning to tell them the truth? Greetings from Austin.
Yeah, what's your
Hello
story?
from Austin.
Yeah.
Hey, Austin. So if Amber's full of lies, do you think her lawyers
Yes.
asked her to? Yeah,
Yes, you
of
do.
course. Yes,
You
yes.
insist on the
Every
truth.
lawyer. Yes. Katie, AH has insinuated that Johnny's witnesses testify favorably to him because of loyalty and or employment. Same can be said of her witnesses. No, if I'm his
Yep.
team, I highlight this thought.
Huge discounts on both sides. Yep.
Yep.
Phil Jones, sorry if I already asked, but was Whit there when the makeup lady went by? If so, maybe she got a good counterpunch in.
There's probably a joke in there, and I'm not getting it.
I think it is a joke. I think
I
it
think
is
so.
a joke.
Okay. All right. Okay. Lawyer brain. Jules says, did the makeup artist take AH phone the same night it was thrown out the window? Also, why not have your phone around your abuser? Why not have your
that
phone
part
around
of the
your
story
abuser?
got confusing. She said she was trying to prevent Johnny from calling her. It didn't make much sense in context.
MLL says, I might be too French plus lawyer, but for me, a couple yelling in a trailer isn't abuse, or
Not just by
would
itself.
all be in abusive relationships. Is it a US thing? Don't you yell in your relationships? Is
Yes.
it just a French thing? It's not
No.
just a French thing. Americans also can be, don't you know, Americans can be very loud. We can be very,
That's what
very
we're
loud. We
told.
have,
But
we
that's
have
what we're
quite a
told.
reputation
story.
when we travel around the world.
It's part of a story that if it's part of a sequence of events and they have a fight like that in a trailer and the whole thing gets trashed, it could be abuse.
Yes,
A little bit more, yeah.
Yeah, it's about the context around it that would add to that. Logana 3334 Fury says, what about Rocky talking about covering Amber? Amber said Johnny was beating her while that happened. Rocky said he was not hitting her, or did I hear that wrong? There were
Rocky
some
said she never
inconsistencies.
saw it.
And Russo says, I'm sorry if this is answered, are we supposed to believe that the destruction was done only by JD when they fight, especially when they don't see the fight like at Hicksville? Thanks so much.
Yes, give or take. And the story kind of goes with that when you show the closet, when you show Australia, when you get the testimony about Hicksville, and you also have JD's history they brought in that said he likes to destroy hotel rooms and things. They had articles for that. So yes, they're trying to say it's JD.
Yeah. Life of Pilia says, don't you think it's confusing to lecture the viewers about not being emotionally vested in one side or another when you are all benefiting from that same behavior? Love you, but just being honest.
I'd like to think we're benefiting from providing as unbiased commentary as we can to better help inform and understand the legal system.
Yeah. Yeah. But benefiting from that same behavior, I'm not sure I quite understand that part.
You're making a super chat.
We're biased as well.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. If people have also yelled at us through people have yelled at us through super chats by disagreeing with us. So I'm not sure I quite get
the money
that,
spends either way. But yes, we're not trying to be biased.
No. Diane Tanner says, isn't it possible that that with him restraining her, that she headbutted him in a way to try to get away from his grip when nothing else was available?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I was not.
Yeah. So Johnny Depp says he restrains her, and there's a headbutt.
Okay. Shayla Mordew says, why was none of the witnesses today asked about the SA that allegedly took place?
They were. Especially the acting coach said that she was only told about it really close to when she was having her deposition and not contemporaneous to the events.
And I think the other ones were not asked about it because that wasn't an allegation when they were deposed.
In 2019?
Mm-hmm. Elizabeth H. says, makeup artist told Amber that she didn't want to work for her or be friends anymore. I get she needed to stop because of family, but why not stay friends?
She said being friends with Amber she required all her
Too
time.
much drama.
She didn't want it.
Yep.
Tiffany Byers says, what's the deal with Jen Howell? Keep hearing about her social media posts. Will that hurt the potential for JD?
What's the deal with airplane peanuts?
It depends. It depends on what she's posting. If she's posting, hey, I'm watching the trial and here are my thoughts, then yeah, that's a problem. But if she's just posting like Johnny Depp is cool, that's not necessarily a problem on its own. I am a ninja says,
when will jury's deliberation happen? Same day as closing arguments or after? Usually
Probably same day.
Same day.
Mm-hmm.
They'll probably get it for a couple hours.
Elena Elise says, elite. Having Dr.
Alita.
Tracy back? Light.
having Alita, having Dr. Tracy back. It's okay, Joe. You're curious if
only her
That's
channel,
not your real name
Joe.
either. That's not your real name either.
Curious if H and JD separate MH issues made them particularly vulnerable to each other in ways that may not have been as explosive with different partners. I'm trying to remember to keep Dr. Tracy on my list of links to send every single day so that she can join in whenever she can. I sent it to her today, and I guess she was probably busy. But
it's a great question. She said something like this, that they could certainly be interacting in a tinderbox kind of scenario. She said that on one of our earlier streams.
She did. Wonderland 2016 AH said she smashed the phone and plastic shards cut his finger. 2022 it was an antique phone. Do you think they have the antique plastic phones?
Did she say plastic before? I don't know.
She has one of the Nokia ones, the old school ones that never break for anything.
It's an old Zach Morris.
It was on the wall.
Julia Roback says, wouldn't it be better to have Amber testify after others to refresh her memory on what her friends said? Prevent some contradictions, maybe.
There's no help in that one.
They should have not put her so far early. It would have been better if she saw other people testify and then sort of fit her crazy tales into theirs.
No help in that.
Doesn't matter because she already testified, and so she would have
Now it's too
inconsistent
late.
statements with her previous. No, but with her depositions in the UK testimony, she's got inconsistencies
The problem
everywhere.
with having 600 stories out there.
Yes,
I think her
that's why
lawyer
you keep your
wants them
story
to forget.
consistent. John McConaughey says, can they call people for rebuttal that are not on the list? I thought they agreed who can be called before the start. Rebuttal is the one exception to that. If you look at Johnny Depp's witness list at the very bottom, it says, and a catch-all, and everyone that is necessary for rebuttal. So it's a very, very broad net.
What do they call Alita?
Oh my God. No, please no. Because then I can't live stream it. Allison Becca says, with all AH friends around and living with them, if real DV was happening, how could it not be witnessed?
I don't like this question because I
don't like
think
it
it's possible that it absolutely could not be witnessed.
A lot of
So-
DV does happen in private between two individuals. We do want to recognize that and not say that there's only one form of DV, only one way that it goes down. There are a lot of folks that have also been, trying to remind us as well to try to point that out too.
Your
So-
skepticism is warranted given the situations that have been posed, but it's not necessary in every instance.
Yes, and I would hesitate to apply to other situations too without further investigation. Katie123 says, "Do you know for sure she is lying about grape?" I don't know if I know
No.
for sure,
don't
but I
know.
have a feeling. I have a sense based on everything else that she's saying and based on the way that her story lines up with other facts.
It's the weakest stuff that she's presented so far.
Ogu says, assuming the worst, how common is it for a judge to overrule a jury's verdict? Not
uncommon.
Is that something that ever happens often or historically? It's not
No,
uncommon, but
judges do not
rare.
like taking the decision away from a jury. They really don't. They much prefer to have them make the decision.
Judges don't
The
like
only-
to get overturned on appeal and
The
overturn.
only
it
reason
at
it's going to
juries.
happen here is for the punitive damages because they're limited by law. So the judge will reduce them by law.
Shayla Mordew says, "Why do you think none of the alleged SA abuse was brought up in any of the depositions or the live witness today?"
Weak
The depositions, because I think some of them were conducted before that allegation came to light from Amber's allegations, and then with Whitney, I'm not so sure.
I think Whitney was. She had a very narrow rule on what she could be asked. She had
That's
like 3
true.
areas of stuff she could be talked that she talked
Because
about.
they
today.
never, that's true because they never finished her deposition. Goal Filter says, "Why didn't they ask Whitney if she noticed that JD still had his soft cast on cross? At least his injury was still fresh." Why
Don't
did they
know.
ask Whitney? Yeah,
Cross was focused.
you know what? They already pointed it out to the jury. The jury has that information in front of them, regardless of whether it's coming out of Whitney or somebody else. Paula Ursino says, "Did you notice that AH first told her friend, acting coach, I think, about the SA just 2 months before the deposition? Odd."
It is odd. Devil's advocate Amber was adamant that she was trying to hide the SV throughout the divorce period.
2012 Jameson says, "How aware are both sides of the clock?" I assume that they have someone at the table that is counting.
One of
The
the back
clerk is also
table-
counting. The clerk is also keeping very close track, and I would imagine that during the recesses and the breaks, and then at the end of the day, someone from each team is going up and verifying what they
Giving a
have.
status update. Yep.
Ray Ranja says the bodyguard said that he couldn't stop Amber from getting that punch and move Johnny away. So how did he punch Amber per her sister's statement?
The bodyguard.
Well,
isn't on the
it's
staircase, is he?
inconsistent between Travis McGivern and I think it was Travis McGivern and Whitney. Yeah, those are completely diametrically opposed. Abba's Child says, "I love this panel, so informative. Please elaborate on what the other attorneys' roles are or doing when they are not questioning the witness. Researching, following the transcript, making sure that if they have to impeach a witness, that they have the prior transcript brought up, page and line number, everything is super smooth. Communicating with witnesses, communicating back with the firm in case they need something from the firm, or organizing lunch even for the recess because they only have a limited amount of time. All kinds of stuff. Sarah says, what percent would you say JD has a chance to win now? 80s. I think still in
70.
the 80s. Susan Migliorini says, "Did anyone notice if Whitney stayed in the courtroom after her testimony? My husband and I love your content. Thank you." Well, we found out from James from the court that she stuck around for a bit and it was weird. Araceli says, "Question, staircase wasn't his hand casted. How would he grab by the hair and the other punch?"
Grab with uncasted hand, punch with casted.
Our Gost says Whitney told that Debbie L was actually with her and Amber during the stair incident. Did the nurse testify about that?
Did Debbie testify
think
about
she
the
did.
staircase? I don't
think
remember that.
Yeah, I don't think she did because at first I remember hearing about it was through Amber. Donna Rice says, "Do you think the story about JD's description of AH's ass impression on the couch seemed rehearsed or too exact by all witnesses?"
I think it was memorable, honestly.
But to me, they seemed exactly the same. Yeah, memorable. That's a good way to put it. Calvin Wilson, Josh was great, but he simultaneously said he thought JD was physical with AH. But when JD was in his face, he didn't feel threatened. Thoughts?
Josh is he needs to feel like a badass. Okay. So he was saying he threatened the girls, but of course he didn't threaten me. That was his testimony.
Yeah.
Priscilla Pankit said, did you catch the acting coach stated Amber told her Johnny cut his finger off after he smashed the bottle? Very different. Yep. Gecko Gamer, question for Hogue. I have found myself playing Trials of Mana Remake. Is it a mistake to play as the Beastman as main for the first playthrough? I am enjoying the combat, though.
No, it's a perfect pick for the first playthrough. And play it any way you like. That's what Trials of Mana is about.
There you go. Bev's Fry Bread Wisdom says, plastic surgeon to recognize Botox bruising. I don't think they really need it. Srin, apart from questioning Depp's character and characterizing Heard's slap as retaliatory and defensive, how does Whitney's testimony affect the plaintiff's case? Is it violence against the sister, not Heard?
They said there was Amber Heard violence in that. That's what Whitney said.
And you
That's
can
what Whitney
defend a
said.
third party.
But the jury can also analyze that for themselves too.
Let me step in the light, all right?
Okay.
Matt Tox, this question: anyone see Amber's left hand with three rings on it, like Johnny?
I didn't see it.
Let me see it either. Jacqueline Robinson says, do you guys notice that AH rekindle all friendships with their friends they should get them testify for? Yes, one after another, whether it was Josh or everyone. It's like, oh yeah, she reached out to me a week or two
Rekindle's
ago.
a little strong. She did a pre-deposition call to her old friends.
It sounds sus. I mean, it's you have to.
You would have made those calls too.
Okay, maybe, but I'm just saying that fact that they admitted in the deposition is kind of funny.
It is funny.
Paul Osuna says, if JD was drunk for his stairs thing, wasn't it possible that maybe he stumbled into Wit and didn't actually hit her? There's not been any testimony about that. So Bob Sinclair says, isn't AH team argument that JD is only an abuser when he's super drunk / high, and possibly that JD himself doesn't have any recollection / clue of how he behaves in that state?
I don't think they're saying that he's only. I don't think that they're saying that he's only an abuser. I think that their suggestion is that he gets drunk and high so often that he can't possibly be trusted to remember whether or not he abused.
I want to make one point on that, which is that, you know, they have really painted it and tied it into his drinking and coke use, and they get the monster coming out when he's on that. That's why she doesn't want him to get on the monster. But
multiple Heard witnesses have said non-inebriated Johnny Depp is calm, cool, generous, and nice. So I think there really is that split.
Yes, so they really are making that connection. I want to make this point: if he's so out of control that he doesn't remember what he's doing and that he's hurting women because he doesn't remember it, ask yourself how it is that when he's in that state around people, he's not violent to people who might break things. He has enough control there, but he doesn't have control when he's closed room with Amber Heard. That doesn't seem to add up. He either has control when he's in that state or he doesn't. That's the
all right.
point.
Goddess of Thunder is coming in. Sleeves End says, were all these depots about the bruises in age saying JD caused them about the same day? Was that the day JD said they butted heads? Seems like a lot of witnesses suddenly bruises real. The cause a lie. Were all these depots about the bruises?
There were multiple
about
days.
the same day. Yeah. By the way, did you like my reference to lightning, Goddess of Thunder? Anyway, Ventus Bruma says, anyone wonder about this? All the penthouses connected plus Amber was bringing guys up equals all the illusionary men Depp was seeing / Amber claimed weren't there when he saw them.
They haven't pushed too hard on him not being legitimate with his concerns.
Disco Bloodbath says, Hogue, She-Hulk attorney at law trailer?
Sure. I mean, I liked seeing Camille.
Joshua Frost says, Jennifer Howe going to be called on rebuttal? I would think so.
Yep, sure sounds like it.
El Diablo Barbudo says, why isn't audio of age admitting to fake evidence played in court? This is huge. Look up the audio found with TikTok with that account.
I have concerns about that sourcing, but I'll believe you, Super Chat.
Nanya Business says, if the defense are contemplating recalling JD, could AH be recalled during rebuttal if something new jumps up? Yeah, she could. She absolutely could. Question is, do they want to? I don't know. Jay Marie says, why did they not play the video of Whitney on her reality show when the people point out that Amber hit her and she had marks? Hearsay. That's probably why. Parul Srivastava says, question, what's a hung jury?
Non-unanimous. They can't agree.
That means, they have come to an impasse and they cannot decide one way or another. This beautiful journey, end of life doula says, do you think the jury is gauging the reactions of the audience in the courtroom? Is there effect?
I hope not, but probably a little.
Wendy's Cafe says, Natalie, is that club you keep waving around? Or what is that club you keep waving around? It looks funny when it appears on your camera.
It's funny. I like it when Natalie drinks from her jug of water.
Yes, the giant jug. Dealing moves is all I see / hears. Witness after witness confirming destruction of property consistent with him assaulting one couch or two.
Yes. Yeah.
My coon dog can hunt says, I don't know if anyone noticed, but Whitney was wearing half of Ms. Paz's necklace and Amber is wearing the other half, where half of the heart would say little sister, big sister, example popular in the 80s, SMDH.
I didn't notice that. Is that true? I'm going to have to look at that.
I didn't notice that. But I remember that in the 90s because I'm an 80s baby and I remember having those necklaces.
Yes. We've all heard about how young you are, Lita.
A lot of Michelle says, I'm Bard and MD. Nat, what's your alma mater? I'm sorry, she's not here for it.
I don't know Nat's alma mater. Sorry.
Richard Mintak says, Law Talk with Mike. I'm sorry, he's not here. When is Jeremy DeWitt taking the stand? I'm sorry, he's not here. Jason Gordon says, me too. Regarding Me Too and yesterday's cross, do you think having
Mass
a female
Effect?
attorney cross AH was part of the strategy?
Yes.
Yeah, heck
Yes.
yeah. Optics of male questioning SADV versus women. Yeah, I mean, at first I was like, yeah, maybe Ben Chu could do it because he's really effective, but holy crap, she was amazing. And yes, it was, I mean, no man could get nearly as aggressive as she could on that. No way. Tone wise, no. Anna Asatarian. Yeah. Anna Asatrian says, how come Amber, with resources to support herself, did not leave? And why didn't she file charges after going public? What was her motive?
I
These
don't
are
like
questions
this
that the
line of
jury,
questions. Yeah.
the jury might ask that, though. The jury might ask that. Whether it's appropriate or not, they might ask that. Share Your Voice says, I found today to be completely forgettable. Until this trial, I had no idea about AH and JD issue. Too many contradictions. Question, what odds that the jury disregards it as hearsay?
They won't disregard it as hearsay because they were just presented that evidence. But there's definitely a chance they just look at the contradictions and say, that's the friend group, whatever.
In jury instructions, the judge always says the level of credibility you give to any witness is totally up to you.
Yep.
And if they, and I think that some of them may realize that there's a lot of hearsay in there that people testify what Amber told them or someone else told them. So that might affect their credibility. Go. Do you want me to read? Share Your Voice says, I found today, be completely forget we did this next.
No, we just
did this one.
just
I'm
said
sorry.
one.
That was my fault.
Tom Stark says, did Amber get a rebuttal after Johnny's rebuttal? No.
No, we have to end rebuttal somewhere.
Yeah, 2012 Jameson says, what did jury think about Whitney?
They did not like her, apparently. Stephanie Wood, how do they decide who's on the final jury and when?
Random draw up to the judge.
Miriam Cotton says, do you think it possible AH's witnesses are saying they are former friends to give that the impression their testimony is independent corroboration for H's story, i.e. in spite of having fallen out? That's what Natalie said.
Does.
Veze from Quebec says, is the final jury team for deliberation random or can they exclude jury? I found because of the board. Yes.
No, they're not doing evaluations there.
Yuki Hataki says, did anyone? Hatake.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lita. Did anyone else notice she had red marks on the right side of her eye? Then when it was more bruised, it was on the left side of the right eye.
The bruise moved around.
Yeah. Sam Lambert says, can you use hearsay in rebuttal? Jennifer Howell's testimony would be all hearsay against Whitney's testimony. It would be a statement against. Yeah. We'll see how they handle that, honestly. Michael Jones. Yeah, Michael Jones, if JD wins, the jury have the award amount at the same time, or will they be asked to decide damages afterwards? Damages after, I think.
Same time.
Well, yeah, it depends. It depends on the court. Sometimes it's at the same time. Sometimes it's several days. Like Cardi B, I think was the same
We'll
day.
probably know by the jury instructions.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
They'll tell us.
John says, when do you expect AH to rest and JD rebuttal to begin if closed arguments are next Thursday, right?
Like Monday, like Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday, Amber
Tuesday
finishes?
Tuesday latest. Polly says, one day there will definitely be a movie made about this trial. Who do you think should play Amber and Johnny?
I think just do it old people, Amber and Johnny. Yeah.
Layla says, can Jay Howell still come in as a rebuttal when she is sharing her story online already? No issue. You guys all are awesome. Greetings from Switzerland. She can share her story. She can definitely share her story. She just can't witness any of the testimony in the case.
We think it might be a video deposition anyway.
It might be. Crystal says, what was the jury reaction to acting coach saying the lawyers and Amber Heard went to her in August to inform her of more info and get deposed?
We didn't get that question answered. We don't know the jury reaction. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Sarah says, question, thoughts on coach saying skeletal or
skeletal? Whatever the heck that is.
That happens only when you're reading something you don't know how to pronounce, not repeating something you heard.
No. It happens when you once read something you don't know how to pronounce and it gets locked in your brain. So before we head to conspiracy theories, that could be the only way she ever saw skeletal.
True. And then Anka Jane, I read this one. Nicole Davies says, what was the jury's reaction to Amber walking out?
We didn't get that. We really should put
definitely
that on our
forgot
question list.
Yes, yes. Try to remember that for tomorrow if we can get it from
Will
James.
do.
Wendy's Cafe says, has anyone given any thought to how stressful it is for a newly married couple to never have any alone time? It seems like someone's always present during their 15-month marriage. Yeah.
It was weird.
Yeah. Marion Crane says, how did the jury react to A reaching out to witnesses to reconnect before her team contacted them?
These are all good questions.
We don't know. Yeah.
Charlene says, did not get to watch much today, but were they able to play vid of Whitney on TV show when she got supposedly hit by? No, unfortunately, no. Kelsey Goodman says, did someone call her a parasite today?
On the panel, yes.
D. Marie says, do you have a count of how many witnesses we've seen so far and how many of those who saw JDW? 0. Well, Whitney says that she did. That's the one.
And
the only one
physical-
says.
Again, it depends on your abuse, Steph, but yeah.
Oh, true.
Right.
Okay, true.
Mhm.
And there have been a lot. I don't have
Yeah.
a running number.
I did 28 on Sunday. There was 28 witnesses before
So
Amber
definitely
Heard.
so at least like 35 now at this point.
Something like that. Something like that.
Lori S says, thoughts on the AH attire today seemed
She looked
kind of
great.
reminiscent of V's suit yesterday, but what was with the wearing the coat just on the shoulders?
I think Spidey would tell you it's defensive. She did a bunch of this stuff. You have to wait to hear from him, but I do remember him saying
I liked it. I had zero problems with her.
She looked
with
great.
Her look today. But also, I disagree with the whole mirroring thing because she didn't wear white. Camille were all white yesterday, and she didn't.
I thought
wear
it was
a single
Veronica
spot of
Lake.
white.
I thought it was Veronica Lake day 2. Like she did that look before earlier in the trial.
Okay, Tim Perot says, how real do you think Methany, the last
Is that her name?
witness, Melanie, the last
Oh.
witness was a friend of AH?
She was at her 30th birthday party and in Hicksville. I think she was a legit friend.
April Dawn says, you need Boss Bree's handle and description. It's in there.
Re let
Thank
us
you.
know, and that was good.
Yes, Colin Kuhn. I was listening off and on today, and I had trouble reconciling the Depos described the JD who said he needed breaks between rounds. Thoughts?
I don't know the JD Depos.
Yeah. Sorry. Terry Timmerman says, is it proper for AH to have met with all of her witnesses prior to their depositions and provide new information? Is it proper
I mean, it's a little sketch for her to give the SV story
Yeah.
to her acting coach in the middle of all this.
It is. JD Young says, would it be legal if after the trial, Johnny gave gifts to the jury, regardless of the verdict, to thank them for the time they gave up?
I wouldn't.
I really wouldn't. It would seem improper. Beverly Alfred says, Rob, do you know, sorry, he's not here. Do you know how can I make a $1 contribution to James? Love his stuff. Love yours and Runkle's as well. Going now to give your video a thanks. Okay. Well, he is linked in his Twitter profile is linked in the description below. Find him, tweet at him.
He started
DM
a
him.
Twitter profile. He's going to get more subscribers. Probably, I would recommend him to turn on super Twitter following in a little bit. So we'll see.
Mhm. Inquiring Mind says, Drew said JD wasted and nice as always. No monster.
He did.
There was a lot of that. Alex Huber says, am I crazy or did Whitney not get cross-examined? She did.
She got crossed.
Kathy and it was an adequate cross. Kathy at 40 says, didn't Rocky say she put her hands on Johnny and he swatted her hands away? That was about the Hicksville lady. I don't know if she said that about the May 21st incident though. I would have missed that if she said that. Jessica EJ says,